Nation. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They will dribble it out as Grimes allows the time to elapse. Viva Las Vegas, baby. The Thunder are headed to the Vegas Strip, where they still have a shot at the Emirates NBA Cup Championship, ending Dallas's 7-game run of success decisively tonight. Final at Paycom Center is the Thunder 118, the Mavericks 104.
That sounds just like a regular person from Oklahoma City saying we're going to Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. What happens there stays there.
That dude is going to love hearing all the cha-ching from the slot machines there in Vegas.
Every
Matt
time,
Pinto.
Every time someone wins $3, he's like, oh, Thunder Moneyball.
Cha-ching, 777s.
Cha-ching at Thunder Moneyball.
He talks like somebody from the 20s.
He does.
He really does.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Got the entire morning family back together again with Philip, Peyton, Russell. We got Caitlin firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for, as the Dallas Mavericks were eliminated by, I guess, the reincarnation of the 90s bad boy Pistons, or the Scottie Pippen Chicago Bulls, with the defensive effort on Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. SGA apparently was thinking about last year's playoff exit all day long, according to Tim McMahon, and the Thunder locked down the Mavericks 118-104. They move forward.
Yeah, I mean, Luka was not his normal prolific self, and that was something that
2
was
points in the first half.
That was something that was a concern last year, was the idea of just the way that Oklahoma City had the ability to defend against him, just with the variety of ways they could throw guys at him, and was something where, remember, we were trying to figure out, like, how much is hurt versus how much are they just locking him down. And last night was tough for Luka, and you got the split now with them.
And the disappointing thing is that you got a good one from Clay, and he's been, as the kids would say, booty cheeks of late, and he's been the reverse Wade Miley. Remember, it was the walking over? Or was that Drew Smiley? One of the two.
Sure.
But Clay's been the under. You take his own personal under in a lot of these games over the last 10 games that he's played. But he gave you a good one last night, and you wasted it.
Luka had more turnovers than assists. All but 2 of his 15 shot attempts were heavily contested. 87% contested, the highest in any game of Luka's games this year, according to Second Spectrum. Lowest combined total by Luka and Kyrie during a regular season game that they have played together as teammates.
Yeah, it was not nearly as generally. I think if you go in there and say, hey, you played Luka and Kyrie for 40 minutes, and Clay and Najee Marshall were the leading scorers above them, you go, you probably lost. Like, you either lost it or you blew them out, and everybody got like 15 points apiece.
But I mean, like what it just showed you. I mean, Oklahoma City, they got that championship DNA with Alex Caruso and stuff, because he won the title with the Lakers. I mean, you just can't win these cup games, these big cup games. They come down to championship DNA, just like the Chiefs have, Bobby. Like the Chiefs have.
I was enjoying the bit.
DNA. And, now, I mean, I don't know. What are they going to do with the court?
I was enjoying the bit until you made it about the Chiefs. Yeah. If you would have taken a turn and been like, man, if only Dallas had Caitlin Clark last night, then maybe.
Story of the first half was Maverick turnovers converted into points. Overall, OKC forced 19 Mavs turnovers and converted them into 36 points. They had 14 steals as well. So now Oklahoma City moves on. Mavs are going to have some time off. But look, overall, the big story is the turnaround of the Dallas Mavericks season, as they are sitting there at 4th place in the Western Conference. They have 16 wins. That is the 4th most, tied for the, tied for the 7th most, I believe, in the NBA. So that Mike Bassett crosstalk got turned around nicely.
Yeah, it's almost like Mike was being emotional and overreacting maybe a little bit. But here's the only thing that I was wondering the other day, and I was thinking about this over the weekend when they had beaten Toronto, was like, during this stretch, and they played really well, you're not going to apologize. Your schedule's your schedule. You can't do anything about who you're lined up to play. But when you look at it, it's like, is there any sort of like false inflation with how well they're playing given the run that they've had. Where it's Toronto, it's Washington. Memphis is a good win, obviously, but there's a lot of the stretch where they kind of corrected things were against generally the bottom parts of the East and West.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't Washington just beat Denver?
Denver's not played well. Denver looks like a mess.
They're still like they're a team that has the same aspirations.
I follow a Nuggets fan on Twitter who
Washington's 2-18.
Yeah. Nuggets fans were tweeting the other day. They're like, just blow it up. They're like, this team's so broken. Their chemistry's so broken.
Joker had like 60-18 or something the other day.
Aaron Gordon tried.
Was that Washington game?
There was this viral clip of Aaron Gordon trying to get everybody to huddle up on defense after play, and Jamal Murray just refusing to go over there. And they were like, this team's starting to crack.
All right, there are Jimmy Butler Dallas Maverick rumors, which we will get to. Is Dirk joining an NBA broadcast? That is coming up as well. We'll take you inside the Star at 6:20. We have another Matt Rife ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway College Football Kegger. Bobby rewatched the Cowboys game, and he is as depressed as Jerry Jones was with us yesterday. Post-Huck Clarity at 7:20. We'll chop it up at 7:40. But we got baseball news that is getting churned out, Ralph.
Yeah, so yesterday the Rangers went and re-signed Nasty Nate Eovaldi. This is great.
3 for 75.
3 for 75. Absolutely love this. It's a good. He had opted out of a $20 million a year deal for next year that he could have gotten. He had the ability to opt out for it. He did. Added himself $5 million a year and 3 extra years. So, the Rangers do spend some money. And then Peyton sent us this morning from Ken Rosenthal that the Rangers went and got Big Burger.
Holy smokes!
Big Burger,
40
baby.
burger?
40 Burger.
29 burger?
Yeah, 29 Burger.
Who is Jake Burger?
He's a first baseman. He's been around. I'm trying to think. I thought for a second that he was in the home run derby a couple years ago in Miami and was with the Marlins, but it is a guy from the Marlins. But yeah, he's a first baseman. Not the greatest defensive player from the things that I've seen, but I mean he'll give you some offense. And
he was like a
depth guy.
I think he was near the top of the White Sox farm system a while ago. He was supposed to have pop and everything.
He had 29 home runs last year.
Yeah, he's a guy, but it's one of those things where he'll hit with a lot of pop, but he's like your typical hitter. Where it's like he strikes out a lot. You're a little frustrated sometimes with him defensively. He doesn't have the greatest plate patience. He's kind of up there hacking. I think he had like 29 walks last year. It was not great.
But real quick, he has 4 years of team control, and that's the number one thing. And the Rangers, look, they have their own money issues. There's no doubt about that. A lot of teams do. There's a dozen teams out there dealing with the same crap the Rangers are when it comes to diamond sports or whatever. But so when you get a guy that's got 4 years of team control and you're giving up 3 prospects for him, and I don't know who they are, but that's what you're looking for.
Couple of things about the Eovaldi signing. Let's take it back to Nate. Yes, he is 34. You do not love to see that with $25 million a year. But this is one of those signings, to me, it just feels right. I think everyone loves the guy. I certainly love the dude as a Bulldog competitor. Sandler texted me yesterday, absolute cultural clubhouse home run. All those things check the boxes. The other thing that I'm really excited about, maybe even more so than what Nate has left, the fact that the Rangers spent another $75 million. That gives me a little sigh of relief because we all had it in the back of our minds based upon things that we were hearing that there was a chance they were going to use the TV deal and all that stuff and the big spending with Seager and DeGrom to say, we spent, all right? We went ahead. We got our new house. We got our new furniture, and now we are backing off for 3 to 5 years or some type of extended period. So I feel good seeing them spend $25 a year on Nate.
Look, I don't, 34 years old is not young, but it's not like they're signing up for 6 years. They're signing up for just 3. He has shown that, you're going to pay $25 million. You're not signing him for June and July. You're signing him for October. And he has shown that he is a absolute playoff pitcher. Like, he is a big-time postseason pitcher. And this, like, I really hope that Chris Young went to ownership and was like, guys, like, the American League stinks. We got a real chance here. The AL is awful. And there is, like, if you have such a fine line of to be able to. You still have Seager in his prime. You still have Simeon in his prime. If Josh Young can stay healthy, you got Wyatt Langford on the come. If Evan Carter can, come back and be a real player, I mean, you got a chance in the American League, which is, like I said, it's the Yankees who are going to spend money that they didn't get with Soto. Everybody else stinks. Baltimore is not going to be able to re-sign all the guys. You know this. They never spend money. They're losing Burns. They're going to lose Santander. Boston is Toronto's about to lose Vlad Jr. Tampa's not really anything right now. They're going to play 70 road games in the last 3 months of the season.
With 40 home rainouts.
Houston is looking to get rid of Kyle Tucker. They're probably going to lose Alex Bregman, so they're in transition. Seattle has no money to spend, and Cleveland is the most fraudulent 90-win team you'll ever see. So it's totally open.
The other thing that makes me feel good about the age, when you go and look at the top 3 ERA leaders in baseball last year, 2 of the 3, 34 years of age and older. Sale, 35. Wheeler, 34. So that makes me feel good when I look at Nate's age.
The only thing that's concerning there is, and I mean, look, it's not like you just spent DeGrom money on it and you're banking on 34-year-old DeGrom with the same sort of injury history. But the injury history started he's picked up a lot the last 3 years, where it's like, oh, okay, you got your shoulder, you got your elbow, you got the calf. Like, it's just, there's been stuff popping up. And the second half of seasons, he's looked like he's catching fatigue and he's wearing down. Now, they leaned on him a lot in the first half these last 2 years, where he was pitching a ton and he was throwing over 100 pitches consistently. And that was something where I think it just wore him down. But I guess it just comes down to, how big of contenders do you think Texas is? And does it concern you at all that, is it a comfort to know they spent this money, so maybe they're going to be more willing to spend, or does that say they just spent all their money?
Sandler with the tweet, Rangers starting pitching is deep, and I imagine it will get deeper before the season starts. DeGrom, Eovaldi, Malley, Gray, Bradford, Rocker, Leiter, Dunning, Hauser. What?
I didn't think Leiter was supposed to pitch. Was he? I thought that he was never even expected to make the major leagues as a pitcher.
Oh, shots fired, Jared Sandler.
I'm just playing with Jared. I hope he's up right now getting ready to play basketball, complaining about Jesse's prayers again.
We talk about the Yankees spending, Choppy. They didn't spend it on Soto. They did on a lefty.
They gave a 30-year-old left-handed pitcher an 8-year contract. I am floored. Bassick was talking the other day. He's like, not the other day, but he's like, I don't ever see a team give it a pitcher a 5-year contract or more as a pitcher. I mean, they gave this guy 8 years.
He didn't see them giving what again?
He goes, I don't know why, or I don't see why you give a pitcher more than 5 years.
Oh, a
just
pitcher.
Because, a pitcher. Yeah, because look, you're going to get a major season-ending injury at least one time.
It's the largest guarantee for a left-handed pitcher ever. 8 for 218 in the Bronx.
Yeah, and Corbin Burns is up with Baltimore. He's going to get a big-time contract. You still have, there's Nolan Arenado rumors out there that he might be on the block. I already said Kyle Tucker. Houston is willing to get rid of him.
Things are picking up now.
Yep, Santander going to sign somewhere. Christian Walker going to sign. So you've got guys out there that are still to do, still have contracts to get. We already saw Blake Snell sign, but I think the next Boris guy is Burns.
TJ tweeted us the thing about Jake Berger for us. He hits lefties and righties about equally in the 250 range. He's cheap, and he is now your DH. Did not have to overpay for a guy like Peterson. More money for Sasaki, hopefully.
I hope he does wear 40, and then you'll see a bunch of 40 Berger jerseys running around town, Sean.
Yeah.
I know you'd love that.
Yeah, buddy.
An update on DeMarvion Overshown. It is as sad and depressing as you think, and a report on what Jerry Jones did right after Leon Lett 3.0. We'll take you inside the Star, including another NFL burglary, this one tied to the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. It's all next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Depressing follow-up yesterday on DeMarvion Overshown. Kevin Hagelin was clearly down about it, spending about the first 5 minutes of the KMC masterpiece as that being the number one storyline from the loss against Cincinnati. The reports that he tore the ACL, MCL, and PCL in his right knee. Jerry Jones yesterday told us he is scheduled to have surgery. McCarthy in his presser yesterday that I heard right here on the Fan said, yes, it's very fair that he could miss the entire 2025 season. As you said 24 hours ago, Bobby, he said that is very realistic. And Eric Kendricks, Bobby was in the locker room for Eric Kendricks getting very emotional himself over his linebacker mate.
When you're on the field and you know when your guys goes down like that, especially, for me, your fellow linebacker, I feel like it's hard, it's crazy because oftentimes, we get so numb to, injuries and things like that. We have to just carry on right away, and we're not really ready to, you know what I mean, in that situation. But I'm just, I'm feeling for him for sure right now. I know how hard he works, and it means a lot to him. It means a lot to me. It's not really fair. Football's not really fair. You never know.
And he was later on after that, he was talking about, DeMarvion Overshown has re-energized me. Like, I've been in the league for so long. It's really refreshing to see somebody come to work with the same attitude every day, excited to be there, excited to do the work. He's like, it rubs off on other people around there when you see somebody attack his job that way.
McCarthy called him a shining light. I thought that was a great way to put it yesterday.
He got a ton of credit last year for when he tore his ACL, and I know we talked about this during training camp. When he tore his ACL, a lot of guys have had trouble with that. It's lonely. They feel isolated from the team. They're doing rehab away from the team. They're not really in the locker the same way. And David Durden and John Stevens had similar injuries around the same time. And DeMarvion Overshown had told them, like, guys, we're not hanging our heads. This is our position group now. The way we would normally hang out with the linebackers, like, this is our position group. This is our time to really motivate each other, and this is how we're going to keep each other accountable. And they got really close through that. I remember Overshown told us in training camp, he and John Stevens both ended up in Durden's wedding, like as in, one of his groomsmen. And so he got a lot of credit from the coaching staff for keeping those guys engaged and positive throughout that, because that's really hard.
Here's Big Mike yesterday with the update.
You could feel it on the sidelines, and just being on the field, part of the exam, I knew it was serious. So obviously his physical and football talent speaks for itself. He's just such a bright light. He's got a great infectious personality, tough young man, and we're definitely going to miss him. But he's got a long road. He's got a long road of rehab in front of him. So he'll obviously be loved and supported every step of the way.
It's football is the one sport really where you practice like 5 times more than you actually play an actual game. Right, 80% of your life is practice. You have to have guys like this that are just generally positive about everything. Generally upbeat. Otherwise, especially in a bad season, it's going to be like a monotonous beatdown.
Bobby tweeted that DeMarvion finished the year with 90 tackles. I didn't realize he had 5 sacks, 4 passes defended, a pick, and a touchdown. The only player younger than Overshown to replicate that stat line through the team's first 13 games, Brian Urlacher.
Yeah, and the only 2 other players to do it, period. The only guy to do it younger than him was Urlacher. The only 2 other players to do it, period, were Shaq Leonard, who was an All-Pro the year he did it, and Carlos Dansby, who was an All-Pro the year he did it. And so, that was the type of play you were getting, and, it's the culture stuff. It's the type of player he is. I'll tell you, when Nick even told us yesterday about he saw the Zach Martin news, and then he was like, how do I do that? That's what I want to do.
Man of the year.
It's so easy, and I'm pretty negative when I hear that about somebody. I think normally my first thought would be Russell Wilson. That sounds like a Russell Wilson behavior there. seeing Overshown around here and hearing this stuff about it, I felt like, oh, that's genuine. That's DeMarvion Overshown.
Nick Harris with the report that Jerry Jones immediately questioned John Fossil in the locker room about the botched block punt. After the game, Jones asked why the play was called and if AO was coached to not touch the ball. So that is Nick Harris with an exclusive of Jerry Jones walking in ticked and having Fossil put it on the whiteboard, basically.
You know what, too? That does not sound like, if that's in the locker room, if it says that this was done in the locker room immediately after the game, that does not sound like, hey, Bones, can we come on.
Off to the side.
Let's go step into the office real quick. Can you show
let's go in the Dalrymple room.
That sounds like that may have happened in front of a lot of people, which is stunning to me. But I think mirrors what we felt like the energy was when he walked right out of the locker. Because if this happened in the locker, then that definitely makes sense where Jerry walked out in front of reporters and said, we're all going to second guess that. He clearly was very mad about that.
I don't think that, thank goodness Jerry Jones came on here yesterday and backed off, and he's like, it was a good play. He kind of walked it back.
Yeah.
That is not going to get relayed on the national TV shows because yesterday, Shannon Sharp, Jeff Saturday, Stephen A. Smith launched into his third biting comparison for Jerry because of what he said about questioning the punt block. Everything we did at this time yesterday in asking, why is Jerry Jones not happy that they blocked the punt? Jeff Saturday and Shannon Sharp, they were laughing at Jerry, as they should have.
Should have.
They weren't aware of him coming on yesterday. I mean, to even have that first initial thought, maybe you can write off a little bit of emotion, but their point, and I get it, yo, man, if your football mind went there, what else is your football mind messing up with all the decisions that you touch on a yearly basis? It was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah. I mean, look, we talk a lot about what is Jerry's football IQ, his football acumen. And, as we get further into the future, we see fewer and fewer former athletes as general managers. Because Howie Rose would play in the NFL. Does Howie Rose would break down? I have no idea what he does, right? But it's not super important that the general manager necessarily can break down film. You know what I mean? Like, they have people that they do that do that for them, and they give them the information, and they make the best decision based on the information that they're giving them. That's the important part. So I don't know, like, if it's the issue is that this is just basic football. You're blocking a punt. That's not even X's and O's. You're just blocking a punt.
Here's the crazy stat I heard yesterday and saw. In the last 10 NFL seasons, only twice has a partially blocked punt that traveled less than 20 yards been touched by the receiving team and recovered by the punting team for a new set of downs. Both were in Arlington. 2021 Broncos, Cincinnati, Monday night. It's only happened twice in the past 10 NFL seasons.
Yeah, and that Broncos one was where
it was a bad game.
I remember that was like where you felt like they're done after that. Like, that was supposed to be the momentum turn because they were getting dominated early, and it was like that was supposed to be where things kind of turned for them, and they completely fell flat. I don't know. Maybe I make a bigger deal out of it than other people. I am fascinated that apparently he went, and I wonder, is this a common occurrence and we just don't hear about it otherwise? I'm fascinated he went straight to a coach in the locker room with, I would assume, players around to see it.
Yeah.
That he would go directly to a coach and be like, are you coaching this guy? Is he actually doing what he's supposed to? That's fascinating me, and also explains why McCarthy got back up out there at the podium and made sure to go, by the way, that wasn't a call.
And he was late.
Yeah, and he was significantly late to the podium. And so, again, when we talk about, is Jerry really like, nope, coaching staff's great, is that a front, and behind the scenes, he is much angrier with them at times than we find out?
Yeah, when he said, like, what was the phrase on details he said yesterday? Like, I think they're exceptional, or he gave a glowing review of this team's attention to detail, and I was like, oh, God, that may have been the worst part of the interview. It looks like another NFL superstar has been targeted by a burglary. First, it was Mahomes and Kelsey. They were playing that game in Kansas City. This time, someone waited for Burrow to play at AT&T Stadium and apparently broke into his house. The only problem? There was a woman in there. Yeah. Olivia Ponton. I guess she's some type of model or something. SI swimsuit Victoria's Secret model with nearly 8 million followers on TikTok. Her mother called the police on her behalf. So I'm like, why is the mom calling the police? Is the mom like over there at the house sitting as well? But someone broke into Joe Burrow's house while he was playing the Cowboys.
Yeah, so she said someone's trying to break in the house. My daughter is there. This is Burrow's house. She's staying there. So obviously she called her mom. The mom called on her behalf. But this is another thing. The NBA has already told their players, and they are having their players increase security if you can, because this is happening. And when you go on these road trips, and that's the thing, the Kansas City one just happened when we were at the game, but this is on the road trip, which obviously you're gone for a longer period of time. And if here she is, this poor girl's in this house, and people are trying to break in.
Yeah, NFL
shattered window was the point of entry.
NFL and NHL both also have sent out memos recently of like, guys, there's been this string of break-ins where you have these very public itineraries. If you know that's that guy's house, and well, I know he's in another city, what's he going to do about it? He's traveling right now. I can just look at an NFL schedule and tell you when he's not going to be home. And so, I mean, that's tragically how Sean Taylor died, was that they were looking at the schedule, thought he would be gone. He was injured, and so he was at home when they broke in. And I mean, this has become like a rampant problem.
This was the bling ring did the same thing with celebrities back when Twitter first popped up and such. And these celebrities like, hey, I'm at Sir tonight. Come see me. Sir. And all of a sudden their house gets broken into. This is going to be in the next CBA with these leagues. Like they're gonna like try to like negotiate security at their homes.
There was a security guard at the house apparently. Like these reports said that there was an armed security guard there.
What?
And so Burrow's defense letting him down again. I guess that's what that is.
I love how all these articles don't even focus on the burglary. They're like, who's the woman?
I know. Who's the woman?
What's their relationship? How many followers does she have? They're not caring about the robbery. It's like, who's the hot girl?
Yeah. That's all they worry about. They just want the salacious TMZ headline.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. That is also the phone number to win about an hour from now during the commercial-free Expressway when we give away Matt Rife tickets while post Hot Clarity, and we will chop it up with Ralph James. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and we will see you Saturday in Fort Worth. How far is this away from you, Martin House?
This one's about 20-ish minutes.
Okay.
On a weekend, on a weekday, a little bit longer, but yeah, it's about 20 minutes. It's right by the Top Golf down there.
Has Bill Belichick accepted the job? Are the Eagles getting ready to fall apart? And a lot of Brett Favre controversy. All of that next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Pepe, did you do anything fun with your day off yesterday?
I did early grocery shopping, early in the day, beat the rush. I vacuumed the house. I had thought about it, and I was on my to-do list, and I was like, I don't think I've vacuumed in a while. No one has here.
Yeah, so because you have a woman.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, no. Mackenzie treats him like I've got the setup with Kristen. She runs that place.
Yeah, she was criticizing the nap schedule and everything when I was talking to her over the weekend.
She did not like that.
Yeah, no woman that I've met, whether it be the girlfriend, the fiance, or the wife, they're not a big fan of the naps.
No,
they don't understand it. Whatsoever. Meanwhile, my wife waking up at 1 and 4 a.m. every day with the baby. When I get home, I'm like, crash, sleep. You need to sleep, hoping that it boomerangs back to me one day.
You say, honey, put those bonbons away. Get up off the couch. Go lay down in the bed.
Yeah. I don't say that.
That's what I would say to Kristen.
I don't think Peggy Bundy reference. I don't think bonbons has ever been used in the English vernacular except for Peggy Bundy. All right. I don't know who this guy is. Choppy, I guess, is connected on social media. I think he's done a tremendous job reporting, if true, on Bill Belichick at North Carolina. Yep. Who is this dude, and how do you know him? Ollie Connolly? It even sounds fake.
I have no idea how I know him. We follow each other on social media.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay, Chris Strong. You don't know how you follow.
Yeah, I really have no clue. But so on December 6th, so 5 days ago, he said, per source have told, Bill's negotiations include the guarantee with Steven, his son, to become the school's head coach in waiting. And they're open to that. Well, yesterday, he posts on social media that Bill has agreed to become the next UNC coach. He handed the school a 400-page organizational Bible. It's like his manifesto.
Which Bobby, has deemed the Belichick Bible.
That's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? And I'm not trying to fight about this.
No.
To me, it kind of comes across as impressive. And you, last night, you're like, now I understand why people may want to stay away from Bill.
Yeah, I totally understand. If you are... Here's the either way.
If you can't get your message out in 399 pages, you need 400. That's a problem.
Not even just that necessarily. Like I know San Francisco, for instance, when San Francisco created a culture document for themselves, like for the 49ers organization, where they were trying to show, hey, this is what we're all about. Let's put something together. It was like 5 pages. It was like it's ideals and things like that. If you are giving 400 pages, first off, if you're doing this at every interview, I now know why teams don't want to deal with you. If you're going in and saying, by the way, here's my 400-page list of demands on how the organization needs to be run.
Demands or thoughts?
I mean, this, according to this.
Here it is. Here's what it consists of. You tell me what's out of pocket. Mm-hmm. Structure, payment plans, staffing choices, decisions on whether to commit with UNC. Is it his ideas on, hey, this is what I'd like to ideally have? I guess you could call it demands.
You remember the smoking gun, how they would have the different celebrities rider documents where it's like, what are the demands of AC/DC? Like, what do they demand on their bus?
No red M&Ms or whatever.
That's what this sounds like. Here's my 400 page. Like, you better have everything. He sounds like Bridezilla is what he sounds like, where it's like, everything better be this way.
If you're an AD, are you taking that like, okay, like someone like Bill Belichick should come in, this is how it's done?
I mean, yeah, if you don't know, you would think this is how it's done. And if you know,
North Carolina football usually doesn't know.
Yeah, they don't know. There's a couple of things here. Like, is there such a thing as being over-prepared? Right? This may fall to that. This is like you really can't get your message out in fewer than 400 pages? Like, that's another thing. Isn't that like, I just wonder the most efficient guy out there.
If you're a boss listening and someone walks in with like a 35-page presentation This is, I think Spittle will tell you, this is how Nick Wright got radio job in Houston. Like, walked in with some 15, 20-page presentation on the history of Houston sports. Are you impressed? Are you like, whoa, this is extra level detail? Or are you turned off? Number one, you don't want to read that much. But number two, are you looking at it like Bobby is as a list of demands? I don't know. My first thought was, okay, impressive.
What you're talking about with Nick Wright, though, that's like, here's research, here's proof I know the market, here's how I can operate within it. This sounds like, here is how you will, like this sounds like healthcare legislation or something. Like, here's a giant bill. None of you are going to read this. I would imagine UNC's telling him, you can do whatever you want. Run the program how you want. That's what we want. And Belichick's going, not good enough. Yeah. I need you to know that you're going to commit to every word in this 400-page book. If that's the case, UNC is not the job for you. If you need 400 pages worth of just...
What is the job for him then?
TV? Probably.
So you're telling me all these damn retreads, all these scrub names, the fact that we're going to have 50% turnover in the National Football League over the course of the next 3 years, and Bill Belichick can't get hired over these scrubs. It's ridiculous.
What did Billy Bean say?
Adapt or die.
Bill has not adapted.
More on this. The historic investment, salary minimums, position by position, willingness to hire 2 staffs, a coaching staff run by him,
2 staff,
and then a recruitment staff run by a sitting college GM, he wants a sitting one. So you got to buy that person out. Then he has a college and a pro version of this 400-page Bible. He just tailored it specific to UNC. So he just took out like Atlanta Falcons and just replaced it with North Carolina and some other things about college. And apparently from the group of 13 trustees that have to sign off on this, they've already had pushback. And the faculty. The investment would overhaul the school's approach to football because it is very difficult. If you go around, count on one hand, like, who are the schools that are great at both football and basketball? I'll wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been common.
Tennessee
right now. But, I mean,
at football.
I mean, they're in the playoff, right? But historically, it's usually one's up, one's down, right? And that's the way it is. And you're very, Florida was up. They won the title in the same year in basketball and football.
Yeah.
That was a fleeting moment during the Billy Donovan and Urban Meyer era.
Baylor,
yes.
So
it's very rare.
So what's your point?
Well, you have to... There's North Carolina has, I think, the highest fund for their basketball. It's like $25 million a year, right? It's a lot. You've got to. The reason that they're not successful is that it's really hard to raise that kind of money for both programs, and it's all about money. Texas has all the money in the world, and even they struggle to keep their basketball team up with their football team.
No, that's because their coach chokes people. But
Belichick's girlfriend is apparently. I love all the memes and internet and Twitter jokes about, oh, you worried about Belichick recruiting? Look at the 24-year-old. Yeah. It's got the girl celebrating while crying, saying this is Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend, happy, but also worried about all the other tail on campus hooking up with her man. She is apparently following the school, its football team, and their nutrition department on Instagram. So people are stalking out her social media account. But the story is Bill has said, I'm in, and now they need to agree on their end.
Yeah, I can't. If this is the type of psycho way he runs things, it also makes sense why all the assistant coaches he's had have blown up.
That's what's needed right here in this city.
Structure, yes,
that's what's needed.
Yeah. Structure. If Bill is so ideologically rigid that he's like, I have to spell out in 400 pages everything that cannot be broken. You must follow it this way. That sounds.
Or maybe it's his ideas for things, not a list of you're spinning it to a list of demands.
No, the way
4 pages of demands seem
the way that this talked about it, the reports the way this says is that if they don't agree to this 400-page document, then he's not taking the job.
Or they may disagree philosophically, or we're not going to commit this amount of money to 2 staffs and a GM and a this and a that, and payment plans that are set up for players. It could be his ideas on things. He's trying to run out.
If I walked in and handed you when you first wanted me to like come do stuff on the show, if I had said, here's not even a demand, just like, hey, here's my 400 pages on how I think the show could change things.
Yeah.
You would go, you have 400 pages worth of things you think I'm doing.
I would have taken the binder, I would have thrown it in the trash and say, you're hired because you went through all that crap. That's what I would have done. I wouldn't have read it.
And then you wouldn't have opened it and just see they were blank pages and they'll screw with you.
Exactly.
Marcus Russell.
What is happening in Philadelphia? Did Brandon Graham, I was like, he still plays for them, right? Like, he had a big game the other week. He's a veteran. He's been around a long time. He was on with the Burger King. Our guy Howard Eskin, in one of those player shows in front of a crowd, WIP, talking about the drama in the passing game between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown.
The person that's complaining need to be accountable. And I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he noticed. I don't know the whole story, but I know that one is trying. And I mean, 11 could be a little better with how he responds to things. And they was friends before this. It's like, man, but things have changed. And I understand that because life happens. But it's the business side that we have to make sure that we don't let the personal get in the way of the business. And that's what we got to do better as right now, because we know it's an issue. Everybody's seeing some things, but we need to be able to talk things out as men. You know what I'm saying? But we need to let personal stuff go and let's get right for this game, because, man, it's like a lot of stuff, most of the time, it's just a conversation that just need to be had. But the person with the problem got to want to talk to the person other than others. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Wow. He's calling out A.J. Brown. Immediately, this blows up Brandon Graham, then goes to ESPN. He goes, I took it too far. I made a mistake. I assumed certain things that it wasn't. I just want to win so bad, blah, 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 and this injected life back into my NFC East veins.
This is common, and it's still stunning. Like, the idea of when 53 guys are playing together, that many personality types, you're going to have guys who they don't like each other, or they don't get along, or whatever else. But this is why a lot of teams, coaches, players are very protective over, nobody outside here needs to know what we think of each other, or nobody outside here needs to know when we have arguments or disagreements. This kind of stuff has existed with the Cowboys for several years, where it's just, it doesn't get out because guys are like, that's not productive. They don't need to, because now Philadelphia's sitting here, standing up here, answering all this stuff. The thing that was interesting to me was I saw different Philadelphia analysts, reporters, whatever else going, Brandon Graham is one of the more careful, thoughtful, precise people with the way he says things. There are a lot of people who are like, I don't think that was I accidentally took it too far. That was, you know what, this needs to be aired out a little bit.
I don't think that A.J. Brown is long for there. He can't keep his mouth shut. He can't hide his feelings on the sideline. This thing is not going to last. I mean, he's talking about their relationship has turned sour.
I mean, the passing game has not been great.
Nope.
They've obviously won games and they've been impressive in a lot of these games. Just the passing game hasn't been impressive necessarily. And they very easily could have lost this past week.
9 straight wins. Hopefully it implodes all over again, and Big Dom hopefully is not there to save it. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. We have a Matt Rife ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway, but are they already changing the college football playoff? Choppy has the keg loaded up. The college football kegger is next.
After we get you over to...
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. The Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
They are already tinkering with the college football playoff. And we haven't even played a single game yet. But the college kegger rolls on regardless. So this is what's going on here. Dennis Dodd of ESPN had this piece about the redesign, which is already coming. So before they even did the 12-team playoff, they already had an agreement for a 14-team playoff 2 years from now. They're considering making that 16 and getting rid of the conference championship games. So there's a couple of ways this could work. This is wild. So the conference championship games were kind of a dud this year. Attendance was low. It was half full here at Jerry World. The Charlotte game was half full, and everybody says that the SEC championship game was dead from a fan. Like, it was crowded, but the energy wasn't there because both teams knew they were going to make it, right? They knew they were in. So it was a little bit dead. The Big Ten game, not so much, but neither team had ever been there. You know, Penn State never played the Big Ten championship game like lately, and obviously neither had Oregon because it's their first year. So the redesign, and I actually think this would be a really, really good idea. They would eliminate conference championship weekend and in its place put play-in games. So you could have, at the end of this, say, like, you could have had Alabama versus Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Or, and this is the main one they're looking at. Let's just take the Big Ten and the SEC because those are the two big conferences. You would have Oregon, the 1 seed, play the 6 seed out of the conference. Winner goes. 2 seed play the 5, winner goes. 3 play the 4, winner goes. And then you do something with that 4th team. This eliminates the need for a committee. Because what the conferences don't want is they want their standings to matter. So, like, if you're the Big Ten and you have your 3rd place team based on your tiebreakers, and the committee comes in and says, no, we're taking the 5th place team, these conferences don't want that.
You don't look interested.
They're so like, okay, crap. We couldn't get Bama in this way. What if we made play-in games and we could get Bama in that way? Just let them die. Let Alabama die. They're trying so hard to
They will with Kalen DeBoer.
Just leave me. Keep going. Don't
not a fan.
Keep going.
He won't be there in 3 years.
You're probably right. I don't know that that's because he doesn't deserve the job. I think it's just because their fan base, their fan base,
because of legend.
Yeah.
The new Phyllis from Mulga.
Do you wonder the Nick Saban?
Can I tell you, Paul? Can I tell you, brother?
The Nick Saban oversight of that, like, it's still largely, there were transfers obviously, but there were a lot of the same core players coming back to Alabama who were now getting the different Kalen DeBoer style, where we talked about, you know, Jalen Milroe saying, I was praised at practice for I was told
it's just like Belichick to Mayo.
Like, I wonder if it's just, it's going to take getting the old Saban guys out, where it's like, it's too much of a culture difference and this isn't going to work.
The problem is the fan base has all been Sabanized.
Right.
So they all are like military, cutthroat.
Right.
tuck in your damn shirt. You better wear a collared shirt while you're at it as well. They've all been saving brainwash, and that's going to take a long time unless, DeBoer wins real big in a year.
I mean, it was the same thing back, when Bear was there. I mean, he had the suit, he had the hat.
Yep.
And then, you bring in, who they bring in? Bill Curry. They threw a brick through his window and put his house up for sale. And then they bring in Gene Stallings, and Stallings basically mimicked the style of Bear Bryant.
Let's get rid of, let's knock out the stories about the notes from the committee and the leak.
Okay, all right.
Grapevine notes and an SMU leak.
All right, so the committee is kind of getting ridiculed for this video that was posted. So they have the 3 or 4 TVs in front of them. By the way, I've been to the Gaylord. We've all been to the Gaylord, Texan, and Grapevine. They have bigger TVs than these 30 inchers they were watching these games on. Okay, give them a 75 up there or something like that. So these committee chairmen are all sitting in these chairs, obviously, and people are questioning, how can you be on this committee? There's nary a notepad or a laptop in front of them. They're not taking notes on these games. They're just watching the games.
Okay, so this was during the games and not during the reveal show.
Right. This was, yeah. So
they have to all watch the games together?
Yeah.
They don't just come in the next day and be like...
They're just watching the games together.
Okay.
And this is because they're just basically live at the Gaylord Texan for the last 2 months of the season.
Yeah.
And they're just watching the games together, and there's no notepad. There's like one laptop.
Yeah. No one looks like they're like trying to track any detail. Yeah.
But don't you just know when you're watching? You feel like you're watching, just going like, yeah, I got a sense of it. Like I know who's got. Do you need to take all that?
I mean, if you're arrogant like you and Pat Doney,
right,
and you just think you can, or Chiafalo, and you just walk in and you're like, oh, my memory will serve me.
Now listen. Now to be fair, stop me. You know these names: Gary Pinkel, right? College head coach, Missouri, right? Randall McDaniel, Jim Grobe, Mike Riley. These are a lot. Hunter Yurachek. These are guys that have
Are they on the committee?
Yeah, they're on the committee. So these are all like former coaches and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I have a feeling like former coaches they've been able to watch the game.
Yeah.
And they're looking at. I could tell because we could tell who's controlling the game regardless of the score.
I mean, what they're thinking in their minds probably is like we knew the top 3 storylines.
Right.
Like what's going to happen between SMU and Clemson?
Sure.
Is it going to be a close game? They don't need to know if trick plays. I don't think we're running the second quarter like we track during a Cowboys star up, star down.
Yeah, it's different.
Is that team going to win or lose their conference game? And what's the margin of victory? Like they don't.
Right. Let's be fair.
You know
If SMU didn't make a comeback, they probably get left out. They lose by 21.
Yeah.
And it was a non-competitive game. They're probably getting left out.
That's what Sean and I were talking about while we were up there. Was like they were down.
I just don't remember talking about it.
No, they were down 24-7, and we're like, losing like this will get Alabama in.
Right, because I mean, like it's like you want to see, SMU to show, hey, we're competitive here, and they were more than competitive in that game, and that's one of the major reasons why they made it in. I don't think this is a big deal. I don't think so either. Plus, if you're taking notes, that means you're missing something if the next play is going on. And you're not rewinding in a room of 30 people.
Have you sat? I know you did. You guys both did pre and post. Did you guys ever sit next to Broadus during a game?
Post.
But he did post. You did pre. Did you ever sit next to Broadus during a game?
One time in a press box.
Yeah, and he is just like draws these lines and just takes these. You can't talk to Brian during a game.
No.
Like he's just like taking his notes and like, he wants people to shut up around him.
And like the thing is, like, when you're doing that, you're remembering, but you're also missing replays. You may miss the next play.
Yeah, I can't watch Sandler's like, oh, let's watch some NFL football, and I'm like, no, you can't come over. I'm like, no, we can't do it. We can't hang out. I got to sit there and take the notes. I'd love to watch a full NFL Sunday without a computer in front of me.
Brett McMurphy. What do we think of this? So this is the story of at 10:59. So the selection show started at 11 a.m. They didn't release the dang teams till about 11:30. I don't know if they were scrambling because of what he did, but at 10:59, he posts on his Twitter profile that SMU is in, Alabama is out of the playoff. Now, this did one major thing. So
Wojed it.
Yeah. So, but this did one thing
During the
because
draft.
in the history of this goes back to 2014, in the history of the playoff, on the selection show and those shows that come out every week, Reese Davis has come on and say, nobody has seen this. Not even the producer. I guess the committee sends some kind of code. They send the picks to him, and the producer just hits a button, and it pops up. Nobody gets this information.
Yeah.
Nobody sees it. Not even
like the NBA draft. They bring in, the bankers of
right.
Wheelhouse and Hoyt.
Yeah, it's some accounting firm that holds this.
Right. Cold envelope, Patrick Ewing.
Right.
That's how they did it.
So 1 minute before they're about to release the rankings, McMurphy spoils it.
Yeah.
Everybody's just, oh my God.
I wasn't ticked. Now, I'm fully admitting I think if he would have leaked Bama got in instead of SMU, I would have been pissed. Mm-hmm. I think I was just happy and celebrating it and tweeting it out myself and retweeting it and spreading the word. And if he also would have sent out all the matchups, I would have been furious because that would have destroyed all the drama. I'm admitting I don't feel very objective. FAF, my motto when it comes to this. One, because it was the good news for us with SMU. Two, he didn't do it with anyone else, so I didn't go crazy over it.
That's better. Oh, that's better.
But I understand people being ticked. I wouldn't even get on Twitter because of Woj and Shams and was it Jason Lackenfora? I don't know. Some NFL reporters tipping the NFL draft picks. I hate it.
Yeah.
Hated it. But if I got that story, if someone in Grapevine texted me and was like, SMU's the pick, I would have tweeted it out as well.
Yeah, now, this is the other thing, because the Action Network, I guess, got this, and all the DraftKings had already had it off the board. So it just kind of proves that Vegas gets the information.
Wait, they had it off the board before McMurphy?
They had Bam off the board around the same time. It was like a minute or two before. Which goes to show you, because we've talked about this, Vegas changes the betting lines before the injury news comes out.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing.
Do you hate what he did? Let's start there.
No, I love it.
Why?
Because there's nothing I hate.
Because it was bad news for Bama.
No, I hate I would, if it was Bama got in, I'd love that he did it. I don't want the whole spectacle. I don't need to build it
the drama.
I can't. Just tell me what it is. Just tell me. Draft is a little different, but even still, I don't care about that. I care more about.
You believe in radio teases.
I care. No. I care more about live game. I don't want to. If I'm at home and I'm behind everybody, I don't want to watch a Twitter feed and see people reacting to a play before I see it. I don't like that. But something like the selection show where they just create in the past, this didn't exist. This sort of thing wouldn't have existed 20 years ago, where you got this drawn out drama. So it's great. Pull the rug out from under them. They're trying to screw with everybody anyway by making it seem like Alabama's got some legitimate competition here. So I was glad he pulled that out from under him. And I'll tell you who did this. Thick as thieves. Brett McMurphy and Mike Riley. They're close. He's always been talked about how much he respects Mike Riley and how great. And Mike Riley's on the committee.
By the way, can we celebrate how DFW is the center of the sports universe?
Mm-hmm.
Another reason to sit here and brag about Texas. You got the winter baseball meetings. You got what's happening in Grapevine for college football. And I didn't even realize the freaking NFL December League meetings with Ian Rappaport, Pelissero. They're in some hallway in Irving. DFW. Owning stuff.
And I believe the World Cup broadcast center is going to be in DFW.
Really?
I think I saw that. That's going to be here.
Dominance.
So it's big.
So how do you feel about the league?
I mean, look, I get it. What would I do in the same situation? I probably would have leaked it, but it's also not your story to break.
Somebody gave it to him. It was.
Yeah, I know, but it's not. I don't know
whose story was it to break.
I mean, it's ESPN's. It's their.
They don't own. I mean,
they do.
They own the broadcast show. F you,
right? But
screw you.
This is. It's also this is not.
Did he get killed for it?
Yeah, he got murdered for it. People were really upset. It's so
bunch of three-teeth people.
Have you seen the Randy Moss stuff this morning?
Yeah, but we're gonna get to it.
So, but Randy's kid is going after.
Yeah.
Larry Fitz's dad.
Well, I think that's way different. We're talking about liver cancer
it is different.
versus the seeding in the college football playoff.
Yeah,
there's a sensitivity to medical information.
It is different. It's just this is not again. Nobody is supposed to. Even the host of the show don't know this. It's more
that's their fault.
It's more how the hell they
created. But see, that's the thing is that we're like, man, this is so serious because they've created and manufactured that it's this serious. It's not an O.J. Simpson murder verdict.
Yeah, but it's a big deal. But Reese Davis's motivation is to have TV, theater, and drama.
Sure.
Brett McMurphy's motivation is to get stories. You know what I mean? Different motivations for each. But whatever. All right, College Football Kegger Part 1 here on DFW Sports Station. Why did Bobby come away from his rewatch of the Cowboys game feeling deeply depressed? That is next in post-Huck Clarity and a Matt Rife ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
You know, this is called post-hut clarity. And it's supposed to be a play on a certain analogy where it's like, the fog has cleared. Yes. You're thinking a little more rationally, and you just can objectively look at it. This is not the case for one particular part of this yesterday, and it's why I came away depressed.
You're still foggy?
It's really hard to watch that back and not just be bummed every time you see DeMarvion Overshown on the field. Like, for every play, because he was playing really well in this game. And well,
let me make you even more depressed.
Go ahead.
Because RJ Choppy is here with a jolt of reality. This is business. This is forward thinking. This is about team building. What do the Dallas Cowboys have to do, RJ?
Well, are you talking about replacing Overshown in the draft?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about what you were talking about, what you sent last night.
I said a lot of things.
Well,
not one that would have just been teed up.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't paying attention to that.
I know.
Yep. Cutthroat move. That was the setup.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Replacing him in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Well, I just asked that.
Freak.
So, you tear 3 ligaments, right?
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, it's a killer of an injury. You have at best 50-50 that he plays again?
Oh, that he plays again?
No. Plays at an above average level.
What was the comparison you were making yesterday?
Navarro Bowman. It's the same
injury.
Did he
play again?
He missed an entire next season. He came back. He was never quite the same.
And what happened with him?
Same thing. He tore all 3 ligaments in his knee. He also had, I think he had an extra one. He had a meniscus tear, but it's a very similar tear. And he came back and he was never quite the same. So I mean, it's something where it's like he made a Pro Bowl after, but a lot of people felt like it was just kind of that's Navarro Bowman, vote him into the Pro Bowl. But it's something where you can. It's not 50-50 that he's going to come back and play, or even that he's going to come back and play at an above average level. It's 50-50 that he's going to come back and be that guy we saw. That's probably true.
So, and I don't. You don't have to do it in the first round, but I think you got to do it in the day one or day 2.
Yeah, we should do it in the 4th round with all those.
Well, that's probably not going to happen either, right? But day 1 or day 2. So, I should say it's day 2. Make it 2nd or 3rd round
to replace him.
Because it's just the reality. If he's not going to play next year, which I mean,
no one thinks he is.
No one thinks he is. And even if he did, I mean, he's not ready until midway. You still need somebody that year anyway. So, I mean, you can never have too many linebackers anyway. It's a good position to have. Even though it may not be like the most valuable position, it's not as valuable as an edge rusher or whatever, or a corner, you still need the position. So,
and even if you don't draft it, what you're basically trying to say is
you got to protect yourself.
Plan on not having him.
You got to act like
add to your team as if he's not there.
You have to act like you're never going to see him again.
Which has not typically been the Cowboys' approach.
No.
The Cowboys' approach has typically been...
You mean Jalen Smith?
No, but the Cowboys' approach has typically been more to just say, we got him coming back. Like, they turn it optimistically.
Free agency!
Like, we're going to get even better. Are you kidding me? Like we're just going to assume he's coming back. But Overshown, there's...
Just, by the way, does that thought make you sick, or you get it and understand and agree?
No, I understand. Like, I mean, if he's not going to play next year, you need somebody to take starter reps at linebacker. So, I mean, they're going to have to acquire somebody. And a linebacker is one of those positions where you're always kind of rotating guys out. God knows it's not going to be Damone Clark, who was inactive this week. Played one snap before that. I think he's played...
Wasn't that who Zimmer, loved in Oxnard?
He does not love him anymore. And I don't think Damone Clark loves this team anymore, to be honest. I think it's been a tense few weeks here for Damone Clark. He wants to play, and he's not getting that opportunity. But Overshown is... Look, there's still rawness to his game. And he played so many different spots at the University of Texas, and they're asking him to do more things now of, they're using him as an edge rusher at times. They're using him as a linebacker. He played in the secondary at Texas at times. In fact, I think he got to Texas as he had played safety in high school. And so he's all over the place. And so this is the first time he's really committed to this is your position and this is what you're learning. And that's one of the reasons they liked him, is because when he finally committed to linebacker at Texas, they saw, there's room here to grow and we can do more things with him. He can get even better. And so there's still moments where it's not as clean or whatever else, but there's nobody on that defense. Nobody. Micah, Eric Kendricks, DeMarcus Lawrence, nobody else. No one has better natural instincts than DeMarvion Overshown. It is how fast he sees it, processes it, and can go. It's so rare. And it was on display again against the Bengals. And I just realized maybe that's why I was depressed watching it back. I was watching more Big Cat stuff. But it was on display against the Bengals. And it sucks that it happened the way that it did. But he was really impressive in this game, doing a lot of different things in coverage that was really solid, which has been kind of hit or miss for him. But the way that he just can quickly see something and cover over other people's mistakes because of how quickly he sees it and can get there, they're going to miss it. And it was on display again against the Bengals. There is a silver lining of the DeMarvion Overshown injury. More snaps for Marist Liufau. Liufau's been, we haven't talked enough about him. I think
more face mask grabs.
He was one of the ones who was like, if they don't see it, then if a tree falls in a forest. Okay. He's one of these guys who, when he got picked, there was a lot of that he wasn't supposed to go that high. Nobody, I read this draft guide said he was, in the 6th round or the 5th round or whatever else. He's one who they were really excited about the energy that he plays with and the different, kind of like Overshown, the different positions he had played at Notre Dame and done things. And so they felt like he's really high IQ. He knows everybody's responsibilities and he plays really aggressively. And a defense that was really shaken when Overshown went down, across the board. And McCarthy talked about it. Everybody on the sideline, you felt it. Liufau probably felt it the same way. They're close, him and Overshown. Liufau, though, went out there and played undistracted. You saw him doing the things that Overshown does, seeing it quickly, reacting, firing through the gap, making the play. And the energy level that he plays with, when you get that out of linebackers, that has a tendency to be really contagious. And so his biggest thing is just he's got to see it a little quicker a lot of times. Sometimes he takes a little bit second longer to look at it and see it. And with that aggressiveness, that can hurt you sometimes if you're not totally sure what you're seeing and you're just going. But he was seeing it all really fast against Cincinnati and playing really well. This is really interesting if you look at this. There are 11 Cowboys players this year that have played at least 150 run snaps. So out of those 11, 3 of them, the defense gives up fewer yards per carry when they're on the field versus off it. So the defense as a whole plays better in run defense with just 3 of those 11 who have done that. And Liufau is by far the biggest difference when he's on and off the field. When he's on the field, they give up a full yard less per carry in the run game as when he's off of it. And so they have a tendency. Overshown, for instance, good as he is, they give up about a half yard more when Overshown's on the field than when he's off it. A lot of reasons because...
In the run game or in general?
Run game. A lot of reason because Leofau comes in for Overshown. So that's part of where that discrepancy comes from because Leofau does a good job there. But he played really well.
His overall PFF grade, would you like to guess?
From them, 55.
46.5. That is 152 out of 171 linebackers. The pass rush grade is 68. The run D grade is 57. The coverage grade is 38.
Perfect. All you needed to know. That means he's great. So, Tyler Smith was fantastic in this game. This was a clinic that he put on in run blocking, really across the board. You got Cooper Beebe before he got hurt. It was disappointing he got hurt. He was playing probably his best game of the season before he got hurt.
Concussion.
And he was Beebe, Hoffman, Steele, like all of them working together. I saw John Owning say this yesterday about Hoffman. When Hoffman's in there and that edge that he plays with, that is, again, we talk about contagiousness. That's contagious with them. They all play more aggressive, more violent, and it's shown up in the run game, I think, since Hoffman's got in.
Feels like the backup offensive linemen for the Cowboys this year have gotten more praise than I can ever remember.
Yeah. And it's
like we've talked about Adogo, we've talked about Hoffman, we've talked about Bass.
Mm-hmm.
And before, we're talking about 7, 8 sacks.
Awesome Richards.
Yeah.
People thought he played well. And that's something where it's probably a testament to why unit cohesion, line cohesion is so important. Where it's like you can take 5 guys that maybe aren't your 5 most talented, but that's the best line that works together.
Go look at the pedigree of the early 90s line.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't
it wasn't a bunch of first-round picks.
No, they were, most of them, undrafted free agents or third-round pick or whatever else. But Tyler Smith specifically was fantastic, clearing space for Rico Dowdle, and was just really dominant in the run game. But, I mean, across the board, run blocking was great. Tyler Smith was awful, is my next point.
Excuse me?
Yeah, his pass protection was probably the worst I've seen it all season.
Really? Because when you were saying he was so great, I was like, I remember one clear play where he definitely got beat.
He got worked. I think it's the one where I think it was the first sack that was given up, where he just got right off the snap. Somebody just, I don't even remember who it was, but just swiped his hands away, got around him. This was as bad as he's been in pass protection. And I don't know, you don't normally see, a lot of times you'll see a guy who he's better in run blocking than he is in pass protection, or, reversed or whatever else. You don't generally see games where somebody who's considered pretty good at both just has a massive discrepancy.
It was, I think it was 3rd and 6. Ferguson got flagged for a false start, and then Tyler got beat for the sack, and it turned into, I think, real 3rd and long.
Yeah, and so that was what he had consistent issues all night, where it was something where he just was having issues with his hands, is what it looked like. There were guys they were able to swipe him away, get around him. He struggled a lot there, but in the run game, dominant, just on the other side with the pass protection, it wasn't very good. In fact, that probably contributed to some of their issues in the passing game, more than just Cooper Rush being bad, which he was.
Post-Huck clarity with Bobby's review of Monday Night Football here on The Fan.
And then last, and I think this came across on TV, even though he barely got into the stat sheet, Micha did dominate. Micha was absolutely wrecking their offensive line. It's just, Burrow is, I tweeted one of the clips yesterday and tagged you guys in it. Burrow's ability to just move so subtly away from the pressure, and Micha was clearly frustrated a few different times of
because he was being held.
How am I not getting to him? Well, even when he broke away, it's like he just has these subtle movements and knows how to kind of navigate traffic to where Micha couldn't reach him, and he was getting frustrated. You could see it at the end of plays where he'd be just irritated. But there were a couple different times where Micha looked like, I can think of 3 off the top of my head, where Micha looked like he was going to get a sack. Burrow slide steps and delivers a strike, and Cincinnati gets a new set of downs. And so Micha did a really good job generating pressure.
2nd in the league in pressures this week.
Doing those sort of things and really contributing to making the defense, the pass rush more effective. It's just nobody was finishing in this game. So generating the pressure, you needed sacks. I think that's what Tommy said with us on, was that Monday?
Monday.
Yeah, where he said it can't be enough to get pressures. You're going to have to sack guys. Like you've got to be able to finish these plays, because just pressuring him, he's going to extend plays and keep going.
Well, there's post-hunt clarity from Bobby Roberto Bell, one half of the Love the Star podcast with Brian Broaddus. Perfect segue to Micha Parsons on his podcast last night. This is The Edge, and he was addressing the emotions that you saw on the sideline and with Micha walking off the field.
The frustration is and why I was upset, not only am I the most incomplete competitor, I don't think there's anyone in the world except for some of maybe the top 3 greatest players of all time, like MJ, maybe, RIP Kobe Bryant, but I think I'm in their category of competitiveness. I don't think there's anyone more competitive than me, man. I kind of, and it's heartbreaking for me because I promised y'all, Cowboys Nation, that we would make a run. I was doing everything in my possible manner to make sure we did that. And I wanted to put my teammates in that situation. I wanted to win real bad for our unit, but I wanted to win real bad for, the ownership, the fans. Like, it's so much more. Like, I'm carrying this chip on my shoulder where I want greatness for everyone.
I was expecting to have to pick up your eyes off the floor after hearing that.
Yeah, well, this one's running. So it's just like the allergy run.
You want to say it or me? I feel like I know what you're going to say.
I mean, look, it's a lot of noise, a lot of talking. He's saying the right thing, if you want to call it that. But do we need to hear it every week?
Look, in general, I believe that if you are something, you just let others say it about you. Michael Jordan, we knew he was a psycho competitor. I don't know that Michael came out all the time and was like, I'm the most competitive.
I don't think he ever talked about it.
Same thing with Kobe Bryant. Like, you could tell there was a douchiness to Kobe's Michael copying, but Micha, in my opinion, this might be nitpicking, just way too often has to tell us about what a winner and what a leader he is. If you are truly, truly, truly that, what I notice most times about those individuals, they don't keep telling you that they are. They don't have to keep repeating it. I'm the leader here. I'm the most competitive. I want to win more than everyone. Usually your actions speak for it, but Micha loves throwing himself into a Kobe Bryant conversation and comparison. He loves telling the fan base how much he has to lead and I need to this. Just based upon history of observation, those people do it and people talk about it for them. My opinion.
It's 100% accurate, I believe. We've talked about this a lot over the years that the most the person who says they're the most religious isn't.
Right.
They're the most fraudulent. The person who says that they're the smartest or the nicest or whatever, they're probably not. They're the most fraudulent when it comes to that. The person that says they work the hardest, you don't. You want to, but you don't. It's just the reality of it.
I think he is incredibly competitive. That I do believe that. Like, when you hear him talk about things, he is the thing that I wonder if what he's trying to push and sell is, I think it's nuanced. I think he's very personally competitive. I think he wants to win, but he's trying to sell really hard. Like, I want all of us to be great. I want all of us to win. He's competitive. Like, I want to beat the guy across from me. I don't want to be held to, without a sack.
Yeah.
That makes me mad that I think he is just very mano a mano, one-on-one competitive. I don't know that it's as much like a drive of just like Jordan, where it's like, I can't lose. If I lose, I'm just furious.
Back-to-back texts on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. They say literally the same thing, different numbers. When you're good at something, you tell people. When you're great, they tell you. Back-to-back. Back-to-back.
Love that saying.
Micha is great, though. I do think he's great.
No, he's a great player.
And then other people say this is Gen Z in a nutshell. They need constant validation.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
I'm having an impossible time with power rankings. Impossible for 8 o'clock. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. First, we hook you up for turning it on, leave it on.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Matt Rife at the American Airlines Center on Saturday, March 8th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Around the NFL Power Rankings coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll have that giveaway today, tomorrow, and Friday during the commercial-free Expressway. Now this.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
What is your biggest regret in life? Did you ever do something so bad that you just look back and you regret it?
Dating my ex.
Okay.
Give the floor to Peyton.
I got phone calls. Sorry.
Of course. I mean, I hate that saying. I hate that saying of, I don't have no regrets because you would have led me to this point. Shut up. Yeah. Shut up. That's such a stupid saying. You don't regret anything. You wouldn't do anything different. No, because it guided me on this path. Shut up.
Yeah. So this guy in Salt Lake City, Utah, had a problem with a brand new vehicle. Actually, it wasn't a brand new vehicle. It was a used vehicle. All right, it was a Subaru Outback. Okay, so he decides that he's going to call the dealership and say, I want to return this vehicle. It's got mechanical problems. He had bought it that day. He goes, I want to bring this vehicle back.
Drove it off the lot.
Yep, drove it off the lot. They're like, nope.
Once it leaves the lot.
You bought the vehicle as is.
Yeah.
Well, he said, I'm going to show you how it is as is. And he took that vehicle. You see this video?
No.
He drove it right into the store. I'm going to show you this. He drove it.
What?
He drove it right into the store.
Oh.
Into the dealership.
My God.
Nobody was at the front desk. Nobody was at the front desk.
Tell me he got out and just dropped the keys like a microphone and walked out.
He cursed at him.
Whoa.
They yelled, call the cops.
Oh, my gosh.
And then he leaves.
I wonder if he knew that there was no person standing there.
I hope he did, because that was literally over the front desk.
Wow. Yeah. Where was this?
This is Salt Lake City.
That is unusual, because that's a very religious community that is very big on be nice to everyone.
Well, until all these TV shows, every TV show now is coming out of Salt Lake City because of people violating the rules, drinking Coca-Cola. And
smoking,
TikTok moms, Real Housewives of Salt Lake, a real estate show. Wow, that is incredible. Before you hooked me up with Chevy, Platinum Chevy in Terrell, I was talking to my buddy Jimmy. I almost bought a car off Facebook Marketplace.
Oh,
and I was just all over Facebook Marketplace with the help of a great Tolo friend. And then I heard the story from my boy Jimmy, who was car shopping for his daughter, and I feel like it's a good thing I didn't, because you basically have to go and assess the car in a parking lot,
right?
Unless they agree
to let you take it for 48 hours or whatever,
and a shop and get it checked and examine myself and all that stuff.
And then there's a good chance you never see the vehicle again. Like if you're them, right? You may just walk off with the vehicle.
I'm not going to steal the.
But you are. But that's the risk they would run just by because you're an unvetted person, right?
Yeah.
It could be a fake account.
Yeah.
So this guy knew apparently all the issues.
So how long is that jail sentence going to be for you?
He was booked into jail. He faces charges of felony criminal mischief and reckless endangerment.
Okay.
So whatever. I have no idea. That is.
Hey, you know what though? Since no one died, good for him.
Good for him.
Good for him. You want to rip someone off?
Yeah.
Fix your windows now. Fix your windows to your store.
I bought the TikTok pillow.
Okay, I asked Amanda about this. She lives on TikTok. She had no idea what it was.
Okay. I have no idea what this is.
All right, so
are you on TikTok a lot?
Yeah.
All right, I'll pull up the pillow. It is this very ergonomic cervical pillow for neck pain.
Oh my Lord.
It's got a weird shape to it.
Yeah.
But I'm a side sleeper. So my neck, you'll see me on the fan cam. I am constantly twisting my neck trying to get my verts back in place. Vertebrae, Bobby.
Yeah, I understood.
The what is this, levator? Is that what this muscle is? Levator. Constantly, getting tight. I love it. It's been great.
What is this supposed to do?
I honestly, I don't know. I have no idea. But it's got a spot for your hand because my hand always falls asleep when I'm sleeping because I'm laying on it.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, but now because it's got a spot for your hand, my hand hasn't fallen asleep in the last couple of days.
This is just proof though of what the TikTok algorithm does, because Choppy's sitting here talking about
people like me.
Yeah, but I'd say Chop's talking about oh, the viral TikTok pillow. And it's like, I'm on TikTok all the time. I have no idea what you're talking about. Amanda had no idea what they're talking about. Once TikTok's got an algorithm for you, they're like, nope, we're just putting this in front of your eyes.
What do you think his algorithm is that brought this in front of him?
I know. I would assume you saw this from an article first, didn't you?
I just scroll through and I think I just saw somebody.
He's been targeted somehow.
Exercise, health.
Yeah, exactly.
Be, yeah.
They're like, no neck. He's got something to support him a little bit.
That's exactly what it is. But
This thing looks like it looks like it would take up a lot of space in the bed.
It's small. It's smaller than like it's definitely a queen size pillow. Not like, the king size pillows are longer.
Is it soft? Is it firm? Can you pick?
It's firm. It's pretty firm.
All right.
You can.
What?
Peyton just needs to mark all of this interaction.
Caitlin needs to put this up on the fan cam.
It's got like I haven't delved
We're
into.
talking about pillows.
Yes.
Pillows.
I haven't dealt. You can raise and lower it too. Somehow you can like add foam to it to make it higher or lower. I haven't gotten into that yet.
$70?
No, it was like $20, $30. It was cheap.
Dude, the little TikTok shop too, they're rewiring your brain. They're putting all this stuff in front of you, and then they've got just like, oh look, you can just easily go to the TikTok shop and buy this very thing they're talking about in the video.
Wow.
I had not bought anything off the TikTok shop before that I can remember, but this obviously so far so good. I really do like it.
Sounds like a great gift for the holiday.
There you go. Maybe it is.
Improve your verts as well.
Not your vertical, your vertebrae.
Verbs. Sorry, verbs.
Verts. Airplane rules for everyday life. This is another thing on TikTok. People are embracing airplane rules. Now, what are airplane rules? Well, they are like time is not a thing. So on a normal day, in the morning, you eat breakfast, you got your meals, you drink water. But on an airplane or at an airport, all bets are off. You could drink at any time of the day.
Yes.
Money is not an object because if you got to buy something in the airport, you are spending 5, 6, 10 times. So what is the one airport rule you would like to bring to everyday life? These are the options. Okay. 1, alcohol at any hour of the day is acceptable.
You already do that.
Naps at any hour of the day is acceptable.
We already do that.
Yeah, we do. Dressing however you want because it's comfortable, right? You want to be comfortable on an airplane.
We already do
We're
that.
living an airport life.
Yeah.
That's what I'm finding out.
Money is no object.
Bobby.
Make it rain.
Yeah, and dinner for breakfast.
That's the one I would like to adopt. I'm tired of being judged
I'm
for
the reverse.
breakfast for dinner.
That's fine. You want to do breakfast for dinner? That's fine too.
Yeah, but why is that fine? But I get frowned upon. My wife has slowly come around to 10:30. It's something like savory instead of just a breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Like in other cultures, there's curry, there's soups, there's dishes that Americans, you gotta have pancakes and waffles and eggs and bacon. That's the way it is here. No, man. Sometimes when I wake up, I'm like, I don't want French toast. I don't want scrambled eggs. Give me a leftover sandwich. Give me a piece of pizza, something like that. Give me leftover chicken nuggets. Give me leftover Chinese food. 10 o'clock in the morning, even earlier than that. That's the one I would like to adopt.
Yeah, that to me as well. Like the money is that will get old real quick. $7 for a water bottle.
Yeah.
You can only last so long on that one.
Why would anyone want to do that?
No,
Why would anyone want to adopt that in everyday life to get ripped off more?
We've already, in the post-COVID world that we live in, we're already dressing differently. Where everybody's dressing more comfortable anyway.
Good.
So that's good. People take naps. People take naps now. Naps are a bigger part of everyday life.
Peyton definitely does.
Yep.
Ask his girlfriend.
Absolutely. And, like the alcohol thing, like I don't really have a desire to drink any alcohol at 8 a.m. I do have a desire for a steak.
So
I could absolutely have a steak at 8 a.m.
So you're a different early eater?
Yeah, I could. I feel the same way. I get pressured into not.
Yeah.
But when I wake up, it's like, all right, let's make some eggs. But what I really want to say, like, I really want that sausage though.
That's a mark.
I've clearly been conditioned because, like, for instance, when I'll bring the steak, egg, and cheese bagels in here, I'm like, yeah, breakfast. If you separated them out and put them on a plate and we're like, steak and egg for breakfast, I'll be like, that doesn't seem like breakfast.
Right.
I know, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't.
Give me some lo mein.
Just chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. You want Dan Orlovsky or you want the time traveler?
Time traveler.
All right, so a time traveler from the year 2582.
Yeah, we already talked about fake religious people.
We're getting along, even though Bobby doesn't want to admit they're aligning week by week, month by month with opinions.
He has 300,000 TikTok followers and 2.5, almost 3 million likes on this video about what he has come back, like I said, from the year 2582 to the year 2025.
The year 2582.
That's a little bit harder to shoot.
And he said, here we go. So there's we're going to have a period at the end of January where all these conflicts around the world come to an end. He calls the calm before the storm, because just a few days later in February, aliens are officially confirmed to be living among us. Okay. And then,
when is the last time one of these idiots has been right and the idiots who believe him? When's the last time?
Literally never.
Literally never. These predictions.
Literally never.
Y2K.
Yeah. He says in April, 2 scientists find the greatest cure to have ever been discovered. Sadly, they'll both go missing. But then, Peyton, this one's for you. In December.
So the scientists who find the 2 cures go missing?
Yeah.
Do we get the cures first?
It doesn't say.
Doesn't even say what they are.
Doesn't even say what they are. Very vague, Bobby. But great news. He says Grand Theft Auto 6 will be released in December.
Oh,
so that's something that you got to look forward to.
Hey, if you knew, if you got a heads up, like Brett McMurphy, if you got a heads up on one thing, that would be a genius way to say, I'll make that one of the predictions. In December, GTA 6 is coming out, and then I'll have others, and then people have to ask themselves, maybe.
So I go, what Jordan are they on? Let's say it's 42, and I go the Jordan 43 next summer.
You find out it's coming out in December. You go Jordan 43 coming out in December. By the way, here's a bunch of other wild predictions, and then people will be like, he was right about Jordan. Yeah. Maybe aliens are coming.
Yeah, people are that stupid.
If Doc Brown came in here and gave you his DeLorean,
Marty,
would you rather go in the future or back in time?
Not even a question. Past.
To make your age younger?
No, just to go do you want to go see what your life is like in 20 years, or do you want to see what life is like in 500 years, or do you want to go back in time?
And do what?
Well, whatever.
Change something?
Yeah, do what Biff did. Start gambling on all the game outcomes you know are coming.
Yeah.
I'm going back in time. It's not even
change something, or you can go see, witness something.
There'd be no worse person to be around than Bobby if he saw his life in the future.
Oh, my God.
It'd be awful.
What is that mole? What is that mole?
Or it'd be I'm supposed to go 20 years in the future, you can only go 13. And I'm like, oh, crap. That'll tell me.
Yeah. Probably backwards.
I don't want to go too far back, because there's sometimes parts of this world that seem like they could be really bad news.
Although if you know certain things, right? If you know that you're finished in 8 years, then you're gonna have a hell of a 7 years.
Yeah, that's
if you
true.
can balance the depression and sadness over the end.
If you knew the exact,
I would drive my car through every dealership. Or the day before.
The day before.
You know what I mean?
If you knew the exact,
spend everything.
If you knew the exact death date, it would be. All right, I got X amount of time left. I'm going to make the most of that.
Yeah.
There's something, Bobby.
This is always one of those common.
I think I go forward.
This is one of those common which one did you choose questions. Would you rather know when you die or how you die?
When? Because if it's how, let's say let's say you're gonna die in maybe it's a vehicle accident. Every time you get in the car, you're freaking out.
Yeah.
Chopping it up every hump day. During the commercial-free expressway, I'm having an impossible time. I need help. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 with Around the NFL Power Rankings now.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
This is really difficult, at least for me this week. It is the Hump Day edition of Around the NFL Power Rankings with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, Phillip, Russell, and Caitlin in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's grade ourselves first from last week.
Last week, Sean Sharif, you had Detroit 1, Buffalo 2,
Buzz,
Philadelphia 3,
win,
Baltimore 4,
bye week,
bye,
Pittsburgh 5,
win. So 3-1-1.
Robert Montgomery Belt,
yes,
Detroit 1, Philadelphia 2, Buffalo 3,
nope,
Green Bay 4,
yep,
and Minnesota 5.
Yep.
Peyton
4-1.
Russell
3-1-1.
Detroit 1, Buffalo 2, Philadelphia 3, Kansas City 4, Minnesota 5. And I had Detroit 1, Kansas City 2, Philadelphia 3, Buffalo 4, and Minnesota 5.
You should be punished just for having Kansas City 2.
So who had the best record?
It was this. I think we were all the same. Except what were you? Were you 4? You were 4-1. He was 4-1, so it's him.
All right.
Well, we all were 4-1. Oh,
no, I was 3-1-1. He was 3-1-1.
Baltimore, yeah. All right, that makes sense.
That doesn't really count, though.
No, I agree.
Cowboys, where are they?
So we reached this point of the season where their analysts have pretty much just settled on you are what we think you are, and we're not shifting you very much. So last week we talked about Dallas was generally between 23, 25, somewhere like that in the power rankings, even though they had won 2 in a row. Well, they lose to Cincinnati. It's like, oh, are they going to get dropped any? Nope. Just about every outlet literally had them in the exact same spot that they put them last week. So ESPN had them at 23, Athletic at 25. So they're basically not moving. They're just saying we kind of determined what these teams are, and you're not moving unless you get a radical shakeup.
All right.
There's only 4 weeks left.
I know. I'm really struggling with this. Let's go 1 through 5. Everyone has the Lions at 1?
Yes.
Yeah, and here's the thing with them. If I were betting, I would say that they're actually even the underdogs to get home field in their own conference. Yet, without a doubt, they've been the best team. But they've got a tough. They play Buffalo. They play San Fran still. They got to go on the road to Chicago still. They play Minnesota.
Nothing.
Where, but Philadelphia has
going to Chicago.
No, but it's on the road. It's an outdoor game, golf with 4-inch hands.
Okay,
it's an outdoor game, and Philadelphia's got an easy schedule. Like all you get if Detroit has one more NFC loss and Philadelphia wins out, Philly's going to get the 1 seed.
I mean, Philly's next 2 weeks they could lose.
They could.
They've got Pittsburgh and Washington.
Yep.
They could lose those games.
Who's number 2 for you, RJ Choppy?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this because I do agree that they are not very good.
He's wearing his red.
But they are flawed, but so is everyone else. Philadelphia can't throw. Baltimore can't stop a nosebleed. Buffalo lays a stinker. And this team is just going to be favored in every game in the playoffs because they're going to be the 1 seeds. I'll just put Kansas City there.
Okay. Kansas City, too. The only reason I'm not going to go as berserk this week about it is because every team except for my number 2 is tremendously flawed and because of their record. But everyone else has major problems. That's why I had such a hard time with this.
Look, it was a number 2 for me. They were in more of a competitive game than they should have been, and they're obviously mounting concerns about their culture and everything else, but it's still Philadelphia. Philly being at number 2, they right there with Buffalo. If Buffalo would have won that game against the Rams, given how Philly played, I probably would have flipped them and put Buffalo at 2, but the loss from Buffalo, we'll get to Buffalo.
There's no shame in losing to the Rams right now. I mean, the Rams are a good team.
Right.
Or at least hot.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, which we'll get to in a sec. But I got Philadelphia number 2.
Same with me. W.I. Payton strikes again. Philadelphia number 2. I mean, they're the only team that I think can actually challenge the Lions and beat them. I mean, look, and they were in the Panthers were in Xavier Legette catch away. If he doesn't drop that pass, the Panthers probably win that game. But I have Philly at number 2.
Buffalo's 2.
Buffalo's 2. Okay.
Buffalo is 2. Shootout against the Rams. The Rams are dangerous. They have the best receiving duo in football. And now the question is, does Cooper Kupp even belong in that discussion? God, I love Puka Nacua. Holy mackerel.
So do you think Buffalo would go into Kansas City and win? That's the problem right now.
Yes.
Like Kansas City's pretty much locked it up. The 1.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing it like right now today.
Yeah.
Maybe things will change for me, with playoff stuff. But I just think Buffalo. I'll change it. Buffalo would beat the rest of the league. Buffalo would get more wins against the rest of the league than Kansas City would. I'll wiggle my way out like that.
Okie doke.
Buffalo 2.
Buffalo 2. All right. So I have Philadelphia 3. They're so good on defense. Their passing game's terrible right now. But I do think, if they get home field, they're going to go to the Super Bowl. If they get home field. And that's it's almost 50-50 on whether they get home field right now. So I think they're very good.
What do you think the odds are in Vegas? Run me down the list of Super Bowl favorites.
Detroit, we won.
Detroit is 1 at plus 275.
Is Buffalo 2?
Nope.
Is Philly 2?
They're tied.
With Kansas City?
Yep. Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. Kansas City's 2 at plus 425. Philadelphia's 3rd at 11-2. Okay. Buffalo 6-1. Then we drop off to 19-2 for the Ravens.
Oh.
Detroit, Kansas City, Philly, Buffalo, according to Vegas.
Yeah, the Kansas City home field is going to throw a wrench into a lot of the odds right now.
Who's the MVP favorite?
Allen.
Allen.
2-9.
Ooh.
And Saquon is 6-1. Lamar's 8-1. Goff is 14-1.
You can't argue with that. I think that's right in line on where it should be. You want to flip Goff and Lamar? Fine.
I don't love ranking anybody past Detroit, to be honest, right now. Number 3, I don't even like to Minnesota.
Ew!
At some point, when you look at I get the fact that Minnesota has not played as well as they did earlier. That this weekend is probably the most impressive victory of the weekend.
Over the Falcons?
It's Minnesota going up against a team that is... Listen.
You stayed up way too way too late at the hospital last night.
It is the
most impressive win with the team who's supposed to be flipping quarterbacks.
Well, if you look at, there wasn't like a whole bunch of big-time wins. So Minnesota doubling up and absolutely beating down a team that's in the middle of a tight division race and needs every game. And they continue to they get their results. And it's not just the results it's not the Kansas City way where they're going to get the fluke thing. They're winning these games and they're beating teams pretty handily in the second half. I don't love it, but they're 11-2 and they keep winning. I got Minnesota.
I think they're the biggest eyesore in the standings when I look and I go, whoa. Minnesota's 11-2? What?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any. I mean, it doesn't seem right. They've won 6 in a row as well.
I know, they have. They had a little 2-game blip.
Who's their GM? I'm tired of talking about their team, quarterback. I love O'Connell. Who's their general manager?
Don't make me say his name. I don't know how to pronounce it. No, it's.
Oh wait.
Yeah, don't make. I can't say the name. I don't know how to.
What, you like Charles Barkley, who can't say?
All right, are you going to say it?
Grady Dick,
Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. Yeah. So I don't even know if that's correct. But that's who their GM is.
So the
Minnesota 3
Raptors general manager of the National Football League.
Yeah.
But we need to start putting a spotlight on that dude.
By the way, guess where he came from?
Africa?
San Francisco. Whoa! No, sir. That'd be Cherry Hill Township, but
it had a very... Did you not get my Raptors reference?
Yeah.
You can't react like that. It sounded like a...
Yeah, it did.
San Francisco.
You guys are cowards.
San Francisco. He came from that San Francisco front office tree.
Okay.
So the John Lynch building.
I'm going to confirm that this guy came from where I said to shut y'all up, to make y'all look stupid. Vikings GM origin. Go ahead, Peyton.
Buffalo is 3 for me. I hate penalizing a team for scoring 42 points the week before, but I mean, it's a loss, and I worry about that defense now, but I still think the Bills are the best team in the AFC. So Bills number 3.
Oh, this was so difficult. So difficult. But I have scratches, I have cross-outs. I'm going to go with the Eagles at 3. Although this Jalen Hurts game log of passing, oh my goodness. 179, 118, and 108 the last 3 weeks. He has not thrown for $180 in almost a month. Ooh. And now what A.J. Brown and Brandon Graham have done is put a big fat spotlight right on Hurts and Kellen. Let's not let Kellen Moore off the hook here either. More on that later for Bobby.
Oh, we will have to get into that later.
What are you squinting about?
Because there's nothing on Kellen. That's why we'll have to get into it later.
Okay. Well, I mean, you just forgot his, stop with L.A. with the Chargers and the great Justin Herbert, too. But Philadelphia 3, begrudgingly. I'm not comfortable about it at all.
At 4, I have Buffalo. There's a couple other teams I thought about here, but there's no shame in losing to Matthew Stafford and when you put up 42 points. There's no shame in that. They're still a tremendous team. They still have the guy who is having the best year of anybody at the quarterback position, and the only one that I think that really has a chance of going into Kansas City and winning. So give me Buffalo at 4.
Yeah, I got Buffalo at 4 as well, and it's just, look, they dominated in a lot of different ways, but they are starting to develop. If you look through the track record of they've had some closer games than they should have against teams that they should have beaten down more, and some of their bigger challenges, they're losing. They got beat down by Baltimore. They lost a narrow game to Houston. They lose this one against the Rams. So, I don't know. There's a question for me. I still think they're good, but Buffalo at number 4.
The Chiefs I leave at number 4 as well. I mean, look, they do nothing impressive, but except win games. I mean, they had the 1 seed basically locked up, 2-game lead over Buffalo with 4 to play. They've won 4 games this year by scoring less than 20 points. I don't know if that's impressive or just stupid. No, it's not. But I have the Chiefs because they have 12 wins at number 4.
Baltimore at number 4. I feel much better if their record was much better. It's one of those teams I kind of look at it and I'm like, all right, they should just be much better. I just feel like Lamar, regular season, still deadly. I wanted to put them at number 3 above Philadelphia. I'll have the Ravens at 4.
I struggled at 5. I mean, I can't say I struggled. Baltimore, I just don't buy them. They're too inconsistent. Pittsburgh stinks. Their best win is a 5-loss Baltimore team. So I begrudgingly put Minnesota there. I don't think Minnesota's very good. I don't love them. I think they'll lose to Detroit on week 18 or whatever, and they'll probably be a one and done in the playoffs. But I get Minnesota.
Ghana for the Vikings GM. Finally found it. So get cultured. Suck it, y'all. I haven't even listened to what you've been saying. It's very hard to find this. Very difficult. It's not in his Wikipedia. Ghana Vikings GM.
By the way, just really quickly, sidestep. Just boiling down Pittsburgh's 5-loss Baltimore team. You got to remember they gave Baltimore those losses. They've also beaten the Chargers and the Commanders. So they've got some decent wins.
Chargers stink. So 5-loss Commanders team and a 5-loss Chargers team.
5 is the Green Bay Packers.
Gosh, I keep forgetting about them.
I know, and
real quick, instant replay showed up on the fan text. Bobby had 2 losses last week because he had the Packers who lost Thursday Night Football.
And no. And this is why, Peyton, it's not even Thursday, and you didn't listen. Who did they lose to?
Detroit.
That's right. Shut your damn mouth. Cut your mic off until I'm done. Green Bay's at 5. Go ahead, Peyton.
Mic back on.
Number 5 for me, the Vikings. I mean, look, it was a last-second field goal is the difference of why by the Lions when they lost that game earlier in October, as why they're not the 1 seed right now. If the Lions miss that kick, don't make it, whatever. They're the 1 seed right now in first place in the North, but unfortunately they're not. 11-2, I had the Vikings at 5.
3-way race for me between Pittsburgh, Kansas City, and now the Green Bay Packers. As every week I get reminded to factor the Packers in. I'll put the Chiefs at 5 because of their defense. That's it. Green Bay, Jordan Love, questionable with the turnovers. I still can't go there with Pittsburgh. I'm sorry. I'm flirting. I'll never commit. But Kansas City 5. So there it is. This week's Around the NFL Power Rankings. Thanks for the text messages. 1-2-5-5-3-1.
Detroit, Kansas City, Philly, Buffalo, and Minnesota.
I got Detroit, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Buffalo, Green Bay.
Detroit, Philly, Buffalo, Kansas City, Minnesota.
Detroit, Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore, and Kansas City. Thanks for being a toll. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. How did the Dallas Mavericks get shut down last night? Is Dirk about to become Tony Romo? And why are people wanting the healthcare shooter to be free? Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Gildas Alexander back at McKenrich. Williams pick. Jumped at by Doncic on a switch three to shoot. Shea does an angle right three that's up. And in there. Cha-ching a Thunder money ball. Shea just rose up and splashed it, baby.
Does he do Thunder Moneyball after every one?
He did it. He did it here in Dallas every time. Cha-ching, another Maverick Moneyball.
And he was radio or TV?
TV. He was
radio first, but right? And then he went to TV.
Yeah, he was TV, and then it was when he left. That's when Followell took over.
Cha-ching a Thunder Moneyball.
Right. And
Matt Pinto and Bob Ortigal.
And then he went to Oklahoma City. I think he started at Oklahoma City at radio too, and then he went to their TV.
He's bitter. He got exiled to OKC.
39 points for Shea as the Thunder eliminate the Dallas Mavericks from the NBA Cup. Defensive clinic from the Thunder against Luka and Kyrie. What are you laughing at?
Why do you have to even say they're eliminated from the cup? Like, I didn't even remember.
The ratings are going to come in, and you're going to end up. You can make fun of it all you want, but we're going to be wrong about the ratings. There's going to be a jump, I bet.
How?
Because last year there was a jump.
Okay, but there's got to be.
There is an importance that people are buying. Not crazy important. We're making fun of it, but Again, it is what it is. The numbers are going to be higher.
Think of how it's already been gamed a little bit. Like they're already like, let's put the Clay return to the Bay Area. That's a cup game, so that'll be one of our cup game ratings. But yeah, they get the Thunder and the Mavericks. That's going to be a bigger game. That's one of those are two of the better teams in the West.
I'm looking at an article from yesterday. NBA Cup TV ratings down 10% through group play. I don't know what that's.
Never mind. I take back what I said. I was right.
I don't know what that's compared to though.
I would assume it's just year to year.
Maybe it's compared to maybe the women's Final Four or something. Could be that.
No, because cup games last year, there was an intrigue about it, and then we're like, oh, it's just the regular season.
All right, let's talk about this Jimmy Butler rumor. Shams Charania came out and said, Pat Riley, he may be done with Jimmy Butler, that the Heat may be willing to listen to offers, and Butler's open to playing for the Rockets, the Warriors, and the Dallas Mavericks. The Heat are open to listening. His agent has indicated in league circles that he's open to destinations that I just mentioned. He prefers a win-now title contender in any trade. Jimmy Butler, Mavericks possibilities.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I like Jimmy. Playoff dog. Regular season puppy.
No, he's a good player.
Yeah, but he'll sleepwalk through games. He'll miss some games, right? He's a playoff monster, though. Right? He's the guy you want on your team. He's a guy to go to in the postseason.
It's taken so much work to feel like we've got the culture balanced just the right way here with Luka and Kyrie. I do not want to introduce the Jimmy Butler factor into this.
Totally agree. Out. Nope. Not happening. And I was very happy to see Mavs Twitter in agreement.
You don't like him as a player, or just the everything?
Well, I'm taking everything into account.
Yeah.
You're not just going to, give away Maxey to get Jimmy. Some trade proposals out there in the trade machine was Clay, Gafford, Maxey, Grimes, Dwight Powell to match the 2 years, $49 million left. And someone's like, well, you can go ahead and replace PJ for Clay. And that was definitely not. So Clay, Gafford, I'll say it again. Clay, Gafford, Maxey, Grimes, Dwight Powell. No. This team is deep.
You would be removing one of their strengths, which is their depth.
Yeah.
Now, Clay is, he's having.
Jimmy Butler's overrated. Let me just get it. Let me get it out of the way. I said this years ago.
What is he rated as?
I think he's rated as what you said, people think of him as a dog.
You don't think he is?
I think he's not dog enough to be a 1. I don't think you can win a championship with Jimmy Butler as your 1 consistent. You can't be a consistent championship contender. Mm-mm. He's weird too. I think we've crossed the line from cool Jimmy to weird Jimmy, and I love that Pat Riley, Jimmy just talks too much. He does too many things. It's okay, just stop talking so much. Pat Riley essentially told him that in the offseason. Why is Jimmy Butler talking about East competitors? You can't stay healthy. I love that Pat tried to put him in his place, and I think it makes sense for them to try to deal him. Miami's not Miami should be a lot better. Miami's got a damn good roster.
They should.
Why aren't they good if Jimmy Butler is this great big dog number 1? I blame a lot of that on him.
He's gone to 2 finals, right?
He went to a bubble finals. That doesn't count. That doesn't
count. Did they play it?
No, we can't kill. Wait. We can't take away from LeBron's bubble title and then credit Miami's bubble appearance.
Are you kidding me? I take away from it all the time.
Look, I agree with you, Choppy. I don't take away from LeBron's bubble title.
Yeah, so I'm going to give right. They gave the trophy away, right? So
and it had its own unique set of circumstances.
Absolutely.
Let me make an analogy. It feels like Jimmy Butler's NBA title finals appearances. I compare them like Eli's.
Oh, that's a good analogy.
Yeah, that's fair because
I compare to the Giants. I knock it and take away from it like that. But man, the Miami Heat, they're just never it feels like it's always kind of a surprise feel. They're never a heavyweight who lives up to it. Last year, they were a high seed. One of those. They were the 1 seed.
They were the 1 seed in 22.
Yeah, in 22.
They lost in the conference finals. They lost in 7 games.
They were.
Boston?
Yeah, when they made the finals, their 2 runs, they were the 6th and the 7th seed.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested. Fan text, you let us know. Frankel and Frankel at 877-881-1053.
The problem with getting him is that you would be removing so much depth. Now,
but I love Bobby's. I love the chemistry point, too. Like, it's there now. It's there. You want to introduce Jimmy Butler to it?
And he and Jared Dudley have history. I was just Googling something around. I'd totally forgotten about this. That brawl when Jared Dudley shoved Joel Embiid in the 2019 playoffs and Jimmy Butler came up and started like trying to wail on Jared Dudley. They went back and forth in the media for a couple days. I mean, Jared Dudley's like one of your top assistants now, and having him coach Jimmy might also be a little awkward.
Sorry, go ahead. You were saying something.
Well, it's just like, also like, do you want to keep, does any part of this, because the other two teams are Houston and Golden State, like, does it add anything
to keep them
away from your competitors? Does that ever factor into any decision you would make?
Not with somebody like that. Like, I'm not willing to just go like, well, maybe I'll jeopardize like our chemistry here because I just don't want Houston getting him. Like that wouldn't be enough for me.
So the
and by the way, Mavs fans are like, we got a poor man's Jimmy and Najee Marshall anyway. Don't need him.
Hey, Najee's been putting in buckets.
Let's see. Jimmy and Luka would clash in practice. Luka likes a relaxed practice. Gotta stop discounting the bubble championship. He's won championship as a number one. If anything, he's underrated. He's a better fit than Clay is here.
Okay, well, there's a hell of a price difference.
There's a hell of a price difference.
If I could trade Clay
and an age difference.
If I could trade him, I'll trade him. But I don't think Pat Riley's accepting Klay Thompson, a package centered around Klay Thompson.
No to Jimmy, not worth the chemistry or the fit.
Did they say Jimmy's won a title?
Yeah, he's not. He hasn't won one.
He has not won a title.
He's been to two, but he's not won. Not trading Gafford. That's the thing. If you were to find a way to remove Gafford from that deal, and you're just giving up Maxey, Grimes, Clay, and then somebody else.
Yeah.
Then
they put Pat Riley in a home.
Yeah, that completely changes the game. Gafford gives you a unique two bigs on the floor at any time. It's a very unique thing in today's game.
All right, so Jimmy Butler is supposedly on the block. Nate Eovaldi is not on the block. 3 years, 75. You are applauding the Texas Rangers re-signing him.
I think it's a great move. You get for $25 million a year, you get a pitcher who owns property in the postseason, on the table. Like, that's what happens. Like, this guy is a playoff monster as a pitcher. He's fantastic. He's always been great in the postseason. He was great with Boston back in 2018 when they won the World Series. He had a tremendous outing in LA, and then of course during the Rangers run, he was fantastic. This was a guy that you had to re-sign. If you just split the difference, right? Let's just look at this. Let's just say you get a healthy DeGrom. Obviously, you have Eovaldi, Rocker, whatever you get from him. Your pitching staff is not terrible. Bradford.
I was gonna ask you guys to grade the projected staff.
It's at least a B plus. Woo! At least a B.
Yeah, that's better than not bad.
We're assuming health.
Yeah, if you're
big assumption.
If you're assuming health, DeGrom healthy, Eovaldi healthy.
Let me go out to Verducci on this MLB Network. Let's see what he's saying.
Team Eovaldi. That's a big thing to buy on the market in pitching today. The average major league team is going to use 10 starting pitchers in the course of a season. Wow. 10. Yeah. So you have to start with 2 whole rotations. Yeah. Having someone you can count on to make 25 to 30 starts year after year at a really good level, not just filling innings. That's huge. And I thought he had a great market. Boston, Baltimore, I thought were great fits for him. The best, stay home in Texas.
Yeah, the good news there for Nathan. The best ability is availability.
All right, that's Tom Verducci.
Right, so let's just look at your top 4.
What do you mean? What are they talking about?
They're talking about best abilities availability. Like, Eovaldi does have like a legit injury history over the last 3 years. I mean, they say you can count on him to make 30 starts. He has not made 30 starts in any of the last 3 years.
If you were to go and just look, DeGrom, Nate, Bradford, and Kumar. Let's just use those because you can throw Malley, Gray, whoever. That's a pretty solid top 4.
Yeah.
And if you were to just split the difference between 2023 offense and 2024, right? Let's say 2023 was a little bit of an outlier and 2024 was an outlier. Let's just give me half of that.
Okay.
The American League, outside of the Yankees, which are still pretty good, and they're probably going to get somebody else because they just got Max Fried. Now, that's a good pitching staff. Baltimore is going to be worse. They're going to lose Burns. Toronto's nothing great. They never perform up to what they should. Boston is still, I think, a year or two away. Seattle has no money. Houston is looking to, they're going to lose Bregman most likely, and they're looking to trade Kyle Tucker. Cleveland, they're a paper tiger. They got, their offense isn't great. Their relievers are tremendous. They play solid defense, but they're not they don't scare you. Are you worried about Kansas City? Yeah, Kansas City's going to be good. Again, the American League is so up for grabs. It is so open. If you get these four guys, let's just say they each make, I'm not even going to say Jake DeGrom makes 25 starts. You can't say that. All right, but let's just say the rest of them make 25 starts or more, and you get a split the difference between 23 and 24 offense, you're a playoff team.
They also traded for Jake Berger, who hit 250, 29 home runs last year with the Marlins. Sandler texted. Rangers needed power. He's pre-ARB, arbitration.
Yeah, he's got 4 years of team control.
Can hit fastballs and home runs. Position flex helps. Clears way for them to trade Low if they want. Doesn't walk much. Very aggressive. Nate Lowe will be on the G-Bag Nation today with the Rangers drive that's taking place. So that is what's happening on your home of the Rangers. That is us, 105.3 The Fan. Which potential NFL head coach openings are most attractive if you're only considering the quarterback? This sounds like a fight with Roberto in Below the Belt Hump Day edition right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is the fan text and all those faded number 9 Cowboys jerseys actually correct about Dak Prescott and how attractive this job is here in Dallas? Let's talk about it. Charles Robinson had written over at Yahoo Sports.
And by the way, side note, the reporter, I think he's out of Carolina. I don't know. Choppy is connected with him on social media. Says Belichick yesterday accepted the Carolina job. He's waiting on them to say yes.
Yeah, they got to sign off on the prenup, and then he's
the Belichick Bible.
Exactly. He's willing to go over there and do it. All right, so Charles Robinson was taking a look at the different jobs that are coming open, and specifically it was after Chicago had made the move to fire Matt Eberflus. And when they got out there and they were talking about what made it, you remember they had said it was the most coveted job in the NFL. They called Chicago that.
And Albert Breer thinks Ben Johnson wants the Bears job, or said that last year.
Yeah,
last year.
And so Charles Robinson had decided, look, he thought about it. He's like, okay, let's just look at it from what is the number one thing a lot of teams look for when they're talking about winning. That's just the quarterback position, whether it be the quality of the quarterback you have, the potential to reset the position because of draft capital, how easy it is to get out of the financial constraints of your current deals, everything like that. So he decided to take the 7 jobs that he deems most likely to be looking for new head coaches next year. And the Cowboys are in it, despite all the praise from Troy Aikman and Mike and everybody else. And he decided to rank these just based off of quarterback situation alone. I'm not even looking at anything else, just all that factors into it. Salary cap, draft picks, everything. So these are the 7 teams that he has listed on here. Chicago Bears, obviously. We also know New York Jets have already fired their head coach. New Orleans Saints have already fired their head coach. So the other ones are the Dallas Cowboys, Jacksonville Jaguars, Las Vegas Raiders, and then the New York Giants. So that's the group of 7 that you're looking at. Now, just off the top of your head, which one stands out to you as like that's the most attractive spot if you're just talking about building with a quarterback?
Well, I can't answer that quickly, Bobby, because I have to go to Tankathon. And I have to see where these individuals are picking.
Well,
and
2 of them are not taking a quarterback.
And then you have to...
Or 3 of them.
3 of them are not taking a quarterback?
Right, Chicago, Jacksonville, and Dallas.
Well, now let me get to my original point, which is better than yours, because I was going to go to Vegas and the Giants, who are on this list, at 1 and 2. How much do you believe in the quarterbacks coming out? If you love Shedeur Sanders, then I would rather have that job with Shedeur than Dak here right now, with money and injury factored in. Who are the top 2 quarterbacks in your mind?
In the draft?
Yeah.
Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
And Shedeur, look, because of my stuff with Will, I think it sounded like I don't think Shedeur's good. I think Shedeur's good.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a reason why the most common comp you hear from people who have watched him is they say he's Geno Smith, which Geno Smith is a good player, but Geno Smith is not like, that's your franchise building quarterback you take at number 1.
Yeah.
The Saints would be picking 10. I don't know if that draft pick is enough to entice me with that player over Dak. I'm crossing Jacksonville out. I've never liked Trevor Lawrence, and I definitely don't like him more now.
You liked him coming out of college.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was the chosen one.
Fair.
And then the New York Jets would be drafting at 7. Is that high enough for you to be enticed with that quarterback over Dak?
I would not sign up with that franchise.
Just the quarterback, though. Forget
just
Woody Johnson.
Only quarterback exercise.
So quarterback in terms of financials to work around the quarterback, everything else.
The quarterback is a 41-year-old who may or may not be there.
Well, he's not going to be there. So what are your answers to this?
Number 1 is Chicago. Easy. And then number 2.
I mean, how are we grading Caleb's rookie year?
He's got the last few weeks. I think he looks like he's settling in a little bit. The Thomas Brown switch has been helpful for him, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even if we graded it a little bit on the lighter side, there's still an upside there, a massive upside.
Mm-hmm.
So I would put him number one.
Okay.
I would put whoever has the number one pick. You said the Raiders right now?
Yes.
Then I would put them 2.
Okay.
All right, so I would put Chicago 1, Raiders 2. I don't think Trevor's great, but he's still young enough. It's only year 3-ish for him. So there's a lot of up. Right.
Isn't this year 5?
No, I don't. I first of all, the Urban Meyer year doesn't count. So I think this is year 4, right? This is year 4.
Yeah, so okay, it's 4.
Yeah, that's still very, very. There's still a lot of upside there. I put that 3.
Woo. Okay.
I'm not a. I'll put Cowboys 4, and then order of draft Giants.
So the Giants picking second?
Yeah, I'm not, because first of all, I don't know that the Giants are going to take a quarterback.
Let's assume they take a quarterback. They have to take a quarterback.
Yeah, I like Shador, but I like Dak better.
Okay.
Right.
And Cam Ward?
I like Cam a lot, but that's why I put the Raiders too.
Oh, because you have the Raiders taking Cam.
Yeah, I have the Raiders taking Cam.
Okay. So Cowboys 4. Bob?
I don't hate the idea of. I think given where this draft class is, I wouldn't put somebody up there really high as just like, oh, that's the job I'd want because I got a high draft pick and the quarterback is there, because I don't think that's as worth it. So I would have.
Let's just, for the sake of this exercise, give the Raiders Shador.
Okay.
And give the Giants Cam.
Oh, no.
For the sake of this, because we all think right now, like the tea leaves, social media makes it seem like the Raiders would take Shador.
Okay, I would.
Let's just say Cam Ward goes to the Giants.
All right, in that case,
and Travis Hunter falls to whoever.
I would take the Giants.
The Giants
as a more preferable job over the Raiders, because you're talking about you've got Malik Neighbors, and so to me, I would go. So for
list the teams over Dak.
I would go. Chicago is 1. Number 2 would probably be.
Out of the Giants.
It might be Giants at that point, and then I would say Dallas.
Okay,
is the way that I would go with it,
and then
Jacksonville right there, and then.
All right, so you're not bailing totally on Trevor.
No, because I mean
you would rather bet on you would take Jacksonville over the Raiders with Shador.
Yes. Yeah.
So Trevor over Shador.
Yes.
Okay.
The upside of Trevor over what I feel like is
there's still upside there.
Yeah, some wiggle there. But Raiders would be next. Raiders would be next on that behind Jacksonville.
So this is real quick. This is Kuiper's big board of quarterbacks. Shador, Cam, Milroe, Beck, Aller, Ewers, Nussmeier, Rourke, and Indiana. Dart, and then Gabriel. I mean, Dart and Rourke. You could throw a dart at Dart late.
I will say this: if you want an idea of where this class is, and I know a lot of people think Jalen Milroe has improved and everything else, a lot of people think Jalen Milroe will go top 20 as a quarterback, and I mean that's kind of the quality of the quarterback class this year.
Yeah, when I hear Milroe, Ewers, and Beck, I don't full puke, but I threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, you just had to choke it down a little bit.
So both of you have the Cowboys in the 3 or 4 range.
Yes. Where do you have them?
I'll go Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will go. I haven't watched Cam Ward as much. I'll go Raiders. I'll go Giants.
Ooh.
And then I will go Cowboys. I'm not going Trevor Lawrence over Dak. And the rest of that quarterback depth is not enough to make me go with. I'm trying to think who else on this list with like the Jets.
Right,
the Jets would drafted 7.
All right, so let's go through the way Charles Robinson.
And my biggest Dak concern, by the way, injury has now moved to the top of the list.
It's there.
It's not ability. It's injury. I'm really worried. He already can't run. This doesn't seem like it's going north.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Now, you want to go from Charles' list 1 through 7 or 7 through 1?
7-1.
Okay, the worst job, according to him, of all these, I think we'd all agree with this, but it's the Jets. That if you're just looking at the quarterback situation, Rodgers is old, a lot of money tied up, really difficult. Number 6, he says, the Saints with Derek Carr. Said health is moderate to slightly declining, performance is average to declining, and Carr has a $50.1 million dead cap charge that they have to work around. Behind them, they have Jake Haener and Spencer Rattler. Those are the guys they have there.
Fresno State, Jake Haener?
Yes, and New Orleans is going to be picking, like you said, 10 or wherever they were at right now.
10.
And that's not, and it's not even like a really heavy quarterback class. Number 5.
You could get one.
The Giants. He has the Giants at 5 because of the Daniel Jones cap hit. That the Daniel Jones dead money sitting there, and that they essentially have no quarterbacks on the roster at all right now. And that
I thought we were just doing this based upon who the quarterback is.
Yeah, right.
No,
but
you're tying cap considerations and everything.
You're tying in the quarterback cap charge. So the fact that his dead money's still there, or what they have the flexibility to do
may
with their
move Dallas further down the list, maybe.
Hater. Number 4, smack dab in the middle. The Dallas Cowboys. This is what he writes. He said the health is declining. The performance is high but declining. And he says that the money is obviously really intense. This is his write-up. He says, it's going to look controversial to have Prescott and Dallas below the likes of Jacksonville and the Raiders, but there are reasons. First, Prescott has had a significant injury every season since 2020. This year, he sustained his second season-ending lower body surgery of the past 5 years.
A significant injury?
Oh, yeah. You don't think that's a significant injury he had?
With this one? But every year since 2020, he's had a significant injury?
I mean, think about it. He broke the ankle in 2020.
Yeah.
21, was it? Yeah, 21, he had the calf injury, which completely
5
altered.
games, right?
No, that was he missed the bye and a game, and then he came back and he was awful. He couldn't play well the rest of the season. It was lingering the whole rest of the year. And then 22 was the broken thumb that kept him out 6 weeks. 23, he didn't have anything 23, so that was wrong. But then this year he has the hamstring issue. He says that he's a great leader, good player, concerning health, terrible contract that will be inescapable and frustrating in comparison to how much work has to be done to make the conditions perfect for Prescott to play at his near 2023 MVP level. Sometimes it's better to have a clean slate than this, or a slate burdened by salary, but still some youth to turn it around. And then the rest of this list, number 3, he has Jacksonville. Kind of a similar situation as Dallas. He looks at it as it's just there's less health questions with Trevor Lawrence. Number 2 is the Las
especially
Vegas.
that shoulder that just happened.
Number 2, the Las Vegas Raiders, which he says is just tied to you can completely start over there however you want the quarterback position to look. That's what's beneficial about the Raiders. And then number 1, he agrees with the Bears. It's Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears.
Below the belt, Hump Day edition. Thank you. That's my son, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I was like, my girl can't talk yet. It sounded like a girl, though. Ollie, love you if you're going to school. Speaking of daughters, have you ever made the mistake of dating or fooling around with the boss's daughter? College football kegger. Final hour, Hump Day edition is next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. It feels like we're flying through the weeks, flying through the days, getting to Christmas very, very fast. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. Thanks to all of you listening, radio, Odyssey app, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40 this morning. But RJ Choppy with some leftover beer in the college football kegger.
Some more beer in the keg. would you ever date, or why would you ever date the boss's or the coach's daughter? Or son, if it were be. Ole Miss is losing Walker Howard. He is transferring to ULala, Louisiana Lafayette.
Need y'all stories, too, on the fan text of running around with the boss's child.
So the speculation is he was a 5-star recruit. He was the second-ranked quarterback in the 2022 class.
Yeah, before Brian Kelly ran him off.
Right. So he reportedly dated Landry Kiffin. Now, Landry is the daughter of Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. And apparently she played a major role in keeping her dad at Ole Miss when some other coaching opportunities opened up, like the Auburn job, right? Yeah, last year. The Auburn job opened up.
Now,
jobs.
How did she play a role?
Because she was going to school there, I think. So she was like, just stay here. And look, I mean, they're a good team, and it's a good program. They don't have a ton of NIL money that, like, say, a Florida would have or something like that because there's no Fortune 500 companies in the state, but they're doing the best they can. Well, here we go. He was dating Lane Kiffin's daughter, and he spent the 21st birthday together. Well, it looks like he and her are no longer dating because why else would he up and hit the transfer portal?
Now,
what's that look for, Bobby?
Nothing.
How great would the player have to be for you to turn your head the other way as a father? How much of a sellout would you be if you are getting the chosen one?
Yeah.
Andrew Luck is playing for you, or Tim Tebow is playing for you, and decided I'm going to put the virginity to the side. And you are going to turn your head the other way to win some games.
Look,
no.
I think college, there are some that are pure, but I think in general, college coaches do have a blurred line of a moral compass.
It's a very nice way to put it.
Right? I think they have to.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure, especially at Baylor.
Right, but but I mean, they operated in a world for 100 years that was paying kids under the table.
Yep.
You know, it's always been shady. They're preying on 17-year-old kids.
Yep.
You're not the most, moral person out there. So I think for college coaches, it's probably a lot easier.
Look, here's the only way to justify doing this if you're this kid. If you are this great, you're the man, and you're like, I can go any damn where college I want and be the starter.
5-star kid. I mean, he was number 2 graded quarterback of the class.
I'd have the attitude as this young kid of, you got to accept it. I'm not going to run away from your daughter. You got to accept it if you want my greatness here, Lane. Otherwise, I'll head on over somewhere else because I'm that damn good.
So he basically, what happened is, he started at LSU, then he went to Ole Miss, and he's like, now he grew up in like Lafayette, Louisiana, so he just basically went home. Right, so he's going to go play at ULala, and you could make, if you're good, the way it is today, you can make the NFL from anywhere.
Yeah, well, it's like yesterday, I'm sitting there watching First Take laugh at Jerry Jones for questioning the punt block. And then the next segment, they have the number 1 basketball recruit in the nation, 2025.
BYU.
This kid sits down and picks BYU. Yeah. And I was like, what world am I living in?
BYU apparently has a really good NIL program. I think the kid.
Apparently.
I think he's from Utah anyway.
Yeah.
So, but I think but they've got a really good NIL program, and
wouldn't you have to be? If you're a top recruit going to BYU, don't you have to live in Utah? Like, there's no other reason why you would ever pick that school.
Unless
they just crack you over the head with a safe.
Yeah, unless you really like the mountains. Like, it's because it's supposed to be really, Carter's been there, right? It's supposed to be really gorgeous out in Provo.
Yeah.
But, so, yeah, you could, like, from a scenery standpoint, maybe you're really big into snowboarding, which, if you're a basketball player, I hope you're not.
Yeah.
Right? The last thing you want to do is go running down a mountain.
But it was like,
to do a catwalk and run into a tree.
It was like North Carolina, Kansas, BYU, and I'm like, and then Ben, he brings out the BYU gear. I was like, oh.
By the way, Walker Howard is old. If he gets through his senior year, he will be a 24-year-old rookie quarterback. He's 21 right now as a sophomore.
Kenny Dillingham, or let's rag on Penn State. What do you want?
Dillingham.
Yeah. All right.
I love this guy now.
I love this too. Kenny Dillingham versus Kirby Smart. Now, they're not going to play. The only way these two would meet in the college football playoff is that they made the national championship game. But this is the difference in how you look at the transfer portal. So defensive back Kamari Wilson announced his intention to enter the portal prior to the Sun Devils college football playoff campaign starting. And Dillingham goes on social media 2 days ago and says, one of the best teammates and most physical players we have on our team, absolute joy to coach, fired up to keep coaching you through the bowl and the playoff. So totally cool. He's like, we're going to let him keep playing, all that stuff. Well, the same thing happened with Georgia. And Kirby Smart reacted this way. No status that I'm aware of. We're worried about the guys we're going to play Texas with. I'm not dealing with it. I'm worried about my team. I've learned in this thing, you worry about the players that are with you, not the ones that aren't. I'm worried about my team, yada, yada, yada. And that is just the difference in the two types of coaches. You've got the coaches that are like, you're either with us or you're against us, and if you enter the transfer portal, you're not playing. Or you're Kenny Dillingham, and he's like, you know what? Go do what's best for you. You're still welcome to play for us in the bowl game. I'm proud to coach you. You're awesome.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
There's a
difference in a position of power too. Kenny Dillingham, by doing that, I believe recruits more people like he can't afford to be like, screw off.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart is like,
absolutely.
Yeah, you leave us and we're just going to replace you with the next 5-star.
We have 10 NFL draft picks a year.
Yeah.
Right? That's about what they put out, about 6 to 10 guys every year in the NFL draft.
Yeah, it's kind of like BYU in Kansas.
Absolutely.
BYU is probably like, please, yeah, we'll ban Cokes from the facility. And Kansas is like, all right, next one. We'll just have Bill Self in another type of investigation.
It is very much like bunker, though, with Dillingham. But that's because he is so bunker mentality. It's us. Well, if he says he's leaving, I'm surprised that he would. That's why I think, to your point, it's more just about the position of power you're in.
Yeah.
He was hilarious. A hot mic caught him a couple weeks ago at the end of the Arizona game where they're kicking their ass. And he turns back. He's hearing some chirping from Wildcats fans, and the TV picked it up at the end of the game when they're in the red zone. He goes, y'all shut your mouths or I'm going to score. He's like, if you don't shut up, I'm going to score again.
College football kicker continues here on 105 through the fan. Real quick, Carson Beck, it looks like he's going to be out for their first round game. They play the winner of Notre Dame, Indiana. They don't know beyond that. I think the next game after that would be January 10th, so he would have almost a month before they would play a second game.
Who would be better off with their backup quarterback, Georgia or Texas, for the playoffs?
Texas, I just don't know.
That was the point of the question.
No, I know. I'm saying to me, I don't think it matters for Georgia. Like Georgia, it feels like they're
good. They're a good team. They're really good.
Their quarterback is a role player at Georgia. And to me, I think it's just they go, all right, throw that quarterback in there. We're still going to play our game. We're going to win.
They fixed their running game, and they ran the ball okay.
I mean, ETN's back.
Yeah,
so.
but they had blocking issues.
Yeah, but in general, I think Georgia, it matters less. Texas, their quarterback play is going to matter to what kind of success they have. And so to me, I think I'd rather have Georgia's situation, I guess. What?
Oh, yeah. I saw it, too. That's what Bobby was smirking at earlier when I asked him.
Bobby sending text messages during the segment.
All right. So
Troy Hughes would appreciate it.
Yes. So Penn State. This is interesting. Of course, Penn State is hosting a playoff game. They're hosting SMU, right? They're about a 9.5-point favorite the last I checked. 9-point favorite. Well, it's obviously the home game. And they're projecting that each home game for these schools, so for Texas, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Penn State, that's about $10 million of revenue, right? That you get to keep. That's an extra game. Well, the problem that Penn State's running into is there is some controversy that the student body is really upset about. The student body is claiming that Penn State is keeping the students away from getting tickets so they can sell them to the general public at a higher cost. So students get their tickets so some schools, like for us, we paid a flat fee, whatever it was, $200 a year, whatever, and you got all your tickets, basketball, football, anything you wanted to go to, you just went and got a free ticket and you went. Some schools you make you pay. Penn State, they make you pay like $25 a game for the students. Obviously, they're much more expensive that they're going to sell. Penn State is claiming that the students could have requested tickets until November 29th. Now they're saying that the students did not request any tickets or did not request their full allotment, and they have found 5,000 more seats to just sell. And the students are like, whoa. We requested them, and we were denied in the lottery. So now the question is, what do you do here? Because you are doing...
So would Penn State be willing to maybe sacrifice some home field advantage for revenue? I mean, unless you're assuming that all those tickets sold are going to Penn State fans.
And they likely would be a large, at least 75% of those would be going to Penn State fans. Yeah. And it's only an extra 5,000. But, are those fans going to be as loud as the students? The students, there's a reason why.
That's why college football is what it is. It's now that I've been, to a Vanderbilt game. Well, it's the student crowd.
Right. Like there's a reason
that's what college football is.
Right. When you get into overtime, when you're playing at home, and you lose the toss, and the other team gets to decide whether they want the ball or defense, and you pick the side of the field, they always pick the side of the field the students are on. Always.
They've got the Dan Wetzel over at Yahoo had looked at what the cheapest ticket was to get into all these games. It's SMU Penn State on StubHub. It's $122 to get in. Clemson, Texas is $310. Tennessee, Ohio State is $344. Indiana, Notre Dame is $1,065.
Indiana, Notre Dame, 1,000.
I mean, you have both schools.
I guess it's because it's the in-state thing.
Yeah, well, you have road. Both programs keep raising the prices.
I mean, that costs more for Indiana, Notre Dame than the other three games combined for their cheapest ticket.
Wow,
that's a lot. And look, Notre Dame. It's a great setting. It's a very rich alumni, like super rich. You're sitting in a parking lot at Notre Dame Stadium. For tailgating, let's say you get there 6 hours before. All you see is nothing but Gulf Streams landing at the airport.
Really?
One after another, for like 6 hours lead up to kickoff.
Wow.
Crazy.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have NFL overreactions or not, and what is going on with the Randy Moss and Brett Favre stories. Audio you have to hear next on Sean and RJ. But, fellas, it's the holidays.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Was it Pre-Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, there's some ugliness going on with former NFL legends as we go around the NFL here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Let's start off with Randy Moss, who a couple of weeks ago said on ESPN that he was dealing with some internal issues. I thought it was just like an eye issue or something. Well, Larry Fitzgerald Sr., would you like to give the background, RJ, on Larry Fitz Sr.?
He's a media member. I've met him a few times at the Super Bowl Radio Row, and so
I thought you were going to reference where I thought we met him with Chris Arnold at the Super Bowl party.
Touchdown. Well, we did do that. I completely forgot about that. Those Super Bowl parties, I don't really remember. But
neither does Bobby.
There is
I remember too well.
So they don't really have these cages anymore. But when I first went to the Super Bowl in 2008, they had these cages set up. Right? They looked like lockers. And Larry's dad was the only one sitting at these things because they used to be the computers they would provide for you. Larry's dad never brought a laptop with him. I know
he's a long time, I believe, Minnesota reporter.
Minnesota,
yeah.
He was obviously he's an older guy. He never bothered with it. He was the only one that was using these computers, and they finally took him away. But apparently, he was at a conference, and at that conference, word leaked out that Randy Moss was sick. But the details of the illness really leaked out. And then he decided to post about it.
Oh, you want me to read it? Get yourself in trouble.
I thought that was just dramatic.
Just heard that Vikings Hall of Famer Randy Moss has liver cancer. Let's show the power of prayer and pull Moss through this. I love you, Randy. That is from Larry Fitz Sr. That obviously goes viral. Well, Randy's son Thaddeus came out and said, "This is disgusting," writing to Fitz Sr. "You have no right to try to make private matters public for the sake of engagement. I do not believe my father talks to you, so check your effing sources." And then Brett Favre
posted something on his Instagram about the same thing. Devastated to hear this news about Randy Moss.
Brett wrote, this is on Twitter, "Just heard the news that Randy Moss has liver cancer. Prayers to him and his family. Will always be one of the all-time greats. Definitely on the Mount Rushmore." Well, Thaddeus took a different tone towards Brett than he did Fitz Sr. "Brett, the support is appreciated. Truly, this is not true. My father will address the world when he is ready to." So I guess he's blaming Fitzgerald Sr. for kind of breaking it and not as mad at Brett Favre for repeating it.
Once it's out there kind of thing.
Yeah, just like you're going to get mad at the person who spreads the misinformation if that's what it is, rather than go after somebody who I was just going off the information and wishing him well.
Yeah, right. So that's story number one. Story number two also involves Brett Favre. And
who did he rob this time?
This pains me. He robbed Mark Gastineau. This pains me here to have to defend Brett Favre, even though I do feel bad about Brett's current physical condition. But this is Brett Favre at a card trade show being confronted by Mark Gastineau. Mark Gastineau is the guy who used to hold the sack record before Michael Strahan said it. Of course, everyone believes that Brett Favre took a dive, allowing Michael Strahan to go and get sack number 22. Now, Gastineau was in attendance for this. He was smiling, right? Kind of his moment in the sun as well, kind of remembering. So Strahan finished with 22 and a half. Gastineau had the record. Well, I guess ESPN is doing some type of piece on this.
It's called the New York Sack Exchange. It's a 30 for 30, maybe a 30 for 30 short.
That's a great name.
Yeah,
that is a great name.
The Sack Exchange.
The New York Sack Exchange.
Well, cameras are rolling when Mark Gastineau confronted Brett Favre.
We met a long time ago. At least I saw you.
I want to get my sack back, dude.
You probably would hurt me.
Well, I don't care. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You really hurt me. You hurt me, Brett.
We got to get back to this, Brett. I'm sorry.
Anybody will tell you Brett Favre took a dive. And you know it. She knows it. He knows it. And everybody knows it. I didn't know what had happened. The NFL should have stopped that and said, listen, no. That's not a sack. He took my record away from me.
Mark Gastineau's record of 22 sacks in a single season, which he achieved in 1984, stood until the final minutes of the 2001 season.
So that's the awkward clip of Gastineau finding Favre and confronting him. Who wants to do it? Or are you going to be silent again and make me do it?
I think. Okay, so
come on.
Favre going down was stupid. I was angry at the time that he did it.
Yeah.
It was like, don't gift it to Strahan. He's
let me give a hot take because I went and rewatched it yesterday. What's that?
Fake.
Fake what?
This is fake.
Oh, you think this is fake?
This is made for the 30 for 30.
Okay, well, my hot take was going to be, I like the Brett Favre quote-unquote dive. I don't think we should be calling it out as much as it has been. He kind of ran into
Strahan anyway.
Right, Strahan anyway.
He was going to get him anyway. And how many times
he
have we
took
seen
the Peyton Manning dive?
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Manning, Brady, they all did this. They all dove down.
Yeah.
It was like we see the walls crumbling.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna get hurt.
Right, because the way it was portrayed and talked about for all time is Favre gets the shotgun snap
and runs right into him.
Like
I'm gonna give you this sack.
I'm gonna give you this sack. And it looked like he turned and Strahan was there and Favre went down.
Yeah.
To avoid a bigger quarterback hit.
It's just
That's my first hot take. My second hot take, you want to counter that? You want to dispute it, Bob?
No, so just a little bit. Like, it technically looks like a slide. Like, it looks like a get. Like, I don't think even statistically it should count as what. But you throw the ball away. Like, he was outside the pocket, wasn't he? I'm trying to remember the play. I was trying to pull it up.
You got to look at the video review. The second hot take, Mark Gastineau, man, get a life. Shut the hell up, you freaking crybaby. Good God, you look like a whiny brat. NFL, you should take it away. The NFL shouldn't even count it.
You hurt me.
You hurt me. You hurt me. Shut up. Good gosh, man.
Look, I understand why he'd be upset because
Favre followed up and explained some good memorabilia points. Favre went on Twitter, said at no point, I love how the PR guy was like, Brett, we gotta do something else here. He like ushers him off. Favre says at no point was I thinking about hurting Gastineau. Maybe it crossed my mind to help Strahan. I didn't think it through. That wasn't my forte at the time. I understand how Mark feels. We played a brutal game. And during an era where, we didn't make generational money, I see now how being the sack king would elevate his value at card shows, strengthen his case for the Hall of Fame, increase his demand as a public speaker. And then he goes into this apologetic tone that Mark Gastineau guilts him into.
But I would think Mark Gastineau's
Favre shows more contrition here than to the whole state of Mississippi.
to the welfare recipients.
I would think Mark Gastineau's career would be enough for whatever's out there. He held the sack record for a long time. He also had
it like 30 years.
He also had a very decorated boxing career after.
I wouldn't call it decorated.
Oh, you wouldn't?
Guys took dives for him.
Oh, wait, hold on. Say that again?
Guys took dives
for Mark Gastineau in his career?
I know nothing about this.
Dude, Mark Gastineau's first fight against Derek Dukes when he became a professional fighter. Derek Dukes later admitted, I took a dive. I was paid to take a dive. And there were a bunch of fighters who came out after later who were like, we were paid to take dives against Mark Gastineau. And this was way before Strahan.
What?
Yeah.
So Gastineau became a boxer?
Yeah, he was
and
a boxer.
He literally was paying people to take dives to help his career.
And then there was this promoter.
Wow.
I mean, this is throwing stones from glass houses a little bit.
A little bit.
A lot of bit.
There was this promoter. There's like not a 30 for 30, but there's some documentary about this because one of the promoters, Rick Parker,
it was a 60 minutes special.
It was 60 minutes. Like he poisoned somebody for not taking the dive to Gastineau.
What?
Yeah, it's a crazy story. The guy winds up shooting him. in a hotel, not Gastineau, but shooting the boxing promoter.
Whoa.
It's a wild story. But
so I hope Mark Gastineau, he looks a lot different. I hope he's not dealing with it.
He's got dementia and Parkinson's.
He's got
and
three
Alzheimer's.
different things.
Okay,
and colon cancer.
And colon cancer. He's got a. That's a bad deck.
Okay. Well, I would have liked to know all that before I said what I said. But still, just come on, man. If you go back and watch the play, I think you can easily look at that as a Tom Brady, Peyton Manning type dive. And it did look and sound a little scripted for the point of the documentary, but it comes across as whiny.
It looks.
I'm going to judge it without all his ailments. I'm sorry for all the ailments, but whiny football point.
I just saw it back for first time forever. It's definitely not as egregious as I remember it looking.
Yeah.
But it's still, I think technically the way he slid and gave himself up, I think that's supposed to be a team sack. Like, that's not supposed to be credited to Strahan.
Okay, but I don't think it's some NFL crime that we need to go back and fix in the annals of history.
It does feel a little gifty. Not as bad as I remembered it, but it does feel a little bit just like, give it to him. He's so close.
All right, Chop, this is for you. I did not know this. RJ Ochoa reacted to this yesterday from Blogging the Boys, and I had to listen to it multiple times to actually believe it. Another reason for RJ Choppy to attack the great Al Michaels, a.k.a.
Alsomnia.
I can't believe this has not come out before. Chris Collinsworth was on the Manning cast, because we've talked about the Collinsworth slide. This has been a thing for a long time. This is the first time I've actually heard Chris Collinsworth explain his slide in the booth.
Al's got it in his contract that he's the only guy on camera for the first minute of the broadcast. I don't care. It's less I got to try and remember. I'm happy about it. Right?
All right, stop it.
Fine.
So when I first read that, I was like, he's joking. I have to listen to it. I have to hear it. This does not sound like a joke whatsoever, because he follows up with, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. That means it's fact. That means it's truthful. Play it from the beginning, please. Peyton, this is Collinsworth explaining all of it.
Al's got it in his contract that he's the only guy on camera for the first minute of the broadcast. I don't care. It's less I got to try and remember. I'm happy about it, right? So fine. I got no problem at all. So they would say, all right, so Chris, you're there, and I'm right next down. He's like, Chris, Al's got to be the only one on. You got to get out of the shot. I was like, well, you put a piece of tape down for me to put my legs on either side of to do it. What do you want me to do? Have my legs around this piece of tape, or do you want me to get out of the shot? And he goes, well, just lean out of the shot. You don't have to, we just lean out. So I'm like, what are you talking about? So I go, like this? So, yeah. So literally every game we open the broadcast, and I'm lying on the table over here like this, while Al's, waxing poetic on the other side. Yes. And then he gets finished, his partner coming in, and I go up like this, right? And so this whole thing becomes a totally crazed sort of thing.
Al Michaels has it in his contract to be the only one to start the broadcast for a full minute. Woo! I'm just serving up that loop for you, Choppy.
Listen, I'm in a tricky spot here. Okay, I'm in a real tricky spot here because I like Joe. This is Joe Buck's open to his World Series broadcast. He always is the only one, and then they pan out. We'll bring in John Smoltz, or we'll bring in Tim. It was usually Tim McCarver. Now we're bringing Tim McCarver, and they open the shot up.
Oh, so you think this is common?
I don't know if it's common. Obviously, the slide.
So why are you in a tricky spot? Because you don't want to criticize Joe Buck?
Right.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you would love this. You did this for the Texas Legends openings.
I can't remember. No, we didn't have the kind of camera work that would allow.
Yeah.
And besides,
plus you couldn't zoom out with Fish's big ass head, no matter how much you did.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered there. Yeah. So we did a standing shot.
So is this a bad time to let you know that this morning Andrew Marchand's reporting that with Al Michaels' contract expiring, he's expected back with Prime next year?
Oh.
On a year-to-year basis. He's getting year-to-year contracts the rest of the way, and they're going to evaluate it at the end of each season.
So people were talking about Alsomnia during the last Thursday night game. It was a great game.
It was
Detroit
Lions
and Green Bay.
Detroit, and there was a score early on in that, and Al's call was so boring, and I was like, I'm not going to tweet it, but I'm thinking it. This is really bad. And you know the biggest difference is freaking Herb Street on Thursday night versus Saturday night. Herb Street sounds like a damn rock star, in my opinion, Saturday night with Fowler for college, and he totally different Thursday night with Al. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he's more immersed in college. But I mean, look, you do see this in this industry a lot. Like, people get these jobs, they just hang on to them. You know,
Al Michaels flies private after the game back to Cali his steak dinner. Al Michaels is living. Him and Jim Nance, I think, are living like the perfect life that you would envision.
Sure. Yeah, Jim works a lot in the other offseason, right? Because he did a lot of golf. But he stopped doing the college basketball, right?
Yeah.
He stopped doing that. But it's the perfect life. But
Al Michaels is eating a steak, no vegetables, 5 nights a week.
You get a great job like this, you hang on to it. And
Herb Street gets PJs for
absolutely,
himself.
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, Al Michaels, he's been sleepy on his calls the last 3 years, but we didn't say a word to Pat Summerall for 50 years of broadcasts like that. So,
where did
Acme break?
Wow,
wow,
the
Bobby
most overrated broadcaster in history of.
Oh my God!
Why are you doing this at the end of the segment?
Where just came into my head.
He's
amazing.
Where did that come from? Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpieces next.
Ooh.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
They will dribble it out as Grimes allows the time to elapse. Viva Las Vegas, baby. The Thunder are headed to the Vegas Strip, where they still have a shot at the Emirates NBA Cup Championship, ending Dallas's 7-game run of success decisively tonight. Final at Paycom Center is the Thunder 118, the Mavericks 104.
Thunder Radio with the call. Was he... I'm trying to do a former play-by-play power ranking. Kevin Hagelin, Matt Pinto, Josh Lewin.
Josh.
And give me someone else. Give me one more person.
Merle Harmon.
Vince Cotroneo.
Vince was good.
Vince was good.
Ralph was good.
Okay.
Lou Holtz.
Oh, man.
Victory.
Was Lou Holtz DFW?
I'm sorry.
He was on Saturday night. You at the bar.
My apologies.
I'll tell you, I pass the same way you do.
I knew.
They're a good team. They're good.
Mark
That
Holtz.
probably existed.
Corey, what's coming up?
Holtz, that's who you meant.
Mark Holtz is good.
the
He
best.
meant Mark Holtz.
Mark Holtz is the one
favorite.
seed?
Right out of the gate, Nate the Great is back. So we dive in with our baseball expertise at 10 o'clock, and then baseball nuggets at 10:40. And the NBA Cup at 10:20. We discussed that.
Oh, man.
We lost.
I don't know how I'll be able to get through the rest of these NBA games without that intensity.
We're out.
In a regular-looking court.
Yeah,
You're like, the crap in hell is this?
Yeah.
My wife is mad because we just watched that Netflix thing on, I think it's called Buy More, where it just shows how wasteful we are and how we are just destroying like a lot of the earth.
No.
And she's like,
Do you guys eat leftovers?
so I try to,
Okay.
but she's like, so
Does she?
how much does it cost to make one of those courts? I'm like, I don't know. She's like, how many times are they using that court? I said 3 times a year, then they throw it in the trash. And that's the most you would use it. Really, all teams just use it 2 times a year. So they.
Do you think they throw it in the trash or just like
But they
can they
repurpose
repaint
it.
it?
I think they repurpose
They probably
it.
they could sell it.
They
to,
probably
you
sell
know,
panels to like season ticket holders or something. Like, oh, I get some.
So you guys are like
Decent
recycle
time.
freaks?
No, I mean we have the recycle thing, but when you watch, have you watched that Buy More on Netflix?
No.
It's really good. It's just kind of talking about how, let's say I'm going to throw this company under the bus, but it's on the Netflix thing. I'm just using them as a company that I think everybody knows. Panda Express, what they do at the end of the night, instead of packing up their food individually and going like, hey, there's a homeless shelter down the road or whatever we can do.
Yeah.
It's still food we've cooked. It's still good food. It's going to be good food for, let's say, 3 to 5 more days,
Yeah.
at least edible food. They take every piece of food, they throw it in one trash, shake it all up so it's pretty much inedible, maybe throw something really like now trash on top of it. That's So then if they ever have dumpster divers or whatever, they want to make sure. A lot of companies don't want to be the food of the homeless, the food of the poor. So they do not want all of a sudden,
want it less
if you drove by
attractive
a
to-
homeless camp
Yeah.
where there's tents and everything, they don't want to see a whole bunch of McDonald's or Panda Express or whatever because they don't want people associating their product with homeless or poor people. So they won't. And then the super high expensive stuff, the purses or luggage or whatever, they just, if they didn't sell it, they just totally destroy it. They're like, take scissors to it, take knives to it, totally destroy it.
Why versus selling it at a discount?
They don't want, they want it to always be high end.
Oh,
they never
in the
want
hands of
regular
someone.
people
Yeah.
owning it.
They do not want.
It's like the Lululemon person said, "Well, we don't want fat
we don't
people
want
in
fat,
here."
Yeah, we don't want fat people wearing our clothes.
Gosh.
Yeah. So it's an interesting
Okay,
documentary.
branding.
It's an hour and a half or so.
Yeah.
Talks about Amazon, talks about the main dude at Adidas for a long time. Just talks about how much we waste
Yeah.
And then how much food we are making as a society. Like, we can feed everybody. We have enough food to feed everybody.
Yeah.
We decide as a human race not to feed people.
I thought about that once. I know this is not like the best food for you, but I went to Crumble once late on a Saturday night.
What is that?
Crumble cookies?
The cookies? Oh my God.
Is that what you always review?
They're amazing.
Then I found out that every cookie I saw this yesterday, every cookie is a minimum of 1,200 calories.
I can't say that surprises me. They're gigantic cookies. So I got a 4-pack, and they're like, do you want a 4-pack for free? And I was like, okay, why?
Yeah,
and they go, well, we're about to close, and everything goes in the trash if we
They're
don't.
tremendous.
And so
That's
instead of like handing it out to people, like he said, they just toss it.
That's why the leftover thing, it drives me crazy. I inherited that from my dad. They call me cheap and frugal, but pack it up.
It's not cheap. I don't think it's cheap. I mean,
the way I think about it now, like, so whenever I eat a meal, like, I just divide it by 2. I'm like, oh, I'm paying $36 for this? No, I'm really paying $18 for it.
What's the food that you don't think translates? Like, I've always thought
French fries.
Yeah, do not
Fries
translate
don't. Air
well.
fryer changes a lot
Air
of games,
fryer,
though.
baby.
I don't think you can reheat burgers. If you don't eat them, they taste funny. If you
The
just
lettuce
like
is
maybe
gonna
if
be
you like
weird.
if you do them on
The lettuce.
the stovetop, but if you just throw them in the microwave and try to eat it, it's disgusting.
It to me like the leftover. It just depends. Like if I have I can't have a sandwich left over that has any
The bread
condiments
can be
on
tough.
it.
Cold or
Yeah,
hot?
soggy.
No, it doesn't matter. Like if there's already been like mustard or something like that,
I
put on,
gotcha.
I can't burger same way. I can't
Yeah.
do a burger the next day.
Probably seafood.
Yeah.
Seafood.
Yeah, because then you got to reheat it, and the whole office. is
You
pissed
tried
off
that,
at you.
though, in spring training?
That wasn't
or-
reheating it. That was initially cooking it. I still don't know what went wrong. I apologize.
I wasn't talking about you. I was just talking about in
that was
general.
my last sincere apology. Going back to
It was
last
that
Friday.
one?
Yeah, destroying the house with a fish smell. It was awful. It was terrible. So there you go, Mike. I sucked your joke away from you. Suck it, Corey.
It's the second time today I've heard you say that.
That it took
You
your
were watching
joke.
some old school wrestling?
No, it was about Ghana.
Oh,
Yeah, he was like, suck it, everybody.
actually, Mike, I do need your help, so I apologize. That was my second apology. Your thoughts?
I don't think that one was real.
On the Texas Rangers last night. Avaldi pulling off a little deal. And did we mess up Team Tank? The 12th pick?
Yeah, we got the 12th pick in the draft.
Instead of 8?
Lottery.
Instead of
great.
getting like third, we could have been third if we just would have sold off in July.
This is awesome.
I'll tell you what, their lottery system, you can win 90 games, miss the playoffs,
Yeah,
and get
get
like
it,
the
yeah.
first overall pick. Like that, I didn't know this.
Which Sandler said wouldn't even project to be a starter. Or,
But I just did. Seattle moved up to number 3 from like almost making the playoffs. So everybody, if you don't make the playoffs, everybody's in this.
Yeah.
And so, unfortunately, 10 and 11 were already locked in because you
That's
can't.
White Sox and A's, right?
Yeah. So, unfortunately, as 2 teams jumped you, or 3 teams, I guess maybe 3 teams jumped you, you went from 8 to 12. It's probably not the end of the world in a baseball draft. We've seen how tough this is to figure this one out.
what about
Especially for them.
Avaldi and Berger?
I love it. It doesn't mean this team is like a 90-win team or a favorite to win the West again. It is a very good start to the offseason, and now you need 3 bullpen pieces that can get you the last 9 outs of a baseball game.
You love the Berger move too?
Yeah, last year the Rangers designated hitter in 162 games, so not a specific person. In 162 games, they had the worst designated hitter spot in all of baseball.
Wow.
What would you guess they hit from the designated hitter spot? Now that I've given you, it was the worst
The
in
average?
baseball. The average, the batting average.
226.
Lower.
217.
Lower.
193.
203 was their batting average for 162 games.
Above the Mendoza line.
And the OPS was 585.
So now that the OPS was, so we found, me and Dave Raymond on one of the last trips, we were looking at like the Chicago White Sox with Kerry Wood and Carlos Zambrano, and like they had a good hitting staff for pitchers. And then we looked at when they had Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz, and that was a pretty good.
No way that their average was higher.
Sometimes, yes, with like Mike Hampton in Colorado and stuff. So you could have taken some of the best pitching staffs before they said DH rule with everybody, and you could have had some of those pitching staffs hit for the Texas Rangers last year, and you would have had approximately the same numbers as your designated hitter spot. The Rangers from the DH spot last year had 14 home runs.
Wow.
162 games. The DH hit 14 home runs. So if Burger comes in,
that's 1 every 10, not even 1 every 10 games.
Yes.
Yeah. So if Burger is just your DH, I think he'll play a little bit of
He
first.
doesn't get walks. He's not fast, but he can smash the
But
ball.
if he hits 25 home runs and has a 750 OPS, you just hit 11 more home runs and your OPS went approximately 200 points higher.
The best thing for the Rangers is that the rest of the American League, like Baltimore's going to be worse. Houston's, they look like they're blowing it up. Like Boston's not. I mean, Boston's. I still think they're about a year or two away. Same for Toronto. This is absolutely a wide open American League.
I'm with you. The Central is the best division.
Well, but I don't think just Cleveland stinks. Like they're a good team, but they're the worst good team. They have no offense. Their starting pitching is mid. They just got a great bullpen. That's it, right?
Yeah, I like their rotation. It's a younger rotation. I think Gavin Williams and Bybee, I really like those guys. But to your point, they're not super proven. I think Kansas City's a solid team. I think Detroit is a really solid team.
Yep.
So I'm just saying they probably – I know the White Sox are going to lose 100-plus games.
Yeah.
But, like, that's just a solid division over there. Where, to your point, if you win 90 games, you should be able to win the West.
Yeah.
If you win 86 games, it gives you a chance to make the playoffs.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning with Babe Laufenberg, another Matt Rife ticket giveaway. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on this station.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the even more famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Hey, I just saw this on the internets. Buffalo confirmed that the addition of 10 limited partners to their ownership group.
Okay.
All right, so that's the Bills right there. So that's 10 new investors. The Dolphins announced the sale of limited interest to Ares Management. So that's happened too. The Eagles sold 8% of the Eagles to two family investment groups. The valuation is $8.3 billion for the sale, which is for a portion of the team. Good God, that much. And the owner that has that, like if you're an owner that has it, you're like, I'm going to sell 5% of my team, and you're getting billions of dollars off of it.
Yeah.
That's insane, man.
What the hell do you care about that 5%? But
yeah,
it'll
exactly.
bring you more money.
The NFL, like they've discussed this for a while now. The approval is going through.
Yeah.
The Cowboys will never do that, right? Like Jerry Jones will never sell that much of his team.
See, I kind of think they will, because I think that's a win-win situation that you can let some bigwig jump in and grab 10% of the team, and you're like, yeah, but in terms of voting shares and everything, you have no control.
But what happens whenever you get a coup and he starts buying from everybody?
But you just don't make that part of the team available. You can't.
Once you've sold one piece, you've exposed yourself.
That is not how business works at
Jerry
all.
cannot expose himself.
I don't think Jerry will, but it'll be interesting when the three children take over.
Yeah.
I don't think that will happen.
Sorry,
but
how many kids?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think the other ones have.
The three confirmed.
I didn't hear you. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I think he has three kids that will get, like, in the will.
Gotcha.
Will get the control of the Dallas Cowboys. And then maybe, I don't know, 20 years from now, maybe the three kids would decide to sell 10% of the team. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just thought I'd throw that out there as it's happening right now. And that seems like a lot of money and a lot of other faces getting involved in the NFL. That's got to be a thing, right? We'll discuss it.
No. What is your
that's got to be a thing where you have 32 owners, and I'm sure there are other board members and other groups that own it, but they're like, more people have to be like, hey, I want a piece of this. I want a piece of the NFL because it's continuing to go up in value.
Now, we're going to kick things off talking about some Rangers. Let's go to cut number 7 because this fine pitching gentleman is back.
Evaldi ready. Here's the 1-2. And that's in there for a called third strike. A cutter comes across the outer half, and Evaldi retires the side in order.
Now, there's a lot to get to here in terms of the Rangers are going to get a little bit of money from Major League Baseball. Obviously, we can talk about the Jake Berger deal, but I feel like we need to talk to start about the Nathan Evaldi deal. 3 years, $75 million. He seems to have quickly become a beloved player here in the organization, if not entirely, at least in large part because of his utter domination in the 2023 postseason. I am glad Nathan Evaldi is back. I will tell you, this is about as high as I would have wanted to go.
We talked about it yesterday without knowing that. It was sounding like Evaldi was going to make a decision before this week was over. And he made the decision last night. And we talked about yesterday, 3 for 75 was like about at that number where you're like, I want him.
Yeah.
But it's like it gets close to that number on like, okay, I get it if somebody offers more than 3 for 75, and we would have heard like today, he signed with the Red Sox for 3 years, $80 million. I would have gone, okay, I get it. It got over 25 mil, and you do have to have a budget, and you do have a limited budget. But 3 for 75 was kind of the stretch, the max. My son asked me this. Hey, did we overpay for Nathan Evaldi? That was what he asked me last night. And I said, no, we paid the premium market price. That's
a good way to put it. You didn't get a discount.
People, right? There were a lot of teams that wanted him, that didn't want to do an 8-year Max Fried deal, that didn't get a Blake Snell and maybe didn't have the money to budget a Blake Snell into their rotation. And so you look at, well, what's the next level where we're doing a shorter-term deal on a guy who's been very consistent, and we're trying to make the playoffs, and if we do make the playoffs, this dude loves playoff baseball.
He does.
He pitches his best in playoff baseball.
In
And that
case you
was
forgot,
Evaldi.
5-0 in 2023 over 6 starts with a 2.95 ERA.
And then the other thing, too, is one, it has to be about the production on the field. Everybody loves leadership. Everybody loves culture and chemistry. But it can't trump what are you doing on the field?
Yeah.
Because I can get coaches. If I have a chemistry issue, I can try to get coaching staff that can help out with that. And I try to eliminate okay players with bad chemistry. But he is the leader of the pitching staff. He's the guy that is the captain, if you want to say. I won't say captain of the team. It's tough to be captain of the team from a pitching perspective, but he is the captain of the pitching staff, so you got your captain back too.
Yeah, he's the guy that was buying rookies Rolexes, helping mentor young players as they were going to a World Series, and then on top of that, as they were going to the World Series, he was your best guy, the most reliable thing about it all.
He's tough to get an interview with because he goes down and watches all the bullpens.
Yeah, which that's fine.
Thanks, man.
I like talking with Rangers players, but if he's doing stuff,
I'm busy
I
working
get it.
hard.
So a quick kind of look at the early reactions, 877-881-1053, Franklin injury attorney text line. From the 903, I'm stoked Nate is coming back. That dude is a dog. From the 817, I think they overpaid. I actually do think that's a conversation that you can have. And then from the 214, updating the people, I-30 East is shut down by the police.
Oh, no.
I had no trouble when I was coming in. I didn't see either way, and I come up 30, but obviously that was a couple hours ago.
75 South is going 2 miles an hour, so I guess if you're maybe trying to get to 30 from 75, you might want to find an alternate route.
I personally am not going to say the Rangers overpaid just because, man, they're
killing this guy.
They're showing that poor guy falling in the pool in the pond again.
Every day.
That is so hurtful. I don't think they overpaid, but I don't think it's a crazy statement to make because you do have concerns about wear and tear and about injuries and about him getting older, and maybe you feel great about it this season. How are you going to feel about that deal in 26 and 27? I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. I'm not going to say that, but this is at the high end of what I felt comfortable with.
I do not think, Mike, that he's going to pitch 30 games a year, and I don't expect that. Like, that's not an expectation I have for him. I do expect whenever it's time to be in the biggest moments, that dude is there and ready to go. And I think whenever he gets on the mound, you have the best chance of winning on that day. I told you Max Scherzer and some of these great pitchers, Clayton Kershaw, I didn't spend enough time sitting there watching their careers. Evaldi over the last 2 years now, it's been awesome to watch him pitch.
Yeah.
I will continue to appreciate whatever is left in his career while he's a Texas Ranger, because I know I'm getting somebody that's going out there Colby Lewis style. He's given everything he's gotten on every pitch.
He took over the role on May 1st, 2023 of the ace of the staff, or the best pitcher on the staff.
When DeGrom got hurt.
Yeah, and he's had to take that role on for his Ranger career. I think the hope is, and it better be, is that now he's the number 2 pitcher on your staff.
And he can be the, maybe emotional leader, but he can be the emotional leader in the number 2 spot where Jacob DeGrom's like, hey, you don't got to fire people up, but you're the number 1 and you're kicking ass.
Yeah, and then here's also the hope. In year 3, he's more of and I hope he's still great. You're hoping that he's in more of the backer end of your rotation because a guy like Kamar Rocker over the next 2 years has stepped up and you're like, this dude's an all-star.
Yeah.
So, you just look at it and you're hoping you get 3 years out of DeGrom. I know that's a big hope, but I do like this signing. And if you look at the marketplace, if you look at Blake Snell, if you look at Max Fried, if you look what guys are getting, if you look at Luis Severino, the Athletics gave him 3 years and $67 million. So if you look at Severino and say, I would have rather had Severino, I think that's a good discussion and debate. But guys like Nathan Evaldi, guys like Severino, Kikuchi, they're getting 3 for 60, 3 for 75 in that range. So he got the top end of that range, but not much more than the guys that were signing for 3 for 63, 3 for 67.
Now, an interesting note that we talked about when you're talking about money things with the Rangers is Major League Baseball is going to be sending out payments to teams across the league who lost media revenue. Obviously, the primary source you think of is the Diamond Sports Group problem and everything like that. The Diamondbacks, Guardians, Rockies, Astros, Pirates, Padres, Mariners, Twins, and Rangers, I know are all part of that group. I don't know how much bigger it is than that, but Major League Baseball is going to take approximately $75 million total and distribute it among the teams depending on the amount of money they lost. And the most money that you're going to get is up to $15 million. Now, that doesn't change.
Why would they agree to that?
Probably because teams were bitching about it.
And did MLB have something to do with
yes,
pursue regional sports on your own? And they're like, now we're screwed. Thanks a lot. And they're like, okay, I guess we got to help you.
That is exactly what I think happened.
Government bailout.
And so a little bit, MLB is the government in this case, I'm not saying it's going to change the tax thresholds or anything like that. But if you're just wondering, could the Rangers be getting about $7 or $8 million? It does kind of seem like that's the way it's going to go because of some of the rights fees that they lost. So just a note that I thought was intriguing.
Good for Ray Davis. I don't know how much, to your point, I don't know how much it helps out the Texas Rangers, but going back to Evaldi and the situation and maybe moving on to Berger, this is a small window team. This is not a team that's building something towards the future. I hope it does, but if you look at where Bochy is in his life, if you look at where Seager and Simeon and DeGrom and Evaldi are in their career, I think you have a team that can win 90 games. Not yet. You've got to fix that bullpen. But you do have a small window for these guys to be premium valuable players on your team. And so for Ray Davis, he gets this extra money. I think, I don't know this, but I think he's going to stay under that luxury tax this year. There's almost, maybe if they're 45-20 to start the year, and he's like, screw it, I'm adding a piece because we are doing it again. This 25 season looks like 23 all over again. Maybe he goes, screw it, I'll pay the luxury tax and then take the major penalties again. But I think that this is going to still keep them under the tax, but you have a small window, and I like that you have Evaldi. You made a couple other moves so far, too, that shows that they are trying their best with the budget they have to put a premium product on the field.
And that's where, and I know we got Nuggets, we could talk about it other places as well. That's where Jake Berger comes in, not only because of what he provides on the field, because he makes no money in a baseball perspective. In a real world perspective,
he's doing great.
Yeah, he makes a lot of money. But in a baseball perspective, he's going to be sitting at $800,000. Then you have 3 years of arbitration. So this is a low money move.
Corey, you made a great point before the show about the Rangers had maybe a little bit of insight on who Jake Berger is as a person. You can look at the stats. You can go to Baseball Savant. You can do all of that, but how is he going to fit in? And Corey, I'll let you make that point.
Schumacher
was
he was with the Miami Marlins, and this guy comes from the Miami Marlins. So this is a guy that knows who this guy is in the clubhouse as well. And I don't know if this is a future thing. We've kind of discussed that. I don't know how long Bochy is going to be around. I don't know if it's a future thing or just, hey, this guy fits. Since Chris Young brought him over, they have that conversation. He's like, this guy fits. He gives you the power you're looking for. He's also fantastic in a clubhouse. I think those two things are big.
I'm going to now go to baseball. Are you guys surprised? The last three, since the lockout year, 22, 23, 24, and now this one pretty much, are you guys surprised that we got Juan Soto, Max Fried, Blake Snell, Willie Adames? I know we didn't talk about some of these guys, but like Nathan Evaldi, the Rangers trade for Jake Berger. Like, this is the last few years. I'm like, the winter meetings has really stunk. It feels like just a meeting for people to meet and for nothing to happen. And this feels kind of a little old school to me that the winter meetings caused a whole bunch of market moves.
And do you feel like the idea was, this is just the sense I get, everybody had their contingency plan if they did or did not get Soto among the big players. Yeah. And so I feel like the Yankees chatted with Max Fried's agent quite a bit, and they're like, hey, if for some reason we don't get Soto, here's what we're prepared to offer. And he's like, good to know. And so as soon as that, because that happened really quickly. Yeah. And so when that happened really quickly, that allows for all the trickle down.
And I'm also wondering this. have the owners recovered from a COVID year and then a year where it was very limited seating in their building? So in a way, I'm not saying they lost money. I don't know each individual organization, but 20 and 21 were probably tough years on ownership that they weren't expecting in 2019.
Sure.
Then you have the lockout strike situation, and I'm like, have they recovered and they know their budget's a lot more so they can strike quicker?
I think that's possible. I really do. And plus, yeah.
A lot of bemoaning on the owner's part for a while, though, about how much money they're losing. And now they're...
Yeah, well...
Like, hey, we got it. We got it.
You know
We're
what?
good.
I will listen to that once they open up their books.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'll even take the funny set of books. You know, like businesses will
The
be like,
cooked ones?
yeah, I'll take the cooked books.
Just to have an idea.
Yeah, just I want to see, like, how is it that you're spinning that you're losing money, and are you not taking in valuation increases for the franchise or anything? I'll even take the fake set of books to look at if that's the best that we can do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go into the NBA Cup, but also talk about how the Mavs and Kyrie have picked up their play. Next, right here on the...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Cars for Kids donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Missing the three. Good rebound.
This will bring the
Wallace
house down.
Back to Shea. Gilgeous-Alexander.
And it did. So the Thunder, with a dominant second half, or maybe more specifically, if you want to say a dominant third quarter, to win the game, bounce the Mavs from the NBA Cup. And you know what went through my mind? I was going to say, now I can stop pretending about the NBA Cup. I really did care once we got to this part.
Yeah,
I wasn't like, it's the end-all, be-all, but I was excited, and I was like, I would like to see them win. I would like to see them advance to Vegas and see how this all goes. But
now, is it a stupid cup to you? You're just
yeah.
Super Cup. Yeah.
But the third quarter just wiped the Mavs out.
Well, I would say the first quarter wiped them out too. They had to fight from the get,
which has been a problem at times.
7 turnovers, 12 points off those turnovers. Kevin,
7 turnovers in the first quarter.
They would have been up. They would have been up 4 instead of down 8 at the end of the first quarter, and then that wouldn't have been such a fight. You're right though. 19 points in the third is not a good way for the Mavericks to come out of a halftime whenever they're dealing with what they were dealing with.
And turnovers.
They had a strong second.
Turnovers were a problem all night. Now, I realize Corey's right. It really was apparent in the first quarter that you're like, hey, you're going to have more turnovers in this quarter that sometimes an elite team can have in an entire game. But it was a problem the whole night.
There were times that it looked like they were like, because of the court, they were like, hey, this is an all-star game. Let's just throw the ball around and see what happens, guys. And Oklahoma City was like, no, we're here to win.
Yeah, whoops.
They played a great team. And they played great. Oklahoma City played much better than you so far this year. They're a better team than you.
Agreed.
You beat them in the playoffs last year, and you beat them the first matchup of the season. So I think that there was not only the cup to play for, but there was a lot that Oklahoma City...
Because it felt like Dallas owned them, right?
Yeah, and I thought Dallas did a great job of fighting back. I think it got to 100-92, and then it quickly went back to a 15 to 20 point game. Like, it was like, oh crap, well, they called timeout, and this game's back to being over. But I thought Luka he played hard. He had his... I don't want to say his worst game of the year. Statistically, he definitely had the worst game of his
shooting-wise and stuff.
But he did try hard. So there's a difference in like, he had 27 points on 28 shots and almost a triple-double. All right, but did he try? Was he just pretending to get back on defense? Was he pretending to play defense? He gave good effort. Every once in a while, even a superstar will run into a bad game. And unfortunately, in this one, I guess it meant the cup thing.
Yeah.
But he had a bad game with giving great effort. I would rather him have a bad game with giving great effort than him have a 28-point game while he just poops all over the court like he did to start this year. So I want to give Luka credit that he did try hard that whole game. He just had a bad game, and that will happen every once in a while.
And Shea had an excellent game.
And they're shooters.
Yeah.
Gosh, Isaiah Joe, I feel like he averages 25 against the Mavericks and 5 against everybody else. Does it feel that way to you that Isaiah Joe is always knocking down jumpers against the Mavericks?
Yes.
I mean, kind of, because I don't really think about him in the rest of the season. And then you see him hit some 3-pointers and you're like, oh yeah, crap.
But they overall had a great game. And the Mavericks had moments and they had spurts.
Yeah.
But they just couldn't get things going. And Hartenstein did play a very big role in the Mavericks not being as comfortable getting easy buckets.
Yeah. And that's true. That is true, but also on the boards.
How much do you guys think, I'll ask you, Corey, because he's your guy, how much do you think the 3-point barrage that the Mavericks couldn't really stop was because P.J. Washington was out sick?
I give that a lot to P.J. Washington being missing last night. I was trying to look at the starting lineup last night. Grimes is out if Washington's in. Is that would that be the...
You mean Grimes is in the lineup?
Grimes is out if P.J. Washington is healthy.
Not playing at all?
No.
Or out of the starting lineup?
Just out of the starting rotation.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then yeah, that would be the length that he has, because you can put him on Shea. You can put him on multiple different people. That changes things for him. And not that Najee's not good enough to handle that. Thanks for the 19 last night.
He was the best player in a weird way. He was the best player on the Mavs last night.
Yeah.
Najee Marshall. So that's a positive sign. He comes back from sickness and looked like he just picked right back up where he's at. I still love this Maverick team, what I've seen the last 3 or so weeks. I get it was a loss. I get they're out of the cup. They have a weird schedule now that we have no clue who they're playing next, but
and that will depend on some of the tournament games, but they will pick some of those games back up.
I guess in a way the cup thing gave me a little more interest.
Okay.
So now am I interested Saturday or Sunday?
Yeah,
when they
probably not.
Not because the Mavericks aren't in it.
Sure.
It doesn't really mean anything. Like the Lakers, they didn't win the championship last year, but heck, they won the cup. Nobody says that. And I don't think we would, as a Maverick fan, let's just say you won last night and you won this cup and the Mavericks lost in the second round to the Denver Nuggets. I wouldn't say, wow, dang it, but we did win the cup. So it was a positive year in that sense. I don't think we're going to that.
I agree with you on that. Now, one good thing, this is before last night's game. Obviously, last night's game was pretty humbling for the Mavs, but before that, during their 12-game stretch, they were excelling across the floor. And I feel like we've seen that, and we've talked about that a lot. Point differential, I know, comes up quite a bit. Point differential in that run, 12.4 per game. That was the best in the NBA. And why was it the best in the NBA? They were 4th in offensive rating, 8th in defensive rating. Again, I know last night might not have been your favorite defensive but defensive performance, especially on the perimeter. But if you look at this 12-game stretch that they've had before last night, they were 4th in offensive rating, 8th in defensive rating, and that's the kind of thing that you're going to need if you want to be a team that matters throughout the regular season going into the playoffs.
I'm kind of looking at it, too. In that stretch, Kevin, for your defensive rating, you had a couple teams, but not enough, that can combat Lively Gafford combination.
Sure.
Like last night, Hartenstein did a really good job making
and
it
full
really,
strength. Oklahoma City can definitely combat that.
They made it really tough on the smalls getting to the basket, but even setting up the lob last night was really difficult. So most of the teams that you were looking at on this schedule don't have the ability to stop what the Mavs have there.
So I didn't watch the post-game show on TNT. First of all, I didn't get home till 11:30 because my son came back from Oklahoma playing a basketball game. It's called Sherman, Texas, I think.
It's up north.
Yeah. Maybe our signal, I think, goes that far.
It does. It goes to Sherman. If you're in Sherman listening right now,
if you're in Sherman, text in. How far away are you from us right now? But Barkley at halftime decided to not even talk about the Mavs again. Like, he's like, I don't want to talk about. You could tell, like, he made up his mind to start the year. The Mavs are a non-contender, and he might end up being right. I don't think he's going to be right, but he might be right. But he was talking about this, and I want y'all's opinion on this. Oklahoma City is going to run away with this conference and run away with this thing in the playoffs. There's not even a contender in the Western Conference to Oklahoma City.
I don't think so. Like, I would certainly settle on they're the favorite right now in terms of best record, number 1 seed, but also in terms of star power going into the postseason, because what they've been able to do without Chet out there is exceedingly impressive. I would put them as a very firm favorite, but I don't agree with the idea that, like, no one can hang with them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think the Mavs can hang with them for sure.
I
think
do
there are
too.
a couple teams that can.
We'll see where health is, at the end of the year. The Mavericks, obviously, we saw last night. I'm not saying you're going to get swept, but if you don't have P.J. Washington, it makes your life a lot more difficult to stop their offense.
Yes. And it makes a big difference, and I know we talked about this with him. I don't want to deter your bigger point.
He cares about it.
Rebounding. It makes a big difference rebounding as well.
I think that the Mavs and Oklahoma City, as long as the seeding doesn't work out, they're matching up in the second round. I think these teams are on a collision course to the Western Conference Finals.
I love it. That would be an awesome Western Conference Finals. After what you saw last night, and that was sloppy play from the Mavericks.
Yes.
Get their best play, which we did get in the last playoff series. I would love for those two teams to have the next 4 or 5 years of battling back and forth in the playoffs somewhere. I would love that.
There's other good teams in the conference. I'm not going to poo-poo on them, but I do think Denver, Golden State, Houston, whether LA Lakers, Phoenix Suns, they'll all be threats, and I think they'll all win playoff games. But as long as the Mavs are healthy and Oklahoma City is healthy, I think that they will gobble up those teams, and then there will be a huge clash. And I would just like to say this to everybody at TNT. if you'd like to do just a little bit of research for your Hall of Famers, the Mavericks aren't an old team. The Rangers are an old. Like, I'll be honest. Like the I know it's a totally different sport. Luka's younger than Shea. They were in the same draft. I get one looks younger. I get that Luka does not look the same age as Shea or look younger than Shea. He is younger than Shea. PJ Washington is not old. Derek Lively is not old. Daniel Gafford is not old. Now, I get they do have some role players that are older. Your second best player, Kyrie, is older. So I get it when they're looking at Chet and Shea versus Luka and Kai on who's older. Well, Luka's younger than Shea, but Chet is way younger than Kai. But they made it sound like, gosh, Oklahoma City's so young, and the Mavericks, and Reggie Miller made this point during the game too, which he's getting on my nerves as an analyst, to be honest.
In general, or just because of Mavs discussions?
I think because of Mavs discussions, because I'll be honest, I'm not watching tons of non-Mavs NBA games.
I gotcha.
I will during the playoffs, and that's where it's like, come on, dude, like you can be better than that.
Yeah.
I think you can.
Yeah.
But anyways, I just like the Mavericks aren't old. I don't get this. The Mavericks are old. I guess because Luka was so good so quick, and nothing against
like
Shea.
An older
Shea
player.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Shea's become great over time. It's like, well, they're an old team. It's like, start explaining to me where they're old.
Now that's a good point. I want to throw this out there because people have responded to you, Mike.
I love that area.
Some of this is different. For the 903, I'm about 40 minutes away from the 469. I'm currently in Sherman, about 70 miles away from the 903. We can hear you in Sherman and Denison from the 214. I'm listening right now in Sherman from another 214. I live in Sherman, and y'all are up there, although it can get staticky at a couple of spots. I'm northwest of Denton. I can hear you. I can hear you in Sherman, and it goes on and on and on there. And some people even said I can hear you out in Ardmore, Oklahoma.
Yes, yeah,
without the app.
That's for sure.
We should do a remote from there.
Yeah, are you going to skip
Oklahoma.
that show?
I might be sick.
Go stop at the Taco Casa or maybe over at the Brahms.
Do you like the Casa better or the Bueno better? Or
Casa.
the Bell? I guess I'll throw in the Bell.
I'm a huge Casa fan. I don't even remember the last time I had Taco Bell, honestly.
I'm with you. I'm a
avoided it.
Bueno guy, though.
Okay, you say Plano?
Bueno.
No.
Oh, okay. Bueno's great. I really like in the grand scheme of fast food tacos. Bueno is really good. I just prefer the amount of cheese that they put on the Taco Casa ones.
Well, my son said Sherman has some 6'8" dude who's like doing windmill dunks in the game. So wow. I guess they're good at basketball this year.
Sherman,
or at least there is a good guy. They beat up Bishop Lynch last night, from what I understand.
I'm sorry about that, Mike. I wanted to throw one more quick thing out there if we can. It was about Kyrie Irving. Irving, another 3 for 5 last night from 3. But I thought this was really... I really appreciated the way he broke this down, but did not give all the trade secrets away. Mike Curtis had an article in the Dallas Morning News because he's right now, Kyrie Irving is shooting more than 5% better than his career high in 3-point shooting. So he's been on fire.
Space.
I mean, that's part of it, but they were talking about like, hey, did you switch your mechanics or anything? And he goes, oh, I don't want to give away any trade secrets, especially when I'm having a career year, but which I like. But then he goes, it's a testament to hard work behind the scenes. And then the next part, I think the priority for me this year is getting off the ball, being able to get my feet set and being able to play off of my teammates, which that feels like a direct, response to, hey, this is the way the offense runs. This is how Luka-centric it is. And I like the idea of he's like, hey, I've been planning more stuff off the ball. I've been preparing. And
I got better relationship with Gafford and Lively from what we had established last year. And Clay opens up a little space over here for me, and PJ being here. Yeah, what they built. He said it. Let's get the band together. He wanted to get a band together like this. Yeah, he's getting the space and work he needs.
So that's another encouraging thing. I know we were talking about just last night's game, but I don't want to totally ignore the 7-game win streak before that. I don't want to ignore how on fire Kyrie has been from 3. And the way he describes it, it sounds hopefully sustainable. I'm not saying he will end up 5 points ahead of his all-time career high, but it seems sustainable, I hope.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if you said this and I didn't hear it, but he was the reason you got it to 192.
No, I did not say that, but you're right.
He got hot there in the corner, made a couple threes, and it was like, maybe the Mavs are going to make this interesting. And so that was Kyrie hitting some big three-pointers for you.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Let's talk about the lineup, the outfield, and the bullpen next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Winning run at third. And Berger drives it deep to left center. Give me that Berger to go. It's a walk-off win.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That was very good. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Parsons.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of all the burger jokes I can tell.
Because it's a walk-off.
If he hits 50, you can be like 50 burger. You can
He
throw that
thinks
out
that's
there.
dumb.
40 burger. He hits 40 home runs.
Yeah,
You
that
finally
is
say
true.
it.
I do hope he hits 50's probably like too much.
Yeah.
but-
40 would work great.
I'll take 40, I guess.
Let's
So,
do that.
I want to ask you guys this question as you contemplate Jake Berger in the lineup. You added by the way, the last 3 years, he's hit 250 every year.
And for the record, this doesn't necessarily mean that Nate Lowe's going away. I mean, it
Right.
could, but I don't think that's an automatic for people that are concerned about that.
Before we get to that, let's look at this team and you guys tell me what your lineup would be today. It's opening day. Everybody's healthy. Where are you slotting Jake Berger in this lineup?
I'm trying to figure that out because, Mike, ultimately, I would want Evan Carter 1, Wyatt Langford 2, Corey Seager 3, and then either Adolis or Berger 4.
Okay.
So that's what but then I'm looking at it and going, now I have 3 right-handers in a row, and Adolis, Berger, and Josh Young. So I've got to figure out how to break that up a little bit. So I'm still trying to figure out how to map this one a little bit.
See, I think I want...
And Simeon, so that's 4
I think
in a
I
row.
want Langford first, and then Seager, and then Simeon, and then Adolis, Low, Berger, maybe.
Yeah, I think this is.
I can't get rid of Josh Smith.
It's going to be interesting.
Maybe 6
because I'm planning on the way baseball works today, and I don't disagree with this. It's interesting that it took maybe this long to figure it out. Is like, hey, so what? Omar Vizquel, he gets on base. He's fast. So if he gets on base, he's going to score from second easy. But then you're like, is Omar Vizquel one of our 2 best hitters?
Yeah.
No, he's like our, I'm thinking of Cleveland back in the day. You have Juan Gonzalez, who's better. You have Jim Tomei, who's better. You have Roberto Alomar, who's better, right? You have multiple guys who would be better hitters. You'd get to Omar Vizquel and say, he's maybe our 5th best hitter. Then why are we batting him second? In fact, Kenny Lofton, right? So you're like, Kenny Lofton, then Omar Vizquel, then Roberto Alomar, then we get to Tomei, and then we get to Juan Gonzalez. You're like, wait, you're limiting some of your best players at bats throughout a season because they're batting more in the middle of the order. My opinion is in order, Corey Seager's your best hitter. I don't think anybody will argue with that. Now it's like, who is going to be my second best hitter in 2025? If I say it's going to be Wyatt Langford, I want my 2 guys getting the most at-bats possible.
And that's what I think. And I like Langford as a leadoff better than I like Seager, even though he's your best
I don't
hitter.
think Seager wants to lead off.
I'm sure not.
Now, we know that Simeon wants to lead off. Is now, if I'm looking at...
It's time to tell him what he's going to do instead.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but if I'm looking at OPS plus, there's a lot of extra stats. It's very tough. I love how many people come up to us at Buffalo Wild Wings or wherever we're at, whether it was at
Bedford
Palmer's
this week.
Bedford this week. We were at Palmer's Hot Chicken last week in North Dallas. Is people say, Mike, I don't really like baseball, or I didn't really like baseball, but I really like it now. I listen to Nuggets, and you get me interested. And I'm like, I love those comments because I get it. And then there's stats that are not easy to explain, and it would take me maybe a whole Nuggets to explain. But OPS plus, you want to be at 100 is kind of an average, and you want to be over that number. If you're over that number, good. OPS plus last year for Adolis Garcia was 94. For Jake Berger, it was 103, and for Nathaniel Low, it was 120. There's all kinds of different numbers because if you look at power-wise, you'd say Low by far is the worst.
People sleep on Nathaniel Low, don't
But
they?
if you look at OPS plus, it's a lot higher because he does get some extra base hits that Berger's not going to get. He is going to have more home runs. So then I start going, all right, and I'm not disagreeing with Corey, is Evan Carter being one, and then you don't want to bat Carter and Seager back to back. So that's why I think Langford, you had it too.
I'm
which
breaking up
makes
the lefties
sense.
with the righty, but I also have a lineup where I have Langford, Seager, Young is my top three.
Oh yeah, I kind of
Adolis.
I kind of forgot about Josh Young a little
And
bit.
Simeon, where are we?
Yeah.
I have Simeon 5th, and then I have Evan Carter 6th.
See, I
and
like
then Berger behind him.
I like Evan Carter 6th, or I might even go 7th, just because. And I know when we asked him about it, it wasn't his favorite question. There are legitimate concerns about his right-handed versus left-handed splits, and
100%.
so I'm fine with sliding him in that 7th spot.
It's so weird to me, Mike. I don't understand it. Why left-handers have such a hard time hitting left-handers, but it seems like right-handers, it's no big deal.
Well, I don't know it was grade school and high school baseball for you, but how many times did you face a left-handed pitcher?
Probably 4.
Right, and so you're facing them so little.
Typically, like
You just don't, as a lefty, you're seeing the ball, let's say 80% of the time from a right-handed arm slot. So are you as a right-handed hitter. So when a left-hander comes in and the ball, you deal with this your whole life. As a left-handed hitter, we don't deal with this a lot. The ball is starting at you and then breaking away from you or moving away from you from a left-handed arm slot.
And most of the time, all
you're
right-handed
used to
hitters
that
are
as a right-hander.
Yeah.
As a left-hander, the first thing we do is bail out. We open up to be like, this ball's coming at me. Now I'm scared of the ball for that half of a click, and it takes time to get over that fear. Now, you're hoping at 22 years old, which Evan Carter is, you're hoping that he gets over that because his first movement on a left-hander is to get out of the way.
Okay.
And that's too extreme. I'm making that too extreme. He's not just trying to get out of the way of a ball like he's a 6-year-old.
But it's step one.
But
Okay.
yes. So Rafael Palmeiro, one of the greatest hitters of all time. We get it. Like, there's other things with Palmeiro, one of the greatest hitters of all time. He would talk about really keeping that front shoulder in, wanting to use the left center gap against a left-handed pitcher because I have to stay in there. If I bail out or if I leak out, then it opens up so many breaking ball pitches. And lefty on lefty, what do? A lot of times they throw that lefty breaking ball where it breaks further away from the guy. You can start it even more at the guy. So Evan Carter is the guy that you have to protect the most in the lineup because he has the most extreme splits in your lineup. So Evan Carter, for me, I'm going to start him, like you guys saying, somewhere between probably 6, 7, or 8. Yep. Probably my catcher is going to bat 9th, whoever the catcher is.
And that'll probably switch day to day.
Yeah, and so now the only thing is he is a very slow, whoever it is going to be a slow runner on the bases. You're just going to have to deal with that. But if Carter is on base and the catcher gets out, you have a super fast guy on for Langford and Seager to hit him in.
Yeah, and I was going to say, also wedged in between Berger and your catcher, neither of which are going to be particularly fleet of foot. I do like having Evan Carter right there, too, to be like, hey, I can help.
They can drive him over. Yeah, they can. Berger can definitely hit some doubles and gaps that Evan Carter can score from first base.
I think it's going to be interesting to see where they put all of these guys in a lineup. They could just go back to, I would say, just write it down, Simeon, Seager. I want Langford leading off. My opinion, it doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter.
But didn't you get the sense that Bochy is not locked in on Simeon at number 1 and maybe Langford?
Yeah, I think there's a thought about that. Now, you have to remember this. I need to go back and look, but when George Springer and Marcus Simeon were on the Blue Jays, I want to say Springer was the leadoff guy, and Simeon was more of a RBI guy in their lineup. So he's done it before. Right before he came to the Texas Rangers, I don't believe he was leading off on a consistent basis on Toronto, but I could be wrong about that because they had George Springer. So I want to move Simeon into more of somewhere between 3 and 6.
Okay.
And then you have Josh Young, you have Adolis Garcia, you have Nathaniel Low, and you have Jake Berger. That is a good 3 through 7. I'm just not sure where to put all those guys.
A serious question. I want to make sure I say this right. Is 6 too much of a demotion from the leadoff? I know it's still an important spot in the lineup, but 1 to 3 still feels like, hey, you're always up in the first inning. You're going to get a ton of at-bats. 1 to 6 feels like, I mean,
you're a team guy.
We've lost.
You're an ultimate team guy, right?
That's a good question.
He is. We all have egos, though.
Yeah, I know.
I hear what you're saying, and maybe it is. I do think this, Nathaniel Low, I don't think you should trade him.
Okay.
Because he is a patient hitter.
Yeah.
He's not a major power hitter, but his OPS plus would say, hey,
he gets crapped on, man. He's a solid part of your
lineup. And
lineup.
he draws walks. His OPS plus, why is it so much higher than Adolis Garcia and Jake Berger if he's not hitting close to the amount of home runs those guys are? Because he draws walks. And those guys don't.
He just can't hit a fastball.
So I'm thinking Berger and Simeon or Adolis. I need Nathaniel in between those guys. First, he's a left-handed hitter. Second, he's going to draw pitches, and he's left-handed. And then I have Evan Carter, who, he can't hit lefties. Like, if I'm going to be an extreme, he can't hit lefties. But he does full count Carter. He does draw a lot of pitches. He does get on base, and he is very fast on the bases. I'm hoping the Rangers are more aggressive on the bases this year. But it's going to be interesting, and I know I'm out of time. I'm thinking, now that you got Berger, and he replaces a lot of, first of all, he's good, and second of all, he does have very similar Adolis Garcia numbers. I'm not saying to trade Adolis Garcia, and he doesn't play outfield. Jake Berger doesn't play outfield. But if you had to move Adolis Garcia now to get something you really like, then Jake Berger replaces that. I would like to keep everybody, to be honest, but if you got to make moves and you got to trade money, and then Adolis Garcia, he's only a 1-year guy left on your team. Yep. And then I think you're moving on. I'm not 100% sure. It'll matter what the market is, but it'll just be interesting what the Rangers lineup looks like. I want it to be Langford, Seager, and then we build from there. But I'm not saying that the Rangers don't go Simeon, Seager, and then build from. And it'd probably be Simeon, Seager, Langford, and then build from there.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Let's power rank those quarterback power rankings. Next on the...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to move Mickey Spagnola to 11:40 for the next couple of days, which means right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. All right. So the NFL is making some expansions. We talked about this for a while. The NFL next year is going to play their first regular season game in Berlin.
Berlin.
They announced today. The game will be played at Olympic Stadium. It's the 5th regular season game played in Germany, but the first one making its way to Berlin.
That's nice, man. That's really... I love these games because I love hearing the energy from the other crowds.
The chants
They're very
stuff.
excited.
Yeah.
It is a different aura. And Mike's right when it comes to baseball fans and their engagement with the game. Fans around the world engage in this NFL game, and that's really cool to see. So good for them.
The NFL and Nike have extended their partnership all the way through the year 2038 with Nike to continue as the uniform partner with the NFL, in case you cared. Now, let's power rank.
Was Nike with baseball this year? Didn't they do
They make the jerseys.
the bad jerseys?
Yeah.
So, all right.
Supposedly they're going to improve the jerseys and the pants quality for MLB this year.
So maybe don't take so many risks with the football stuff. You know, that's all I'm saying. You don't have to risk anything.
That feels like that would be problematic. Do you think it's fair to say right now that Drew Lock is the worst starting quarterback, followed by Mac Jones?
Yeah, I mean, watching Drew Lock,
it's pretty bad.
You could throw
Even
them in
his
the pot
mom and
together,
dad are
though.
hoping he goes back to backup quarterback so he can stay in the league longer.
Now, good news for Cooper Rush. He's skyrocketed up the power rankings from 31 to 28. So the quarterback power rankings go like this. Drew Lock's the worst, followed by Mac Jones, Desmond Ridder, Spencer Rattler, and Cooper Rush, followed, of course, by Will Levis. We might talk more about that a little bit later in the show. So that's the garbage group. Aaron Rodgers is just ahead in that group as well at 26. So that's the bottom of the barrel for quarterback power rankings.
So 2 years ago, maybe 3, he was number 1.
Sure. Or in that mix every week. Now he's this. Who would you put at number 1 right now? Feels clearer.
Josh Allen.
They lost, though.
Probably so, because his game was awesome.
Yes, that is true. The Bills have scored at least 30 points in 10 of their 13 games. That is an astonishing rate right there.
They still have some holes. Like, that's what's weird is how good they are, and they still have some holes.
Very fair.
Kind of similar, maybe the Cowboys a little bit, where they've faced some tough teams and lost to tough teams.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly
that
what
is
they
an
are.
interesting hypothesis, and they've got Detroit.
And that was the
this week,
comparison
right?
to them last year was the Cowboys. A lot of people were comping them.
What would you go after Josh Allen? It feels like everyone pretty much agrees Josh Allen is the MVP favorite right now, number 1 quarterback. Burrow is, in fact, number 2 on the list.
He's taking that step up for sure.
His team's just not that good.
No.
Or his defense, excuse me, is not that good.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I get how good he is. Are they still like? I feel like Goff isn't getting as much love as he should for the record that they have and the stats he's putting up.
Where would you put Jared Goff then?
Well, that's why I'm mentioning him right now. I might put him at number 2, but I guess I'll throw it at 3 since we already know Burrow's 2.
But that's what I wanted to know because the top 4 go like this: Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff.
Okay,
Jared Goff
that's
is
fair.
up to number 4. That's pretty damn good.
I don't mind that at all. I mean, Lamar Jackson, I get the team's record is starting to get to the point where you're like, Pittsburgh's going to win that division. They're only going to be a wild card team. He's not super in the MVP conversation anymore, but that's fair. Those 4 guys are probably the 4 best. I struggle to put anybody else in there unless we want to go with the history and what he's doing in the fourth quarter, Patrick Mahomes.
Now, Patrick Mahomes, and this is where it's been strange all season. Patrick Mahomes is number 10. And I know he's been lower by his standards for most of the year, but they just keep winning. But the person who's at number 5 has had one of the more interesting seasons in the entire NFL. Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert has only 14 touchdown passes this year, but he also has 1 interception.
Yeah, it wasn't like Joe Burrow and Lamar have very low interception numbers.
That
too.
is
I
true.
think Josh Allen has very low interception
That
numbers.
is also true.
But their touchdown numbers are in like the 28s.
Yeah.
So Herbert is a weird thing to me because they've won games.
And that defense has been, by the way,
That's
Josh.
kept them there.
Yeah, Josh Allen has 23 just touchdown passes. Not to
He's got
mention
33 total.
Yeah, the ones he runs for.
10 rushing. Justin Herbert's game doesn't look like the Chargers rely on him.
Sure.
It looks like the Chargers are winning games, and sometimes he does plays. That's how I feel about it. Just what I've watched. I'm like, okay.
That's my favorite bit of analysis we've gotten today.
When we were watching him in his rookie season, it was like the whole team is going to rely on him. It's going to be like Joe Burrow. Like the way Joe Burrow looks right now, but he doesn't even look anything close to it. And maybe that's because Harbaugh came in and said, we're scaling it back on you and your responsibilities, and we're going to be more of a run-first team, which they are.
Coming into the year, a lot of people had C.J. Stroud as a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I'm wondering,
he has fallen.
I'm wondering where they have C.J. Stroud at this point as we're getting late in the year.
He's been surpassed, too, by Jordan Love, I feel like most people would say, at least for this season.
15?
C.J. Stroud is number 18 on the
I feel
list.
like that's too low in my opinion. But
Kyler's also 19, which I think is too low. I know
Who are the
he's
3 people in front of him?
the 3 people in front of him, and this is why, one of them has actually really stepped it up. Geno Smith, Tua, and Bo Nix.
That's fair.
And then Stafford.
If you could pick today for the next 10 years, and I get team, coach, all these things, it matters.
I'm
But
still taking Stroud.
Stroud, Bo Nix.
Do I have Sean Payton?
That's the tough part is that,
Sean Payton has turned Bo Nix into a really good quarterback. So I'm probably going to go with Stroud. Unless I have Sean Payton.
And
who
I get it's like how they're playing right now and probably over the last 3 to 4 weeks more than maybe the first 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah,
but
Denver's defense also has given Sean Payton the confidence that he can do some things with Bo Nix and take some risks, and Bo Nix is living up to it.
I still think C.J. Stroud is a star and has the ability to win an MVP in his career.
But
maybe I need to watch more Bo Nix, to be honest, because I don't feel like Bo Nix is going to be a future possible MVP.
I'm not saying future MVP, but he has stepped up his game remarkably from the first month of the season.
I said a few weeks ago I would put my money on Bo Nix to win the Rookie of the Year over Jaden Daniels. So
I wanted to go back to something, Corey, that you said about Justin Herbert for just a second, because it is a fascinating breakdown of the way the season has gone. When the Chargers won 4 straight, Justin Herbert in those 4 games, 7 touchdowns, no interception.
Okay.
In the 3 games since then, their offense has scored 23, 17, and 17. He has 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about, because their defense is very, very good. I was skeptical earlier in the season, but their defense has proven to be very, very good. But it is amazing to see these games where you're like, that's the Justin Herbert I know, versus now we're going to grind it out, lean on the defense, and score when we need to score.
Yeah, and I mean, it really was. Let's look at that 4-game winning streak. Dobbins had 57, 85. Edwards had 55. And I guess Herbert was the leading rusher in one of them for 65. Earlier in the season, it was Dobbins. Like, that's where they were leaning very heavy. And look at the first part of the season, Kevin. This is Herbert's passing yards: 144, 130, 125, 179. That's what you were getting to start the season, and it was leaning heavy on the run game. And then now you've seen more in the 349-yard game. That's a loss to Arizona. All the numbers for Herbert, it seems like he's averaging about 220 yards, and that's about it. But you're right; those touchdowns were a huge factor while they were getting really good defensive play in that run.
And somebody did ask about Justin Herbert. Excuse me. Let's try that again. Jalen Hurts has similar numbers to Josh Allen. He's not in the MVP conversation. I would dispute that pretty heavily based on like a lot of the numbers that they look at. I know that Hurts has more rushing touchdowns. That is to be for sure. But Jalen Hurts, 16 touchdowns versus 5 interceptions. Josh Allen, 23 touchdowns versus 5 interceptions, just passing. That's a big difference. And Josh Allen's QBR is 11.5 points higher than Jalen Hurts. It's the best in the league, and Hurts is number 9. So I don't necessarily agree with that.
Hurts is a very interesting study. He's so smooth in what he does. Everything looks pretty easy, but then the pass isn't thrown. And you're like, why wasn't it thrown?
I feel this way. I know they're different quarterbacks, but if Dak's ever going to be successful again, you have to give him the Philadelphia Eagles team that Jalen Hurts has.
Okay.
I know that they're different because I don't think Dak can run to save his life anymore.
Right.
When he comes back from this injury, and he was struggling even before. But if I get A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert and the offensive line they have and Saquon Barkley and then a solid defense, okay, I can win with Dak. I can win now 12 to 14 games again and be like the Eagles. I just am like, how do the Cowboys, I know this isn't a Cowboys topic, but how do the Cowboys get the Eagles team?
That's a fantastic question. Sell 8% of your team for $664
well, that's not
million.
going to help you make smarter business decisions.
No, you're right about that. That's going to take smart business people to do that. Now, Kevin, this is just a thought that I had this morning I want to get out.
Okay.
See ya. Cooper Rush. Oh. Cooper Rush has been fine, right?
Yeah.
Fine.
But I guess
in the moment where he was asked to do something special,
can't do it.
He couldn't. He's not built for that.
I agree.
And when it comes to Dak, there are a lot of things that we bang our head against the wall about that really irritate us. But there is the ability to be special in moments from Dak. We've seen it. And if you're saying no, there's not, you haven't been watching Dak throughout his career. He has moments where he can be special. Specifically, throwing on the run is something he does well, and he's had to do it with this team. And there are some special qualities that Dak has. That's what you're seeing right now. And that's the difference between these top-tier quarterbacks and the guys that are backups that are kind of having to fill in here, is the top ones do more special things more often. And the other guys, you're just like, man, we have a chance, but you're not going to see much special out of them.
And do you think that's the appeal to a certain extent of Trey Lance, that you're not positive he can't do the special thing?
Yes.
You've seen it in spurts where you're like, he probably can't, but you're not positive. Where with Cooper Rush, you're like, he'll give you a very workmanlike, he gives you everything he's got, but that's going to be all he can ever do.
And the thing about Lance, though, is I still don't know if he can do the regular things well either. So that's like the times we've seen him, the regular things haven't been great. But have you gotten the opportunity to see whether or not he can have that special moment?
Now, I wanted to just throw this out there. This is a nice story. I know I'm going to say politics. It is an apolitical story. The Senate has passed what at first seems like too long of a title, but then you see where they're going with it. The Cardiomyopathy Health Education, Awareness, Research, and Training in Schools Act, or the HEARTS Act. And that was championed by Damar Hamlin. And that has also passed the House. It's going to get signed in by President Biden. And it's funds CPR training and the availability of AEDs in schools and other places.
Awesome.
And I feel like that's something that hopefully we can all be like, hey, that feels like a good thing.
That is wonderful. That's fantastic.
Let's go.
Thank you, NFL or Senate for doing that.
Good job, Damar Hamlin. All right, let's go from that to Max Crosby. Crosby is a tough son of a gun. He has played 446 consecutive snaps.
He shows up.
That is the longest streak by a defensive lineman in the history of NFL Next Gen Stats, which sometimes I think means since we started to care and counted things more carefully. And that goes back to 2016. As a defensive lineman, he has not missed a single snap since week 6.
And he's an irritant.
Yes. Yeah, in the best possible way.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure. I don't want to play against him.
Now, Mike, what do you think about this purchase? Tom Brady's 2000 NFL Combine t-shirt. What do you... Oh, man, I hope you're watching on the Twitch or the YouTube. It feels like perhaps...
You're not a fan of the Combine,
a huge
Mike?
fan.
Well, you remember that it was a very baggy shirt.
Yes.
There's nothing that's unique about it.
It says Brady on the back.
What do I think it sold for, or how much would I pay for it?
Tell me both.
I bet it sold for $150,000, and I would pay $500.
Okay. Tom Brady ran the slowest 40 of any of the quarterbacks, but what a savvy guess by you. It sold for $144,000.
I saw one of his Patriots helmets without a sticker on it sold for over $100,000.
Yeah, because they just had a big Tom Brady auction.
Like, geez, can we get one of those for Peace-a-thon?
You know, at the movie Wicked, Heritage Auctions recently sold the pair of red ruby slippers that
Dorothy.
I know, but Garden, what's her name?
Judy Garland.
Judy Garland.
Yeah,
Garland.
that she wore.
Yeah.
Do you know how much those went for at auction?
I do, but
Billion.
way more.
$1 billion.
Oh, okay, way less. Then.
Okay.
I thought you said a million. I thought you said a million.
Holy crap!
I'm
$2
sorry.
billion?
I thought you said a million.
Because $2 billion doesn't sound like way more, but it is a lot more.
Could have done that or bought the Rangers.
Just think about it. $1 million to $2 billion.
They're not even real rubies. They're
know.
It's $1,000 more $1 million.
Okay.
So just if you ever need to put that in perspective, I know the answer to this. So Corey, it's more than $1 million, less than $1 billion.
Okay, $30 million.
You're close. It's here in Heritage Auctions. It sold for, was it 32.5?
But depending on if you include the buyer's premium, between $32.5 and $35 million.
For shoes.
For the ruby red slippers,
Which
in the original Wizard of Oz.
And wouldn't you argue one of the most famous movie props in the history of motion pictures?
Absolutely. And you can donate those to the new Wicked movie and be like, hey, you want to use these?
No, they made enough money, and they're coming out with a part 2. They're doing just fine monetarily. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For some reason, Alec has decided to take off Thursday and Friday. So coming up next, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the greatest sports TV show in history is back at it again. We'll hear from them next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan with an excellent text from the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Y'all watching Arliss? All right.
The PBS cartoon about was he an anteater?
Arthur. No, that's Arthur.
Oh, okay. He's all
Arliss
balling his fist up.
Was a TV show from the late 90s on HBO. I've definitely seen it. It's been a really long time since I've seen it. So are you watching it now? Like, what brought that to the top of your mind? And now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. I introduced myself as the pride of Mansfield, Texas yesterday, which I still believe. Somebody said I can't be the pride of Mansfield, Texas. If I haven't been to the Mansfield Hurtado location recently, I was there last week. So take that, 469.
You and Noah Syndergaard.
Yes.
Is that your competition?
I think so. I know he went to Mansfield Legacy, so that was a rivalry there. I think he was a little bit before my time, not too far ahead, but a little bit before my time, and he is the pride of that school for sure. But it is time for my time, not his. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line to answer the question of the day. We'll get to that here in just a second. Plus, Inside the NBA is back at it. And I'm glad they're not going anywhere because they give me content. And their content makes me happy. So, the question of the day, because I won't be here tomorrow, I apologize. I know, you sounded defeated when you teased the segment. But tomorrow is actually National Poinsettia Day. Yes, the flower.
Don't let a dog eat it.
This is true. So, I'm going to ask you...
Kill them.
It's just a flower, right? How do you stop them? You just don't plant them?
How do you stop what?
A dog from eating a flower. I feel like that dog probably should have died.
You put some.
Oh my God!
You put a fence around it or some sort.
Oh,
you put it in a pot.
Oh, the dog got into the poinsettias. Like, what was it doing eating flowers? It's a meat eater.
I mean, my dog likes to eat dirt. So.
Dude, dogs lick up antifreeze and it kills them. Like if it's dripped and as a puddle. So if it smells good.
Man, what was that shoulder? That shoulder shrug felt like Mike, and I might be misinterpreting.
Yeah,
but you know what? If your dog laughs up antifreeze, maybe it deserves
dog
to die.
Antifreeze.
Yeah.
Well, let's get that trade out of the dog.
Thanks, Mike.
Just clip that gene.
For National Poinsettia Day, I'm going to ask you, outside of your Christmas tree, because that's the easiest answer, what is your favorite holiday decoration at your house? 877-881-1053.
So... And it was an investment that I was like, I don't know why we didn't do this sooner. And maybe people are like, that's not a classy Christmas decoration. That's fine. Is the little red light up candy canes that you can line your walkway with?
Yes.
We've gone out of our way to make sure we line up both sides of the walkway. And I don't care if people think it's overkill. I think it's cool.
Do you want more?
Yes.
I'm getting rid of mine.
Oh, you're kidding me.
This year
I would love to block out the entire yard with just the candy.
Just make a moat out of candy canes.
I have enough, Kevin, to go from the front porch all the way to the street.
I'm in.
But
I want them.
Because they ran out of the certain size.
Oh, yeah.
The half of them are short and the other half are tall.
We can figure it out.
Okay. And I told Adrian, I was like, I'm done with these this year. I'm not doing them anymore. And she was like, that's fine.
That's fine with me, too.
We have like lollipop ones.
Oh, yeah. It's the same concept.
And do they just do different colors? Like they're just like, or are they just staying one color?
Ours are just the red to go along with the white of a candy cane.
Okay. Like ours inside, though, have like different, like whatever. It just does different, like, I don't know what to call it, fireworks inside of it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
This is amazing.
I think he said it right. I do. I think he said it right.
Burning.
Well, they're not fireworks. It's just the lights are doing different colored lights. So it's like, oh, they're all green and now they're all blue and now they're and then they go back to white and then it's just one of those things.
I gotcha.
The this is a present that I would get for Adrian every year, but she also.
Did you get that gift for that someone special?
No, not that gift.
Elf?
So when she was working at Starbucks Company, one of the guys would buy all the women all the women.
Interesting. Very sexist gift.
He would
here.
buy them the Godiva chocolate bear. Okay. And it had embroidered on it the year.
Where's PJ Washington?
So we have like 20 of these Godiva chocolate bears. And I picked it up after she left. I picked it up and I started buying it for her every year. And we have them on top of the piano. Sometimes they're at the fireplace. But this year or last year, they stopped making it. Godiva just got rid of it altogether. And so they don't have it anymore. And so now I had a built-in present for Adrian, and I got to go find something else to replace that. So, But I love those. Every year we get them out.
Elf.
We watch it every year.
Get her that gift.
Mike, that's not a bad idea.
It's fair.
Except
game
from the kids.
Oh my God.
Let's see. From the 469, my Christmas Village. I did see one that I think was texted in either by Kevin or specifically for Kevin. From the 817, they said their kid has a little Tykes nativity set that she replaced Jesus with Grogu.
Okay. That feels blasphemous. But no, I'm just kidding. But also, we have one of those. But also the one I was going to say is we have this kind of like porcelain or I guess ceramic Simpsons Christmas Village. And they have little lights inside of them and you plug it up and it lights up. And so we have like the faux snow underneath it. It is super cool.
Let's see. From the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney, text on your favorite holiday decorations at your house outside of your Christmas tree. For me, I would say, I've mentioned it before, Kevin, and I still haven't sent you a picture of it. All of the Star Wars inflatables we have out in the front yard.
I want to see it.
Yeah, because we've got the corner lot, so we have a lot of space we have to fill.
You got Corey's old house?
Yeah, just not in Plano.
There are more than one corner lot, and he just said he lives in Mansfield.
Yeah, I'm not big time yet like Corey. Not as rich as him.
Yeah,
can't afford.
Plano.
Yeah, I can't afford.
You
Plano
can move
yet.
to the part of Plano where it's still Plano.
Yeah, I could probably. That's probably more in my budget. I'm lying. I'm not.
What does that mean?
There was one day where we were talking about where I live, and Mike said something. I was like, "Yeah, but it's still Plano. Like it's not that bad."
I think Plano East versus Plano.
Yeah.
West.
Okay.
Yeah. Plano East's motto is it's still Plano.
See, from the 469, I decorate my Arliss DVD box set with a giant red bow.
Okay, is that from the same person as before? Or do we have this weird groundswell of Arliss
Arliss
lovers?
making a big comeback.
Let's see, from the 214, my Nutcracker collection. I actually have one as well.
So I think that's what I'm going to replace the teddy bear with is Nutcrackers.
They're so fun.
Because last year we got Adrian one for her birthday, and I feel like we can just continue to do that now.
I think last year might have been last year or the year before. My dad got me a Mandalorian one, and I have a Yoda one that sits on my desk during the Christmas time. I've got like a cowboy one. I've got a Dallas Cowboys themed one. Like I've got pretty much every interest, every genre of like activity I like. I have a Nutcracker that's themed like it.
So I think my favorite at our house is from Mary Grace's, our daughter who's 19. Her second year of life, we took her to North Park Mall to get her picture taken with that Santa Claus. Very long line for that Santa Claus.
What? Is she 2 or is she 1?
I guess she was 1.
I guess she's 1, but not 2
it was
yet.
weird. Yeah.
Well, isn't that like she's 1?
I gotcha.
But her first Santa picture, I think we went to Redbird Mall, which is called something else, and like the Santa had like a kind of a wrist tattoo or whatever. It's kind of weird.
But the one at North Park is like in demand.
So we'll listen to the story. So from that year on, we always got our family picture, not Sue and I, but like the kids' picture with that Santa until COVID shut that down.
I gotcha.
And so up to that age, we have the kids like 5x7, I believe, is the size of every year of their picture with Santa until COVID shut it down, and then that Santa died.
Was there ever any pushback from your kids on that? Like, I don't want.
They always hate it
at the end,
and then they're happy
at the end. But we would try to do this at North Park Mall. We'd be like, we're going to go see a movie, you know, we're whatever. Like, we're going to do something. But I don't even know if North Park has a Santa anymore.
They do. It's a different guy, obviously, because he's no longer with us.
Died.
But literally last night, we have all those pictures in the same frame. So we just kind of updated it every year. Last night, Lucy picked it up and she was just sitting there staring at it. And she goes, I want to go back. And I was like, oh, man, we got to go back to do this Santa thing again.
And what would happen is my wife would have to, she used to work close to North Park Mall.
Like 7
You'd have to get there at 7:30 to 8 a.m. to get a ticket. The mall wouldn't even really be open yet, but it'd only be open to get your ticket for a picture with Santa. Then when the kids would get out of school, I'd pick them up from school, drive them to North Park Mall, where we would have been in like the 10 a.m. to noon part of getting a picture. But they would just put you in the next group that you were there with, since your number was like literally getting there at 7:30 a.m. Your number would be like number 97. So there's already 96 people, and then they'd be like on number 400 at that point. They're like, well, you're number 97.
Just slide you up to the front.
Yeah, really screw up all the people that. And then you'd see all the people, too, that would be like, hey, we just got here. They're like, yeah, best case scenario, it's 9 p.m. when you get your picture taken.
It was kind of
maybe that's what killed Santa.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I think he just passed away.
In other news, random note I want to throw in before I run this Inside the NBA sound. This is from Bob Nightingale. I just found this really interesting. He says, believe it or not, one of the most aggressive teams before he signed an 8-year, $218 million deal with the Yankees, Max Fried. One of the biggest, most aggressive teams in his pursuit, the Athletics.
Really? Which would annihilate the all-time biggest contract by what, threefold?
That's amazing. The other day when they were showing the winter meetings on MLB Network, I was like, why are they showing this kind of crappy little stadium? And they're like, yeah, we're previewing the Athletics. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's where they're playing this year. Gross. It's I guess a nice minor league stadium, but they're like, why are they, is there a special game that I don't know about? Kind of like the game in Alabama this year. And then it ended up being a very big Willie Mays tribute. And I was like, what? And they're like, oh, they have to play every home game there.
That Vegas money is already kicking in. If you've paid attention to social media recently, you might know that this analogy that Kenny was trying to make on Inside the NBA, probably ill-timed.
You think Jay-Z or probably not a good time right now.
That's a good point.
This is Shaq walking off the set right now.
You're silly, man. You're silly, man.
Go see if you can fix the wall, will you, Shaq?
Fix the wall, man.
Yeah. Here, back here.
Fix the wall,
I'll go
man.
see if I can fix the wall.
My point was too soon, Kenny. My point was you think.
Tried to make a Jay-Z analogy, and Chuck was very quick to say, probably not the right time. Shaq and Ernie both get up and walk off the set and go stand in the corner.
Yeah, man, that looks potentially awful.
His response statement, though, was incredible. If you haven't read it, Rock Nation put out a statement.
Yeah,
it was fiery.
Fascinating.
Oh,
very fascinating. Go read it.
I think you personally would love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very Kevin Hagelin.
It fights back.
Okay.
So there you go.
I just want to make something clear too. Ciroc Vodka and the company that owned it with Diddy has terminated that partnership. So
okay, good.
If anybody has any concerns or questions about
there we go.
Good. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Another excellent edition of AM on the FM. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 The Fan. Right now, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
I mean, it's going pretty well. I'm still sad about Overshone, and that hasn't really changed. But I'm curious. I know you got a chance to hit up the locker room. What did you hear? Anything of interest that you think we want to know?
Yeah. The tone in the locker room really didn't change much from Monday night. Same thing about, talking about Overshone. They're probably in there another 15 minutes, but I don't know if he was going to come out and talk or not. At least if he does, there's enough cameras there and microphones
we'll catch
and recorders will catch it. But I thought, since you brought it up, when Mike Zimmer was talking about it yesterday during the coordinator's time with us day after game, he said all the complimentary things about him that everybody else has said. And I think, I'm not sure if I've seen an injury have such a profound effect on so many other people. And you guys have heard it, right? The guys talking about it, Micha Parsons tearing up.
Yeah.
The whole realm of it, the coaching staff. And so someone asked Mike if Overshawn, his play and his impact on this team this year reminded him of anyone else. And he kind of hemmed and hawed, and then he goes, the closest comparison I can give is Darren Woodson. And I'm going, whoa, wow. Darren Woodson? We're talking a Ring of Honor player, a guy who should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Do the right thing, NFL.
And if you get compared to Darren Woodson, I'm not sure there's a much higher honor given you, right?
Yeah.
And I remember when Woody got here, his rookie year, and he was sort of the same type of player. They weren't built the same, but Woody got here as a hybrid linebacker at Arizona State. And the Cowboys saw, and credit to Dave Campo, because he was the one that kind of scouted him before the draft, they saw a safety in him. And so they weren't sure how quickly he can make that transition from college hybrid linebacker to NFL safety. So he spent the majority of his rookie year on special teams. And then the next year, he ends up as a nickelback, a starting safety, but playing in the slot on the nickel. And I remember Jimmy Johnson one day told me, he goes, that might have been the biggest mistake I made since I got here. And this was during when he was still here. He goes, because Woody could have done this his rookie year. I wasted a rookie year on him in the slot. He could have gone to safety and handled it perfectly, and I should have done that. And I said, whoa, that's a pretty good compliment coming from Jimmy. And so if you're compared to Darren Woodson, I'm not sure at this point in his, 13-game NFL career,
right,
there's a higher honor, right?
Yeah, I remember Parcells telling that story about when he first saw him going up to Jimmy Johnson being like, where did you get this guy?
Right.
And just like, good gosh, you guys got really lucked out on this one.
Yeah, and I could remember when he got here and he started playing special teams, and Campo tells the story, and he goes, hey, now, you better be productive because I put my neck on the line to get you here. He goes, you better not let me down. And Woody tells the story all the time about Campo just kind of reading him the riot act about how good he needed to be.
Things worked out, it seems like.
Yeah, so that's just the impact of not only his play and but again, just the guy he is. He's so positive. Smile on his face. Last year, he tore his ACL, right? And it's like, okay, well, I got to get to work. I'll see you guys next year, da-da-da. And now he's got to go through this again. And I think, after yesterday, we realized the gravity of the injury when you tear every CL you got in your knee.
The terrible trio.
A, P, and M, now, I heard the good thing was that he didn't damage any meniscus. And a lot of times when you have that severe of a knee injury, some of the meniscus gets damaged. And that's one of the things that they have the hardest of repairing. They've done the different deals where they try to inject blood platelets into where the missing meniscus is to try to regenerate the growth. Because there's no surgery, there's no, artificial meniscus that they can put in there to replace, the cushion between your kneecap and the bone. So the good thing is that didn't happen. It didn't sound like he suffered any nerve damage, but this is going to be a very difficult rehab, a lengthy one, and they're going to do the surgery as quickly as they can, if not tomorrow, Friday, or by the weekend.
Now, in his stead, because unfortunately the nature of this business, the nature of sports, you got to move on. Who's next? Who's getting playing time? We saw Leah Fowl come out there and get the sack and not the face mask call, which I approve of. Is that who we think is going to take a bulk of the time? And if so, are you excited to see more from him?
Yeah, and he's been playing when they've been in their 3 linebacker sets. And then, they've used Overshone. They leave him in there when they go 2 linebackers in their nickel. But, yeah, he ended up in the game with a sack and a half. And so now it's his turn. And one of the things that I think all the analysis was coming out of Notre Dame that this was a linebacker that could play 3 downs, that he had the ability and the agility to cover get into pass coverage. So, it looks like he would be the logical one to go out there, especially now that, if you wanted to go big nickel or something like that, Marquise Bell is out. Wanye Thomas is not healthy yet, so I think he's the logical choice. And yeah, just another hit on this team, and and they weren't. And then you got to factor in the Cooper Beebe injury, the concussion. I think McCarthy kind of said that we'll see how that one goes. There's a chance that he could get back out of concussion protocol by the time the game rolls around. But, that one's difficult because it's not your doctor making that decision. Sure. An independent doctor has to clear him, and he's got to go through all the steps and practice and see how you recover the next day. But that's just another starter that, they could be without going to Carolina, which, by the way, and stop me if I told you this yesterday, but I read where the Panthers are 2.5-point favorites.
It's the first time in 2 years they've been favorites, Mick.
33 games without being favorites.
Yikes.
So that tells you what people think about what's left on this team on the field going. And by the way, they've played better, right? The Eagles are pretty fortunate to come from behind to beat them.
Yes, a good thing for Leggett not being able to hold on to the ball. That helped.
Right. So a difficult season becomes more difficult. I don't know what else we can say about it, and we'll see where it goes. I guess, they need a whole bunch of people to lose to keep them in the hunt, but they got to win themselves.
You know what, Mike? I want you to turn on your microphone so you can ask that question.
Is this the game the Panthers regret trading Mingo?
That's a good one. Well, you know what? Poor Bryce Young, he had nothing around him, right?
Yeah.
His rookie year, and then this year it got a little bit better, but they traded guys away. What was the wide receiver they traded? Didn't want to play for the Raiders. Deontay Johnson, was he a wide receiver or was he a cornerback?
Wide receiver Deontay Johnson, he was with the Steelers. Went to the They went to the Ravens, yeah.
And then he went to the Ravens, and then they're going to send him into play, and he said, "Nah, I don't feel like playing."
Yeah, he didn't want to play on a drive, and they were like, "All right, fine,
fine. Well,
sucker.
Okay, you're suspended, and you're not going to get paid for the next week." The kids these days.
Oh wow, man.
Well, right. You know what? That thought went by in my mind last night watching the Mavericks and OKC. I don't think I've seen more 3-pointers tried in my entire life.
Well, Mickey, I have terrible news for you about the current NBA game. That is just the way it's going.
It was every possession. Maybe it was just the third quarter. I don't know. I didn't count. I did
this the other day, Mick. I know this gets off topic and we got to go.
Sorry.
But in the finals this year, I think there was an average, the Celtics and Mavs, I want to say an average of 71 threes attempted per game. And if you go back to the 2011 finals that the Mavs won, it was, I want to say, an average of 31 or 36. I forget because I did the math, but It was like in 2011, you would see 36 three-pointers shot in an NBA Finals game total, and last year you saw an average of 71 taken.
It was unbelievable. I thought I was
just
watching
where the game's going.
I thought I was watching an all-star game. Like it didn't matter if you win or lose, just keep jacking up threes, see how many we can hit, right?
Yep.
And so it got funny because then every time they got the ball and they had the ball behind the line, I'm yelling at the TV, shoot it. And they did.
I like it. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I was going to suggest we could talk some more about the Panthers or talk more about Mavs Thunder, but people seem to also want more baseball. The Rangers are making some moves. Let's talk more about that next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a variety of sports updates for you. The Mavericks lose last night in the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup. They will play again on Sunday. We don't know who that opponent is going to be just yet, but since they are out and they're not going to Vegas to be part of the semifinals and the finals, I know on the schedule it says they don't play again until the Clippers, I think, on the 19th. They're going to play again on Sunday. I don't know who they're playing yet, but they will play on Sunday.
This is a great break for them.
For sure.
The schedule was a rough schedule, then going to Oklahoma City, and they got through this, I'm going to say going 10-2. If you look at the, I believe, last 12 games. So great job by the Mavs after starting off the season 5-7.
And it'll be a home game, too.
Yeah.
So, and they're in the midst of their home run, and I believe back-to-back maybe against the Clippers after that. And so you're in the midst of a long homestand.
So hopefully they can build on that 10-2 record. Hopefully PJ Washington, which I think hurt them defensively last night, hopefully he gets well.
Because that was the same kind of upper respiratory illness that's been floating around the locker room.
Najee came back and looked great. That was out of all the signs last night of losing a game, the great sign was Najee came back and looked great again.
Agreed. Now, people have been clamoring for more baseball. Man, I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there.
Leave the man alone.
My buddy's an idiot. The Major League Baseball Network is just harassing this fella that, 12 years ago fell into the pond when they were doing the winter meetings here in the Metroplex, and they keep changing it up. They showed it every day. And now it's which team needs to make a splash. And they put the Detroit Tigers logo over that dude's head when he falls into the pool. I saw them do it earlier with Cincinnati. They have shown this guy fall into that pond at least 20 times this week.
Alec, how much money could we give you? I mean, not making fun of you here, but you are the poorest guy here.
Oh my God.
How much? So money's more of a factor for him to do this. For you to go to the Anatole tonight.
I'm in on this.
For you to just walk where that guy walked, because there's cameras there. It's still the winter meetings. Tomorrow wraps up the winter meetings. For you to just normally walk right into that pool and fall into it and look confused. And for the rest of your life, they will show you as the winter meeting guy or now other guy who did the exact same thing.
That's a tough question. Honestly, each person gives me $100, I'd do it.
Oh man, I think that might be doable. I was immediately thinking I'd go a minimum of 50. So
$100 from each of us.
Yeah.
So $300 for Carter for
right.
Alec.
Wrong ginger.
As soon as you send me that video, Venmo's on the way.
I need payment first.
That feels fair. That does feel fair. All right. On the rim, Mike's taking out his cash right now. He might have $100 in his wallet, and I do believe that he, in fact, does have $100 in his wallet. Oh man, he might be able to front the whole thing from us right
this
now.
This is a fantastic bit. If he pulls it off, it's fantastic.
I have $300 for you right now.
Wow.
Look, they have the guy right now. Nolan Arenado is about to jump into the pool. Okay, and they're picking which team. He's limited to 6. If you do that thing, here's $300.
All right.
For you to go to the Anatole and to fall into that water.
Tomorrow. I think it's
you have to do it tonight.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I
That's
don't think
$300 cash money in your pocket.
MLB Network's breaking down everything tomorrow, if that makes sense. So they won't have all of those cameras. So you need to go to the Anatole tonight and go into that water.
I'll see what I can do.
All right.
Do you want me to give you the money now because you know you're going to do it, or give the money to you after you do it?
I'd rather wait. I want you to hold on to it. I want to confirm that I can be there.
Okay. I'm excited to see this go down. I am also
Carter has to go with him and record this. I feel like.
I guess we do.
Now we have to have another extra $300.
We're going to figure that
out. Will you go in there with him? What if you guys hold hands
Carter
and go
said he'll
into the
do
pool
it.
together?
Okay.
Carter did say he would?
He nodded when you asked, so.
We're going to figure that out.
Or
oh, yeah. Also, see if you can wear a fan shirt while you do it.
I got one, yeah.
That is a great idea. Now, we talked a lot about Nathan Eovaldi coming back. We haven't talked as much about the draft lottery taking away from the Rangers, and I still think we can talk more about Jake Burger, because one of the things that you continually hear is he is a bright spot in the clubhouse. So take that for whatever it's worth.
I got 2 quotes.
Oh, great.
I got a quote from Bochy and a quote from Schumacher, if you want to hear them right now. This is Bochy. He's an aggressive hitter who makes hard contact, a lot of hard contact. Numbers show that, and just got better and better with his plate discipline. He can do a lot of damage at the plate. We're excited. He's going to be making our offense better, help us back to where we were a couple years ago, to being one of the elite offenses in the game. Schumacher said this: he's a winning player that hits the ball as hard as anyone in the league. He always finds a way to hit the fastball, but he works at it. He is a cage rat and preps to be the best version of himself each night. He wants to be a better player every day. He is only going to get better being surrounded by incredible players and staff that the Rangers have.
Okay, I want to break down some of the nuances of those quotes, but I want to go back
cage rat part
to
I like
the
a lot.
very first thing that Bruce Bochy said. And if you missed it from before, I'm going to paraphrase. If I get these numbers wrong, Mike, my apologies. The DH spot from the Rangers last year, over 162 games. So not just like this main DH or whatever. 203 with a 585 OPS.
That was the Rangers' offense from DH last year for 162 games.
That is absolutely
with 14 home runs.
Dreadful. The batting average for Jake Burger has been pretty consistently right at 250. The OPS 761. In 2023, it was above 800, and last year it was 760. So you're talking about not only, and you're adding, 14 home runs from the DH position?
14 home runs in 162 games.
All right. In the last 2 years, 34 home runs from Burger and 29. So let's even scale it down to 25. If you just take what this guy has been doing, potential upgrade for your DH spot. I know you could spot him at first and third some, but you're talking about more than about 11 home runs additionally, an OPS that's probably going to go up about 175, 185 points, and a batting average is up 47%. Upgrade. Plus, he costs $800,000, and he's in arbitration control for the next 3 years. Now, I realize you have to give up prospects. You don't just get them for nothing, but this feels like a savvy move for what is still a budget-conscious team.
Oh, absolutely. You get a guy that fits in with the clubhouse. Work ethic is on top of things. Like, you don't have to ask him to do a lot. Where didn't it feel like last year's there was at least one guy that you were just like, you felt like you were kind of dragging him to the field every day, and he just was sad a lot.
Agreed.
So, you're kind of getting that kind of energy from somebody, and like you said, it replaces a big void. When we talked with Bochy here, he was like, hey, look, everybody would love to have Shohei be in their DH. So, yeah, we do need to try and figure out how to have one there that can also, but as he said, do multiple things, not just be a DH for us.
Here's what I took out of the quote is the fastball quote from Boch. The Rangers were one of the worst fastball hitting teams last year, especially if you threw the ball hard. Now, this does not give me what he hit off of 95-plus mile-an-hour fastballs.
And I think, by the way, people know that's a shortcoming of Nate Low.
Right, and the Rangers in general is last year fastballs. He saw 1,085 of them, 52.1%. He hit 291 with 17 homers off of that pitch, a slugging of 537. The year before, he had a slug of 612 against those fastballs with 21 home runs and a 282 average. This guy eats up fastballs. The Rangers' weakness in their lineup was if you can throw the ball around 95 or harder and you can throw it at the top of the zone or above the zone, you will pretty much throw a shutout or close to.
And I know people continue to ask this. The reason why I think, I'll just speak for me, I keep saying DH. I know he can play some spot first and third, and I'm not saying you won't. Yeah, I'm not saying you won't need it, but that's not how I envision this. I don't envision this as your replacement for Nate Low whatsoever. I envision this as he's going to DH most of the time for you, and he fills, you used a great word, a void that this team needs.
I'll go to football talk. You know, when you get into the draft and you go, well, it gives you depth at that position, even though he might not start in his first year. Now, I get that Jake Berger's not 22 years old. He's 29, I believe.
Correct.
Nate Lowe is a free agent.
He's about to be 29.
Yeah, he's a free agent after this next season. So you have Nate Lowe right until you have him for one more year, and then he's a free agent. So now this gives you depth. Is that, hey, maybe Nate Lowe's on the team next year. Great. And so is Jake Berger. Great. But Nate Lowe leaves in free agency for a 3-year, $36 million deal. I know I'm making up a contract right now.
I got you.
Well, now you're like, well, oh no, what just happened? We don't have. No, we do have a first baseman. Relax. He might not be the best defensive first baseman, but Jake Berger's there for the next 3 years if we can't find another guy that we like, or we didn't develop a guy we like. Or Corey Seager's going to move to first base, I think, at some point in his career.
I cannot rule that out.
Or DH. So whichever one it is, Berger can play first or DH, or 2 years from now, Sebastian Walcott still in your organization. He's the 21-year-old shortstop that you weren't sure if he's going to be short, but he is. What do we do with Corey Seager? We move him to first base, or we move him to DH. So there's a lot here where you have depth now, where you're not worried about, let's say, 2026 first base.
Seager's bat could be missing for periods of time too,
because of injury.
Because of injury,
true.
And like we're looking at this thing with the idea that it's going to be healthy all the time, and what's the perfect lineup. But when a couple pieces are missing from this thing, you need somebody else you can rely on for power. I'm not saying he's going to go step in and play shortstop by any means, but he can be that one that continues keeping the power in that lineup.
It's a whole nother topic, but I'll just do it quickly here. If you get 125 starts at third base from Josh Young, are you pumped up, or is that not enough?
Yes,
that's amazing.
If you get 125 starts from Corey Seager at shortstop, are you pumped, or is that not enough?
Insanely good.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
That's if I have my math right, you're leaving yourself approximately 37 games?
Correct.
37 games at third base that I need a starter. 37 games at shortstop that I need a starter. We know that the Rangers are working hard with Marcus Semien to tell him, we love your durability.
Yeah.
We love you want to play every day. We love all that. But are we getting the best out of Marcus Semien playing you 162 games at second base or close to that number? It looks like the answer is no, we are not. If I give him 10 to 12 games off of second base, where you get a day off, 10 to 12 games next year.
Yeah.
That means that I need not just Josh Smith, but this is where maybe Jake Berger helps you out. Is I need 72 games on my left side of the field, third base and shortstop, and I need a dozen games approximately at second base if Marcus Semien stays as healthy as he seems to always do. Plus, first base, I might have a tough lefty that I don't want Nate Lowe hitting against. So now Berger and Josh Smith, does that make sense on the infield? They can help me out a little bit more, and I'm not asking Josh Smith because there's probably going to be games where we saw it. Josh Young and Corey Seager can't play. They physically can't play that day. So now if I need to play Josh Smith at shortstop, I know I still have Ezekiel Duran in the organization too, but now Josh Smith plays short, Jake Berger plays third. I'm not saying that's the best defensive lineup you can put out there, but it does cover you a lot better having Jake Berger being able to play a little bit of third, because I'm assuming I need 72 starts at shortstop and third base next year because of the injury history and maybe, I don't know, lack of being able to play every day from Corey Seager and Josh Young.
Now, I got thrown off for just a second because I saw something. You were talking about this the other day, and so I've seen some predictive betting lines for the college football playoff, and you're like, hey, we're talking about plus 7-point lines again. If Penn State wins over SMU, they would be favored by 11.5 points over Boise State. And if Texas beats Clemson, so they're going up against a team that got a bye, they would be favored by 13.5 points over Arizona State. So to your point yesterday, I was like, I don't know if it'll be that high. Well, it damn sure is going to be that high.
Dang. And last thing, I just got not complete confirmation, but we should have Jake Berger on our show either tomorrow or Friday.
Sweet.
Fantastic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's shuffle it around, go across the NFC East. How big of a flaw is this for the Eagles? Plus, Mike likes it. All part of the Expressway next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
It ends up being a 52-yard attempt for Jake Elliott, who has not made a 50-yarder this year. And the problems for Elliott from distance continue.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about some of those Eagles field goal kicking problems and go across the NFC East in a second. But in the meantime,
let's get something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10. We'll have no need to cry under that neon moon because you will win a pair of tickets to go see Brooks and Dunn on March 21st at Lucas Oil Live at WinStar World Casino. That is, of course, next year. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And we do have a couple of other notes for you for the Stars. Brian Ray reporting that Matt Dumba was not on the ice today. DeBoer said they're going to look further into it, and it is a precautionary method for now. But what's probably caught more people's attention nationally, I mean, I care about that a lot.
Dirt.
What's that?
Did it finalize? Oh, never mind. I'm still waiting on what you brought up yesterday with the Amazon thing.
Oh, okay. Inside Carolina on Twitter is reporting that UNC is finalizing their deal with Bill Belichick to be their new coach. So that is going to take away, you should be able to answer this easily, overreaction or reality. Bill Belichick will actually be an NFL coach next year.
Sounds like he won't.
Yeah, feels like that's
Can I ask
inaccurate.
you this question?
Yeah.
Are you guys disappointed? Were you hoping Bill Belichick was the next Cowboys coach?
A little bit. I have the same confusion as everybody about how is that exactly ever going to work around here, but I absolutely would have supported that.
The question I still have is how, where did it all fall apart for him in New England that maybe it was his mind of drafting? And nobody has proven the ability, except for them, to be able to lowball everybody and still get them.
Right.
Like, they lowballed everybody and, made them sad about life and just all these things, and somehow it was like, I have to be a Patriot. It was because of all the winning, though.
So this is where I'm wondering if college can be beneficial to him, because you're right.
He can hold it over everybody's head.
Well, that's true as well. But his downfall was he's bad at drafting. So maybe all of your scouts are like, hey, we need this kid, and then you let Bill check in occasionally and be like, hey, what about this kid? And you're like, hey, good job, boss, we'll go get him. But for the most part, you're overseeing the players that come in, and it's up to him to mold the people, mold the training, mold the facilities, blah, 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 blah. I think that could actually work out.
You go shop for me, and I'll take care of the cooking.
I think that could work out really well.
And isn't Bill Belichick's girlfriend close to college age?
Oh, my God.
Hey, just real quick, how does that get a pass from society? Because that's objectively gross.
I don't know.
Like, he could be her grandfather, and people are like, that's so cool. I think that is not okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a good question.
All right.
I just joked about
Who
it.
makes those rules?
No, I was just thinking about that for a long time when they're like, Leonardo DiCaprio keeps dating 19-year-olds and he's like 50 or whatever, and that seems weird for me too. All right, how do you think he'll do then at North Carolina, assuming the finalization does get finalized?
I think he'll do very well because one thing he and Nick Saban share is their attention to detail. And I think he'll have his players prepared for each game on how to not lose games. Mike's brought that up a lot of times, is they prepare them to not lose. And so I think there will be a very prepared team. Whether or not he has the best talent might not matter, because he knows he can do a lot with lesser talent because of their preparation. So I think he'll continue to do that. But if the reality is, like, he put it in a stipulation that his son was the coach in waiting,
yeah,
that's a weird thing to me to ask for that. But I think I think UNC will be a good college football team.
I agree with you to a point. I just don't know how much Bill Belichick. I mean, I'm assuming he does. You talked about it yesterday, the 400-page book or whatever, like all these things. So obviously he wants to be very detail oriented. But when we think about the history of college football, and I know there's different parts where different teams win for different reasons, But don't most teams win because they just have out-talented the other team at that level at times?
I think that's probably true. I'm not sure what that percentage is, though. Like,
Right.
is it 80% we out-talented? Is it 95% we
Like
out-talented
Alabama
them?
and Georgia the last, I don't know, maybe 2 decades is too far, but at least the last 10 years, they're winning most of the time because yes, it is because of coaching, but then yes, it is because of talent.
Yeah. I mean, and I think he'll get talent, or do think he will, but one of the things that he did in New England so well, there, and maybe it was Brady, we never will have that true conversation, was expose a weakness on the opponent. If they knew that you couldn't cover Julian Edelman, they were going to Julian Edelman 50 times in that game. And once you decided we're doing that, they're going to Grunt now. And so, that's one thing in college. You have more holes. You have more areas where you can be exposed. And I think that he's going to see how much easier that is to expose, because in the NFL, it's the best of the best. In the college, you got a couple of really talented, unless you're the Alabamas, the Georgias, but you got a couple places where you're like, I know I can destroy this guy.
I'm also curious, and I know we'll find this out over the years probably, how much does Bill Belichick move the needle for a 16-year-old?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, dating-wise, we're getting close.
True.
But I mean, in terms of recruiting, how much does a 16-year-old kid is like, I got to go play for Bill Belichick? I'm seriously not sure.
Also, how much is UNC willing to spend on football whenever they have their basketball program they got to commit most of their money to?
I think that's a great question too. I'm going to ask another great question that we don't have the answers to, but I want your opinion. The next 5 years, who's better in the ACC, SMU or North Carolina?
Oh man,
I think it's going to be SMU.
I think
SMU will spend some money.
They have a head start right now too, right?
Yeah.
Like Lashley is his recruiting class is already in for next year. He's rolling in a really good product to continue recruiting. So I think he's got about a 2-year head start on Belichick there.
Yeah, I'm also wondering this, is how many kids are at good programs, maybe considered as good or better than North Carolina, and would want to transfer their sophomore or junior year to North Carolina, go into the transfer portal and say, I'm going to play for Bill Belichick for a year or two.
Could be. Yeah, for sure.
Because he's saying that he's going to put together such a pro program that will NFL teams look at me as a better product if I go play for Belichick for a year or two?
I mean, probably.
Versus, I'm not trying to knock SMU at all. I think it's a very 50-50 question on SMU versus North Carolina.
Like Rhett Lashley versus Bill Belichick in terms of appeal to the next level. I get it.
Yeah. I don't know. Does Bill Belichick, if Bill Belichick tells you he has this quarterback and SMU has a quarterback and you're deciding, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting already the South Oak Cliff kid that's the quarterback for SMU. Jennings. There's like this similar quarterback and they're about 4th roundish type of grade a year or two from now. Doesn't Jerry Jones, I'm taking him for example, he's a bad example because of history, but
he trusts Belichick more.
Yeah, will he just be like, I trust Belichick's answer more?
Probably.
So I'm taking the guy Belichick told me to take.
I can't rule that out whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely seems like it would be that.
How much does that in the NFL? How much does that happen besides just Jerry Jones?
I think a lot besides just Jerry Jones. I really do. All right, we'll get back to more of this breaking story where Bill Belichick's finalizing his deal with North Carolina. But in the meantime, we're going to go across the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure. Who would you like to start with?
I'm going to choose the team that blocked a punt and had a win in their hands at 1 minute and 52 seconds to go.
That is the Dallas Cowboys. And I want to talk about Rico Dowdle a little bit more because he had 18 carries in that game, career high, 131 yards rushing, 7.2 yards average per carry, which is the first time a Cowboys had that many carries with that high of an average since Zeke in 2018. So it's been 6 years. Are you surprised, not necessarily that he's doing it, but that he's also doing it with a very,
patchwork,
exactly, offensive line?
I am surprised that they're able to do it as effectively as they have been the last few weeks. I'm also not surprised about the opponents they've done it against, so I still want to give them, the credit on that.
Yeah.
But the offensive line that they've asked for hasn't been there all year. I'm kind of curious on the front of the conversation that kept popping up early in the season. We couldn't get the run game going because we were already out of games. Why were you not running the ball well before you were out of the game, though? That was not allowing you to get the points that you needed to stay in touch with it. What was different then? Oh, well, it's like if you have to have more reps in order to be successful. That's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
Like, that's a part of it, but it's not necessarily the case. But it is nice to see what he's accomplishing for sure.
One more question. Any chance? I know your answer. Any chance this has changed your mind? If he's like, hey, I like it in Dallas, I'll come back for really cheap if you'll make me the starter.
Oh, Dowdle?
Yeah. Probably not.
Not yet.
I don't think so. I think you have to take his agent. First, he's going to rely on his agent, and then second, not saying he hasn't made any money. He has 4 years in the NFL. I know part of it practice squad, but like he has. I think you have to take, even if it's $200,000 more over 2 years. I think you have to take the $200,000
going into this season. And he's been with the Cowboys since 2020. He had 385 yards rushing. He has a real shot to get above 1,000. And that's total, all of it total. He has a real shot to hit 1,000 yards this year. That is the definition.
It's really
of,
cool.
Let's go cash in.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Just somewhere.
I'm
somewhere
assuming
else.
somebody gives him like a 2-year, $5 million deal, not per year, but like $2.5 million. Does that sound right for a backup running back?
Okay, and you think, and you're out on that.
I think I am.
Okay. I mean,
unfortunately, I'm paying a crap ton to Zach Martin not to play football anymore.
Yeah, you're likely.
I'm going to have to start paying CeeDee Lamb more. I'm going to start paying Dak Prescott more. I get it's not max.
Micah's money's on the way.
Yeah.
I'm going to start paying Micha Parsons.
Yep.
I can't afford a backup running back at that. I can't afford a backup quarterback at Cooper Rush's number, to be honest.
Kind of can't afford a starting running back, so I'm going to have a cheap starter as a rookie probably.
Okay. Now, one of the people you're paying, CeeDee Lamb. He passed 1,000 yard scrimmage from scrimmage for the season on Monday night. 5th season with at least 1,000 scrimmage yards. He's the 5th wide receiver in NFL history to open a career like that. Mike Evans, AJ Green, Justin Jefferson, Randy Moss, and now CeeDee Lamb.
Good company. Very good company.
That is excellent.
I threw some numbers at you a few minutes ago, Kevin, and was like, hey, which receiver are you taking? 486, 61, 18, and 37 touchdowns. The 37 touchdowns ties Justin Jefferson right now, I believe.
Yeah, he's probably, I slotted it in the blind taste test, I guess.
Yeah.
Jefferson, then CeeDee, then Chase, and I don't feel like that's an insane order to put them in at all.
I am asking you a card question / wide receiver question.
Yep.
Are you surprised over time that it doesn't matter how great of a receiver you are, Chase, Jefferson, Lamb, how cheap their cards become because nobody cares about wide receivers when you're collecting cards?
I am very surprised about that. I'm actually surprised. I thought this defensively, like whether it was Aaron Donald or hell, even Lawrence Taylor or now Micha Parsons, I'm also surprised that those don't move the needle more. I really am.
We love wide receivers. We love watching them. We love talking about them, and yet nobody loves collecting them.
Yeah, it is a weird thing. You guys want to go Giants, Commanders, or Eagles?
Oh, I mean, the Eagles are fighting for number 1 seed.
No, and the Eagles that's true. The Eagles also have a very pronounced flaw in their game. Jake Elliott, I mean, you heard the audio we played. As soon as he kicked it, they're like, oh, that's not going in. He missed a 52-yarder. He's 0 for 5 this season on 50-plus yard field goals. I'm not saying that should be an automatic. I think we have gotten a little spoiled in the kicking world. But are you concerned that, like, you can't just say, hey, if we can get to the 40, we got a shot. Or we get to the 35, we got a shot. Like, you need to get to at least the 31, it feels like, for him to have a realistic shot of making these field goals.
Yeah, no, that is a significant weakness, but that's where I guess they feel like they have it covered because of the tush push. Like they feel like they can pick up a yard when they're deep in their, so they're like, we can continue to push this and we can get him a little bit closer.
Can't they just pick up a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader's boyfriend over here?
Cade York, yeah, you're right. Cade York is going to be available soon, we hear. So
that is true.
And I do think this off of kicking. Yeah, I think it has to be tough to win a Super Bowl with a below average kicker in today's game. And like for the Chiefs, I know this is NFC East. They better get Butker. They better get Butker back before the playoffs because they're going to lose if they have to go with a dude who at 31 yards out or whatever it is, can't kick it down the middle because they are relying on field goals at the end to win.
Now, some positives if you're an Eagles fan. This is now 4 straight playoff appearances. That is the longest streak by an Eagles coach behind only Andy Reid, who made it to 5 straight playoffs from 2002-2004. The Eagles.
And we all agree that the Eagles' success is largely because of the team, not necessarily the coach.
Yes. Whereas maybe I didn't feel
with
that
Andy
way
Reid.
with Andy Reid.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's the tough part is when you compare the Eagles to the Cowboys and you just look talent for talent. Like, even if you want to say CD Lamb is better than A.J. Brown, fine. I'm not going to disagree. Or that Micha Parsons is better than any defensive player they have.
A lot of deficiencies.
It's just like, okay, but it's close, right? Maybe not Micha Parsons close to their best defender, but you just start going to like every other position and you're like, hey, if they're better at that many positions, how are you supposed to get better than the Eagles in the near future?
No, I think that is a very fair question, especially when you see players like this, Jalen Carter. So Jalen Carter, who we all feared when he got taken by the Eagles, he generated a career-high 6 pressures on 38 pass rushes.
That's pretty good for a defensive end.
Well, for a defensive end, yes. And that's not where he plays.
He's a tackle.
And so if people are like, well, Micah got 10 or 12, I get it. But he's the most feared pass rusher in the league. All right. This is a defensive tackle, and he got 4 of those pressures in the first quarter. If you have a defensive tackle that can get you 4 pressures in a quarter, holy freaking crap, look out. And that is part of the reason why the Eagles have won 9 straight games. That is tied for the longest winning streak in franchise history. They also did it in 1960, 2003, and 2017. So for a variety of reasons, the Eagles are on a roll. I'll make these last couple super quick. The Commanders, they were on a bye. They still sit in the 7 seed, but something to watch with them is their run game. They're 3rd in the league in rushing yards per game at 157. When they don't get to 100, that's 3 of their 5 losses. So I know we talk about Jaden Daniels, and he can run the ball, but so goes the running game for this Commanders team. So goes their fate in the regular season and if they make it to the playoffs. And then this note for the Giants. I'll just bring up the most important note. The Giants went into their last game with only 1 interception, and they made that interception in week 1 against the Vikings. That means they had gone 11 straight games without an interception. That was the longest drought by any team since 1933. What's special about 1933? That's the year the NFL started keeping statistics. So in reality, it's probably the longest run in history, but they did it, even though they lost the game. Trey Hawkins got an interception. That is now 2 interceptions on the season for the New York Giants.
Congratulations to them.
See, that's the
impressive.
spirit.
Kevin, did you throw out this Jamar Chase stat recently? This goes back to the Cowboys, if that's okay.
I don't know.
It's the 170 and 2 scores and 10-plus catches stat.
I do not know
All right,
that
well,
stat.
then here we go. With the 14, 177, 2 touchdowns against the Cowboys, Jamar Chase is the first receiver with 10-plus, 175-plus, and 2-plus scores since
Jerry Rice.
Jamar Chase did it in Week 10 against the Ravens, who was the first receiver to do it since
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase did it in Week 5 against the Ravens, and he was the first one to ever do it.
Maybe I have to rethink those rankings a little bit.
Wild.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Well, this is a day old, but I'm going to go to this first, and maybe I get to Dirk Nowitzki and the Game 7 documentary second, is the power rankings on NBA.com.
Okay.
And last week, Kevin, I believe we did this on Tuesday. I think they come out on Tuesdays.
Yep.
They were 5th, the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
I'm not going to make you guess, but they've moved up to 4th. Now, they lost last night. I'm saying this is a day old because this does not have them losing last night. But I find this very interesting is that Cleveland stayed at number 1. And I want to give you guys real quick. Last night they talked about this on I watched TNT instead of doing the antenna. is the offensive rating for Cleveland is second. Defensive rating is ninth. Their net rating is second. Okay, I know that's a lot, but their offense, just think about this. Their offense is second overall. Their defense is ninth overall. A lot of times they say, if you're going to be a true contender, you need to be top 10 in both categories.
Okay.
Now, you can maybe get away with, because remember, the Mavericks weren't, but if you take the last after the trade, they were.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, well, they weren't. They made it to the final. See how that's, well, let's just take when they got P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. They were a top 10 defensive team. In fact, I think they might have been number one going into the playoffs for that 20-game stretch, and that's where people like Gilbert Arenas couldn't get their head around that. They're like, I'm not saying all year.
Yeah.
It's just the trade deadline that they have become good at defense. But so they are they are second and ninth offense, defense, second overall. The Boston Celtics are the number 2 power ranked team. They are number 3 offense. They are number 10 defense. They are number 3 overall in their net rating. So they're a plus 9.3.
Surprised they're that low on defense.
Yeah, they are. You would think that they would be higher than that. They're 19-5, by the way. So they are defending their title in the regular season pretty well right now. Number 3, the team you lost to last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They are 8th in offense. They are first in defense, and they are first in net rating.
And maybe because of those things, I know your point is not necessarily just the power rankings. I think I would probably go Celtics, Thunder, Cavs, and have the Cavs in third.
I got you. I'm with you, too, but the Cavs right now are having a year where you're top 10 in both. Okay. Yeah. Well, the Mavericks are 4th. They were 5th. They've moved up to 4th overall in the power rankings. They are 4th in offensive rating. They are 8th and getting better by the game in defensive rating because they got off to a rough start defensively. They are 5th overall in net rating. And by the way, this is another one. I'm not going to get into it with all teams, but pace, where would you put them in pace of play? There's 30 NBA teams, so obviously 30th is the team that plays the slowest basketball. First is the team that plays the fastest basketball.
I was going to say, I think they've moved to the middle of the pack. But that's probably about it.
No, they were one of the slower teams in the NBA last year until the season progressed.
And then they
are
faster.
7th overall in pace of play. So the Mavericks have improved into a top 10 team. So when you're watching them, yes, Luka plays at his own pace, but he's playing at a much faster pace than he's played at most of his career. So 4th, 8th, 5th overall in your net rating. That is really good. And this now will start showing the power of the Western Conference, even though I said earlier, I do think Oklahoma City and Dallas are on a collision course. If the bracket works out the right way, that they will play each other in the Western Conference Finals. 5th, the Memphis Grizzlies. Last week they were 9th. They have moved up to 5th. They are 5th in offensive rating. They are 7th in defensive rating. So they would be considered a true contender. It feels like a lot of haves and have-nots in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's like here's quite a few teams that are going to be top in a lot. Now, here's a weird one. Golden State is 14-9, and they are the 6th team power ranked in the NBA. Offensive rating. This is going to be really weird because of what we've thought of the Warriors for a decade.
Yeah.
They are 15th in offense. They are 4th in defense.
And see, I kind of knew that just because of how much better the defense has been when Draymond is off the court, and usually that's been a killer for them. So I could see that.
Now the Rockets come in 7th. So after you had Cleveland and Boston power ranked 1 and 2, we've now run into 5 straight Western Conference teams. And this has been, I remember talking to David Aldridge. Chris Arnold was up here earlier. I remember back when I was working with Chris Arnold, we had David Aldridge on, and I was like, this is 2017-ish, I'm going to guess. It's just a guesstimate. And I'm like, David, can you believe that it's been 20 years since the Eastern Conference was considered the better conference than the Western Conference? And he's like, it'll change. Don't worry. It changes. Blah, blah, blah. He has like, since Michael Jordan and kind of your Isaiah Thomases, like it's just like the Western Conference is just always a much better conference that the Mavericks have had to compete in. And if they're in the Eastern Conference, he's like, here we are. Literally since Michael Jordan hit the shot over Byron Russell, it is now getting close to 30 years in a row. And not like, oh, well, there was these 3 years. The Western Conference is just, ever since Michael Jordan retired from the Bulls, the Eastern Conference has been a load of dump. They have good teams up top. They always have a LeBron-led team, let's just say, in Cleveland. Or you had the Boston Celtics for a while there with Paul Pierce and Garnett and Ray Allen. Or you have right now the Boston Celtics. Or, there's always a good team or a couple. But your depth in the Eastern Conference has been a pile of dump since the mid-'90s. And that's amazing to me as the Rockets are 7th. The New York Knicks are 8th, the Orlando Magic are 9th, and the LA Clippers are 10th. So you're about to play the Clippers a couple times. Their net rating, offensive rating, 24th. But part of that is they play at the 23rd fastest pace in the NBA. They are a slow team based off of... So James Harden is still playing James Harden style of basketball. They are going to be a super slow team. That's where the Mavericks used to hang out at because they would run the similar offense, the James Harden offense, through a Luka Doncic offense. But anyways, the Mavericks did move up a spot in the power rankings. This was before the loss to Oklahoma City. These power rankings came out. But the Mavs are still, to me, they got off to a rough start. They are playing great basketball. They just didn't have a great game last night. They gave good effort. Luka just had a really tough game, but gave great effort. How about these numbers or these little kind of nuggets from the Dallas Mavericks in the power rankings? Derek Lively has now started the last 12 games he's played in, and even though he's now playing against other starters, his defense has still been much better with him on the floor. So it's interesting that Gafford and Lively share this position, but the defense does change with Gafford on the floor. Not to a bad defense, but with Lively on the floor, you could say the Mavericks have the best defensive team in the NBA. With him on the floor, Derek Lively, it's 100 points allowed per 100 possessions. That's been with him off the floor, 112.9 points over this 12-game stretch, not the whole season. So the Mavericks, over 100 possessions, are 13 points better with Derek Lively on the floor versus most likely Daniel Gafford. And I'm not taking a shot at Gafford. Gafford is a good player. I like him a whole bunch. But your defense with Lively on the court, so when he leaves, your defense becomes average in the NBA. With him on the court, you could argue that it's the best. Probably not the best. Oklahoma City steals the ball 750 times a game, it felt like last night. But that just goes to show how good of a defensive player Derek Lively is at 20 years old.
Yeah, I feel like length and bounciness helps him. Gafford he's the bigger size guy. It's a weird thing because they're both so tall. But Gafford currently, I feel like, has the ability to do a little bit more heavy lifting, where Lively can. His defense on the perimeter is actually really good, and that's something you're like, whoa! He just jumped out there and made a shot go away because he's able to get out there.
Not including last night, the Mavericks had played 4 games in the month of December. How many more free throw attempts do you think the Mavs had shot in those 4 games over their opponent? Because this is one of the reasons.
I know it was a lot last night. 35.
That's good. Over 4. That would be like almost 9 more per game.
28.
Yeah, the number's 72.
Good gosh.
Over their 4 December games, the Mavs have attempted 72 more free throws than their opponents.
Going to the basket. Aggressively going to the basket when they do.
Man,
isn't that now last night a little bit different, right? They made the point of Luka's only shot at 1.4 free throws, and I believe
Oklahoma City didn't have very many free throws last night,
but the Mavericks, that's one of the keys is they are getting to the line more now. I'd love for them to shoot free throws better. That's the one thing is like we need more attempts because we are just not a good free throw shooting team overall. Because Klay Thompson's a great free throw shooter, but he doesn't get to the line anymore because where his game is at. The Mavs trade deadline deals last season have affected their defense, but they've also changed the team's shot profile, with Dallas taking 46% of its shots in the paint after acquiring Gafford and Washington, up from 42%, the league's lowest rate prior to the trade. So they're taking that trade deadline and showing that the Mavs are getting to the paint a lot more this season. The Mavs have taken 50% of their shots, 8th highest rate in the paint, with that being the league's biggest jump from last season by a huge margin.
I'm going to throw it real quick to Alec for some more baseball breaking news.
This is a fun one, Mike. Garrett Crochet, the White Sox starter, is headed to the Boston Red Sox, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN.
Okay.
That's interesting because, I mean, I know obviously totally different positions, but Red Sox are one of the teams heavily involved in the Soto sweepstakes. And we talked about you pivot, whether it's Fried, Crochet, you have to have your backup plans in place.
Boston's not going to be a bad team. They died in late August, September because they did not have pitching depth. So it's just one pitcher, don't get me wrong. But that does help them possibly with their depth. And he's a number one. When he's healthy, he's one of the best left-handed starters in the game today. So that's big for them. Let's see what else they can do because they're competing against Baltimore and New York to try to get into the playoffs.
With the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How long would you wait for season tickets? Dirk, and have you ever been arrested on a mule? We'll talk about it next in The Fan.
Dude haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations to Sharon in North Richland Hills. She was the winner of our Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway. We'll be doing that tomorrow and Friday in the noon o'clock hour. Also, today, the G-Bag Nation is live at the Texas Rangers Toy Drive, Globe Life Field. That'll be open from 4 to 7. Bring a toy that's worth at least $15. Settle down for kids and get a ticket to a select 2025 Rangers game. You guys are bad people for that. This is a toy drive for children, you perverts.
Special guest at 5:30 on the G-Bag Nation.
Mike Bassick. Really feels like you should be there in the...
I think they have Nate Low hopping on with them today, too. So
6:30, special guest on the G-Bag Nation, Jared Sandler.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
This should be interesting.
Special guest, Nate Low at some point.
Wow.
I'll be signing autographs from 4 to 5, so be sure to stop by and ask me who else is signing at that time. I am famous.
He is.
Okay.
He definitely is.
They'll be like, yeah, they put me in your line.
Now,
Didn't get the Nate Low one.
it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. We begin. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and begin with Dirk Nowitzki.
Okay.
This is not necessarily a basketball conversation, but I always do love to relive the stories from the 2011 run because A, it's all we have. But B, that was a fun team. Like, that was an absolute blast that you didn't believe in whenever I said that they would sweep the Lakers.
That's true. I 100% did not believe that would happen.
One of the guys that kind of goes forgotten on that squad, though, is Brennan Haywood. He had a hip pointer injury and just wasn't able to do everything he wanted to do, but he was still a big body in that mix. And he was also one of those guys, him along with Caron Butler, that got traded here from Washington, and they were like, oh my God, we're in the playoffs? This is great. Which basically PJ told us the other day was like, it was a blur. And then we got there, and it's just awesome. But here is Brennan Haywood on the Run Your Race podcast, hosted by Theo Pinson.
Your buddy.
Talking about Dirk Nowitzki's quiet confidence.
Dirk had quiet confidence. He would say it to us. He just didn't feel like he needed to say it to the world. He would say certain little things. I'd be like, oh, I didn't know he was like that. Some guys got to get out there and they got to beat their chest and tell you, yeah, KG had to announce. And that's no disrespect. Dirk didn't feel that way, but he would say something behind the scenes that was different. Like, he'd just be like, we taking on the big three. He's like, they ain't no real big three. If they really wanted to create a big three, they would have came and got me.
Wow. I like it.
The Dirk we know, like part of us knows that like Dirk is too humble to say that.
Sure.
There's also the other part of us that knows that Dirk also absolutely would say something like that. The story that Brendan Haywood told about how
I like it.
They showed him the coughing situation and Dirk just put the iPad down and said, I'll take care of this.
Yeah.
Like, these are my favorite stories from it. But there's always this debate about the Mavs run to that title. And people keep throwing out how they really didn't beat anybody along the way.
What?
And
Who says that?
That'd
we've
be
just
maybe
heard
the toughest
Sean.
the toughest run in the history of the NBA playoffs.
Here is Brendan Haywood on the Run Your Race podcast having that discussion.
There's a debate on the greatest NBA Finals run.
Oh, it's not a debate.
Not a debate.
When you look at who Dirk had to beat, the only thing maybe close is maybe Hakeem Olajuwon's. They had a run. But when you look at who Dirk had to beat, obviously Portland first round, that's Brandon Roy.
Different. LA.
Yeah, Brandon Roy. You know what I'm saying? So Brandon Roy was a problem. Brandon Roy was a problem for those knees.
Issue.
Yeah, he was different.
Issue.
That's Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge.
Yep.
Then you got to realize the next series, it's Kobe and Powell.
Yeah.
Coming off a championship, swept them. Then the next series, it's KD, Russ, and Harden.
Oh.
Gentleman sweep. Then the next series, Bosh, Wade, Bron. Like how many Hall of Famers did he knock off on that run? Your favorite Hall of Famers from that time period got clapped on that run.
I love that line. Your favorite Hall of Famers got destroyed. As Dirk Nowitzki was saying, I'm the best on the planet right now, and you can't stop me.
Yeah, look, if you don't think it's the toughest run to a title ever, we can have that discussion. But if anybody says, oh, who did he beat? I'm like, a lot of people, all the contemporary best players that you think of.
And people would like continually go at the Lakers and say, oh, they were on their way down after that. It's because the Mavericks put them on their way down. Like they forced it. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they were too young. They didn't know yet. Like all that talent was there.
Yeah. Why did they never get there? Well, this was part of the reason they never got there.
They got there the next year, right?
Well, I mean, they never won.
But
they
lost. But just to show how good, you played the defending champs who were the 2 seed, LA. Then you played, I think Oklahoma City was the 4 seed that year because the Spurs were the 1 seed and lost.
And then they would make the finals next year.
Right.
So would the Heat. You beat them as well.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty incredible.
You weren't better than OKC if Westbrook gives the ball to Durant instead of whatever he was trying to do.
Westbrook stinks the last 5 minutes of every game of his life almost. That was the reason Oklahoma City struggled to get over the top, is because he doesn't understand the difference between the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes of any game he's ever played in.
Yeah, and I also disagree with that because at that moment, Dirk was better than KD. Don't at me. Dirk was better than Kobe. Dirk was better than Wade and LeBron and definitely Chris Bosh.
Nobody could stop
on that
him.
run. He was the best player on planet Earth, and I will hear nothing different.
And everybody and everybody on that team that won that championship, while they did their part, they all look at it and go, yeah, but we had the big German.
Yeah.
We had that guy.
And he wasn't going to lose.
We were very confident in what we were going to be able to do because we knew we had him. How long would you wait for season tickets? I saw this from Darren Rovell, Kevin. I guess at J Preems is his name. Got a note from the Patriots. It says, hello, we're reaching out to provide a status update regarding your placement on the season ticket wait list.
Oh, that's nice.
Over the past 2+ decades, we've seen incredible renewal rates from our existing season ticket members. While we're currently unable to confirm when you will be provided the opportunity to secure season tickets, please note that you're approaching the top of the wait list. For
You're
reference,
not even there yet?
Those who joined the Patriots season ticket wait list in February, March, and April of 2004 were provided the opportunity to secure their season tickets in advance of 2024. Our records indicate that you joined the list in March of 2005, and therefore he should be able to get his season tickets for 2025. How long would you wait for season tickets?
And
would you wait 20 years?
And see, your answer has wildly changed the dynamic of when you got on that list. Hey, we're going to be winning Super Bowls. Maybe Tom Brady will turn out to something. To holy crap, Tom Brady might be the best player I've ever seen, to, oh my gosh, we've won even more Super Bowls, to, this is what you got now. And now is when you get on the list. That is tough.
I've made a lot of bad investments in cards in my life. Trevor Lawrence being one of many. Funky Cole Luis Medina back in 1990 because his name was cool because I thought he was a Tone Loc dude. But when I traded a Mac Jones rookie card numbered to 10 for a really special Patrick Mahomes rookie card, and I knew I was getting the bad part of the deal at the time, I really like that I don't have that Mac Jones rookie card anymore. I have the Patrick Mahomes one.
Oh, absolutely. I've never had season tickets. It's never been something that was...
Because that's what they were hoping. Like, Mac Jones is going to do it.
He's going to...
Like, why'd you tell a Mac Jones story? He's Jacksonville.
Now Drake May is on top of the world from UNC.
Hey, and now Bill Belichick's going to show that UNC's the place to be.
Yeah.
So are you going to retroactively reconsider your opinion on Drake May, even though he wasn't there?
No, he was still there.
Okay.
When, Roy Williams or... I don't even know who their coach is.
Mac Brown?
Hubert
Mac
Davis,
Brown.
right?
No,
they're a basketball school.
Oh, okay.
Isn't Hubert Davis their head coach?
Is he still there?
Is that right? What was their coach who was so famous that lost
Larry
all those
Williams.
championships?
Larry Brown.
The guy before him.
Larry
Carter?
Dean.
Dean Smith.
Kane. Dean Smith.
He did win multiple championships, though. I don't know if I would say Dean Smith was favored was known for
He's
losing
considered
all.
better than Coach K.
3 years of Michael Jordan. He won his freshman year. Yeah, what did he do with J.R. Reed?
How is that a mic drop moment?
Yeah, how about having Rasheed Wallace?
How many did he win with Sheed? Vince Carter.
He didn't even make the championship game with Rasheed.
What are we doing right now?
Oh, the Rangers.
Oh, wait, you like Duke. I forgot.
The Rangers did not select a player with the Rule 5 draft, by the way. That news is just now getting out there in the world.
What are we doing?
I don't even.
They're 40-man's full. We have plenty of players.
They're not trying to take on Russell Wilson again this year, it sounds like.
We didn't. We 40-man him on the minor league side, not the major league side.
Mm-hmm, that is true. Also,
do you know that we 40-manned Ricky Williams when he was at University of Texas?
I do remember that.
And do you know why?
Why?
Nope. So Tom Hicks could pay him under the table because you didn't have NIL and you couldn't pay players.
Oh.
But to keep him, why did Ricky Williams stay his senior year at University of Texas? Well, Ricky Williams was drafted out of high school by the Philadelphia Phillies, and he wasn't really playing minor league baseball because of how great he was doing at University of Texas. But Tom Hicks is a big UT guy, and he wants him to stay at UT for his senior year. Well, there's this loophole. Well, I can give him a $150,000 bonus as a Texas Ranger. I just have to get him to be a Texas Ranger. So he Rule 5'd him in the minor league Rule 5 draft, and is like, here's a bonus of $150,000, not to play baseball and not to go into the NFL draft.
That's pretty genius.
I was not aware of that.
Pretty genius. Didn't he show up though and take some outfield balls and then he left?
I don't recall that. He's around my age. He played. I didn't play against him. I mean, he barely played any professional baseball. But I don't even think he suited out for a day for the Texas Rangers. It was just about Tom Hicks as a UT alum making sure that Ricky Williams would stay at UT.
And then lastly, this story, Kevin, I know you were concerned about this. The Murray Police Department arrested a man named Jonathan Mason. I don't know where Murray is, Kevin. Don't ask me.
Okay.
On Saturday. Reportedly, he was riding a mule while intoxicated.
What?
And so they had to...
My question was going to be, is that against the law? But I guess that's why he got arrested.
There is a fantastic chase video out there, by the way, if you haven't seen it yet.
On the mule?
Of the guy riding the mule and the police trying to stop him. And he's just riding.
Awesome.
Here's the video. He's riding through cones. And he's
man, that guy's going pretty fast, actually.
And that is, that's crazy that guy got pulled over riding a mule. Kevin, it's also the third time now that this man has been pulled over for riding a mule while intoxicated.
Do you need, but what what do you do? You're not going to suspend his mule riding license, are you? That's not a thing, is it?
I don't know if it is.
So, I don't know. That is super weird.
He rode the mule to the business where he started drinking and reportedly refused to stop when the officer ordered him to. And then he resisted when officers attempted to arrest him.
Okay, here's what I think should happen.
Oh, no, Kevin, the mule was stabled, by the way. It was stabled.
Okay,
for a
so the
report.
mule wasn't drunk.
Right.
Oh, you mean like, I got you. In Chicago, my cousins told me about the bike police.
Okay.
And so the bike police are these like, they're not really police. They'd ride around on bicycles. And if you didn't like adhere to the rules of the road, they would pull you over and give you this stupid ticket. And you had to write like a paper about bike safety. So I think this guy should have to write a paper about mule and driving safety.
And from Jake K on Twitter, talk about being drunk off your ass.
Because it's a jack.
I know, I get it, Mike. Thank you very much.
Good job, Jake. That's
I
impressive.
wonder why that mule got named Jackass.
It's in the Bible.
It is?
It says jackass in there.
No, why did they name it
I
that?
don't
Why
know.
did it get the nickname that?
Ask Adam. I guess he just called it an ass, not a jackass.
Because it's his
Didn't he call
offspring
him a
of a female
mule?
horse.
He says ass in there. I don't know. We're going to look into. I do not want that as a drop. I do not want.
Male donkeys are jacks. Females are mares. But I don't know why the ass got put in there.
You've never heard somebody go, there goes a mare ass.
Yeah, nobody says that.
All right. You know what? I want to say it's going to get better, and I'm going to regret this, but it did come up in the world of sports. Coming up next, we will go next up and scout the Carolina Panthers, but also ask the important questions of the day. Where exactly would you get a gallon of poo?
What?
That has something to do with sports, I promise you. Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Ciroc Vodka and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Young has time, and he can run, throws for the end zone. Field has it. It's a touchdown, Panthers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's scout them Carolina Panthers, and they're still not good, but they are better than they have been, and they are favorites over the Dallas Cowboys. First time they've been favorites in a game since December 18th, 2022, although they did lose that game to the Steelers.
Oh.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong or not, but they must have tremendous depth at the wide receiver position if they were able to give us Mingo. And I mean, look what he's done so far.
He hadn't done anything with the Panthers, Mike, up to that point.
But that's what I'm saying. He couldn't. Look at all the receivers they have. Look at how open that.
They have Adam Thielen, who's still around, and
he had a touchdown.
Xavier Legette.
Yeah, man, that guy, he almost has hands. Maybe he does have hands. He just doesn't have fingers. Like, that's why he can't catch the ball.
It's just paws.
Because if you have palms, you're probably not going to catch many things. The fingers are really important to catching balls.
Heard that.
And so you got Mingo now, and I think he's caught 2 passes for the Cowboys.
Which we warned everybody, he had caught one whole pass for 1 yard, despite 6 or 8 targets in his previous 4 or 5 games with Carolina. So that's that fourth-round pick that's going to be high. And then the other fourth-round pick that he gave up the year before for Trey Lance, which you could use for starting running back. And
they got a starting running back.
Trey Lance.
Oh, not us. Yeah,
is starting this weekend. I'm assuming.
No.
What?
And that's the thing. I think if the Cowboys were to lose this week, I would assume you would see, because the Cowboys have a 1% chance of getting into the playoffs right now, and it's just basically just a long, slow bleed at this point. You would assume you would get Trey Lance. And for what reason? To excite the fan base? Because, I mean, when you're not really playing for anything else, what are you putting out there? So,
and to see if he's going to be your backup quarterback going forward. I know people have all these weird ideals about then we wouldn't need Dak. Well, too bad. Whether you like it or not, that deal is signed. It's locked in. You can't get out of it for at least 2 years.
Yeah, no, it would be really nice. I'm dead serious about this. Last 4 games of the year, Trey Lance goes in, looks really good, and you're like, that's our backup quarterback. We appreciate your efforts, Cooper Rush, over this time. If something happens to Dak, which seems like it's more likely, Bobby was going through it this morning, and I think the last 5 years he's been injured every year except for 1. So it's more likely Dak's going to get injured. But no, we haven't seen anything from Trey Lance from the moments that we were out there in Oxnard to the preseason games to even the stuff that he's done this year that says that he's ready.
Look, do you think when the 49ers and Cowboys meet on the field hours before the game, and this game Sunday, that the general manager of the other team has to apologize and say, I had to ask for a 4th round, and I was just so shocked you took it. And I know you guys are stuck with this guy. You can release him. It was only a 4th round pick.
I mean, I don't think so. I think they probably still, even after the fact, don't you think people still try to spin hey, what a great deal you got, even though it's over and you can be like, ha ha, stupid. But like, it doesn't feel like people
You
really
don't say
go
"ha ha, stupid," Kevin, because you want them to trade with you next time.
Oh, okay.
You don't go "ha ha, gotcha, sucker."
Deuce Vaughn has more receptions than Mingo does. Deuce Vaughn. How many times have you seen Deuce Vaughn on the football field this year?
The same amount of times I've seen Mingo.
Yeah.
Deuce Vaughn, 3 catches for 18 yards.
That is very,
Jonathan
very sad.
Mingo,
Now,
2 catches for 10.
There are a couple of things that the Panthers have really been excelling at. They've been excelling at getting to the quarterback.
Okay.
They've had 4 sacks apiece in their last 2 games. And in their last 4 games, they have 15 sacks. So you're averaging almost 4 sacks per game. And so they have done a really good job at getting to the quarterback, which could be offset by the fact that, and I know Troy Aikman talked about this a lot the other night, Cooper Rush is getting rid of the ball very quickly, which in theory is good in terms of not getting pressured, not taking sacks, but it's also stifled this team's ability to have any sort of a long offensive play through the air.
Yeah, no, the ability to extend plays does not really exist with him at all. And so, yeah, if there's going to be pressure and the offensive line's leaky, then that's definitely going to be a factor on Sunday.
Is there any chance, like the first play of the game, I know this won't happen.
You want him to go deep?
Yeah. Just who's the fastest guy on this team?
Camonte Turpin.
Who's the guy that's over 5'6" that can run close to his speed?
Jalen Tolbert.
All right, Jalen Tolbert.
Gosh.
Let's send him just fly route and wing it just to maybe. I don't even think this will do much, but maybe this will do a little bit for the Carolina defensive coordinator to go, oh, they might be opening it up this game just to see what happens. Like, why would you play your safeties any deeper than 12 yards off the ball?
I don't know if he can throw
Which is how far it felt like our cornerbacks played in that last game.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, you're at the 4. I'm going to play 8 yards back.
I just don't know if Rush, the confidence isn't there to do it because he hasn't done it. Like you saw him last week, he just refused to throw it deep, and I was like, can he not do it anymore? We've seen a couple of throws. It's just I wonder if it's very Daniel Jones like, where it's just so inaccurate that he's like, I can't push it that far downfield anymore, guys. And that's a bad factor if you're going to have to rely on him for things.
I agree. Josie Jewell has started to make some things happen.
Good player
for the Panthers. He had 10 tackles this past week, and in his last 3 games, he has 3.5 sacks, which is the most he's ever had in a 3-game span in his career. So when we talk about the Panthers' ability to get pressure, it's not necessarily from all the spots that you would only think of. Josie Jewell has stepped up into that void as well. So I do think this will be an interesting challenge for, you used the term earlier, I thought it was perfect, a patchwork offensive line, and they're going to have another challenge in this game.
I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, you point out Josie Jewell's sack numbers have never been that good. Yet this year, the way that they're using him, I thought Josie Jewell was a great player coming out of the draft in 2018. I was like, I'm really excited about this guy. And he was good for the Broncos for a while.
And I know we kind of touched on this. It's been a tough run for ACLs of former Texas players because Jonathan Brooks, he tore his ACL again. And now in his stead, Hubbard went past 1,000 yards rushing on the season. He's got 1,011. But another ACL tear for Jonathan Brooks, who is somebody that leading into that draft, we talked about a whole lot and Cowboys fans were excited about.
Yeah. Hubbard has been an interesting, because they've given him the opportunities. They early in the season, they were afraid, it felt like, of not passing the ball because they were so far behind, much like the Cowboys early this season. And then they were like, you know what, Canales said, we got to run our offense the way it's supposed to be run. We got to show what Carolina football needs to be. And so running the way they have with Hubbard's been more effective for them.
By the way, he had a career high 10 missed tackles in the positive sense. I know normally when we've talked about with the Cowboys,
that's really good.
That's negative, but he had a career high in that. It's the most the Panthers back has had in 3 years since going back. Obviously, they had Christian McCaffrey. One more player I want to throw it over to. We talked about they haven't put up a lot of eye-popping pass statistics. Adam Thielen. Since he came back, Adam Thielen has caught 20 of his 25 targets for 258 yards. So they have been very efficient when funneling the ball into Adam Thielen. 80% of the time he's been targeted, he's caught it in the last 3 games since he's come back.
He was working his tail off at the end of that Philadelphia Eagles game. I don't know if you guys got to see the end of that, but he was like, he ran a route, had a big play, and was like, I'll stay in, and then ran another route and caught the ball and got out of bounds. And it was like, I think I'm going to die because I can't catch my breath.
Yeah.
And then they threw the perfect pass to Hans Magoo, and
he couldn't catch the pass. So Thielen couldn't catch his breath. The other one couldn't catch a pass, and it was problematic across the board. Couple of quick updates for you. Al Michaels said he is planning on being back next year in the broadcast booth. And are you guys surprised that The Athletic did their survey of NBA league executives, and when it comes to ranking the Mavericks front office, they're ranked 15th. I would have thought, I'm not saying you have to skyrocket them to the top. I admit,
the Mavericks?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they are that low.
I don't know why.
I wonder how much the separation of Mark Cuban to Edelman changes that. I don't know why, because it seems like it's all Nico there and Finley and what those two guys have done. But I wonder how much that changes because they don't know exactly what Adelson is. Like, they don't know exactly how she's going to manage this thing or how that group is going to manage it.
Do people factor in? I know it's weird around here because we obviously hear from the Cowboys owner and GM all the time. But do people usually factor in owners when they're thinking about how proficient your front office is?
I don't know. Again, because like you said, it's always our owners are very upfront and out there. With the Rangers we do, and Ray Davis doesn't talk much because the big factor is will he open the wallet? So I wonder if that opening up the checkbook is a big factor there.
I think it is in baseball because there's only luxury tax. There's not a salary cap. The NBA, I know you can go over by keeping your own players and stuff like that, but I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think owners are in this too much. I think this is a shot at Nico's lack of experience, but he has done a tremendous job.
Great.
Who would you put at the top of that list then?
Boston.
Probably Miami's going to be up there a lot of times. I don't know if they'll be number 1, but
Boston is
Oak
second.
City's probably way
Miami
up there.
is third. Oklahoma City is number 1 by a pretty wide margin.
Mike, the Rangers have a reliever. We have signed
say
a
Kirby.
reliever.
Say Kirby.
He's not going to say Kirby.
Say Kirby.
Right-handed pitcher.
He's right-handed.
Jacob Webb, who was with the Baltimore Orioles last year, had a 3.02 ERA, 58 strikeouts, and a 1.18 whip. So we got a right-handed reliever. Does that replace Robertson, maybe?
I have to look up his
60 games.
If he goes a lot at the end of the game.
Yeah, 56 innings pitched for them. So that is, I don't know exactly what the deal is, but 1-year contract for Jacob Webb, who was with the Orioles, and you got a pitcher that you need in that area.
Now, that's all fine and well, Corey. We can dive more into that at another point. But I want to talk about Juan Soto because I've been meaning to talk about this all week for some reason. A Twitter account by the handle of Philly Sports INQ tweeted out on December 8th, if Juan Soto goes to the Mets, which is always a bad way to start it.
He did.
Yes, he did. This person said they would post a video of them eating a gallon of human S.
Why?
That is a great question. That now has 30.
That's going to kill you.
Okay.
That could kill you.
I think you're probably right.
So too.
I think.
It now has 30,000 likes, and he followed up 17 hours ago.
Is this a famous person?
No, he has 1,000 followers.
He's trying to get famous.
Yeah, well.
He's going to die.
He followed up 17 hours ago. Does anyone know how to acquire about a gallon of, then he said, human feces?
Yeah, just
asking for a friend.
Go into a gallon bucket for a few days and see how that, I don't know exactly how many days.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how that'll work either.
Don't do it, dude. Just take your licks and say, I'm a moron. I shouldn't have tweeted this.
Yeah.
I'm stupid.
But instead, he seems to embrace it. It was already pinned to the top of his page, and he hasn't unpinned it and taken it away and be like, hey, hopefully people will forget about that. But yeah, this is what he said. But Corey, you asked the most important question. But why?
But why?
If the flip side was, but if he doesn't, you all have to send me $1.
$1 billion.
Yeah. then I would be like,
It's only $1,000. I'm not eating that for $1,000.
then I would be like, at least understand your motive.
Yeah.
This motive, I don't understand at all. And as Mike said, yes, Juan Soto did, in fact, go to the Mets. And he said not only will he do it, he'll post a video of it.
Yeah. According to Columbia University.
Oh, no.
Feces can contain a variety of disease-causing bacteria, viruses, and parasitic worms. It doesn't mean that eating feces is necessarily poisonous, but it can make someone sick. Shigella, Vibrio, Salmonella, and E. coli are 4 bacteria commonly present.
That is so gross.
In the doo-doo.
I don't think that person is really going to do it. I guess I kind of hope they
can't. I don't think they can.
Don't.
Can you just eat chocolate mousse and everybody's like, oh, it looks real? Like I feel like you can pull this off.
Caddyshack?
Yeah. I feel like you can pull this off and make it look
just a whole bunch of Snicker bars.
It's a Baby Ruth.
Yeah.
I don't know, but this person is continuing to double down.
I mean, I'd rather him try this, and he's going to get sick doing this. Eat a gallon's worth of Snicker bar.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And those are great, by the way. If you're thinking I'm comparing
Snickers
that,
are really
no,
good,
Snickers are awesome. But I'm just saying, like, let's not do the other. First of all, I don't think it's capable from a human being. And
Dude,
I don't want to see if it is or not.
Just stepping in it with a shoe on, like when it's a dog's, it makes me feel gross.
And I continue to go back to, if you would have won, you would have gained nothing.
From the 940, I deliver to wastewater treatment plants. I can get them 10 gallons. So we got people. If he needs some help with this. But
That's such a random connection to have.
Yeah, we did it.
I got a guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
guy.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go out to Arlington and talk with a G-Bag Nation. They'll be out there for the Texas Rangers toy drive. Remember, if you bring a toy for children worth $15 or more, you can get a ticket for a select Texas Rangers home game. 1 ticket per person. Go ahead and make that happen. Fans, go see the G-Bag Nation. Help out the kids. We'll talk with them next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, where the Rangers are making moves. And right now, let's turn our attention, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to the fellas who are at the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Epic, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I love to see all the moving and the shaking that the Rangers have been doing. I'm pretty sure the Evaldi news broke on y'all's show. And
in the last couple minutes.
I love it. And then last night, they make the trade for Berger, and just within the last 20 minutes or so, they signed Jacob Webb to start adding to the bullpen. Are you surprised, impressed, whatever, at how it feels kind of aggressive the Rangers have been?
I am impressed. I figured this is kind of what they wanted to do with, giving up prospects for players that are very affordable, either with lower contracts or with the other team picking up a big portion of the salary. And, I think this has got to, fill you with confidence and optimism that, they're going to have another good year. You got a guy in Berger who can play third base if Young gets hurt. He can DH if you keep Low. I just think it's, once again, terrific work by this front office.
What do you think the plan is for Low?
I think he's going to stay. I think this is a DH alone move, and you'll still see plenty of Low.
Or are we not thinking he's going to be an infielder?
Who's that?
Berger?
I think he'll be mostly
He's
DH.
more of a DH. He can play first, like I said earlier. This gives you depth. I think, Broadus, you would think about this in an NFL draft. Well, here's the deal. Nate Lowe has one more year at first base. You're not going to find better numbers than he gives you at first base for $9 million. Literally impossible on the marketplace. But if we're going to lose Nate Lowe after this year is over, then we have this backup. Jake Berger for the next 3 years can play there. Here's the other thing, too, is what if he's just a DH? That's okay. Corey Seager probably 2 years from now is going to need to move to first base or to DH. So this gives you a lot of, for Chris Young, now he's for him, I think he thinks DH and first base for the next 3 to 4 years, I don't have to worry too much about.
Kind of the question keeps popping up on Josh Smith.
Okay, what about?
And he was that?
What about him?
They
People
feel
are
like
trying to trade him.
Yeah, everybody's like, well, Berger means that Josh Smith isn't going to play anymore. And Josh Smith is your utility infielder, right?
Yeah.
That's
I need 70 starts.
Yeah.
From third base and shortstop. The injury history of Josh Young and and Seager.
Probably at least.
I'm giving a nice number. They both start 125 games. That gives me 37 games at third and 37 games at short. I need a dude who's going to play almost half the season as a starting player at third and short. Now, Berger can go over to third some. I'm going to tell you something. I remember calling the game in Miami, and I know this game isn't played like this anymore. I was like, I know back when I played, because we did it to Miguel Cabrera when he got fat at third base and then moved to first base with the Tigers. When he was fat at third base with the Marlins, one of the greatest hitters of all time, he got furious with our manager, Manny Acta, because they're from, I think, the same town in or Venezuela or whatever. And we kept bunting on him for hits. And he was like, we're showing him up because he can't move anymore. He was a thinner guy when he came to the big leagues. If you bunted on Berger and you laid down nice bunts, you would get a hit almost every time. That's not how the game is played anymore. He's not a fast, quick twitch guy at all at third base. If it's hit to him, he will catch it. If he has to move a lot, you have a good chance of being on first base. He's more of a DH/first baseman, but can play third if you need him to.
So is Dave Raymond being facetious when he said on Twitter that Berger was sneaky fast?
I'll tell you what. I will say yes in this. If you look at his sprint speed on Baseball Savant, it's a great page to go to. It's almost like they give you all these grades on all these little things they do. His sprint speed is a hair above average for Major League Standard. His range is in the bottom 8% of Major League Baseball. So the two things are true. Does he run fast when he's running the bases and you're running more straight lines for 90 feet or whatever? It's, for a dude who's 6'2" and 230, surprisingly fast for his size. But if you now look at the way Baseball Savant grades out his range at third base or first base, it is very low.
Now,
it's a no-brainer new concession item, though, right? Like at the ballpark, we're going to have like a Hurtado, Jake Berger or something.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
but
need to start tomorrow.
Maybe Jake's can sponsor it.
Ooh, that's a very good idea.
Big Whataburger fan.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a good point by Corey. New special burger, new specialty item, the Jake Burger.
Hey, does it sound like we're at a hockey game, guys?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And they're firing off shots in the background.
On the boards.
Are they taking
some kind of a stage, or they're putting down a stage?
We're going to graduate in the infield
it's like
today.
a giant dance floor going over.
Oh,
the outfield.
congratulations!
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to walk across the stage.
What do you guys think of the biggest obvious sports story of the day? Is finally Ohio Representative Josh Williams introduced a bill that would make it a felony to plant a flag at Ohio State's field.
A felony?
A felony. Aren't you glad that we have
laws? Glad Josh
politicians who are doing the things that the people demand.
Hey, as an Ohio State grad, Josh is probably excited about that, trying to get that bill through, so it doesn't have to happen again on his watch.
I hope it's just political grandstanding, and it's brilliant if it is.
Yeah.
People like this kind of stuff.
I don't.
They really
I
do.
hate this. You got so many other things you need to accomplish.
I know, but how many times? There's a reason politicians are like, the kids are the future. Well, yeah, no S. That's how time works. But like, what specifically do you mean? And they'd be like, oh, I heard so-and-so talk about how the kids are the future. And like, I kind of want to punch those people in the face and be like, and?
I feel like that should be on your gravestone. When I'm hoping you don't die anytime soon.
Thanks,
but maybe
Mike.
40-something years from now. Kevin Hagelin's quotes.
I'd like to start my campaign right now for host of the year, and I just can't believe Hagee doesn't care about the kids.
You know, Dawson, I do feel like isn't there a three-pronged approach? There's a three-pronged approach, and the last prong is, what about the kids?
Yes, sir. Yep, that'll get
Have you guys ever driven past on the highway and seen the state representatives' offices, their signs?
Yeah.
Like, Tam Parker, he's officing over here or whatever, You ever thought about stopping by and seeing if they were really over there?
Hey, what's he up to today?
A little bit. I demand.
Like, are you over here trying to do the plant the flag thing this week? What do you got working on? Are you working on things that might mean something to my area? I think about I need to go by and see somebody, Matt Shaheen, over there. I drive by his sign every day on the way to the Star.
I would
Hey,
love
Matt,
that.
Brian Broaddus here. What are you working on today?
What are we doing?
Looks like a big bag of nothing.
I would love that. And if I ever got in a political debate and somebody was like, the kids are the future, and they kicked it back to me, I'd be like, I would like to go ahead and cede the remainder of my time and have them explain why the kids are the future. Because that's a dumb thing to
I
say.
yield the balance of my time to the idiot gentleman from...
Exactly.
Can't believe you don't care about the kids.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We are, of course, at the Globe, and the toy drive is underway. Bring a toy, get a ticket to a 2025 Rangers game. I think the chairman of this deal, John Gray, is going to join us at 3:40.
Love it.
Reaction to all the top stories of the day here at 2 o'clock.
All right. I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at the Toy Drive. Bring a toy, at least $15. Get a Rangers ticket. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Jonathan Mingo season, Kevin.
When is that going to happen?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe Rangers Toy Drive Day. Well, we've been here a number of years in a row. First time I had Hurtado barbecue, actually. A gentleman just brought some to us here. So it's an enchanted evening. Lots of history and nostalgia. The fans are already lined up outside of the gift shop, ready to get in, give their toy, get a 2025 Rangers game day ticket, and get some autographs as well. You know, last year was insane with just the vibes of coming off the World Series. Mm-hmm. And I think this year, even though they had a disappointing season, the crowd might be bigger.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. It was a nice tone setter last night getting a couple of deals done. Like, yes. There's a sigh of relief here knowing that Nasty Nate's locked up for the next 3. We got a big new tasty burger in town who hits fastballs. Yes. So that's exciting.
It is. And we're ready for more. General at your service. Salute to you. Lucius Alexander is back home in the pin cabinet master control there, 75 and fits you. Fixing to go 5, flawless. You do have Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout NFL executive.
Yes,
Krusty's
sir.
Corners coming up around 3:40, 3:45. I know John Gray's planning on swinging by then, telling us about this toy drive. But what you got on deck for us, Brian?
Yeah, we're going to look at Carolina's offense, and I really went back and studied the last 5 weeks of their offense. You know, when before, you know, that Bryce Young just weren't doing very much, weren't getting anything going, and then they benched him. They've been a different player since he's come back, and then you're going to have to worry about a running back and a wide receiver in this one. So
okay,
a little bit of something we'll discuss it. We'll work around John Gray's schedule. He's hosting us today, so we'll do what we need to do for him.
Yeah, can't wait to learn more about this. Bryce Young playing significantly better over the last 3-4 games or so. And this game significantly more difficult than what it appeared that it would be before that period of time. Right. Eric Chiafalo is here. Okay, his nosebleed brother, Zach Wolchuk, fighting a little bit of car trouble this afternoon. But he's on his way. He's getting a ride there from your guy Mike's spot.
Oh, yeah. Ice Auto is going to be taking care of Wolchuk at the highest level for sure. And the fact, if he's even carpooling him as well, that's amazing. I didn't know if he was going to holler at an Uber or something, but there is one of the worst feelings in the world, driving somewhere important, and all of a sudden, your crappy car breaks down. We've all been there.
Yeah, I used to have this recurring nightmare when I was doing a morning drive that I was on my way to work like an hour late, and the boss was like, yeah, don't even worry about it. You're done. You know what I'm saying? So I know that anxiety, dude. It's like, no, you got to be freaking kidding me. But Wolchuk's going to rally. He'll be here before too long. Of course, you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Okay, last night, end of show, Nathan Eovaldi back in the mix. This is, crucial, I think, for the Rangers and their plans of getting back into contention. You just don't come along, guys, that people rally around very often, Brian. Yeah. And it can help young guys tremendously.
Absolutely.
It helps the culture of your clubhouse and your bullpen tremendously to have this dude around. So, and I'm a big believer in that kind of stuff. The culture does win championships.
No, well said, because that's the thing. When Nate Eovaldi and heck, we were all in the stadium when he pitched that game, and against the Orioles, and then went off late, and the standing ovation, the appreciation, and then we have the opportunity to interview players throughout the year, and who they always talk about. The pitchers always talk about, Nathan Eovaldi and what he means and how they look up to him and stuff like that. So I'll tell you what, though, this is when sometimes these guys, they get out of the building.
Yep.
And then the rest of the team wonders, well, hell, if they don't care about him, do they not care about me either?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows that that management. I think every Monday when we talk to Chris Young, and the losses were starting to mount.
Yeah.
And he was very honest about that, and you could tell it was really bothering him.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that this this off season has a little bit different tone to it.
Yeah.
Like we're not going through that again.
And I'm going to hold off on my Scrooge McDuck jokes, at least until spring training. I think that's what Ray just bought himself, Chief. How about that? That's good value.
Yeah. I mean, they pushed it right up to the top. I know Bassick was like, man, if that would have been 3 for $80, I could understand not wanting to do it. So, I mean, kudos to Eovaldi. He gets pretty much top market value there. But I think it is ultimately worth it. We didn't know the numbers when the news broke during our show, and then shortly after, it's 3 years, $75 million. It's like, okay, I mean, he definitely got all the wood, but I think he's worth every penny.
Absolutely.
Not just for the clubhouse stuff, but gosh dang it, if you have postseason aspirations, that's a guy you want on the bump every time.
You got to know who can handle it, because most guys are freaking out in those situations. Guys like Eovaldi, Seager, Jason Kidd, Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, they play at the highest level, in those kind of environments, and that I believe was the difference. The clutch factors of guys like Eovaldi and Seager and Doley there in that epic World Series run. I was just taking a picture over there in the seats that I was sitting at as Corey Seager hit that home run. I sent it to Dad. He's recovering from the detached retina surgery.
Oh, yeah.
And he's catching his first images of stuff. I just wanted to, lock that baby in for him.
Gosh, dude, you did have an awesome view at that, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a special evening.
Yeah, you want me to take a picture where I was standing? I go out in the media parking lot and then give you that one.
My dad
I'll live that one. I will live that one the rest of my life, and I'll make it up to Wolchuk one day. I promise you, I'll make that thing up.
I was cruising around running errands with my dad at Thanksgiving, and we were talking about how disappointing the Rangers season was, and I got him a bunch of Rangers gear. So he grew up a Reds fan, but he's kind of a Rangers fan too now. And I'm
Is that a Midwestern thing?
Yes. Yeah.
I would figure a Midwestern family. It's Indiana, right?
He was in Iowa,
so
then moved to Virginia.
I was kind of thinking maybe Iowa. That would have been more St. Louis Cardinals. That kind of that Midwest.
Yeah, there's a lot of Cubs fans there.
Cubs fans. There you go. The Iowa.
That's right.
Yeah. The AAA teams in.
But I was telling him about that day and and everything that had happened this year, and I was like, I don't know if they're going to get back to winning. And then he reset me. He goes, yeah, but we got that day. That's bucket list stuff that you could never pay for. And I know a lot of fans. That's why they're lined up here. And I mean, there is a core of Rangers fans that were lined up even in that dead period from like 2017 through 2022. There's definitely a passionate fan base here, but. I think that one tied in another generation for years to come.
I think the Rangers, and we do a lot of broadcasting out here on Fridays during game nights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think the Rangers have got a really good handle on the kid population.
Yes.
I think families, and maybe baseball is that way. I mean, I don't know, football may be too expensive to take all the kids.
It's too wild in there.
Yeah, but here it's like the Rangers have a really good understanding about their next group of fans and the experience for the next group of fans. Every time we go through the crowd, I feel like that there's a lot of families involved in this thing.
And then the other move, the trade last night, I'm just elated we fill this void that I've been feeling ever since Mark Hamburger's departure all those years ago. We got another Burger in the building here. This time it's Jake Burger. And Chief had a good point. It's a layup for the concessions, especially with the kind of bombs he's been hitting. Has some of the best exit velo in the game.
Yeah, I like that. Like maybe like a burger bomb, and you have some type of presentation now that's like bomb-like.
Like
I don't
ground
know.
beef inside a donut.
Yeah, okay. I like that.
That's what I'm
And the lava is some queso or something.
I think we just did it.
We just did it.
Let's get our buddy
you guys have all these
concessions
great
over here.
ideas.
We call that
and
brain power, Broadus.
I know, exactly. And hey, I'm all for you over here. Anything I could do to help. I'm trying to tell you, you guys come up with these ideas, and the next thing you know, we see them on the menu, and we're getting no scratch in the pocket for it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You need to kind of keep this among yourself, but it's a brilliant idea.
I think we need to go 80-20 our way.
It would make sense in the house that taxpayers built. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
there you go.
So I think that's just par for the course. But the Rangers give up 3 prospects to get them. I guess I went back on my promise already. I'm resetting it. Opening we'll make it to opening day. Infield prospects: Max Acosta, Echidri Vargas. He's a top 30 prospect according to the Morning News. And then Brian Mendoza is going to the Marlins. Berger turns 29 in April. It's pretty sweet. He's got the homers and everything. I think 63 in the last 2 years. 250 hitter. So it's not like he's Joey Gallo giving you 30 home runs with a 190 average or anything like that. His on-base percentage isn't great. His defense is adequate at first base and maybe below average, as Mike was telling you there in crosstalk there with his range. You're more of a lumberjack kind of home run hitter, and that's not going to be that much in your wheelhouse. But check this out. He falls just 6 service days short of being a Super 2 arbitration player, meaning he'll be paid under $800,000 in 2025. Rangers going to have him in control through 2028, so he's kind of like on that Adolis Garcia career arc where he got a little bit of a late start to it, and now he's absolutely in his prime. Added value, as I'm going through this Morning News piece, heck of a job. He's good friends with Dane Dunning. Okay, so he's got a buddy here in town, and I think even though maybe his defense isn't great, the Josh Young thing has to be a significant concern with his, injury-prone status. Not quite overshown, but maybe Derek Lively style.
Yeah, that's why I like what you're doing over there, Broadus. With people are quick right now on Twitter and stuff of like, okay, what does that mean for Josh Smith? Do we move on from Josh Smith? But having a utility guy like that is so important. Unfortunately, you can't bank on Josh Young playing.
That's what I'm saying.
As many games as you would like him to play.
My LSU guy will show up and play every day if he has to.
Right.
And Smith, I mean, he that's one of the things. I mean, he was one of the bright spots last year of a team that was kind of scuffling along there. So having him on that bench and Boach being able to say, hey, go play third today, go play short today, go play out in the outfield today. That you got to have guys like that.
But for Berger in the DH spot is going to be huge. I mean, Mike was talking about some of the average at the DH spot for 162 as a whole for the Rangers this year, and it was like hitting 200.
Oh, jeez.
So this dude hitting 250, 29 dongs last year, drove in 76 runs. 20 of those homers were against right-handed pitchers.
Nice.
So, I mean, you get someone who can hit right-handers. He hits the fastball well. You mentioned the team control factor and that he's so cheap right now, and it seems like he's in the prime.
Yeah. This was a no-brainer.
Yeah, a good opportunity there to get you a bat. It was much needed this past offseason. You mentioned the fastballs on 4-seamers last year. He slugged .645. That's 11th best in baseball, and that's just behind Fernando Tatis and just ahead of flipping Shohei Ohtani. He hits the 4-seamer better than Ohtani, Brian.
Wow.
That's all we were talking about last year, too. The fastball. Can't hit the fastball.
Yeah. Well, Bassick just sent me a text and said, hey, DH for the Rangers last year were 203.
Yeah, 203.
14 homers and an OPS of 585.
Goodness.
And that, I remember all
There's
year
pitchers that
long,
can do
like,
better.
I remember all year long, like, Jared Sandler and others, tweeting about, hey, got to be better. And we'd ask questions about the DH, and they're like, oh, they're kind of trying to work this way around it. But yeah, this is a nice addition. Reached out. I wanted to reach out. I was curious of the prospects we gave up.
Yeah.
Reached out to one of my major league sources in one of the teams, and I wanted to see did we do good on the trade, or did we give up some real dudes that we're going to look back and we're going to like, oh geez, like our pitcher at Kansas City or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Cole Reagans.
Yeah, I always worry about.
So we're going to get a report on that a little bit
Hey,
later.
Yeah, I
all
always
that
worry
means-
about that.
I hope. I honestly, can I be honest? I hope this is a Cole Reagans thing, because that means we're winning the championship, and it doesn't matter.
It all lines up.
I like
Come
what
on
you're
now.
doing
Stars
there.
align.
I like it.
Okay, speaking of winning a championship, I think Mavs fans got a lot of respect for the Thunder last night. Defensive masterclass, unselfish offense. They got something going. They hold Luka and Kyrie both under 20. First time that's happened all year. So I kind of think the question right now for the Mavs is, do we stay put? And that's a conversation that'll come to a head in mid-February at the trade deadline. But right now, going into the holidays, I'm thinking it would be really nice to, because I don't know if the Thunder really has a weakness. I think once you get into postseason basketball, the elite isolation players can find ways to score against great team defense. That's why, the superstars win the finals usually, maybe with the exception of a few seasons, maybe last year even. But I think Luka can give me a wild card, because in a 7-game series, oftentimes the MVP candidate's going to figure out a way to win. But yeah, right now I'm thinking, dang, we got to be able to fight fire with fire, and we have too many guys on the floor that aren't great defenders. Right now with the Thunder, they're putting units out there that there's no weak link.
Yeah, for sure, and they don't even have Chet Holmgren right now either.
Yeah.
So and SGA, it seems like, certainly for the last 2 games, and even in the playoffs, is like he just get what he wants when he wants it.
Yeah.
Like versus the Mavericks, they have all these different things defensively to throw at Luka, and they're trapping him, and Dort is just like completely a nuisance and all of that. And then SGA is just kind of like, whatever, we don't really have much of a plan for him. You were able to have P.J. Washington in the last game, late in the game, be able to say, okay, a couple possessions here, I'll go ahead and man up on this deal, and they were able to win it. Not having P.J. Washington was huge last night. And I also think, like, just the general, we talked about OKC, this is kind of one of those teams now they're looking up at the Mavericks. We're losing to them in the postseason. We just lost to them without Luka a few weeks ago. Like, they had the intensity and the hustle factor. They're diving for loose balls.
Yeah.
The Mavericks were kind of sleepwalking, and Luka, obviously, you're never going to win a game versus a team like that when he plays like that.
You mentioned that Caruso, that late, that shot they hit right at the end where he dives for the ball, knocks it, and
They just won it more.
Third. Yeah, exactly. But I talked to a buddy of mine with the Mavs, and I kind of asked him about the whole thing and about Washington and missing. He goes, yeah. He says we missed Kleba, too, in that game, just another big body as well. But he said, you know what? He says, let's see. He goes, no excuse. Brutal travel. Team is a bunch of sick players, and OKC is good. He goes, but we played like S.
Okay.
So that was there.
Like that.
Coming out of that game, they're not making excuses, but that's kind of where they're at right now with, they're just trying to get some guys healthy.
Yeah.
They've been traveling. They've been on the road, and now they can't get any of the guys they're all sick. So that was something they think about. But OKC is a good basketball team, no question.
I'm not drawing big conclusions after last night's game at all, but there is somebody that's out there that if you want to make a move for, Dawson, we can hit it in the rim sesh.
Okay, I love that. And what time is that?
That's going to be 2:40.
2:40 rim session coming up. We're talking Mavs acquisitions.
Yeah, real quick. My guy in the league, baseball, MLB, he said fans are going to love Berger. He's a big, fat, sweaty dude that hits homers.
Yeah, there you go.
Man.
One of my favorite kind of baseball players.
But he said, my guy said, he goes, Not a big loss. He goes, feel like Rangers won that one.
Nice.
With the prospects that went on by the wayside there. So
Prescott family catching another dub, second child on the way. FC Dallas and men's national team striker Jesus Ferreira, local guy, I believe out of McKinney, has a baby on the way as well. So I'm sure a lot of people are fired up about that. FIFA named Saudi Arabia 2034 World Cup host.
Very happy about that.
Spain, Portugal, and Morocco will co-host for 2030. We'll come back and talk about what Mike has said about the difference between 30 and 40. We're live at the Globe, Rangers Toy Drive. Doors will open shortly, and we'll see you real soon here in the nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. Okay, let's go to Micha Parsons. Your guy Todd Archer was chatting with him. Not a big difference between 30 and 40 million was the big takeaway in the headlines that spewed forth from that interview. He wants to know Jerry's going to use the money to pay for other players. And he also said his agent will probably hate him for saying that. So I thought that was awesome. I think that's what you want. He said he doesn't want to be anywhere else but Dallas. Wants to be a career Cowboy. Said he's Jerry's guy. So there's a lot of good stuff in there. Wolchuk was saying late last night that, he thinks Micha has grown as a leader, and I would definitely agree. And adversity forges leaders. It makes them appear. And I think he's a student of it, and sometimes his trial by error, obviously still a very young man. So I love this. I don't know if I'd be willing to do that if I'm Micha Parsons, because Jerry Jones doesn't have a history of, really going for it. But maybe you could get some sort of, a bargaining position at the table. I'm taking 30 if we do this, that, and the other thing, and we actually go for it in the prime of my career instead of managing the team like it's a damn hedge fund that you're trying to, get dividends from. But I guess what I'm hoping for is that Micha Parsons and Jerry Jones have the kind of relationship where Micha could have an influence and maybe get this team to go for it a little bit more, because their salary cap management has been, I think, one of their weaker points for a long time.
Man, that would end up being a guy who's super skillful, and Micha Parsons on the field. That would be his most dominant skill if he's able to switch the mindset of this front office and the way that they go about doing things. I think that's probably the number one way, other than winning a championship or just being a supreme super beast on the field at all times, to endear yourself to the fan base as being the guy that always took less than what he could have had. I wonder how long
Mahomes is forever a legend, not just for the Super Bowls, but
right.
I mean, he's getting like 40 for the next decade.
But it's also, do you actually buy this? Like, I guess we will end up seeing when the numbers come out. Like, that seems pretty far fetched that would actually happen.
And Jerry was asked about Dak last week, about his influence with the Mike McCarthy decision, and Jerry kind of took a veer off the road and talked about how he would never listen to players, when it comes to who we should sign or how we should manage things. So I think that's a good point, that it's going to be a tough needle to thread there if Mike wants to do that.
And GM Micha was drafting Mozzie Smith too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Big Mozzie guy. Big fan. Yeah, I mean, to me, if he did this would be great. I've wondered how long he really wants to play. I think that's also something that he's been talking about. But Micha probably is understanding more so than most Cowboys what comes with being a Dallas Cowboy and the money that he can make just being associated with that brand. I mean, look at what's happening with him and Bleach Report. Now he's not alone. Like Debo Samuel has a podcast there, but him being like the brand ambassador and kind of been given the keys to that castle and all the advertising commercials that come with that. There is. Like, if you just have former Dallas Cowboy on your resume, there's a lot you can do with that. And Micha essentially being maybe the face of the franchise alongside Dak Prescott, there's a lot of other avenues where he could go ahead and recoup those dollars if he were to save $5 to $10 million for the team, and they actually did use that wisely. But I get your point. I mean, I made the same argument for Dak. When fans want to say, hey, you should take less money, I just don't know as a player that I can look at how the front office has acted and say that I trust them to do anything with that. Because to me, every single year we hear next year might be worse when it comes to the salary cap. I can't think of a time they were good with the salary cap and had funds and their books were clean. They've always got something where it's void year. This is now coming up. The Tony Romo contract was biting them in the butt, so they couldn't end up maximizing Dak on a rookie deal. The same thing's going to end up happening for Zach Martin if he retires. They're going to be on the hook for that. There's always something. They're still paying Michael Gallup. The Zeke deal. There's always something that comes up to where they're cap tied. So I hate that excuse. Other teams find a way to maneuver around it. I've heard for 10 years the Saints have no cap money. Yet it's not like they're not trying to build a team over there. Now, they're not good, so that's probably a poor example, but come on now. Other teams can maneuver around
Rams.
this. Somehow you can't. The Rams.
Would
the
Rams
Eagles.
Would the Rams be an example? Eagles, exactly,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that you got to be willing to ride the teeter-totter a little bit more and shove all in when you have your best players and they're in their prime and you feel like you're ready to win. Then you add a couple of all-pros, one to each side of the field, and now we're giving ourselves the best chance, knowing that in 2 years there's no way in HE double hockey sticks we're going to make the playoffs. The Cowboys want to make the playoffs every year to Engagement Farm. We've been over this.
Yeah.
Do you see it one way or the other, Brian?
You know what? I think the thing that's always I think Zach made some really good points about the Cavs situation. I think it's interesting. I wonder if the attitude about Micha Parsons has changed among maybe people in the organization and the fan base. There was some time there where we were hearing some whispers and stuff about this, that, and the other with and was it coming from the Joneses? No. It wasn't, but people within the organization were making comments about various things and then it led you to believe, would these guys be in the business of wanting to move on? Do they want to pay Micha Parsons, $30-35 million? Do they want to even do that? We've talked about trading him and all kinds of things, and people, you're nuts. I wonder if the perception of Micha Parsons has changed. Or is Micha Parsons one of these guys that knows how to play the game and, is kind of saying the right things, endearing himself, but in reality he's telling his agent, listen, you don't get me $40 million, you and I are about to have a huge problem.
Yeah.
But you say the right things.
Yeah.
Micha Parsons, I think, has learned he's very polarizing.
Yes, he is.
And sometimes if you're really polarizing, you got to kind of find a way to get yourself back on the track. So people aren't, he's playing great. He's doing a great job in media. He gets people that absolutely don't like him and people who absolutely love him. So if that's his deal, go for it.
It's time now for our deal to be going into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Oh. Well, I made it just in time. You have no idea. Hey, shout out to you, Wolchuk. You made it too, bro.
Thanks, man.
You had a little car trouble, fam?
Yeah, there's at least some type of leak, and they're going to look, and I'm hoping it's just not a fat bill by the time this is all over.
It 100% will be a fat bill. That's what happens with these car troubles. Could you get it out the driveway, though, or did it stop on you in traffic somewhere?
Yeah, it did stop in traffic, but I was able to, I just, the last 5 minutes, I was hazard lights on, just praying, make it to Ice Automotive, please, with our boy Mike Osmond, but we got there. We made it.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. You can never trust your car the same after it stops on you in traffic. No. Even though you love it, it's probably taken care of, probably has no problems. But just a little hiccup, just a little funny thing, you're like, I've seen you do this before.
Traded in a good Jeep one day because of that.
Yeah. Broke your heart? He's like, I can't do it anymore. Yeah, I feel you, dog. I feel you. It's no joke, especially like if you get to the point where you're at a stoplight or something like that and you have to keep the engine revved at a certain RPM or the car will turn off on you.
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, that's some stress right there, I tell you what.
My best truck ever stolen from me.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, man. I mean, it's not really like car problems, but I get what you're saying. It's a hell of a problem.
I love that thing. I love that truck. It got stolen right from under their noses.
Right.
Bed payoff, make a country song about it. Sing it.
I love that my truck.
One verse, one chorus.
I get Choppy to do that. Choppy's really good at making those songs like that. Even Bobby
takes pride in it.
Yeah.
All right, so when we last left off, we're going to go to College Game Day right here. They are our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day. They were talking to Coach Kirby Smart and Coach Sark. And Nick Saban right here is not a fan of what these guys are saying. In fact, he thinks they are capping.
Play in a rematch, how do you balance maybe some adjustments you want to make as opposed to anticipating what adjustments they might make?
I think that's a great question. I don't think you overthink it. I think you try to do simple better. Block, tackle is what it comes down to. Everybody wants to make it about the scheme, but a lot of times it comes down to the players, not the scheme.
No, I think hit the nail on the head. We always use the analogy. We never want to get paralysis by analysis. You overanalyze, then your players aren't performing the way they can play. So take in the information, then you try to prepare them to go play.
Yeah, well, I think they're both bullshitting us, but.
Yeah, I agree, Coach. I agree. They got called out right there. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. You probably heard this. Not sure. Let's go to 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, Ohio.
Uh-oh.
We got a fella up there. He's on the Eric Chiafalo vibes when it comes to Kurt Herbstreit.
Ooh, oh, wow, okay. Now, listen, I had to switch up a little bit when I found out Dog was dealing with the C word.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so, I mean, hindsight's 2020.
Dog was dealing with the C word. You talking about Kurt again, or what are you doing?
Yeah, Kirk Herbstreit's dog had cancer.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know if you were calling him a C word. I was like, I didn't know what was going on here because you got to watch you. You're pretty slick.
No, I'm sorry. Kirk is immense.
Wow. I
just
had a
end
lot
up
of questions
saying
there too,
C word.
Lucius.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You never know with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, this guy's name is Mike Riccardotti.
Ricciardi?
I don't know, man. His name is Mike. And he works in 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. And he's glad folks are catching up on Kurt Herbstreit.
Playoff bracket unveiled yesterday. By the way, I like how everybody's just discovering now that Kirk Herbstreit's a douchebag.
Oh.
Like, I've been talking about this for 20 years. Welcome to my world. Now, there's stuff behind the scenes, and there's some personal stuff that goes into my story. But this is a guy who's always been ashamed of college football fans. This is a guy who makes his living talking down to you. For some reason, people still eat it up. They think he's the everyman. Oh, look at him. Well, no, because... Look at him and his dog.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. Journalism or hating?
Sounds like a personal.
It sounds like personal
there was a
problems.
personal story that he doesn't like Herbie about.
Yeah.
Now he's bringing the dog into
Yeah,
it.
that's a bad take. Like, just direct that to the dog, you know?
All right, see what else we got right here from the boys.
With us.
Yeah. Clearly, it's something personal with him. You know, Kurt. I wonder if Kurt done scooped up one of his old girls like a ground ball back in the day or something. Who knows? Who knows?
It always drives me crazy when somebody doesn't like somebody and then they try to tell me I shouldn't like him either because they're a terrible person.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, maybe you just had a bad day with him.
Yeah.
You know?
How about that? Or don't try to convince me that he's an awful person. He did that to you, fam, not me.
Yeah, that's my guy.
We good. I played this one yesterday. Baseball insider John Heyman.
Oh, geez.
Feeling insulted by WFAN host Keith McPherson over a joke. And the joke was that Heyman breaks news because Heyman is on the agent's payroll.
Yeah.
Heyman's not a fan of that.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again. The whole thing has been a disaster.
That's okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. This is not even halfway through. But I just like the fact that he called it a disaster.
It's the Drop Hall of Fame right here.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going out with you again. The whole thing has been a disaster.
That's okay.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
Emotional.
Yeah.
I'm being serious. Yeah.
John,
asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this. I know you don't, but that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am not.
I'm done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your time. He's got to get to bed. I did not expect it to go that way.
He did sound tired or something. That is amazing stuff from WFAN with baseball, quote, insider John Heyman. You can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
That is amazing.
Should we book Heyman and ask him the same question?
Oh, God. This whole thing's been
just as a whole bit.
Yeah. Let's get Heyman on like we want to talk winter meetings, and then we'll definitely bring this up. Mike at 97.1 The Fan in Ohio, or our champion Nick Saban. I'm going with John Heyman here today, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, same here.
Lucius?
I feel bad for Heyman because he doesn't have the old school phone, so you can slam it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to press the button nowadays, and that was definitely a slam moment. You had to hear me struggling to get that closed.
It kind of hits the bell at the same time. There's a crash at the same time.
Yeah, I'm right with Heyman, though.
Wolchuk.
Let's go 4 for 4.
Broadus?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to throw a vote to Kurt Herbstreit.
You kind of like that, huh?
I'm just going to make sure he gets recognized for what it is.
All right, we're live at the Globe here. Rangers Toy Drive doors will be opening soon, and you can give a toy and get a 2025 Rangers game day ticket in return. There's going to be autographs. John Gray's going to join us in just a little bit more over an hour. What do we have next, Eric?
Let's crank open a rim sesh. The Mavs are the odds-on favorite to land this versatile defender, plus the Warriors, man, they're in desperation mode. That's next in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Babe Laufenberg previews Carolina and another Matt Rife ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. Also, the neighborhood.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
Off at noon on your official home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live at the Globe here, right inside the north entrance. The Rangers Toy Drive is going to open up through the team store here, just right down here in a little bit, and you'll be able to exchange a toy for a 2025 Rangers game day ticket, get some autographs, and maybe fellowship with us as well. We appreciate you, Tolo. And here's Eric Chiafalo with some basketball.
I don't know. Broadus has that look in his eye.
Mike Bassick is part of the autograph group today.
That's true.
Him and Jared Sandler and, man, all the guys. So it should be some fun.
Star-studded from top to bottom.
Yep.
All right, Sands will have the longest line.
We'll go ahead and cut the lights out here at Globe Life Field, the House of Champions. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
You just look at me now and know something's on my mind, right?
It's always a special occasion when Mark Stein reports that Dirk Nowitzki is close to finalizing a deal to join Amazon Prime Video's NBA coverage next season. More Dirk on the television.
I'm here for it, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exciting.
Yeah, baby.
Pumped about this? I don't know. I'm like, is this studio work you envision? Maybe
know.
jumping on a little. I mean, we
the money's too good.
I envisioned him playing guitar. Like, he mentioned at his retirement he was just going to wait for his next passion to hit. I did not anticipate that being television
it's
in any way.
Pickleball. I think he's loving his pickleball now.
He loves tennis. Obviously, as a kid, he was really good.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe he's exploring.
I loved any time he jumped on with the Mavs broadcast.
I know.
Shut it down. Let's go home.
Iconic,
legendary, right there.
Yeah, I think he could be one of the couple versatile pieces. Like, hey, you could hop down.
He can have
during
fun
the
with those guys.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy.
He is.
Yeah,
He's
he
a fun
is.
guy.
Great jokes.
Yeah, and he sees
timely punctuations.
You can see how fun it can be doing this stuff, like when you watch the TNT guys and everything. And so I'm sure he's like, I wouldn't mind getting in the mix on that. You're going to pay me quite a bit, and I'm going to have some fun. It's obviously not going to be the same, but hey, it doesn't have to be stiff, starched pregame stuff.
But is it really fun when they get to the playoffs and put all of them at a card table and try and talk about how to break down a game?
No, that's an awkward pairing. Wayne Gretzky, is that what you're thinking about?
I'm just thinking about any one of these
A-Rod.
guys.
I'm talking about being big in a small space.
I'm talking about they got 7 guys at a card table, like on the top of an exit, at the stadium. And they're all like trying to make a point. They're all
they don't need to be in the stadium.
Let me go be remote guy. I don't want to be at the card table with you guys. Let me go stand somewhere else or something.
Well, you'd be having a handle of vodka in your backpack,
I'll tell you what, man.
You'd be making the most of it.
Hey, being in this baseball stadium makes me just so excited about spring training here in a couple of months.
Where's the vodka, huh?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, hey, watch what happens when you'll be part of this year.
I'm excited. I was I was right where I needed to be.
When the Dodgers roll into town, we roll it up.
Good catch,
That's
Chuck.
FOMO.
That really was impressive, old Chuck. He was almost going to declare that being at Surprise, Arizona, hammered with his buddies watching baseball would have been
more fun.
If I could teleport for like 3 hours and teleport right back, it would have been clutch.
You wouldn't even give us the full 5 that day? Get hammered with us?
No, just, I had to be there.
You got to be on for dinner.
What we learned is we need more, actually, if you're going to show up, because Eric and I just went right through
I'll just bring my solo handle. We'll be good.
Yeah.
We'll be gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mavs lose last night. Any big picture? Are we nervous about these Thunder? I think it was just
Thunder, a good ball team.
The Thunder played about as well as they possibly could. I mean, look, their defense is legit. They clearly addressed the weaknesses in their series with the Mavericks, with the rebounding with Hartenstein. You can see the difference Caruso made. But not having P.J. Washington was huge. I think that will help even out the boards. And the Mavs were pretty sloppy. And Luka probably had his worst game of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, his worst ever.
statistically shooting. I mean, it was
2 points in the first
really,
half.
Really bad.
It was
awful.
It was hard
And
to
you were
watch.
still hanging tough in the first half because you were knocking down some serious three
But
balls.
SGA is just like there were times I thought Clay was actually having decent defense against him. I was like, Clay, you're trying, but
Yeah,
SGA
nobody
is
can really
just-
stop him.
He's unbelievable.
Well, we might have an SGA stopper on the way. If you look at Bovada's odds to land the New Orleans Pelicans all defender.
What?
Herb Jones.
Oh,
Okay.
Herbie.
Come on.
Mavericks are the favorite, plus 350. Then it's the Grizzlies, the Bucks, the Rockets.
How did we get the favorite on this one?
And the Lakers. I don't really.
A lot of chatter probably amongst agents and GMs right now.
I don't
They're
know.
big Maxi Kleba fans there in New Orleans.
Yeah,
What do they want?
They want picks. They want picks and Hardy, probably.
Picks and Hardy.
Al, the Hardy Party.
I mean, after watching last night's game, I might be like, hey, can I get that Omax Prosper guy you guys are messing around with over there?
He's pretty athletic.
Doing
a
some
lot of
things.
promise on that guy. It would not be the first time I've seen a guy come in raw and in a couple of years working with dudes like God Shamgod, the ball handling expert of the Mavericks, all of a sudden have something. You know, I think the work that the coaching staff does is second to none. I was hoping you were going to say Brandon Ingram, and that would have been, insane. But Herb Jones would be fantastic. That's what Tim Cato told us they need last time he joined us, an elite on-ball defender.
Yes, I'm so glad you brought that up because that's what I thought of as soon as I saw the odds. I'm going, this is literally the Tim Cato vision for this team. And I think that's a pretty respectful vision right there. And he only makes 13 mil this year, 14 mil the next year, 15 mil the next year.
Wow.
And he's 26 years old right now. He's a first-team all-defense kind of guy. And he's not useless offensively either. So, I mean, this would be like as close as you could get to really trying to recreate Derrick Jones Jr., point of attack defender. And how bad did you need that last night? Every time you go down the court, the Thunder are just glued to your guys, and then it's completely the opposite when the Mavericks are there. The perimeter defense could probably use some help, and this would be a guy that would go a long way in doing it. He's on the cheap, and he's super young. So, I would be all in on this. I know it's not the superstar name, but that's not what this team needs. You got those. You got Luka. You got Kyrie. You've got Klay Thompson. That's not what we're here for. We need glue guy championship dudes who understand their role, versatile, athletic, young enough, cheap enough. The question is, like you said, the compensation. You throw in Maxi Kleba to make the money work, and then, do you want Hardy? Do you want Prosper? I don't know. I don't know what the draft pick situation would be, but they're going to want some of that. That's a rebuilding team. So, I don't know. This is going to be a commodity. This is like a guy that every championship contender is going to be looking at going, I could use this guy. This is 3-and-D, wing, all defense, athleticism on the cheap, super young.
Not only are you getting elite on-ball defense with Herb Jones, but he's the kind of guy that has that Drew Holiday trait. While he's paying attention to his guy, he's keeping the corner of his eye on the entire play, and he just comes out of nowhere. Bang, you're in transition.
Right.
The steals, the locking down the best player. I mean, the job Quentin Grimes can do. Some of those possessions last night against SGA, I was just like, good Lord, this guy is quick and strong. But you add more size to it and equally lateral quickness with Herb Jones, then we're talking about it. I'll give him an extra first-rounder if they take Klay Thompson off our hands in this exchange.
There you go. Hey, and if you want to just get a picture of what Pelicans fans feel about Herb Jones, when you go into the comments section on the trade rumors and he's the headliner, you have Pelicans fans that are commenting, if we lose Herb, we riot. Herb stays forever. Trade Herb and I'll never watch another game. Hell no. Trade Herb and watch how fast I somersault off this fandom. If the Pels trade Herb, I'm also out on this team. I'm giving up my season tickets if we trade Herb. He's a fan favorite at the highest level.
Last time the Mavs made a run in 2021 was at the conference finals trip. You had guys like Dorian Finney-Smith on the perimeter, and you're like, okay, this guy can defend really well, and he can make corner threes. Herb Jones can finish at the rim. He can shoot threes. He is an above-average passer for a 3-and-D type of player. The court IQ is high.
This is exciting. Is crazy.
Now the reset's the favorite. The betting favorite to land him is the Mavericks.
That's right.
That's tremendous.
Yeah. So we'll see.
It's
I mean,
amazing.
I don't know how often the odds-on favorite to land a player actually hits, but it was cool to see that the Mavericks are.
We need this to will this to happen.
I know. Now elsewhere, you have the Golden State Warriors putting out feelers. They're looking to get a trade
for a veteran piece, one last ride next to Steph,
and they started so well, and now they're kind of sputtering.
Yeah. They're looking at LeBron. They're looking at Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler. No, thank you. I'd rather have Herb Jones on the Mavericks than Jimmy Butler. The Rockets are a team that Jimmy Butler was thinking about. The Rockets GM's already come out and be like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Not doing that. But Golden State veteran team. This obviously Jimmy Butler being a super veteran player, and he's on the final year of his deal. Doesn't look like LeBron wants to go. Of course, LeBron has a no-trade clause, and he's given no indication he wants the Lakers to do anything but upgrade the roster that they've got. Doesn't seem like he wants to go anywhere, but the Warriors are down for some LeBron James. The kicker is, too, though, of course, you got to know, the throw-in, the sweetener. You got to take Bronny.
Okay.
And that has been reported. Wind horses all over this thing. Well, that has been reported. That's not just a joke.
No,
okay?
no, that's serious.
All right.
I asked the guy over at the Mavs about Herb Jones. I said, Herb Jones, helpful kind of guy. He goes, for every team in the league.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great leader, too. Like the vibes that OKC has, he's going to give you that selflessness.
I'm in, man. Whatever we have to do to make this happen. I don't know much about Herb Jones, but you guys got me sold on this one.
Final Mavs nugget with PJ Washington. They're 15-4. Without him, they're 1-5.
Oh.
There you go.
PJ
Important piece right there.
Not just a good player, a great player, an elite role player. PJ Washington. Appreciate this, man.
Yep.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Rangers Toy Drive here in Arlington. Look at that line. It is out to the 7-Eleven now. Get a toy. Get to the stadium. Exchange it. You get a free Rangers 2025 ticket. For an individual game, and you'll get access to autographs and all the ballpark fun that they have in store for you here. Okay, when we come back, Wolchuk, what are we doing?
So NFL News of the Day. Do we know the Giants' next quarterback? We got Players of the Week, and a former Mav is now an NFL owner. That's next.
I need to chat with you about Twin Peaks, though. The best place to go, an elite spot for eats, drinks, and scenic views. And, whether it's basketball, hockey, football, baseball, soccer, you name it. Twin Peaks is the best kitchen in sports. There's something on the menu to satisfy.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. We are live here in Arlington, one of our favorite municipalities in all of the Metroplex, home of your 2023 World Series champion, Texas Rangers. And they're making moves. We'll have John Gray coming up at 3:40. We'll get his thoughts on Jake Berger, the new DH, going to be hitting bombs. Hits about 250 and hits about 30 a year. And we're excited to have him.
The fattest, sweatiest dong balls in the league, according to Broadus' source.
That is right. I heard he hits his weight, 250.
Damn right he does.
We got some Cowboy stuff coming up at 3:20. Stephen Jones talking about Mike McCarthy. Time now for your NFL News Today. Here's Zachariah.
All right, we'll have a Bill Belichick update. An hour from now, we'll talk some more college football, so we'll save that for then. We do have some injury news within the division. Our old buddy Noah Brown, he's going to be out for several weeks, potentially the season. He's got a serious internal injury. I don't know any more details than that, but the Commanders are looking at Luke McCaffrey, brother of Christian, who played at Rice, moved from quarterback to wide receiver during his college days. I'll say for limited reps at wide receiver, this young man's impressive. I don't know that Luke McCaffrey is going to be giving that spot back once he gets that opportunity, but a bummer for Noah Brown, who's actually been having a really quality season there with the Commanders.
Yeah, you know, Noah Brown, the way he's kind of made his day or his career is, you know, being a physical, kind of a tough guy. He went to Houston, all of a sudden kind of developed into a receiver, and then gets with the rookie. It's funny, the last 2 years of his career, having to play with, you know, with rookie guys. You know, you look down in Houston and now up there with the Commanders.
Stroud and Daniels, I didn't put that together.
Thriving in
the Noah
both,
Brown effect.
Yeah.
Thriving in both areas. So it's a shame he got hurt.
Best friend there, Noah Brown. It's amazing.
Hey, you know what's amazing is the way Broadus just powered through the analysis there while hammering home a gas station submarine sandwich.
Yeah, it was impressive.
And that's like a Hagee special, too, because it's got no sauce. Like, is there
there's
condiment?
mustard on it.
Oh, there is mustard on it.
Yeah,
you
made it sound like it was kind of a bag of ass.
Well, I thought
really
they were condiment-free sandwiches.
No, it's really actually pretty good. And,
Okay.
and I'm so hungry right now. It's amazing.
It really doesn't matter what it was. It was going to be good.
I had to throw my Noah Brown 2 cents in there while I'm taking bites.
That mustard sets it off, though, dude. I'm glad they put that as just a standard item on the sandwich.
It's got the salami and the turkey in it, and the bread is always so soft.
It actually looks pretty good.
Soft it is.
It looks strong.
Got a decent expiration date on that bad boy?
No, it's probably, let's see, 1941. I think we're good.
Oh, it's younger than you.
Perfect.
Yeah. Age
World
like
War
a Big
II.
Mac.
Hey, tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's 61 years old for you.
Happy early birthday.
61 tomorrow,
61
Brian
tomorrow.
Bravo.
And we're going to be just up the road at Hurtado Barbecue tomorrow. So
Yeah.
make sure you come on out and you say happy birthday to our guy, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He
Very
might
nice of you.
ignore you, but I don't think he will.
Oh,
Because it's his birthday.
But
He's
he
going to be
might.
in great,
I
great
might.
spirits.
I still might.
Only place I eat onions.
Go ahead and get him some fireball shots. Giants head coach Brian Daboll has told reporters Drew Lock is in a walking boot due to a heel injury. Tommy Cutlets is back, baby. He's expected to start Sunday against the Ravens. Now let's keep it right there with the New York Football Giants, as we had a new mock draft that came out today, courtesy of Field Yates on ESPN. Now, he's got the Giants number 1 overall taking Shedeur Sanders. He's got the Raiders at number 2 overall taking Cam Ward. And before we go through any more of that, I want to say, according to one big insider, you guys remember the name Nevin Shapiro?
Oh, yeah.
I know you do, Eric.
Yeah.
Big-time Miami donor. And he jumped on with Adam Pac-Man Jones on his podcast.
Of course he did.
He's telling us he knows who the Giants are going to have at quarterback next year. Here's what Nevin Shapiro had to say.
I'm being told through reliable sources. Cam Ward is going to the New York Giants, guaranteed, and the University of Miami's offensive coordinator is going with him, Shannon Dawson.
So is this a source
First one.
or this is like
No, listen.
facts?
This. I'm telling you, holler at me at April 25th or 6th, or whenever the draft is.
People out there who might not be familiar with Nevin. Nevin knows every major superstar that's come out of Florida over the last, 30 years, Nevin? Longer than that?
40.
You plugged in with GMs, you're plugged in with programs, you're plugged in with, everybody.
I'm going to tell you from what's been shared with me. Dion won't let his kid go to the Giants. So right away, whether Shedeur is the better quarterback or not, that's not for me to decide. Dion's not letting his kid go to New York. He wants him on the Raiders. The Giants are taking Cam Ward. And this is from I can't tell who. I'm just telling you, reliable.
So, if you don't know Nevin Shapiro's background, he is a convicted felon. Received a 20-year prison sentence for 1 count of securities fraud, 1 count of money laundering valued at approximately $900 million. Supposedly violated the NCAA rulebook by providing assorted favors, goods, cash, prostitutes to the Miami football team during an 8-year run as one of the school's most prominent boosters. Now, all of this, maybe minus the prostitutes, would totally be cool in today's NCAA when you have the NIL deals and all this. He'd be crushing it.
Other than for like UNLV, I guess.
And he is very plugged in. So there might be something here. I do think he's spot on with the Raiders stuff and Prime and Shedeur. Like, that seems like a foregone conclusion. If they're in position, I think that Raiders and Shedeur Sanders marriage is going to happen. I don't know about Cam Ward, but they're going 1-2 in Field Yates' latest mock draft. Giants and the Raiders have the first 2 picks. If that's the case, maybe Cam Ward is the next quarterback for the New York Giants.
I know that the front office guys from the Giants have recently been in Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
Shane's been all over the
he's
the
checking
buff.
he's checking everything going on in Colorado. And I think he's been going there and meeting with Dion to maybe talk about what potentially lies ahead if the Giants get this pick. So keep an eye out on that one. Our guy might be absolutely right about this, but I know the Giants have been spending a lot of time in Boulder, Colorado.
I think it would be crazy to not want your kid to go to New York, although I understand there could be relationships or reasons that Dion is aware of that I'm not. But, I mean, going there with 30 million people in the market, like the endorsement opportunities are absolutely massive,
So, I don't know. Maybe he's convinced they've become a loser organization post Tom Coughlin. And if that's the case, I wouldn't want my kid to go play for a loser for all the money in the world. If I'm looking at the next 12 to 15 years watching my kid play, I would want a winning situation. It's unbelievable that Nevin Shapiro guy, though. Just one of the worst people.
30, right?
Yes. There's a 30 for 30 about him, yes.
He runs a Ponzi scheme to fund illegal recruiting, and then when all that falls apart, he turns evidence against Miami.
Yeah.
Who he supposedly loved. I just think that guy's name would not come out of my mouth as far as an associate of mine. I would be like, yeah, somebody really well known has the details for me.
Yeah, I think it's one you take with a grain of salt. But, hey, look, if it ends up being true, Cam Ward plays for the Giants, then Nevin Shapiro, hats off to you, sir.
And Jose Canseco taught us, sometimes the people that were down there in the trenches or whatever have the real story. And
true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I love that he has the offensive coordinator of the Hurricanes going there
with
as
him.
well.
Yeah.
Like he's got this whole thing figured out. We haven't hired the head coach yet, but we know who the OC is going to be and the quarterback. Can you imagine we got to deal with Cam Ward and Jaden Daniels next season?
That's what I was thinking.
It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. I mean, they haven't even officially said that they're firing Daboll yet. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on there with the Giants land. I think that's a great point in terms of maybe the Giants organization. Prime would just view that as like they're not good anymore. But then you're also advocating for the Raiders, and that's certainly been a poor-run organization. But he's a believer in Antonio Pierce, so maybe it really is just all about the head coach there. But I don't know. How long is Antonio Pierce going to be with the Raiders?
And Tom Brady, though.
Yeah.
And I keep reading and seeing how Mark Davis is giving plenty of football control to Tom Brady, and Shadur has been a TB12 guy for the last half decade.
Sure. Okay.
So I think that
plays a big
is
factor.
Huge.
Well, speaking of these ownership groups, a lot of movement today in the NFL. Ex-Mav Vince Carter is among 10 limited partners to join the Bills ownership group. First time in Buffalo franchise history that minority owners have been added. So you've got Vince Carter and T-Mac among the 10 limited partners who have
Cousins,
joined
I
this.
believe, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So it's non-controlling minority interests that were approved by the NFL today. So $1.4 billion from the estate of the late Hall of Famer Ralph Wilson in 2014 ended up going over to Pagulas, Terry, and Kim. Recently, the Bills were valued at $4.2 billion, so the Bakulas are now going to retain 79% control of the team, and then the others is kind of distributed among former U.S. national soccer player Josie Altidore. He's one of these. You've got Tracy McGrady, you've got Vince Carter, and several others that are in this as well. So the Bills, they're building a new stadium. They need some extra ownership money. They're getting it here, and pretty cool for Vince Carter.
Dude, so cool. I mean, probably one of the single best investments you could place your dollars at.
Dude.
I mean, just any NFL franchise. And the Bills are obviously on the up and up right now.
Certainly.
It'd be amazing if you could just buy stock in these teams, Just give $100 a month to the local sports team, knowing they're going to get the taxpayers to build them their place of business, and the cost of television revenue is skyrocketing. It's the best investment in Jerry Jones' lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
What do you think about buying?
That sandwich is kicking your ass now, dude. I thought he had that sandwich. That sandwich has turned the tables on you.
It feels good, though.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking about buying a college program? Basketball or football?
I'm in.
I mean, football. Or are you saying choose?
It's about to happen
right now.
It's about to happen.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's about
You're
to
going to
happen.
be able to buy Florida State, or
You can buy 51% of a college football program from a college.
Wow. Yeah, that's
They're
insane.
looking. The guy who used to own the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
He did a seminar the other day talking about how universities, to be able to handle NIL and to handle revenue for other sports and stuff like that, that they're looking for companies or owners to put up $50 million, $100 million in order to buy the program, and you own part of the program, but you fund it for the money.
NIL
It doesn't have to come out of donors and stuff anymore.
Wow.
You're run like a professional franchise. No, I got to get the gentleman's name from the Bucks. He used to be the owner of the Bucks. But he said, no, I'm in negotiations right now to buy a college program.
Wow.
Basketball, football, it doesn't matter.
What a monster you have to be.
We just need to get some really rich person. We need to go and buy that ownership.
Dawson, you got that story? What's that?
Was it Herb Cole?
It wasn't
I believe
Cole,
us.
but it was one of the.
Me too.
It was one of the owner. Cole was. I think Cole's not a part of this, but it's another gentleman. I think I got the team right, but
I think you're making crap up, but I love the idea.
No, I'm not making it. This guy did a seminar the other day talking about
TED Talk.
What's that?
Little TED Talk.
I don't know what it's called, TED Talk, whatever. But here's Ruby. You got it for me?
Could have been Ed this time.
There you go.
Ed was talking.
Here
about
comes
Okay, yeah, here we go.
We got Santa and Mrs. Claus walking by.
No, it's not him. It's another guy. But I'm not making this up. I swear I'll find it here at the break.
You're making it up.
But they're talking about investing $50 to $100 million in buying college programs and then running them like professional franchises.
That's wild.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah.
That's
incredible.
Awesome.
I mean, if
this was a real story that you were telling us right now, I'd be like, this is one of the coolest things I've ever heard.
It's a real sandwich I'm eating, by the way.
I love the idea.
I'm going back to
it's
it.
a brilliant idea.
That sandwich, baby.
You had a great dream last night, huh? NFL owners have also approved 8% sale of the Eagles to an investment group as well. So the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie's given up a little bit of his ownership equity there as well. So you've got in this mock draft by Field Yates. I mean, we don't have to have like a war here, okay? Cowboys are picking at 12 overall.
I've laid down my sword.
Kelvin Banks Jr. goes 5 overall to the Browns. I'm totally on board with you on Kelvin Banks as a guard. I think he is 100% needs to kick inside at the NFL level. I would not mind taking him. He replaces Zach Martin, and you're running right now. This offensive line is going to be sexual. Will Campbell goes 9 to the Bears. I think Will Campbell can play tackle. To me, I think he's got the athletic ability.
I think you got that right.
Banks' feet is just he struggles against speed. He just doesn't have it to be able to match up in the NFL.
It's making me sad that you actually are seeing this because I was kind of worried that maybe I was the only one on this.
No, you've taught me pretty well. Like I don't think I think I'm wrong about a lot, but there's a couple of things I'll be right about. Cooper Beebe's looking pretty good for me right now. I'll just take that to my grave. Ashton Jeanty goes to the Cowboys at 12, though. And I don't know. I don't know if he's going to go that high. I think, personally, Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle at Oregon, goes 14.
I'm
higher on him than a lot of people are.
I know you do like him.
I like Derek Harmon. I think Harmon's a good player. And Jalen Walker, the edge from Georgia, I would also take him. He went 16 to Arizona.
He's more of an off. You think he's an edge, but he plays off.
He plays off ball. He's got some flexibility.
Now with this overshown injury, linebackers in play for a first-round pick here. By the way,
it definitely is, especially a guy that has pass rushing versatility, which Jalen Walker does. Okay. We're going to get our first game.
They don't have any depth now.
No, they don't. They have none. They have none. We get our first game in Berlin, in 2025. The NFL is going to play a regular season there. They've also gone ahead and announced a 10-year partnership with Nike. They're extending, and they're focusing on growing the game globally. So expect a lot more when it comes to international play with the National Football League. And I'll get more NFL stuff as we go throughout the show, maybe 4:20 before the top 10, and then we got the Chuck Wagon coming up at 6.
Well, thank you, Chuck. A fantastic job once again with your NFL news of the day. We're hanging out here at Globe Life in Arlington, and your chance to participate in the Rangers toy drive, get some autographs, come by the broadcast position, say hi. John Gray's joining in at about 3:40 here. We'll talk to him about the Evaldi signing, the signing of the slugger Jake Berger. But on the other side, the very latest from Stephen Jones there on Mike McCarthy. That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. $25 T-test continue at Men's T Clinic rest of the year. This is a perfect opportunity to get in, get out, get back to being you. Know what your numbers are. Testosterone therapy at Men's T Clinic has been described by our Tolos, myself included, as life-changing. And a $25 T-test will get you started. And if you're already a member, you refer a friend and you get access to their core program for free all month long. Men's T Clinic, your team for total wellness optimization, have all sorts of therapies. I mean, it starts with the testosterone, but they can do that, optimize your hormone levels. They have natural solutions to address joint pain and hair loss. They have some incredible weight loss therapies. So
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Security and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best. DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. We're live at the Globe, Rangers Toy Drive, and the line now extending way past the 7-Eleven into the parking lot here. It's Lot B is where you're going to want to park, and you bring a toy, you get a ticket to a 2025 Rangers game. Unwrapped toys around $15 value. You get a 2025. That's one ticket per person while supplies last. Fans attending the Toy Drive can park there and be. You can have players, alumni, coaches. Basic's going to be here signing autographs. Rangers captain, holiday crafts. There's a face painter station, a Santa Claus, a coloring contest. And fans unable to attend the Toy Drive could also donate to Mission Arlington, Mission Metroplex online by purchasing items through their Amazon wish list. So there's a lot of good ways to give back right here. Christmas vibes are in the air. They got some Christmas music playing overhead. I think this is officially my first Christmas party. And
nice.
I got a soft spot for some of these Christmas songs. You know, you only hear them once a year for about 3 weeks. Just because the Peanuts one, the Charlie Brown one,
Schroeder,
is
right?
good.
Is it Schroeder that plays the piano? Schroeder? Do you guys know?
I'm not sure what that character
Don't
is.
you guys know anything?
I do know I love that rocking around the Christmas tree.
Bucks owner guy.
Yeah, we got that figured out.
Yeah.
Mark Lazary and Run Rudolph.
Yeah,
those are your top three right there, and we've heard all of them here inside the first hour.
I'm excited that we're part of the toy drive because we get the broadcast, but we did bring a toy.
Yeah, we did.
A 4x4 heavy metal, like controlled car.
That's
or
pretty
truck.
good, man. That's way more than $15.
I've always wanted one of those, and I said, you know what?
Yeah,
I hope maybe somebody else wants one of those. So,
1986, the Tyco Turbo Hopper took over your cartoon commercials, Brian. You know what that's like, that FOMO.
Sure.
Right, and you couldn't get any on the shelves.
Couldn't get any on the shelves, and like I said, I love this time of year, and I know that every year, like was thinking last year we kind of like we got a sports theme. We were like, hey, let's basketball, football, soccer ball kind of thing. I'm like, no, man, let's go for something just
some cool toys.
Let's go for a cool toy that like you go, whoa, hey, that's a cool toy. So excited! We're really excited to be a part of this.
That kid's going to be stoked when he opens that 4x4 heavy metal radio controlled car
with like a nice 3-inch lift on it too.
Yeah, it's a big truck. It's a big monster truck, is what it is. Yeah.
The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankofirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Got a bit of a C note here for you. Some Cowboys news of the evening. And, gentlemen, I want to start with the very latest on Mike McCarthy's job status. Judy Batista, longtime NFL reporter, with the tweet, Stephen praises the job McCarthy has done with the injury-riddled Cowboys season, emphasizes team is still playing very hard. When asked about McCarthy's future, says they're focused on the next game. So you have a little bit of fire and ice there. One sounds like you really like it, but also I just don't get the feeling that a decision's been made over there with the way that they're playing this, Brian.
No, I don't at all. I mean, they've got some very difficult games ahead, and say what you want about the Carolina Panthers, and we'll get into that, but they're playing a lot better, and they're trying to win games, and you're trying to win games, and the way you lost that one on Monday night, that doesn't sit very well. But you've got 3 other games besides that of teams trying to win divisions and trying to get some playoff seeding and stuff like that. So this will be very, very tough. I honestly feel like, though, with Mike McCarthy's contract, running out, that's probably where this thing's going to play. They're not going to win games at the end, and they're going to look at the whole season and think that they absolutely need a change, regardless of what everybody's coming forward and saying, Mike's doing this. Mike's a great guy. Mike can get your team to Sunday.
Yeah.
Mike's not a difference maker.
No.
That's the difference.
No.
They need to find a difference maker here.
I think if you could beat Philadelphia and beat Washington, end the year with a win, all those good vibes, I think that would tilt the scale in favor of him coming back. I'm definitely not seeing it like Troy Aikman and a lot of these guys are. No. I think he's coming back for sure right now. I think so much bad could still happen in this season that it would really leave a bad taste in their mouths, and they would make a change. But that is the latest as we anticipate that, along with the draft pick, probably is going to be the 2 biggest offseason storylines. I mean, when we're picking this high, that's going to be a heck of a discussion.
There's a chance for a 5-game losing streak here.
Definitely.
There's if that happens, all those guys and gals, everybody was standing up. Oh, Mike McCarthy, this might be. We're going to see you kind of go back into the bushes. Like Homer Simpson. Whoop, go right back in there, because nobody's going to be able to defend that.
And at 5 wins, you're probably picking 6th, 7th, somewhere in there.
I'll tell you what, you're in that range right there, 6, 7 for sure.
And that would be a hot pick right there. You're talking about, hey, let's get an initial not only starter but maybe an all-rookie team member, a future all-pro is what you got to be thinking when you're sitting there, and that's what this team needs in a big way. I loved how Micah said there's not a big difference between 30 and 40. I would love it if one day I could even have that bubble of thought pop in my head. Like, there's not that much of a difference. I mean, $10 million would represent generational wealth for anybody. He's going to make that in multiple years. And we talked earlier about how cool it is to have a superstar player like that who's willing to sacrifice, and we're hoping it can have some sort of an influence on how the Cowboys manage the cap. But Jerry Jones isn't going to be told what to do with his money. So that might be a difficult needle to thread there for Micha Parsons. But I don't know if I'd be looking at it like that if I'm him. If you have a minimalist approach like we've seen from Marshawn Lynch and Gronk, maybe the 2 highest profile guys that never spent a single dollar of their salary, they just lived off their endorsements, and seem to have, like a fairly low maintenance lifestyle that's not chewing up your money. I think in that case you would never notice it. Like I have money, my financial advisor manages it, and I never have to think about it. But a lot of people have that consumerism in their, deeply embedded in our culture through marketing and just the way that we've evolved. We like to spend the money. We imagine the things we could have making us happy. Yeah. Now, if you're blessed to not have that, then you could make do with
with significantly less. But on the other end of that spectrum, if you're like a LeBron, right? And I know Mike is a businessman because he's launched this podcast stuff.
Yeah.
If you want to retire a billionaire, that $10 million is seed money that you could, invest in and multiply it. Like
Kobe
50
Bryant
Cent did with that smart water thing.
Yeah. Kobe Bryant did the same thing with the body armor and then all the other investments that he made. Yeah, LeBron James, I mean, he shows up on a lot of these things. And I think Micha Parsons is getting a jump on the media world, having potentially his own media company and stuff like that. Yeah. So he maybe that $10 million doesn't mean anything because he probably thinks he can make it up on the back end doing something else.
I think he definitely could. He did add in there, like, my agent probably wouldn't like that.
Yeah.
And it is probably important to note who his agent is, and that's David Mulugeta, who this past offseason was the first to get $1 billion for his clients.
Wow.
I mean, his clients are Antoine Winfield Jr., who just was the highest paid defensive back in football. Jalen Ramsey, who's gotten multiple highest paid extensions. Deshaun Watson, the first fully guaranteed deal in NFL history. This guy gets his guys the most, and he gets them paid. So for Micha, he could say this, but his agent might be going in the back room saying, we're getting the maximum value here. Now, maybe there is something where the player will butt in and be like, this is what I'm okay with taking less, but that agent's the best.
He's at the right team for getting the maximum value because this team has proven it's hard for them they will give the maximum value.
Yeah. Jerry the businessman will be like, Micha, seriously, you need to sign this. You need to take 40.
Don't take 30, take 40.
Take it. I mean, especially if you look at, like, if Micha's going to get well taken care of by his agent that you just mentioned. That's why a great agent is so important, because the agent has the experience and the knowledge to go toe-to-toe for a Jerry Jones. Right, where you're thinking, what's the difference between 30 and 40? I'm 24 years old, and my entire life is in front of me. But the agents know how Jerry Jones negotiates and how tough he is and how he fights for every cent he possibly can. And once you know it's not a family, it's player versus player. We're in a PvP environment right here. I think the competitive pride would have to kick in. I don't want Jerry Jones to get the best of me, for crying out loud. So I don't know. It'll be really interesting. Obviously, some players, Dirk, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, and the list is extensive of guys that have taken significantly less. And if I'm Micha Parsons, that has to come with a guarantee. We're breaking out the credit card, and I'm going to have one hell of a team around me in my prime. For $10 million a year, that's like 50, 60 over the course of a contract.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about those names you mentioned, it's like I don't think any of those guys are doing that on the second contract.
Yeah,
the first real big contract. This is usually like, okay, I'm getting towards the end, and I'm putting winning over everything.
Yeah. Because I have done a tremendous job.
And I've already gotten the super max fatty boomba, and now I can kind of chill out a little bit.
We're going to step aside. John Gray's going to join us, the Rangers pitcher, the postseason hero, coming back from injured to being a stud in relief there. So he's going to join us, talk to you more about this Rangers Toy Drive, hosted by not only John, but Jacqueline Gray, his amazing wife, and it'll benefit Mission Arlington, Mission Metroplex, taking place right here today from 4 until 7. So doors open in about 25 minutes. We'll get the folks flowing in. The autographs will be signed, and we have John Gray with us to talk more about it next in the nation. Hey, it's the holidays, and D&M Leasing is ready for you. Give them a call right now and tell them what make and model you want to see in the driveway, a proper vehicle, a new one. It'll make you happy. Put the keys in your stocking or something, your Christmas under your Christmas tree, or however you celebrate the holidays. Make an appropriate move there, because this is going to be amazing for you and your family. Okay, they're going to love seeing that new vehicle in the garage, in the driveway, all the comfort, the latest and greatest technology and safety features to keep everybody safe. But on top of that, right now with D&M Leasing, there's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days, so you can free up family budget there, recover in December and January from some of these expenses you're going to make for your loved ones around the holidays, and you still get the brand new vehicle. Rates are coming down. And D&M offers any make, any model. They've told us recently they're seeing some of the lowest payments they've had on brand new vehicles that they have had in years. D&M and the Easy Lease, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com. Salute.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Babe Laufenberg previews Carolina and another Matt Rife ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. Also, the Neighborhood Watch at 740. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
Together, we're raising our hands to help feed those less fortunate over the holidays. With a donation of just $5, you're feeding a family in need.
Join the Fan in supporting the North Texas Food Bank. Donate today at 1053thefan.com/raiseyourhand.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
Morning. I'm starting my health journey with my new blender. I got 2% cash back on it with the new Cash Rewards Plus card from Navy Federal Credit Union. I got unlimited 2% cash back on these carrots, apples, bananas.
It's 6 in the morning.
Oh, I also got 2% back on these smoothie glasses.
I'm going back to bed.
Oh yeah, I got 2% back on the mattress. Sleep tight.
You can earn unlimited 2% cash back on all purchases with the new Cash Rewards Plus card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hello, Tolos. This is Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding. Are you looking to surprise your family with the perfect gift this holiday season? Our beautiful windows and expert installation can transform your house into the cozy home you've always dreamed of. With our exclusive offer, you get 10 windows installed for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. You'll be a holiday hero for years to come. Windows made to fit your home perfectly take about 4 to 6 weeks. Call 469-WINDOWS. That's 469-WINDOWS, or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Get a jolly good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com. I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
RJ Choppy here. Real talk time, men. Has it happened to you? You know what I'm talking about. That helpless feeling where you want it to happen and she wants it to happen, but you got a big bag of nothing. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free. $5 shipping, that's all you pay. Listen, if you have been suffering from ED, or maybe you just want to go from average to savage in the bedroom, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Chewables from Blue Chew. Same active ingredients as those other pills, only in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost, now available in mint flavor. Trust me on this one, guys. You are going to love it. She is going to love it. She is going to turn oh no into oh yes. And that's what's going to happen when you use chewables from Blue Chew. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. No doctor visit. An online medical provider prescribes it for you. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We design, tinker, redesign, and obsess over every detail because we know the pros will too. Straight cuts, tight tolerances, clean lines. Again and again and again. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
So, work holiday parties?
Hi, I'm Bill from accounting.
You are sick.
Our 2025 Tolo Holiday Party. Join us this Saturday afternoon from 1 to 5 at Barton House Brewing Company, 220 South Sylvania Avenue in Fort Worth. While they last, we're handing out one-of-a-kind Tolo holiday pint glasses for your eggnog. Bring the family and enjoy the afternoon with all of your fan hosts. Let's celebrate an amazing fan year together. It's our Turn It On, Leave It On Tolo Holiday Party at Barton House Brewing Company this Saturday. And in spite of what HR tells us, we'll bring the mistletoe.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. The Texas Rangers Toy Drive, hosted by John and Jacqueline Grades, benefiting Mission, Arlington, Mission Metroplex. Doors are going to open in 17 minutes. And the chairman, John Gray, and his lovely wife joining us now here on your home of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers. John, it's great to see you again. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for joining us, and thank you, Jacqueline.
No, thank you for having us.
Good
We're
to
excited.
see you. Yes, especially with the signings. I mean, the front office on a little bit of a roll here. Jacob Webb, bullpen arm. You had Evaldi back last night, and a big bat as well, Jake Berger. How are things going? Are you guys excited there?
Very excited, yeah. And I know just like the fuel from last season, we weren't very happy with how it went. So I mean, that for me carries over to the next season. I use that as fuel really well, and I think a lot of our guys are going to do the same.
Yeah, well, that sounds amazing. What can you tell us about this reliever, Webb? He looked like he had a pretty good year in Baltimore.
Yeah, he did. I didn't see much of him, just a little bit from what I remember. I don't watch much baseball anyway, so
okay.
But no, he good arm, and I mean he did a heck of a job last year. That's pretty impressive, and they were a good squad. They had good arms up and down, but for him to hold it down like that, I think we're going to need a guy like that. So it's going to be really good.
Now, have you ever faced Jake Berger?
I have, yes. I faced him, I believe, when he I can't remember if he was with the White Sox or the Marlins, but yeah, tough righty. I mean, he's a guy that if you don't get the ball where you're supposed to, he'll make you pay. So
yeah, no doubt. Probably reminds you of some of those big country Oklahoma guys you grew up with throwing hay bales. Man, this guy is a pretty strong dude.
Yeah,
I think he's got like the 10th best numbers against four-seam fastballs, and he's just crushing it. Exit velo, big hitter. So it's exciting times here for the Texas Rangers. And if you want to soak in the Rangers vibes, join us here at the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Look at that line out there, dude. This is a big event. So congrats to you guys on that.
No, it's really cool. Really turned out well last year, and I think it's just growing every year. I mean, it's gonna be really good.
So what do the people that might be on their way out here have in store for them this evening?
Well, we got some Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus over here for pictures. We got all the holiday decor, but we're going to do some signings. We have some players, some coaches, some alumni in here doing some signings too. And I don't know, it's a pretty good spot to hang out, but pretty good deal we got going here.
I thought that might be Jordan Montgomery entering the building, but I realized that was Santa. So
that's good.
Jacqueline, what's your perspective on this event and what it means for your family?
I love this event. Christmas is one of our favorite holidays, so for us this is really exciting. And then we just love our community. We love getting to meet them and get to know them a little bit. We love getting to help them out, and so I think that this is a big thing not only for us but for them, and then those in need. So we're really excited about it, and we're happy to be here.
How quickly, when you become a Ranger, and then how quickly, Jacqueline, are you spearheading something like this to get involved immediately?
That for me is number one. So, we were doing our interviews with the Rangers and everything before we had officially signed with them. And my first question was, okay, what charity stuff do you do and how can I get involved? Because for me, that's where my heart is. So the Rangers have been incredible, and anything that I've floated their way, they're like, yeah, absolutely, we'll do that. And so they've always been a yes, 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 and figured out how to make it happen. And so, this is our third year hosting this event. I think it's the Rangers' 14th year doing it. So it's a big event.
Do you guys do anything with the animals too, or is that just for joy?
We do. We work with Powerful Rescue.
Yeah, Powerful
awesome.
Rescue.
That is tough to say.
It's a tough one to say,
one for me.
But cute play on words. So we do a pet calendar for them. So it usually sells out within the first week that we do it. So we've done that 2 years in a row. We'll do it again this year. And so it's a nice little calendar. All the proceeds go to them, and they help out animals that are special needs and pretty much the animals that aren't typically going to be adopted. So they do some really great work.
That's terrific. So, John, you mentioned, what happened last season. All the fans optimistic we're going to get this thing turned around. The hitters are bound to come around. I mean, there's just way too much talent on this team to have another offensive year like that. Mm-hmm. What's different for you coming off a disappointing season compared to the ecstasy of last year? Does anything change with your routine, your mindset? What's that like internally?
It does. I mean, and I never really understood like the whole after a World Series how it's tough to turn around and have play a good season like it is. I kind of overlooked that a little bit. I didn't really feel that. I didn't feel like it was coming, but like as soon as the season came around, like I realized, it's a real thing. It's tough, but it's kind of a weird way to put it. It's not like the fire's not there or anything like that. It's just kind of hard to get going. But it was such a quick turnaround. But no, I think just. With me personally, the disappointment in last season, and then obviously getting the surgery done a couple months ago, and getting healthy on the foot, I'm looking forward to the season. Like I've never looked forward to a season more than I look forward to this next one. So
you can see why there hasn't been a repeat champion for 2 decades now in baseball. It's just like, is there a wall out there that you hit, or?
I just feel like it's just like one more tier up. It's hard. It's just that much harder.
Because it's you're physically more fatigued. And then you're also the mental aspect of it too. Right?
Yes. Because that's really important with myself personally. Like the more time I do baseball, the more it kind of pulls me out of kind of what's real in the world, and it kind of puts me in a weird spot. So, yeah, it can kind of play with your head a little bit.
Is that why you don't like to watch baseball? Because it's like you're so passionate and locked in on it, you can't relax and just watch baseball even?
100%. Yeah.
Really?
100%.
Did you watch growing up?
Just highlights? No, I never was inside sitting down for a game. I never watched the whole game.
Just watching the web gyms on Sports Center.
Right.
That's really all you
I just saw the important parts, yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the part of development where kids watch and then emulate? You weren't doing that. You were just listening to coaching?
No, I was. I would see what I would see on TV. It probably wasn't much, but I would try to do that when I went outside. Like it was all that stuff I saw was really inspiring. So I would always try to do it.
And were you really good from a young age?
Yes.
Did you dominated immediately? You were playing up, and
I did. I definitely hit like a valley in there, but I remember being really good when I was younger. I think it's because like I played up with my brother. There was a lot of things going on, but yeah, I was always outside doing something, trying something. I always wanted to like accomplish something in that realm.
Two-way player growing up?
Yeah, two-way player until I went to Division I. In junior college, I was actually a two-way player.
Really? And what position did you play?
Third.
Third base.
Yeah.
Pick it a little bit?
A little bit. Yeah.
Coming on the bunts?
Yeah, that was my favorite. Yeah, I love those.
Nice.
Good plays.
So, I mean, that's tremendous. And then you arrive at Oklahoma. Do you feel Sooner pride? Are you a big football supporter? Do you
100%.
Participate in all that?
Yeah, I wanted to play football there ever since I was a little kid, but
wow,
I kind of knew that wasn't going to happen. Like probably midway through high school, and then I kind of knew baseball was going to be it, and hit every step there. Junior college. Division I, and then every level up. So.
And Jacqueline, you're Boomer Sooner too?
Yeah, Boomer Sooner.
Yeah. So you're there hooting and hollering along with the TV with him on Saturdays?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Fantastic.
High school sweethearts. You guys have been through everything together, and now you have what type of Christmas traditions, like Christmas Day? What does that look like for you guys? Are you guys getting up early? And running to the tree together. I mean, without the kids, I guess it's like we get to sleep in a little.
Yeah,
we sleep
in.
We sleep in. We have a really big breakfast. We take our time open and everything. Then again, it's like a traditional Christmas. It's fun.
And we definitely watch The Grinch on Christmas. That's like
the Grinch is always a must-have.
The Grinch
That's
is
the
a
one.
must-have.
I need to get you, John, in a Grinch suit to show up and scare my kids. We've done the Santa thing with like the uncles comes out and they're Santa.
Oh yeah.
And the kids are small enough to still cry at Santa, but now they're a little older, and I'm like, we got to throw the Grinch curveball at it. These videos where there's a Grinch storming up through the window and these kids freaking out, it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, he'd be a great Grinch.
Yeah. I could do it.
I believe you. I believe you could.
Follow up with Monty as Santa. You got it, but you got both sides of the thing covered right there. I love it. Now, I did want to circle back. Does it maybe make sense when you're, I don't know how much basketball you do, maybe Roger Clemens is the baseball player like this, but the Jordan stories where he would make up stuff that the other team had said about him to keep him motivated? Right. Like, I think he struggled. He won 3 in a row twice, and then after that he was just satisfied. He was just fed, and to win the second and third in a row, he had to get like in this super, and Kobe Bryant and stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe that could go I know Creed went viral during the World Series, maybe the Jordan videos, and making up stuff that the opposition said about you guys to keep that edge sharp.
I believe in that. I really do believe in that. I think you really have to create little small games in your head to kind of give yourself an edge.
Right on. Doors are about to open here in 8 minutes. I'm going to let you get to your guests. Thank you, John Gray and wife Jacqueline, so much for joining us here again at the Rangers Toy Drive.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. And Merry
That was
Christmas.
fun. It's cool. Hope to see you guys next year. That would be awesome. Let's make it Uno Mas.
Yes.
There they go. John and Jacqueline Gray here on your home of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers. We are live at the Globe. We're going to have players, alumni, coaches, and broadcasters signing autographs through the event. The Rangers captain, the holiday crafts, the face painter, Santa Claus. I believe there is a coloring contest going on over there for the little ones. And fans attending, you want to park in Lot B, enter Globe Life Field through the Grand Slam team storage right here by the north entrance. And you bring a toy valued at $15 unwrapped, and you will get one ticket per person while supplies last to a 2025 Texas Rangers home game. Okay, we're coming back with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We'll get to Brian's detailed film breakdown of the Carolina Panthers offense coming up next in the nation.
But, ladies and gentlemen, it's holiday party week. That's right. Martin House Brewing, that is the place to be this Saturday. It's the best brewery in the DFW Metroplex right there in Fort Worth. Best known for the best-made pickle beer. Just released 2 new brews. Mayday IPA, that's what I'll be drinking, the 6% West Coaster. You'll see me sipping on that on Saturday afternoon. The Dr. Box, absolutely delicious. You'll see Broada swimming in that one. From 1 to 5, we will be partying with you and all the crew there at Martin House Brewing. The tap room's amazing. The large backyard, that's where we really will be partying it up at. Trinity River is right there in the view, so it's beautiful just east of downtown. Family and dog friendly, always a party happening at the brewery. You can find Martin House beers at your favorite grocery store near you. Check out the socials for more info. It's Martin House Brewing Company, made in Texas by Texans.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So I'm still hung up on Juan Soto's $750 million contract and all the fallout in New York this week, because it really does mark a major change in the baseball dynamic in that town. I can see it from here in California. The details of where the Yankees apparently decided to draw the line also really, really amusing. Except that might be the reason why they don't have this guy. I'm Jim Rome.
This Christmas, the NFL is live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves.
Curbside pickup and delivery available, and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
It's the original Fort Worth Gun Show, this weekend only at Will Rogers Memorial Center. Don't be confused. This is the biggest in Texas, with the most guns, the most ammo, and the most supplies and accessories. Over 1,200 tables. Come and buy, sell, or trade. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking for that special piece to add to your gun, knife, ammo, or militaria collection, we have it all under one roof. Visit our website, FortWorthGunShow.com, or call 817-732-1194. That's the original Fort Worth Gun Show at Will Rogers Memorial Center this weekend only.
Hi, this is Babe Laufenberg. Aging happens, but it doesn't have to feel like it did for your father. You can have more energy and confidence, lose weight, and feel younger. Check out Game Day Men's Health. Industry-leading care in a guy-friendly environment. They offer testosterone therapy, peptides, weight loss, and ED treatment. With 11 locations across DFW, they're the largest in the area. Visit GameDayDallas.com and mention the fan for 10% off your first treatment. That's GameDayDallas.com.
This holiday, shop at Hellsberg and get up to 50% off select jewelry, like a unique engagement ring to say,
I want to spend my life with you.
A stunning tennis bracelet that says,
"You thought I forgot our anniversary?"
or Huggy Hoop earrings that tell her,
"See, I was listening."
Come to the Hellsberg Holiday Sale and get up to 50% off select engagement rings and fine jewelry. A perfect gift designed with the love and care worthy of your story. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Round up a brand new Ram truck and take home your share of $1.2 million in cash this December at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. Saturdays in December, you'll have a shot at grand prize drawings through New Year's Eve in a winner's Western Wonderland. Play with your Rewards Club card to earn entries for your shot at the trucks and the big bucks beginning December 1st. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
Sometimes I'm afraid to leave my house because every time I leave my house, it seems like I have to pay $50 here, $100 there, $150 there. Everything costs so much. Hey, you know what? There's an alternative. Stay in your house. Call TexasLending.com. Reduce your debt payments with a cash-out refinance or home equity loan. It starts right now, and you don't have to leave your house. Save money with TexasLending.com at 972-387-4600 or online, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Pro paint days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Wow, what a day. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We're live at the Rangers Toy Drive. Nathaniel Low is going to join you coming up at 4:50 right here on your home of the 2023 World Series champions. They're going to have autographs. Just bring a $15 unwrapped toy here to the Globe Enter through a fan shop on the north end, and you'll be in. You'll get a Rangers ticket, and you'll have access to everything going down here this evening. The doors just opened 1 minute ago. All righty. So much is going on. I mean, Jalen Hurts is talking, says we're good with A.J. Brown. You got Chuck Cooperstein and Ed Werder slugging it out on Twitter. That's great theater. All that's coming up. The Rangers making 3 signings. They got a reliever along with Evaldi and Jake Berger. So it's a really fun day here. This Webb with a 3.02 ERA last year, pitched 56 innings and struck out 58 dudes for Baltimore in 2024.
There you go.
So they need a couple of bullpen pieces still, Brian.
They do.
But it's coming together nicely.
There you go.
Brought us with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one today. Hey, Eric, did you kind of have some vibes when you're walking through the front of this the stadium over here by the Nolan Ryan statue? Did you have some championship vibes like
Parade Day?
Parade Day?
Yeah. I was reminiscing on what is one of the single greatest days of my entire existence.
I was just walking through there, and I kind of was like, I somewhat remember what happened, and I remember where the margarita bottle was. I remember where the guys with the Budweiser were. I remember where the guys with the Shiners were.
It was bringing back some.
Yeah.
It was bringing back some really cool memories of just being out here and being out in the front by the Nolan Ryan statue and all that.
Just a crowd of Rangers fans,
Just
hyped,
awesome,
pure
so awesome.
euphoria across the board.
I'll tell you, they got quite a line out here,
There's
folks.
a lot of fans
but
here.
It's very organized. Just bring a toy and you can get on into this place and come by and say hello to us, and we'll do the same. So let me focus a little bit on this Carolina Panther offense. I'll tell you what I did with Carolina Panthers. I really went back to the last 5 games. I didn't bother. Usually I try and take this thing all the way. Well, okay, what are some of the trends? What are some of the things that we've seen? It's a different football team the way they played now. The last 3 weeks with them, with Kansas City, with Tampa, Philadelphia, they've been a much better football team offensively. Matter of fact, the last 5 games, Panthers 2-3. Could have won a couple more of those games.
Could have won all of them, maybe.
With the way that they're playing, but their quarterback is playing much better after sitting down. Now, what you're going to get from Carolina is, and I didn't know a lot about this Dave Canellis. I knew he did some good things at Tampa Bay, but I really didn't know what kind of scheme that he's going to play. He's really big into play action, and he's really big into crossing routes. He's into like wide receiver delays, and I mean delay and bunch formation, and then kind of scatter and kind of confuse you a little bit when it comes to having to play some coverage. They play a really condensed offense, and I mean condensed by 3 wide receivers on one side, a receiver on the other side, single back, but it's a really tight group.
Receivers aren't going out to the sideline.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not spread out. So what they do is they make you condensed as well to have to play that way, and so they've done a really nice job, the last several weeks of being able to take that and then make teams have to try and match up with them. They don't have big name wide receivers. That's Thielen is their guy. When you start to talk about, they've traded away a couple of wide receivers at the deadline, but they're a group that's actually, if you watch them how they've played, they've done a pretty good job of getting open. Done a good job of catching the football the last 5 games. This kid's averaging 250 yards a game passing the ball. And there was a time there where I wouldn't think he could get 50 yards passing the ball, how bad things were. Kind of have an offensive line that's a little bit a bunch of bullies, not some big-name guys. What you're going to have to do with them is they thrive on just their ability to play with some power. So they're going to come off the ball. They're going to try and get into you. They got a back in Chuba Hubbard that's going to be a physical back that you're back to. The Cowboys are having to deal with a back that can legitimately run the ball, averaging 4.7 yards a carry. What I have noticed when you watch him play, though, he's had his success against teams that are poor run defending teams.
Okay.
So mark the Cowboys as a team that has had their struggles with run defense, but if you look at what he has done, carrying the football, he's punished some teams like the Giants, the Bears, the Bengals, the Chargers, the Raiders, and now look at the Cowboys. Yes, the Cowboys have improved in some areas since the early games. Dallas is still the 4th worst in the NFL when it allows yards, but when you're looking at yards per carry. So I wouldn't anticipate that the Panthers doing anything other really than trying to run the football here, and trying to see how good Dallas is. We've seen them play better, against the Giants. We saw them play better against the Commanders. Last week against the Bengals, there was some times where it wasn't a 100 and 120 yard game or anything like that, but they had some positive runs.
It's interesting that, Brian, because they're getting like 280 in the air over the last 3 games. Now, I'm just seeing the stat on that and some highlights.
Yeah.
And with just Thielen, where's all that production coming from?
Yeah, what they're doing is, though, like I say, they're wide receivers. They've got Leggett, who is a rookie, and he's their most targeted guy. But, it's funny, Thielen was out, and then now he's come back, but he's their most reliable guy.
Okay.
So they have a rookie who's a high target, a very reliable player in Thielen, and they have another receiver named Moore that also makes these contested catches and stuff. So This guy, it's kind of like when watching Dak play. Remember all the contested catches? These receivers don't have great speed. So they have to try and scheme them open, and that's what I was talking about, the bunch formations, movement, and then, back and forth kind of stuff. And that's really where the production has come. It's, where Young really works, and I was kind of watching this. I'm like, okay, let me see. Breakdown, give me the breakdowns of where he's throwing the ball. It's hitches, it's outs. And if you look at what the Cowboys last week against, having to deal
were a problem.
With Chase, 10 of his receptions was out routes, breaking routes, like 112 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dallas didn't particularly cover out routes very well last week. And, maybe that's something that you'll find out that the Bengals, I keep saying the Bengals, but the Panthers will watch this tape and they'll say, okay, how do we attack Dallas? Dallas can play zone, just keep running outs. They're not going to drive on the ball. So that's something that you have to be ready for. The hitches, the outs, and the goes. That's pretty much been how the Panthers have been able to attack their opponents. I'll say this about the quarterback. He's had some really big halves. When I was watching the tape, against the Buccaneers, he started the game against the Bucs. He was 10 of 18 for 177 yards. Against Kansas City, he was 15 of 26 for 186 yards. This guy's had some big halves.
Are they first half for both? Or?
First half for both.
Okay.
And so they've had a little bit, maybe this is why they're losing some of these games, is because they haven't been able to finish like they need to finish. But he's had some big halves since he's come back from, being benched. So Dallas has got to be ready for that.
Since
for sure.
Andy Dalton got into a fender bender and afforded Bryce Young the opportunity to play more football.
He's been playing better ball.
Dave Canales was credited a lot last year for Baker Mayfield's resurgence, getting the ball out quickly.
Yep.
Is it very much so trying to get the ball out super quick?
It's trying to get the ball out quick, but it doesn't. There's still those times where this guy
buys time.
Is not sure. He's still kind of but I will say this. He's done a much better job. When it used to be when you pressured him, it was thrown up for grabs. It was not going to be. It was just, I'm going to throw it up and hope my guys can make a play. He's been more accurate with his throws when having to face pressure.
That Chiefs game, watching that Chiefs game, it felt like he was under duress quite a bit, and he was standing short in the pocket.
Short in the pocket,
but slinging it.
Yeah.
The one player that kind of flashed to me watching Carolina was their tight end, Tommy Tremble, 82.
Yeah.
What do you think about him?
Tommy Tremble, though, remember, we were watching him in the draft. South Carolina, I believe, is where he was out of. They've done a pretty good job with, using these tight ends. What's funny is what I've really noticed about the tight ends is how they block. Okay, and this is what people have done against the Cowboys with the double A gap blitz. But Carolina does it a different way. They'll get in like an inverted wishbone where they'll put the back directly behind Young, and then they'll have the 2 tight ends on either side. And then when they go play action, they just step the tight ends up, and that's how they protect the front, is what they do. So teams, remember I was talking about how teams have taken tight ends and put them up on the line of scrimmage or right behind the centers, the guard, and the gap. The sniffer backs, yeah. And they put those sniffers up there to kind of handle Dallas's in the middle, those double A gap blitzes. I wonder how much of double A gap blitz and we're going to see from Mike Zimmer now that Overshown's hurt. Is this something that he's going to go to with Leofau? Is he going to incorporate that now as part of? Does Leofau now become the Overshown player where we see him? Now we saw him at Notre Dame have some blitzes.
He timing's good.
He's really good. What's really interesting about him is he's also the way he gets around the ball. When there's been turnovers or ball on the ground, this guy's been involved with the sack, and him and Wilson had the sack the other day. So it'd be interested to see how Mike, if teams start playing him where they're going to have those sniffer players, what's his answer for being able to get pressure without going through the middle? If that's how people are thinking about this team here. Okay, this offensive line, like I said, there's kind of bullies to them the way that they play. The scheme puts these offensive tackles on one-on-one a lot of the time. Their offensive line, I felt like that they'll miss some assignments and make assignment mistakes. And that's how people have been kind of getting pressure on them, that all of a sudden it's a twist stunt, it's a movement stunt, it's a linebacker, we didn't pick him up. They've had some problems that, in those games that I was talking about, that they had some free rushers on Young. And so they Dallas has got to find a way. These, like I say, these tackles about 81% one-on-one, and they're kind of big, heavy-footed guys. So need to make sure that quickness, movement, things like that, I think will give this offensive line a little bit trouble that way. So with the offensive line, it
smells like opportunity to me, Brian.
It is an opportunity. I mentioned about Thielen, the wide receiver.
Uh-huh.
And he's had a couple of really nice weeks.
Yeah.
Against Philadelphia.
Top plays.
Yeah, Philadelphia he had 102 yards, and against Tampa he had 99 yards. This guy can't run out of sight. He can't. I mean, he just can't run. He can't run, and he never really was a great. The route running was fine, but he never could have that breakaway speed. But he does have enough juice, I think, to kind of shake himself free in some of these routes that they've been running. He's sneaky in the way that he plays, and you have to be alert for him on these crossing routes, as I'm talking about, and then those delays out of bunch formation. They got Kansas City a couple of times where he was kind of holding back. They ran everybody off, and he held at the line, and then the play kind of developed, and then he started running, and nobody went with him. And now he's running into space by himself. They find a way to get him the football. They've been doing something, too, they got Kansas City a couple different times off that little pop pass. And I mean, like, they bring a motion guy across, and Kansas City had just huge problems trying to cover the little pop pass. And it's something where we've seen it before with how the Cowboys run it with Turpin, where ball snapped, just boop, bunt it forward, and then now you take off and running up the field. And another thing I think we're really, really worried about in this game is Hubbard can catch the ball coming out of the backfield.
Sure can.
Okay. So what happened last week, against Cincinnati?
Chase Brown was their second leading receiver.
Chase Brown killed you on some of those routes and stuff. They'll put Hubbard out. They'll go empty formation, put Hubbard out wide, run him on some routes up the field. They'll put him in the slot, run him some. We saw that with Chase Brown. And I think watching the Cincinnati tape from Monday, that Dave Canellis and his crew's like, listen, we could take advantage, especially if they want to put Donovan Wilson in coverage, that maybe that we could take advantage of some of these matchups with Hubbard and see if in fact that they can make some plays out of that.
That's another place where you will miss Overshown.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the speed's not going to beat you over the top, or the big play with the broken tackle. That's fantastic.
I don't think so. I don't think that they're, like to say, they're not. That Cincinnati bunch was a different animal when it came to, and of course the quarterback was a lot different. But like I said earlier, though, guys, this quarterback is playing a lot better, and he's playing with a lot more confidence. And the mobility that we saw at Alabama, where he'd take a snap, and if it breaks down, he's now taking off and running.
Right on.
He sees a gap, and he's going to go on. So a little bit different matchup this week, but some things you got to worry about.
These Rangers fans are taking off and running for the door. The line was all the way to the Old Globe over there at Choctaw, across the street, but they're filing them in now as the Rangers toy drive has started. It'll go until 7 o'clock. Just bring an unwrapped toy worth $15 to Globe Life Field. Get a ticket for a select 2025 Rangers home game, 1 ticket per person. While supplies last, you're going to have autographs. And Santa's here. It's a proper holiday party here, thanks to John and Jacqueline Gray, who joined us last hour, as they are hosting this event for the 3rd year in a row, and it's something that you want to take part of. Get your Rangers offseason vibes. Celebrate the 3 signings, Berger, Webb, and Evaldi, all in-house. Expecting at least one more reliever sometime in the not-too-distant future, and then one more probably before March. But they added about 30 home runs a year with this Berger guy, heck of a DH, first baseman, and can play third, as Mike Bassick was telling us. But just barely sufficient and adequate there in that department. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Well, in honor of Jake Berger, the top 10 best athletes with food names. Who comes to mind for you? That's next in the nation.
I'll tell you what is the no doubt about her number one when it comes to getting new jewelry here in the...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live at the Rangers Toy Drive here at the Globe. Join us, bring a $15 unwrapped toy to Globe Life Field or more, if you're feeling generous, and you'll get a ticket to a 2025 select home game and get some autographs, and you got a Santa out here. Just enter through the Rangers team store there on the north side. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Now here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Well, Jake Berger, your newest Texas Ranger, is the honoree of our Top 10 today. Top 10 best athletes with food names, 877-881-1053. There's a bunch, had a lot on X, formerly known as Twitter, that were reached out, but we do have what seems like it is now official, because you got Shefty, you got Pete Thamel, you got a lot of the beat reporters riding with this, that from Chapel Hill, it's now Chapel Bill. As 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Belichick is finalizing a deal to become the new head coach at North Carolina. Belichick is going back to the school where his father apparently served as an assistant coach in the 1950s.
That was at Navy, too.
Amazing. I saw one college football reporter, Matt Hayes, said that North Carolina will increase their NIL package for football from $4 million to $20 million in efforts to land Bill Belichick. So this is, I'm so excited to see how this plays out for Bill.
Man, poor Mac Brown going with a $4 million budget. No wonder he got canned. This is great. And the way college football is going, maybe he can still qualify for the most wins in pro football history.
Maybe they end up just carrying over.
Yeah.
Everybody's
getting paid. They're selling the team now.
Yeah, do you think the ACC got a little tougher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all of a sudden,
he's either going to build a powerhouse or this is going to totally ruin his legacy.
Well, if they come through with the $20 million NIL, that would have put him for this year fourth behind LSU for the most NIL dollars.
And so who's the top ACC team? Is it Florida State?
Top ACC team
Clemson?
Is Clemson.
At fifth, so they'd have $5 million more to play with than Clemson.
Yeah.
They could absolutely be running that conference with that kind of budget.
I'm just kind of curious, though, why North Carolina, they might have gone to Jordan Brands. Ask Michael Jordan, hey, listen.
Oh, okay.
We know you're on all our apparel. You're I think there's 5 teams that are Jordan Brand teams. There's a lot of Nike teams, but you have Michigan, Oklahoma, North Carolina. They probably went to Jordan Brands and said, listen, if you could pony up, another $10 million maybe here, maybe another $5 million, we can land this coach. I think Michael Jordan has enough love for North Carolina that he would try and help him that way.
Brings a lot of visibility to his brand. Might just be a good investment.
Can you see Bill Belichick wearing the hoodie, cut off sleeves, but it's got the Jumpman logo in the middle of it?
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty sweet. Might be his best hoodie look ever.
This is fun.
This is crazy, dude.
It is nuts. I mean, I really didn't think that this would be serious.
No,
I really thought he would end up back in the National Football League.
It's program building. It's like it's in the league. There's Stephen Jones and people like that don't want Bill Belichick coaching their team because he wants the control of setting things up. And he's going to go to North Carolina and he's going to set up how they practice, how they travel. He's going to do all that.
He apparently had a 400-page organizational Bible, is what they were calling
exactly.
That he gave them so that they had a complete understanding of what his vision is and what it's going to be at Chapel Bill. That's greatness.
But then the recruiting side of all of this. And
he's going to have a GM.
I'm sure he'll have people in place. But, I know Sark and these coaches still have to be a part of getting out there and meeting parents and families and that old school way of recruiting to try and get some of these big time kids. Maybe it just now is all about how much money can you pay them.
Right.
Imagine his ability to, in his office there at Chapel Hill at Kennan Stadium there, window open, overlooking, and he's sitting there talking to you about, I coached in the NFL, I coached in Super Bowl, when I coached Tom Brady, all of a sudden you're a kid and you're just sitting in that chair, and football it just reminds me very much of when I get to interview with Al Davis.
Right.
You're just sitting there and you're amazed. You're sitting across from this man and you're thinking, okay, how can I go to work for this guy? How can I go and play for this guy? How, that's the kind of thing. His recruiting is he's going to get coaches that will sell this thing, that will do all the legwork.
Right.
He'll be the closer. He'll go in there and close this thing, and I think it's a good thing.
Part of that 400-page organizational Bible was I have my coaching staff, and then I have a complete other staff. There's a general manager, and then it's all recruiting.
I wonder if Lombardi's going to go work with him.
That'd be interesting.
Mike's doing Mike's doing really well with all his stuff, all his podcasting and things, and speaking, public speaking. Mike could go be his general manager.
Yeah, hard to say no.
I'm sure Mike wants to go around the country and sit in living rooms of 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds.
Eat all the baked ziti and free food, though.
Man, there
you go.
How much you love football. That's the thing.
That's what it is.
How much do you?
These football
junkies. They could build their program. The vision that they have, they could build it at North Carolina. And see, this is one of the great case tests. Can you take a program, an NFL program, and make it college football, worthy?
And now it's the best time that it's ever been, given the landscape for that to succeed. With the money and the NIL. And, his pitch on McAfee was strong. Like, hey, do you want to go be an NFL player? How many Super Bowls do I have? This is a pipeline to the NFL, just like Saban had going with Alabama.
They can, if they don't have a wide receiver. New England never had a wide receiver, so maybe North Carolina won't have one either. But you can go recruit. Eric, you're coaching it at Baylor, and I really like your right tackle.
Thank you.
I can go and get your right tackle now.
Yeah.
I don't have to sit there. I don't have to recruit kids. I just go try and steal them in the portal. I go and convince. I back channel this thing to go. I saw they were talking about college players. They used to not be able to sign with agents. Now the agents are talking about, oh, my guy's in the portal. My guy's in the portal. My guy's going here. My guy's going there. You can now back channel this thing with agents, and you could set your team up just like an NFL team if you want. You could go get the best center from Oregon. You could go get the best tight end from Ohio State. You could go get the best cornerback from Florida. You can go do all these things now with the way the NIL and stuff works in the portal. You don't have to wait around.
They just got to make sure they provide them with the money. And I guess if they're going to go up to $20 million, they're up there. They're playing with the big boys in that case.
I wonder how much SMU made from. I know they didn't get the money from the ACC stuff. I'd be interested to see how much money they get from being in the playoff.
Yeah,
I wonder what kind of a boost that was for.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a boost. It doesn't seem like it's been a boost for TCU for making the college football championship a few years ago.
I think we're in a different. I know a couple years. You're right. I wonder.
I thought it would. I thought that was going to really TCU would be able to end up. Now they're running the Big 12 with Texas and Oklahoma leaving. They didn't. So far, they haven't seemed to really capitalize on that. But maybe for SMU, they're able to do that. Okay. A lot of good text when it comes to best athletes with food names. We've got Jerry Broccoli, who's a football umpire, according to the 817.
Oh, okay.
Coco Crisp.
I haven't heard broccoli on the Zebra Report before, but I'll take your word for it.
Daryl Strawberry.
Daryl Strawberry's a really good one.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah, okay, it's great.
Kool-Aid.
Do you get more? You get more points, right? If it's like a first name last name combo.
Yeah, more points. Like OJ Mayo, I think is number one. Is number one on the list.
I mean, somebody texted in Coy Bacon.
Coy Bacon was a defensive lineman back in the day.
That's pretty amazing.
That's very good. Refrigerator Perry from the 214. We've got Darvin Ham, absolutely. Taco Charlton. Jerry Rice.
Hot sauce and one.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And he remember what he put the number one title on Kyrie for the handles. Even Hot Sauce was like, no, Kyrie is the dude.
Lucius, did you have any to throw in here? Or did we kind of
I sure did. I got one. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, well done. Yes.
One more. Then I'm going to go back to my cubby hole. Coco Golf.
Oh, Coco Golf.
Strong.
Tennis.
Strong.
Good. Strong.
And Coco Crisp. Coco Crisp, yep. We got Steph Curry, my buddy Chris Sadovsaz from high school.
That's good.
Legendary Tolo texting.
Didn't see that one coming.
Mia Hamm.
Yep.
Julius Peppers.
Yep.
Spud Webb.
Spud Webb. Named my dog after him.
Spud is a potato?
Spud's a potato. Yeah.
How about Lemon Pepper Lou?
Okay.
That's a nickname.
Yeah. You got
nickname.
so is Refrigerator Perry, but respect.
So the list, they've got Jello Orange.
What?
I didn't know Jello weren't, but it was a Wake Forest defensive end.
Is this
Really?
fictional or non-fictional?
No, this is true.
That's a double.
Mike Trout,
Yeah.
Mike Carp, Marty Fish,
Debatable.
Marty Fish is
Marty Fish.
tennis.
That's strong. Yeah.
Catfish Hunter.
Pitcher, A's, Yankees.
Is that a real name, Catfish?
Yeah.
I think
Alan
yeah.
Champagne,
Alan Champagne.
It's a beverage.
Yeah.
Dijon Thompson, 16 career in the NBA. Bubba Franks, Felix Pye.
Hey, Bubba Franks is really good. That's a great
good one. And Bubba Franks thinks
Use the
Sotolo
ballpark,
lives in
Frank.
the area.
Felix Pye?
What about Channing Fry?
Yeah.
He spells Fry differently.
I had Charlie Fry on mine.
Okay, I like that.
Irving
That's
Fryer.
with an E, though, right?
What?
Yeah, but still,
Fry,
Fry.
F-R-Y-E?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I like Fryer, Irving Fryer.
Irving Fryer. What? Chip Kelly.
Ooh, Chip Kelly's good.
Antrell Roll.
Nice.
The knee.
And Billy Bean.
Billy Bean. That's a classic.
What did you do? Did you look all these up, or did you have them on memory?
I've been ever since I saw Walchuk's email what the list was going to be today. I was like,
Oh,
I
you
gotta
show
start, I
prep
gotta
this
start
thing?
Do it.
brainstorming names. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got Paul Coffey.
Congratulations. Hockey.
Eli
Red
Apple,
Wings.
817.
Eli Apple.
Good pull.
That's a very, very good one. And the last one here, I don't know if this one's real or not, but Boof Bonzer.
Boof?
Yeah.
Is that cuisine?
Yeah, it's Boof.
You tell me.
Wow, this whole time when you were boofing, you were just eating something.
You were eating. It's a way to just go ahead and just get it in the system.
It's I guess you kind of are eating something.
You are.
You're ingesting it, I guess, into your bloodstream?
I guess. I don't know. They added it on the list.
With your back mouth.
I heard you can get intoxicated that way.
Oh, Sauce Gardner. That's good.
Sauce Gardner's really good.
Kobe Beef Bryant. Well, it's Bean. It's
Bean.
not beef.
Kobe Beef, Brian. 817 says Boof is real. So I'm going to Google Boof here because I'm on my own computer, right? So
I'm not going to read that one. Joey Chestnut, that's good. White Chocolate is a nickname. How about Jerry Stackhouse, but Steakhouse?
Jerry Steakhouse?
Jerry Steakhouse.
Jerry Steakhouse.
See, I wouldn't mind playing the game where we turn people's names, athletes' names, into food names. I think that could be a fun one.
It might have been one guy, but we got flooded with General Booty as well.
See, that's just vulgar.
Yeah. It's pretty vulgar.
It's pretty good
I'm
protein,
just gonna-
though.
I
I'm gonna dump that
appreciate
one if you
everybody
don't
out
mind.
there that texts that one in.
Betty Spaghetti.
Maybe
Great
a
job.
pork butt.
There's a Carlos Boozer, if you want to just put booze in there. All right, there's a lot coming in. Appreciate everybody. There's your top 10.
There it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. We're at the Rangers
What do we
Toy
do?
Drive today.
Did we even go down the list?
Rangers
I did.
captain's going to be
I read
here.
it.
Got holiday crafts, a face painter. Santa is in the house. The elf on the shelves have been dipping into our house here, and the 3-year-old is just delighted. Now, full disclosure, we had like a set of 3 for Abby one year. I lost all of them, so I had to buy another 3. There's a cowboy elf on the shelf, there's a pink one, and there's a red one. Now there's 2 of them. But what I'm doing is I'm just dropping them around the house with little notes like, hey, I'm here now. And so now she's getting this collection over the last 5 days.
Wow.
And when she spots another one, she just like, oh, my gosh, we got to call Nana. You know, it is absolutely delightful. The holidays with little kids, you can't beat it. Okay, we're going to talk with Nathaniel Low. We'll get you the details on what the former manager of Jake Berger said, what the Rangers got. That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Holiday season. A lot comes along with that, including a lot of busy times on the roads, and you get some weather, and you get maybe a holiday party mixed in. The next thing, you could be victimized by negligence. And what we recommend you do here at The Fan, and what I do in the Dawson household, call them twice over the years, is the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com. They are the car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas that have been dominating for their clients, us, the victims of negligence here, for 3 decades going. You know, before that, the Frankels, Scott Mark, they worked for the insurance companies, and they learned all their tricks and tactics that they use to deny your claims, and now they use that knowledge to protect us and help us make a full recovery. You know, that's what it's all about. The Frankels will not let you settle for less. And, you know, it's easier than you might think. And these settlements can reach 6 and 7 figures. If you think about it, you might have pain and suffering on board for the rest of your life. You might have suffered a catastrophic loss along with that. And, you know, accidents aren't just accidents. They, you know, often involve carelessness, and legally that is called negligence. And that's what the Frankels specialize in. So hurt in a car or truck wreck, I hope everything is great. You know, I'm a defensive driver myself, 10-2, mirror signal, head check. I do the whole shebang. I'm pretty dang good at it. But, sometimes a wreck just finds you. Call the Frankels or go to frankelfirm.com. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, a lost and found edition of the Combo Platter, NFL overreaction or reality, and how close are we to teleportation? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Join us, Tolos, as we provide meals for the less fortunate this holiday season. The Fan is teaming up with the North Texas Food Bank for a virtual food drive. A donation as low as $5 can make a huge difference. Give today at 1053thefan.com/raise your hand.
Villanova, not the perennial contender it used to be under Jay Wright. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Wildcats may not have national title aspirations, but they can still put up points with a top 20 offense. Nova hosts Fairleigh Dickinson tonight, and the BetQL model is expecting scoring. BetQL has over 151.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, preparing for another stressful holiday season. And this year, I am prioritizing my well-being. And that's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness stores. Their exercise equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's for better sleep, for mental breaks, personal victories. And those massage chairs, they are for more than just relaxation. They're made for recovery and for stress relief and lowering your blood pressure.
That's right, RJ. This is Craig Lewin with Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and our certified fitness consultants help you meet your goals by offering flexible financing, treadmills, ellipticals, bikes, and home gyms up to 50% off, and Dallas's largest selection of premium massage chairs.
Can't say enough about those massage chairs. All you got to do is go to johnsonfitness.com or check out one of their 17 Texas locations, including 7 right here in the DFW area. Discover Johnson Fitness and Wellness today, the #1 specialty fitness retailer in the U.S. Find out what you're made for at johnsonfitness.com.
The holidays are happening at Diamonds Direct. Still rushing to finish your holiday shopping? Don't worry, we've got you covered. This weekend only, it's our last chance sale with 20% off virtually everything. Earrings, bracelets, pendants, and more. Plus special financing options up to 5 years. But don't wait, this is your final opportunity to find the perfect gift at the best value before the holidays. Plus special designer appearances. Visit us during extended holiday hours or shop online and pick up in store. Our 20% off last chance sale ends Sunday. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com.
Only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500. Discount on eligible product only and reflected in quote. Restrictions apply. See Pro Desk for details. MVP's Pros Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms subject to change.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in. Like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys, and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, where 10,000 electronic games plus roulette, craps, and blackjack is just the beginning. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Enjoy 36 holes of championship golf and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wild at the world of WinStar. Please game responsibly.
It's time.
Ho, ho, ho!
Get 2 transformations for the price of 1 with Soda Weight Loss's Buy One, Get One during the month of December.
That's what I'm talking about!
Lose weight together. Start up right now with a partner for the cost of 1. It's double the results and half the cost.
Hey, it's RJ Choppy here, and I am living proof that Soda Weight Loss works. I've let go of 32 pounds with Soda, and I look and feel 10 years younger. And I did it without drugs or injections because Soda's plan works without all that stuff. Get the real help, the real support, the real results that last with Soda Weight Loss.
Imagine starting the new year looking better than you have in years. And right now, Soda Weight Loss is offering 2 transformations for the price of 1. Let go of that weight together with the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results.
Do it now. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Hurry before this offer is gone. SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
So, work holiday parties?
Hi, I'm Bill from accounting.
You are sick.
Our 2025 Tolo Holiday Party. Join us this Saturday afternoon from 1 till 5 at Barton House Brewing Company, 220 South Sylvania Avenue in Fort Worth. While they last, we're handing out one-of-a-kind Tolo holiday pint glasses for your eggnog. Bring the family and enjoy the afternoon with all of your fan hosts. Let's celebrate an amazing fan year together. It's our Turn It On, Leave It On Tolo Holiday Party at Barton House Brewing Company this Saturday. And in spite of what HR tells us, we'll bring the mistletoe.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, it's not a proper trip to the ballpark without a hot dog. And good news that the Texas Rangers have some for you. We're at the Rangers Toy Drive here. Chief just made a flyby and just carpet bombed us with dogs right here at the broadcast position, which I love. Okay, so a lot of good stuff to be had here. Unwrapped toy, $15 value, I would say, or more. You bring that to Globe Life Field unwrapped, and you get a ticket to a 2025 Rangers game. 1 ticket per person while supplies last. Parking lot B. And come in through the Rangers team store that is just right over there. Nathaniel Low set to join us here in just a moment on your home of the 2023 World Champion Texas Rangers. And here he is already, still sporting the mustache, although I think it might have grown into a little bit of a goatee as well.
Sure, yeah.
And yes, joining us now here is, the American League Silver Slugger Award 2022, Gold Glove in 2023, of course, the World Series champion, Nathaniel Low. Thanks for joining us here on The Fan, buddy. How you doing?
Thanks for having me on.
So, I mean, and you had the best presentation at the championship parade as well, I felt. Did you strike like a Captain Morgan pose in the back of that truck while slamming a beer?
I think that's what a blur. I'd love to give you a full
I think that day is like that for all of us.
Yeah. It was just as fun.
It should have been.
Yeah, right? We got to celebrate. You don't know how many times you get to celebrate something like that, so I made the most of it.
So, 300,000 people can say they got drunk with the Texas Rangers that day.
They deserve it.
They do.
They've been waiting for a long time for a title, so, you get 60 tries. You got to get it right eventually.
Yes, sir. Yes, and we did. It was so glorious. Now, what's it like coming off a season like the team just had? Is it more motivating? Is it did you just take it in stride as a veteran? What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Because there's one winner. You get 30 teams and one winner. So when you're stuck in the other 29, you're pretty motivated to get out there and do something a lot better. And we got a lot of things to do a lot better with this group, but there's definitely promise. And then obviously the motion that we're making the last couple of days is putting us in a good spot.
So do you just get back to work immediately? You take some time off? You can enjoy the holidays?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got married a couple weeks ago.
Nice, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, we had a great time. But, no, I don't know. I try and stay away from baseball, and then all of a sudden, I'm glued to the TV and watching every postseason pitch. So that's just part of it. But I play some golf. I said I retired from golf, and then I got a tee time Friday. So it's a love-hate there, too. I've been lifting in Fort Worth, and, yeah, it's been nice.
So I mean, what are we looking at off the tee? 325?
I hope so, yeah. Feet, right?
Yes.
No, your ball speed's unmatched. We all know that.
No. We play with some guys that hit it pretty far.
How much did the group message light up last night when you got the Evaldi news?
It was pretty good. Yeah, we don't. Our group chat's not like crazy active, but when something like that happens, yeah, some guys start popping off.
Is there one person that tries to get it stirred up more than anyone else?
No, not in specific. It just depends like what it's relevant to.
Yeah.
Which Ranger teammate impressed you most on the dance floor at your wedding?
Well, Jonah was the only one there. We had a tiny wedding.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I've known Jonah for a very long time, so yeah. No offense to the guys. There's nobody that I didn't want to invite, but we kept it very small.
I don't imagine Jonah being much of a dancer either, you know? I mean, that's just my guess.
You got to kind of like put your fingers on his face to get him to smile. So, yeah, the dance moves aren't like crazy, but I mean, there's a little rhythm.
Are you pumped for the new moves with Higashioka at catcher and now Burger, which is a fantastic name? We just did a top 10 of best athletes with food names.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it fits, doesn't it?
It does.
But all the additions seem like they're going to help the lineup. Yeah. So it's something to get excited about. Obviously, Evo's really good to come back for us, and we're excited about that. But, yeah, the additions we've made so far, I feel like they're heading to the right direction.
It's Nathaniel Low here with us. Let me just ask an open-ended question. There's so much media coverage of your situation. How do you take all that in?
As far as I know, I got a job today.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm unemployed now, but as far as spring training goes, I'll have a job. But, you know, the way the crunch goes when you get further along in your career, if you get more expensive, then ideally somebody else would like to pay for my services. And if that's not here, I've got nothing but good things to say about the last 4 years that I've gotten to wear this uniform. I've gotten so much out of my experience here, but I think that Burger in the lineup with me could be a pretty good move too.
Yeah, we agree. Yeah. I mean, and you're one of our favorites. We don't want you going anywhere. We want you a Ranger for life.
I love it here.
I do got to ask you, and we've heard the pitching perspective from this, the golden at bat rule. What do you think? Is this like the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
It's terrible.
Okay, so why is it so terrible?
It's terrible. I mean, like, I don't know. You guys watch games. Like,
watch games.
Do you want to go tell Corey that he's supposed to take an at bat, like, in the dugout? Like, he's having his time in the dugout. But from the whole thing, like, what if somebody gets hurt? You know, you've been sitting still. You've had an at bat 2 innings ago, so you're not coming up for any time soon. And by the way, bam, throw you in there in the biggest situation of the game. Like, it just doesn't make sense because I think baseball is such a rhythmic sport. There's an ebb and flow to offense and defense, and if you just kind of disrupt that by throwing a random batter in there, like, what are we doing?
Could I throw one counter? What about pinch hitting?
Yeah, but pinch hitters are preparing all day for that at bat, or at least you should be.
That's amazing player perspective. I don't think we ever thought about that as much as we talked about it.
And disrupting the routine and everything that's going on there.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, say a guy's not starting and you know that the lefty's going to be done in a couple innings and you're a left-handed hitter that's supposed to hit the righty coming in. 2 innings before, you're moving around in the cage. You're rolling on the foam roller. Somebody's sets in there feeding balls in the machine. You're hitting flips, and then you have an idea in the lineup where your spot's going to be. So that's rhythm, too. And if you just throw that out by saying, hey, number 2 batter, you're going to hit 6th with somebody on base or whoever the batter is, like, I don't know, just throw the whole thing off.
What's your favorite spot in the lineup?
Ooh. I mean, I like hitting third. But there's a big target hitting third. And, you know, like, it's just however you fit in and however you get the most at-bats with runners on base, that's a spot where you want to hit.
Nathaniel Low here with us here on your home of the Rangers 105.3 The Fan. So when it's arbitration time, we always hear stories in the media of how it can get, you know, like contentious or whatever. Do you like to mix it up? Are you like a confrontational kind of guy, or do you just let your agent handle everything?
No, I let my agent do it. That's what I pay him for. Yeah. You know, I can't legally sit in the same room as you know, that. Well, I mean, legally I could, but I'm not qualified like he is to take care of that.
So what are your goals for the offseason? What are you working on? What's your approach?
I'm getting stronger. I need to get faster. I need to continue to improve to hit for more power. That's it, you know, because we'll take hits how they come. I don't see the average really going anywhere, and I think as I hit for more power, the average will continue to improve. But obviously that's the glaring hole in my game, in my opinion, even though, like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm putting together pretty good seasons here and there. I'm regressing in a little sense, but I think there's a lot of room for power potential.
What do you think's the regression?
I mean, you can look it up in the stat line. Less doubles, less homers. But I got less at-bats this past season. So it could all be relative, and maybe the 60 at-bats that I missed out on, I hit 4 or 5 homers, and all of a sudden we're not saying anything about it. But results are results, and I need to post better results.
So when there's hitting coaching changes, how does that impact you?
I got to meet Justin on Monday, come up to the stadium and hit. And it just depends on the relationship that you can form with them. You have to be able to realize, like, we're going to be together for 6 months straight. So you can't fix it all in one day, but you can definitely start to guide things in the right direction. We need to work together because the player's your best coach. You're your best coach, but you need a coach that's going to be able to influence you to get the most out of yourself.
Have you ever been a part of a team that had so much hitting talent that struggled to produce runs last year?
No. And yeah, it was like, you guys saw it. The fans saw it. It felt like there wasn't rhythm. I was just at fault as far as anybody else was. Like, could have done a better job keeping the at-bats moving and getting more guys to the plate. But, over the whole season, we were not nearly as good as we could have been.
How much more fresh do you feel like now, physically and mentally, with just kind of a normal offseason compared to last year?
Oh, yeah, a lot. And then, you get married, you get settled into a house, like, you start to grow up a little bit and realize, like, all right, I'm here to do my job. You start paying more attention to what's going on in front of you instead of what's going on all over the place. So it's been really nice. It's been really nice.
Which weight room movement have you improved the most on?
Which weight room movement?
You've been getting after it.
Yeah,
man.
probably pulling down. Pulling down's a new one. I'm not very good at pull-ups, but I made it a point this winter to address, like, I want to get better at pull-ups.
That's an important lift for power in baseball?
Oh, yeah, because your lats turn your spine.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
right.
yeah, I mean, you can tell me Barry Bonds couldn't do 30 pull-ups.
I believe it could.
Look at the size of that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I get there's extracurriculars, but those are for real muscles.
Still impressive.
Oh, yeah.
The triceps important?
Triceps are important. You got to get extended through the ball.
Yeah.
And it looks better under the jersey. You don't have to take as much in. And then, like, come July, August, when you're, like, watching it get a little tighter in your midsection and looser in your arms, you don't have to ask the tailor to, like, tighten it up again.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
That's a veteran pro tip right there. Well, dude, you are classic. Thank you so much for what you've done for the team and on the air with us here over the years. We can't wait to see the announcement of Big Deal.
Yeah.
Thanks
Salute
for
to
having
you.
me on, guys.
There he goes. Nathaniel Low here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Globe. The Rangers Toy Drive, hosted by John and Jacqueline Gray, is on. It goes until 7 o'clock. Just bring a $15 toy. You're going to get in. You're going to enjoy the autographs and the fellowship with all the guys here. And Basic's going to be in signing autographs. I mean, this is a cool deal. And we love being here every single year. 3 hours down, 2 to go. We're coming back with an edition of The Finest, Chief. Where we heading?
The NFL's Iron Man is a local legend, and the slottiest dude in the league is as well.
Yes, sir. I'd love to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing, though, because if you're about to be on your way home, maybe you're on your way home already, and you would rather that be in a brand new vehicle, just call my friends at D&M.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
We're live at the Globe. The Rangers toy drive is going on now, and it continues until 7 o'clock. Bring an unwrapped toy worth $15 or more here, and you will get you'll get in. You'll get a Rangers ticket. You get autographs. Mike Bassick's going to join us coming up at 5:30 here live on set. Talk about a very eventful 24 hours for your Texas Rangers. They got some players, some new ones, and a big one back, and we're excited to talk about Mike with that here coming up in about 25 minutes. It's time now, though, for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
Got your stat of the day here. Win-loss records through their first 127 starts, regular season and playoffs included. Patrick Mahomes, 101-26. Tom Brady, 127. Woo. So Mahomes one more win, future GOAT, than Brady through his first 127 starts, playoffs included. Okay, now let's take a look at some other things around the NFL here. Houston Texans fans, this is going to be a bit of a bummer, but your stud DB, Jalen Petre.
Good player.
He's going to be out for the rest of the season, torn pectoral.
That's a tough one for them. He does so much on that defense. He's a guy that has a safety. He can play some corner, nickel slot corner, drop back for him. That's a big loss for Houston.
Turnover guy.
Yep.
Tua is not going to get Joe Burrowed or Pat.
You got armed guards.
His house is not going to get burglarized.
An alligator with a moat.
Let's go.
Yeah, apparently in his presser today when asked about it, on the heels of Joe Burrow now being added to the list of big-name players across the league who have had their house burglarized this season, Tua said, just let that be known, they are armed. He has guards at his house. He's like, they're armed. I hope if you decide to go to my house, you think twice.
Yeah.
So he's taking a page out of the book. He's spending, maybe he's spending a milli to make sure that the house, the wife, the kids, everybody's safe when Papa goes on a business trip. Now, his head coach, Mike McDaniel, just got a 4-year extension before the season started. But I saw in the Graziano and Jeremy Fowler ESPN NFL Insider Report, people are keeping an eye on Mike McDaniel as being a guy that could be one of the surprise head coach firings. If this Dolphins season really starts to slip here at some point, because they're probably not going to make the playoffs. They still have a chance. They actually have a big one in Houston versus the Texans this week. They almost basically have to win out. But if they kind of tailspin here at the end, which has been the MO for Mike McDaniel and these Dolphins, you get into December, all of a sudden bad things starts to happen. So people are keeping tabs on Mike McDaniel's future, and that would be, I mean, he would be right there at the top of the list for teams looking for an offensive coordinator. That's for sure. Perhaps the Dallas Cowboys included. Maybe have a Mike and Mike head coach offensive coordinator situation. McDaniel
that'd be lovely. The 3 Mikes.
Yeah.
I'll sign up.
That'd be fun.
Did you see what he did when he came into the media room today, or maybe yesterday?
Yeah.
I think it was after the game when he just like told everyone to shush.
No. The thing about, he said they needed an air freshener in there.
Oh. He's been doing bits with the media.
It's like he walked in, he goes, we need an air freshener in this room. And they were all like, are you saying we stink? And he goes, no, it just smells really stale in here right now.
Yeah. I think he's won some games. Hasn't he won 4 or 5? The Dolphins?
Since Tua's gotten back, they've been humming.
So, and you look at their schedule, Texans, Niners, Browns, Jets, they could win 3 or 4. I mean, I'll hope that Mike McDaniel becomes available and we can make something happen.
That'd be fun.
But I think he might have pulled it out.
I don't know.
of the fire.
I think Chief wants him fired.
I get that feeling too.
I kind of get this vibe looking at him right now that he's not very happy with Mike McDaniel right now coaching his Dolphins.
No, it's not that. I mean, it's been a little bit...
Are you tired of the bits?
It's been a little bit underwhelming. I'm not tired of the bits. I mean, I'm just really going off the report. It's surprising. I really didn't think to even consider it because he literally just got the extension like in August or in July.
Stephen Ross, one of the most wealthiest owners in the National Football League. I don't think a few million bother him.
No, I
agree. But don't you think great coaches can have bad years?
Yes. I feel like you were still watching the same Dolphins offense since he like bursted onto the scene and everything was awesome.
Wait,
and then it's like,
you're talking about Mike McCarthy? What are you doing?
Okay. You know, where's the counter?
So the creativity after the league has adjusted.
Yes, it's not quite there. And say what you want about them, they're on a nice roll. But what do? They go to Lambeau, quality team, cold weather environment, and they S the bet again.
Yeah, his record against winning teams has been really bad.
Part of that's the quarterback, but he was the one who clearly tied himself to Tua. They gave him the extension, so he wanted him. But there's a limit on what that head coach quarterback combo can probably accomplish.
I wonder if the Dolphins have ever been a really good cold weather team.
I'm sure there were some years where they were. I mean, when Larry Zonka was there,
like Jim Kick, Bob Greasy, Paul Warfield.
Yeah, but
Larry Kuchenberg blocking for him a little bit.
I mean, they've been bad for 25 years.
I'm kind of thinking there's some games where the Dolphins really weren't very good in cold weather.
Right, and that's why that coach got fired, and they tried another guy, and he sucked, and they got fired, and then he sucked, and they got fired, and then all of a sudden now you're at Mike McDaniel.
Are you thinking
his
offense is bad? Is that what you're saying?
It's not bad. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's similar to the Cowboys from last year. You can score a bunch of points against bad teams. All of a sudden, you get a quality playoff opponent, home or on the road, and all of a sudden now you're scratching and clawing to get to 20 points, and that's tough. So, and clearly it's enough to where even Stephen Ross, the owner, who just gave him the 4-year extendo, might be willing to punt on him if they can't get this thing figured out here to close out the season.
God, I hope my guy Chris Greer's okay down there.
I mean, he's part of the problem.
You know what? You might be right. Chris has been down there a long time.
He has.
Now, the upcoming opponent for the Cowboys, of course, is the Panthers. They lose to the Eagles on Sunday. It was a nail-biter finish. They really should have won because the rookie Xavier Legette had the ball right there in the breadbasket at the goal line. And
we've got the audio for this.
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yeah.
You sent this too?
Yeah. This is pretty awesome. You have Xavier Legette sitting down on the St. Brown podcast with Amon Ra and his brother Equanimous, a couple of wide receivers chopping it up, and this on the heels of him basically dropping the ball and losing the game for the Panthers. And listen to this interaction here in regards to it.
Bro, I was rooting for the Panthers so hard. This is the craziest part. I'm over here on a flight back to Detroit because I was in LA. I'm like, can you guys please put this Eagles game on? I'm like, just win. Please just win. Like, everything was like, I feel like nothing was going right for the Eagles. And then y'all started coming. I'm like, this is it. Like, Panthers about to do it. And y'all.
Nah, it ain't y'all, man. It was me, man.
I'm playing.
Bro. I cancel every plan I had after that. I was supposed to go to the Rod Wave concert cup. As soon as I got in the locker room, I text the boy like, "I canceled the suite." I ain't trying to go no more, man.
Cancel this.
You said it wasn't y'all, man. It was me. Stupid.
So shout out to Xavier Legette there taking ownership. Like, no, this wasn't us as a team losing. This was me dropping the ball for my squad. And then he was supposed to go to a Rod Wave concert, and he gets to the locker room, and he's like, forget all that, dude. I just got to go home and stew in this right now. I'm too ticked off. I totally understand it. Now, we have a couple of guys that need to be shouted out.
Okay.
Salute. We have local legends. The NFL Iron Man right now, 446 consecutive snaps being played for Max Crosby.
Okay.
Of the Raiders.
Yes.
Longest streak by a defensive lineman in the history of the Next Gen Stats. 2016 is when that came about.
Okay.
So this dude
Jim Marshall, I think, held a record for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know what the all-time record is, but you're approaching 500 consecutive snaps played for Max Crosby with the Raiders right now. And
that was number of games. Jim Marshall was number of games.
Oh, games? Yeah, no, this dude's never coming off the field. And you pretty much never see that when it comes to a defensive lineman. These guys are always rotating in and out.
500 snaps in a row?
It's 446 right now for him.
Oh.
So Colleyville's own super beast.
Calais Campbell did 213. Kevin Carter 224. Jared Allen did 187. Alan Page 218. This is virtually unheard of.
Yeah.
I mean, only 5 guys over 180 of them.
You know who's got the record? It's a lineman. Joe Thomas.
Oh, offensive line?
10,363 consecutive snaps until he tore his triceps in 2017.
Wow.
Jesus. That is nuts.
But a defensive line, it's like you got to explode. You know, you can't just be like, oh, I'm shuffling my feet and standing up in front of you. And I always remember
falling around your knees.
I remember, Jerry Jones saying a good defensive lineman only can really attack 100% 12 times a game. After that, they're spent. So you got to be a rare dude.
Oh, man.
He's a beast.
That's like Dennis Rodman-like endurance.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then also just like being able to stay healthy enough to do it, like not getting hurt in the meantime.
Yeah.
And still being one of the best players out there. You know, so like all of it just very impressive with Max Crosby. And then Rockwall's own Jackson Smith and Jigba, Wolchuk's favorite wide receiver in the draft a few years ago. He's the slottiest guy in the league right now.
Very slotty.
767 receiving yards out of the slot for JSN, and that leads the league. And the next best player in this category is the rookie Ladd McConkey, but JSN has him by over 200 yards. So out of the slot, you're talking about JSN being the most prolific this year. So kudos to him for that.
Could use one of those coming up in this draft.
It's where he's at his best, definitely, which was Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he really is having a breakout season.
We had a breakout night for Jamar Chase, of course, at AT&T Stadium. Broadus gave us some of the numbers yesterday on what he did individually to each corner, just really tearing them all up.
Yeah.
And I went after Diggs a little bit. And maybe I have some regrets about it, but not really. The average separation, though, is where I wanted to get into, because it wasn't just like Jamar Chase is beating people. No. And it's like some of these are tough grabs. Hey, Bland, you're right there.
Yeah.
Chase is just better than you.
Yeah.
It felt like half the time when Trayvon Diggs was being completed on to Chase, it was like, where is Diggs? What is he even doing here? He just gave up 13 yards on a critical 2nd and long, and now it's 3rd and short, and we're bleeped. Thanks, Diggs.
Take a side swipe at Diggs.
Well, the average separation in the game, Deron Bland was just under 2 yards, average separation there, Jamar Chase on him. For Jordan Lewis, it was 2.8. But for Trayvon Diggs, it was 3.1 yards of average separation, Jamar Chase versus Trayvon Diggs. So he was cooking him. It was like, Diggs, you don't have a chance. Other than the one incompletion that you forced, you weren't even competitive on these opportunities. So that's a little bit of just like inside the numbers here. Deron Bland definitely got torched, but on more often than not, he was at least right there trying to make a competitive play. Diggs was sleepwalking through that. Please don't have any ball sacks when it comes to the health concerns of individuals.
Oh, I know.
This Randy Moss thing?
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people going with this. I believed it too.
I know. I saw your.
It was like, oh my
was it
God.
the Larry Fitzgerald thing?
Larry Fitzgerald said it. I mean, there was like, I know Favre came out and said something. Like, we had NFL players that I figured, hell, maybe they've talked to Randy and they know this is the case.
And it's all false?
His son is saying it's not true.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Thaddeus Moss, LSU Tiger.
Yeah, tight end, good player.
The support is appreciated, but this is not true. My father has not addressed the world yet about what is going on, and there is a reason it is being kept private.
Okay.
So maybe it's not 100%. Maybe this is just, hey, we want to kind of get this news out on our own terms. Yeah. But we kind of have to slow down a little bit on what it is, because Larry Fitzgerald did say that it was liver cancer.
Larry Fitzgerald Sr., by the way.
Larry Fitzgerald
Sr.
Senior.
Yeah,
long-time writer.
Yeah, and his tweet was, I'm hearing that Randy Moss has, and then he put it on the tweet. I'm like, damn, you hearing it, bro? You got to get that confirmed, Phil.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a little wild there.
A lot of people are concerned for Randy Moss. It's a huge story, and something's wrong, with the liver, but it could be a lot of different things.
And then we'll close it down here with a John Gruden special, Week 14 individuals that got John Gruden feeling nicey.
You know what gets me really excited? I mean really excited. Dominant performances. Dominant coaching performances. It's got me feeling really nicey. Guys like Sam Darnold, 78%, 347 yards, 5 touchdowns. Go, baby! Keep shredding, Sam!
It's the music, man. The production value on it.
Puka Nacua, Los Angeles Rams, 12 catches, 162 yards, a touchdown. He carries 5 times, 16 yards and a touchdown. You better get some secondary help. Keep it going. Oh. Andy Reid of the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's his guy.
9 straight AFC Western Championships. How many clutch victories do you need to see? Way to go, Big Red. Oh. Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions. They're 12-1. He went for it 5 times in one game. Converted 4 of them. He trusts his players. Oh.
Thank you, John Gruden. Wow, that is something. I don't think he should go back to coaching or anything else.
This is not. He's a content machine.
Wow.
I love him.
I don't think he'll ever get another head coaching job, but if I coached him, I'm like, dude, okay, along with the contract, you're doing this for all of our big plays, and we're going to start every Tuesday meeting with this or Wednesday meeting with this.
A Hall of Fame broadcast career, content creator career.
Yes.
Get his
Monday Night Football for like 9 years, didn't he?
I mean, how many likes and plays is he getting from this kind of stuff? It must just be insane.
Yeah, he's
on
crushing.
fire.
Well, there were people concerned just based on the way he looks right now. He might be spending a lot of time with Christopher, our old buddy in Miami.
I don't know that
Conor
reference.
McGregor,
Getting
maybe.
in on that Johnny football.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was kind of
the energy, the sweat, the eyes.
No, that's him.
Gruden liked to party,
but that is kind of him.
That's him. I swear to God, that's him. It's all the good and bad of him. That's him.
Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation. We are live at the Globe here. Rangers Toy Drive runs till 7 o'clock, hosted by John and Jacqueline Gray, benefiting Mission Arlington, Mission Metroplex. And all you have to do is bring an unwrapped toy worth about $15 to the front door, and they'll let you in, and you'll get some autographs and maybe swing by the broadcast position, say what's up to us. The Expressway is coming up next. Everything that's been breaking over the broadcast afternoon, and Mike Bassick's joining you coming up at 5:30 to talk about the flurry of Ranger moves that we're celebrating. That's coming up next in the nation.
But let's talk Prize Picks, shall we? Make your holidays bigger and brighter with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action while watching your favorite sports and players. You can now win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. That's right, 1,000 times your money. Prize Picks now offers MasterCard as well.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Cowboys ticket giveaway, plus enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for just $4. The only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
All right, welcome back. We're live at the Rangers Toy Drive here at the Globe, and it's open till 7 o'clock. Mike Bassett is going to join us and talk about what has been a flurry of Rangers moves. Fans attending the Toy Drive parking lot B enter through the Grand Slam team store here on the north side. There's a lot of fun waiting inside. Donate a toy, get a ticket to a 2025 Rangers game. Okay, this is the 5 o'clock football hour, Wolchuk.
Where B-Dubs is football.
Yes.
Brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
And this segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The expressway itself is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Let's see how many of these stories I can get through here as Mike Bassett sitting down with us now. And we're going to get his thoughts on the Rangers here in just a second. But there we go. Belichick finalizing his deal to be the coach at UNC. Guys, do you think he's going to have success there? Is Belichick going to be in the playoff?
Gosh.
You crazy?
The ACC, you would say, is wide open, is that Clemson was a pretty good team this year. SMU took advantage of their schedule, and they're in. Because I had this question today, and I'll ask this maybe to you two guys. Who do you think over the next 5 years is going to be a better team in the ACC, SMU or North Carolina?
I leaned SMU, but I am interested to see what Bill Belichick could do. I mean, if they're really going to go from a $5 million NIL budget to a $20 million NIL budget, would have them right there with Clemson. They'd actually have $5 million more than what Clemson was working with this past year. He's going to have all the resources, plus he's got the ability to be, hey, 6 Super Bowls. You know how you win in the NFL? I can teach you. You want to get to the NFL? I know exactly what you need to do. There are a lot of pluses and a lot of sells here from North Carolina. I think I'd lean the Tar Heels.
It's SMU. He's in a better hotspot of players, Rhett Lashley, in Texas. North Carolina, yeah, he's going to have to. He's battling Georgia. He's battling Clemson. He's battling Florida State. He's battling all these teams
South Carolina
on that Atlantic coast. You know, the hotbed of college football, maybe for that part of the country, Virginia, that Newport News, all that area. You know, where Michael Vick came from and all. Maryland, maybe a little bit, but he's battling a lot of schools. Yeah, you're battling schools in Texas. But, man, the Texas high school football, the state, I mean, Rhett Lashley can just recruit the state of Texas. And maybe he's not going to get the guys that Texas get or Texas A&M. But his recruiting class this year finished in the top 30.
Yeah, it did.
I'm going to say next year that's going to be probably – and they're going to get some NIL money. And, they're, you know, the location of the school in Dallas, the coaching staff winning – I think SMU is the sleeping giant here when it comes to this.
It's exciting to be, talking about Belichick visiting Mockingbird here in the not too distant future, though.
Yeah. Are Cowboy fans upset over this? Did Cowboy fans think Belichick was going to be the next head coach, and are Cowboy fans going, he's off the board now?
That's a good question for the text if you want to fire in on that.
I think Stephen Jones and Will McClay are probably happy that's not happening. Because he's going to come in and like Eric talked about, the 450-page manual of this is the way we operate. You know, it's like, oh, okay, great, yeah, sure.
The NFL is going to mull replay for face mask penalties. Obviously, the big deal Monday night there with Burrow.
It's happened more than it happened. Bucky Irving got face masked in the Tampa game. This happened a lot. I think that's why the league is going to do this, because they've had 4 or 5 of these that have gone completely uncalled.
Let me ask you this. John Fossil talking about the punt last night. He said this was not a failed play. It was an unfortunate bounce, and there's a lot of volatility in special teams over the years. Is that like Matt Eberflus, talking about the last play of the Bears game that got him fired, or do you think Fossil has a leg to stand on here?
I would look at it and say this. I get it. It's happening in half of a second for you on the field. But if you prepare well before the game, if you prepare well during the week, if you prepare well in training camp, spring training, then those things become second nature, and you know to get out of the way. Now, I know he wasn't in training camp for you, and there's a little bit of – but if you prepare well when these split-second decisions have to be made, you go into your brain, and it'll quickly make the right decision. If you don't prepare well, your brain will make the wrong decision.
That's the way I see it, too.
I agree. I think, again, it speaks to really just lack of accountability with this entire organization. Like human nature, I totally understand. In the moment, you're not sure what exactly happened. Grab the ball. Go for the football. And I think A.O. was saying that today. There's a part of me that feels bad for him in that sense. But if every single person, and I get it, maybe Cowboy fans, we've grown up with the Leon Lett play, so we're a little bit more aware of it. But in that crowd, and everybody in the Miller Lite Field Club with us was like, oh, no, he touched the ball. Dude, he's making a living in the NFL playing special teams. He's bounced around the league. That's his only way to really be able to stay on rosters. It's not the first time he's been on a special teams unit. You've got to know better, and you need to take responsibility. And you know what? Your special teams coach needs to take responsibility as well, because this isn't the first time they've had a mental lapse when it comes to special team stuff. They've done some great things with returns, with blocks, but there's been a lot of penalties as well and bonehead mistakes here.
To that point, he said that he spoke with A.O., and he says, are you good? And A.O.'s like, yeah, I'm good. I know it wasn't my fault.
I know it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault. I was just out there reacting.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's the lack of accountability that Wolchuk was mentioning.
Like, it's okay. We all make mistakes.
Yeah. Just own it. It's
in
okay.
life in general,
Sports
on the radio,
execution.
we all make mistakes. And football players are going to make mistakes, and you have to live with them and move on. But if you're like, I didn't make a mistake, because I want to know from him, was he like, no, my hands are good. I believe in myself that I can get this ball bouncing around. I thought I could. I didn't do it this time, but I believe in myself that I'm going to cradle that ball and get it every time. Or I made a mistake. I should have got out of the way and not touched the ball. Which one is it? But who was it? C.J.
Goodwin?
Goodwin just stepped in. We're not. No, you know what? He got paid $100,000 to play football tonight.
Yeah.
He can answer a question. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, CJ. Like, when people say, "Why that Cowboys media is really tough here," I've been in the New York Mets. There's no way that anybody was going to stand in the way of those media members getting to whoever they wanted to get to.
Wow. Jimmy Butler on the Heat says he actually likes it when the trade rumor mill is flying around him. He's just a different kind of guy. But Eric Chiafalo had back in the Rim session at 240, really interesting trade news that the Mavs are the betting favorite to land Herb Jones off the Pelicans, right? I got that right?
Yes, from Bovada, plus 350. Mavs are the odds-on favorite to get Herb Jones. I don't know how realistic that actually is, but in terms of an ideal fit for this team, that would be pretty awesome. And the financials are, he's only making $13 million this year, and you have him under contract for the next 3 years. So, but what do the Pelicans want in return? Is it Omax and Hardy and Kleba to make the money work? Do they want Gafford? I think that's the real question, because I'm willing to punt on all those guys I mentioned except for perhaps Gafford. I don't know if I want to do that.
I'm not punting on Gafford unless I'm getting what would be considered an all-star player, like a true third guy to make
in a Brandon Ingram trade, perhaps, maybe.
Yeah.
Especially with Hartenstein and OKC. My goodness, you're going to need Gafford and Lively and PJ and all that. Okay. Rangers today, we're busy. Late last night on the show, we got the Evaldi news, and then we got the Jake Berger news, and then before today's show, they announced they've come to terms with right-handed pitcher Jacob Webb, 1-year deal. He was with Baltimore last year, right, Mike?
Yeah, I looked at his Baseball Savant page. If you're listening right now and you're like, how do you know this stuff? I'm not like I followed Jacob Webb or started watching hours of film of him today. I go to Baseball Savant. He'll tell me his average fastball, what they hit against it, what he throws. He's a fastball sweeper changeup guy. His changeup was dominant last year. He's a solid reliever. To me, he helps you out in the 7th inning. The Rangers still need an 8th inning and a 9th inning guy. I'm really hoping to get Kirby Yates back. I know that they got him on a special deal last year. Projected to get a 1 to 2 year deal around 12 to 15 million per year. I'd really like to get him back, but I know that the Rangers have a limited budget. Then does that mean do you need to move some people to open up a few more dollars? I like that they got him. I love that they got Nathan Evaldi back. I think that Berger is going to help him out tremendously, as you guys talked about and we talked about. Your DH position last year was arguably the worst in all of baseball. In 162 games, you had 14 home runs and had a 585 OPS. Okay. I looked this up on the plane at the end of the year. Teams like the Colorado Rockies, when they had Mike Hampton and some other good hitting pitchers, they had some better numbers than this year's DH position from the Rangers. Wow. When Maddox, Smoltz, and Glavine were together, you could look at different numbers and say they did a better job of getting on base in the DH spot this year. So there's been in the history of baseball in the last 20 years till they took out the DH, there's been certain pitching staffs that have had about the same numbers as the Rangers' DH position last year.
Are there options out there if they don't get Yates? You think they need 2 more?
I think the options would become trading options. But I do think they need 2 more. I want to go with 3 veteran guys. Today, you got 1 in Webb. I need 2 more guys, and I'm going to be honest. I think they need to be better than Webb. Like A.J. Minter would be a name I'm very interested in, but he's going to cost you good money. He's a lefty. And then Yates. If I got those 3 guys, I say, all right, I got 3 veteran guys I can rely on. Now, guys like Cole Winn, Owen White, Walter Pennington, Jack Leiter, these guys, 1 or 2 of you guys, and probably 2, I'm hoping step up and are able to help me out in the 6th and 7th inning, but I got 3 veteran guys to help me out, and then I got to have young, somewhat league minimum guys to fill in the roles, and then I think it's a 50-50 coin flip. Josh Sborz is signing right now. I love him to death for what he did, but he's coming off of a shoulder injury now that he just had surgery on, and they're hoping to get him back, I'm going to guess in June-ish. Okay. If everything works out well with his rehab. So you can't really count on Josh Sborz with the shoulder injury. Like, he's going to come back and he's going to be great. It might take him time or a year or so to come back.
We had a fun time talking with Nathaniel Low about 45 minutes ago. What do you think the future holds for him?
I think he's going to be the first baseman for the Texas Rangers this year. I think at times he will DH. At times he'll get days off because Berger's a right-handed hitter, so you facing a tough lefty, you can give him that day off. And it's a big year for him, and it's a big year for Adolis Garcia. I'm going to combine these two guys together. And this isn't a bad thing if you think about the history of sports. They're both free agents. So they are on the last year of their contract. They're both World Series champions. They're coming off both years that they'd probably say, hey, I can be better than that. So sometimes guys that are like, all right, I'm fighting for a lot of money or I'm not going to get a lot of money can sometimes have those career years. So I think for Adolis and Nate Lowe, I'd like to keep them. They are on contracts that they will get probably more money the next year. And those guys usually thrive under, you want a contract or do you not want a contract?
Yeah, that'll be very motivating and inspiring, I'm sure, to put in all the extra work. Now, if you do have the injury at third base with Josh Young that we've had the last couple of years, you put Josh Smith over there. Where's Berger fit in that equation? Is he satisfactory?
Well, I hope this doesn't happen, but I think you do have to look at this from a front office standpoint. You could have times, and this happened last year quite a bit, and it even happened the year before, where Corey Seager and Josh Young are both hurt at the same time. So I think Berger would play third base if also Corey Seager is out, because then Smith or Ezekiel Duran would do that. But you have Smith and Ezekiel Duran. I would say that Berger's your third defensive, like backup defensive third base option, but he does give you, like, you can do it. Don't maybe want to do it, but you can do it. He can go over there if you start really suffering injuries. But let's face it, you got to have Josh Young and Seager, because I just don't think that you can go through 2023 and kind of get as lucky as you did with guys filling in and putting up the numbers that they did through the injuries that you had.
LA Live's coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We have a little bit of time to talk Mavs. What were your takeaways from the Thunder loss?
I thought the Thunder played great. You're probably not going to beat the Thunder if they play like that at home. Their defense was superb. Your taking care of the ball was not good. So both those things combined for a lot of turnovers when the game was a competitive game. At the end, you didn't turn the ball over, but the game got out of hand there the last 5-6 minutes. Luka had a horrible game, but he tried hard. I know this sounds weird. 95% of the time, if he tries hard, he's going to be great. He tried hard. He had a bad game. That's going to happen. I just need the engagement that Luka's having right now. So you lost. Okay, it happens. You're playing a great team. I think those two teams are on a collision course. I don't know if you heard Barkley at halftime, but he shunned the Mavs. He's like, the Mavs aren't a team in the NBA almost.
Wow.
And he's like, Oklahoma City's going to run away with this. They're going to be in the NBA Finals. Nobody can compete. And the Mavericks aren't even a competitor. It's the Phoenix Suns if they're healthy, and maybe. Wow. And I'm like, I think these two teams are on a collision course. I really do. I think they're the best two teams in the West. As long as both teams are healthy and the bracket sets up the right way, it'll be Oklahoma City versus Dallas in the conference finals.
Agreed. Man, Charles has had some whoppers over the year, but a team on an 8-game winning streak that was in the finals. just throwing them out without P.J. Washington last night. I mean,
yeah, he named Memphis as the wild card. Houston is probably too young to take out Oklahoma City. L.A. is old. Golden State's okay. And I'm like literally it's 57-54 at halftime, and Luka has 2 points, and the Mavs have won, like you're talking about, 10 of 11 games.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, the Mavericks stink, because he made that proclamation at the start of the year, and he's not going to back off of it, which is fine. He could be right.
That's what he does.
But you can adjust. It's okay. We sometimes have people get mad at us for this, but sometimes we have opinions, and then we see things happen throughout a season or a game, and we go, all right, we need to adjust our opinion right now.
You get more information and knowledge, and it's okay to change.
Well, it was great to see you, man. Have an awesome night. There he is, Mike Bassick, KMC Masterpiece, every day 10 to 2 right here on your home of the Rangers, the former Rangers left-hander. Shelling you out some great baseball wisdom there on a big day for the Texas Rangers, and they ain't done yet. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that Kirby Yates news, and hopefully we get that real soon. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Check 1, check 2. Gonna need a big check 3. Gonna need an even bigger check 4. You dig what I'm saying, dog? It's Christmas time, baby. All right, let's get into a butt-naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you swears.
out of this phone.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
I struggle with conversation very bad now. If it's not about college football, I don't want to talk to you. I don't care. I'll walk away. I was at Starbucks when I was home, and this barista, this dude talked to me just too long every morning, just took it too far. I thought he was gay and he was hitting on me, so I was cool with it, A little coffee and a compliment, that's very sweet. I find out this dude's straight, and he's just trying to small talk, and I'm like, well, that's gay. Don't do that, right? Like, how's my day? What's your problem, mother? What are your plans this evening? Up at Starbucks. What about you?
It's butt naked Wednesday.
It's butt naked Wednesday.
I like the premise at the very beginning, bro. Hold on.
I struggle with conversation very bad now. If it's not about college football, I don't want to talk to you.
Not about college football. I don't want to talk to you. And this is LA Live for Wednesday, December 11th, 2024. It is a butt-naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Word to Miss Badu. I, too, was born underwater with $3 and 6 dimes. All that fly stuff. Peace to the gods and earths. And R.I.P. to the great Nikki Giovanni. She is now an ancestor. And I'm looking up at this television, and Doris Burke is on here. Did y'all know she dyed her hair?
I didn't.
No.
What color?
What you got going now?
It looks platinum blonde.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, maybe she's like matching the platinum with the grays and just like, I'm gonna just go all the way with it.
Go with it.
She's on fire. Yeah, it's a good look. She's on fire up there. This is a Butt Naked Wednesday. It's midweek, and if it were up to me, tomorrow would be the last working day of the week. It would be. If it was up to me.
Let's go 4. Let's boycott Friday.
But I'm a dreamer. Yeah, let's do it, bro.
I'm a dreamer.
Hey, man, you should look. Warchuck said, let's boycott. And then I'll be the only one to do it. And y'all
No,
I'd
be in this. If we're in this as a show, boys, we're not showing up Friday. Just don't tell the boss.
I'll be the only one.
And then Ross would be in there messing our ass up.
You guys be telling the boss, well, I think he boycotted.
Brian would be the only one to show up.
Can't believe it.
He's not here. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. We do G-Bag of the Day every weekday on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you could follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, I love this one. It's an MLB insider, baseball insider, John Heyman. He hangs up on WFAN. He was on with the night host, Keith McPherson. Started a conversation. They were talking about Juan Soto and MLB free agencies and all that good stuff. Well, there was a joke that Mr. McPherson dropped on John Heyman that John Heyman was not a fan of. He felt insulted, okay? He basically said Heyman breaks his news because Heyman is on the agent's payroll.
What I think is it just like how I introduced you. Everybody in baseball knows who you are. So one, it's a credit to your work, your following, and how.
By the way, I won't be going on with you again. The whole thing has been a disaster.
That's okay.
I can't even believe you said that to question my integrity.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm being serious. Yeah.
John,
asking me if I'm getting a cut because I have a relationship with an agent. That's outrageous. I know you're not a journalist. You don't know anything about this. I know you don't, but that's an outrageous comment. You should know that
it's
much.
Friday night at 8:30, John.
You should know that much.
And I am
I'm
not.
done with you,
I am
and
not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank you,
I can't
John.
even believe it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your time. He's got to get to bed. I did not expect it to go that way.
What a troll. He's got to get to bed.
I can't even believe it.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
So good.
Big mad.
That is so good. Yeah, my man was Big Mac, bro. That was hilarious.
I like it when he asked him, "Are you serious right now?" It took him a half second. He was like, "Yes, I am serious."
Yeah, he thought about it. Like, do I want to crash on out? Yeah, we'll go ahead and crash on out.
All in. Haven't done this in a few years.
It is 8:30 on the Friday, bro. I'm not taking it that serious. This is so funny, man. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. It's a butt naked Wednesday. I got that name from Erykah Badu. She came up with it. It's not mine. I got a question for the Tolos that I asked on Facebook this morning about 9:10. You can follow me on Facebook, Lucius Alexander. What's the weirdest thing that gets you angry? That's why I played that clip in the beginning. This dude right here, not a fan of small talk.
Goodbye.
Oh, sorry. That's not it. This one.
I struggle with conversation very bad now. If it's not about college football, I don't want to talk to you. I don't care. I'll walk away.
Yeah. Weirdest thing that gets you angry, fellas? What's the weirdest thing that gets you angry for? Go down this list of the Tolos.
People with no urgency in the self-checkout grocery line.
Oh, that's irritating.
I got me a new trick, though. At Target, on the other side of that is a little Pizza Hut station.
Yeah.
And there's a scanner there where you're just supposed to buy a pizza. I'll take my groceries over there.
Oh, yeah. Like going to the pharmacy or something with a whole lot of stuff?
But I swear,
That's
it doesn't
a good
matter
call,
how many items are in your cart. There's going to be 4 stations there. I could show up with a full cart and be the last person to show up, and I'm going to be done before somebody has scanned 6 items and paid for it. Swear to God. Give me 200 items. I'll do it faster than another person with 6.
Well,
But you got the experience.
I do. And
you got the background here. You got an award.
But I also have a sense of responsibility towards my fellow man, and I think that's sorely lacking. And I'm calling grocery stores out to go back to the old way. We got a lot of courtesy clerks that were put out of work.
Are you standing behind these people? Like, are you huffing and puffing a little bit? Let them know you kind of.
Man, I am going to get slapped so hard because I'll mumble things under my breath, and sometimes I say those things too loud. So it's coming for me. There's going to be a wreck.
I know it. Yeah. Pea, fool. It's a peach. Type in pea. Oh, my God.
Exactly. That's what's in my head. I yelled at Abby the other night on the way out. I said, I'm not coming back to this place until after the holidays.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. You put your foot. I'm putting my foot down.
Yeah.
I'm putting my foot down. Question for the Tolos. Weirdest thing that gets you angry? I got a Tolo that said people being unnecessarily loud.
Man, they would have hated it in the press box.
Yeah.
I got 2 kids. I'm used to it.
They didn't want to be around Bobby Belt. I tell you what.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, my gosh.
Bobby is loud.
After one sip of booze.
Yeah, he'll take 2 shots of 2 different type of liquors, and he'll start talking to you about Emmitt Smith or something, and I turn around and look behind me like, who the hell are you talking to, bro? You talking to me? Oh, okay, you yelling. You need to calm down.
I'm standing right next to you.
Yeah, what are you doing, bro? Weirdest thing that gets you angry? I got a Tolo that said non-confrontational people. Gets this man angry.
Those confronters, that's their love language, like Parcells. Yeah. If you don't confront back, they're like, what the hell is this guy made of?
I try to avoid it if possible.
You just got to know who the confronters are in your life.
Sometimes it's like,
fire one back at
screw you, it's time.
Stare them in the eye.
But most of the time, it's like, I'd rather just avoid this because it's going to be awkward.
Yeah.
In my life, I've noticed that the people that talk the most about confrontation will not really confrontate with you.
Yeah, sure. They don't stand on business.
Yeah, they don't. They talk a lot about what they did to other people, but as soon as you put them in the corner, they're like, oh, what are you doing? Yeah. Oh, okay. You just like to do it to other people. You're just mean. You're a bully. Weirdest thing that gets you angry, seeing a Cybertruck in public.
That is weird. I will say one thing that annoys me is when you let somebody into the lane or they're turning and you wait and they don't give you any type of wave back or like acknowledgement. It's like, screw you.
Yeah,
bro. I got one for you.
I'll follow you home if you don't wave at me.
Yeah.
I'll follow you all the way home, shooting a peace sign. Hey, here we go. There we go, brother. All right.
Yeah. Lucius, I can't. I have a problem when I go to a restaurant and the waitress or the waiter doesn't write down my order.
Yes.
And I get it, man. I've been to some high-end steakhouses and people, they go right off the memory. But when you do that and you bring the food back around, you better not F up where to put those plates. You know what I'm saying? And don't come back and ask me how I wanted my steak.
You said you wanted sour cream, right? Yeah, I told you that 4 times already.
Exactly.
Write it down.
Memory bank.
It's like, oh yeah, it's like, okay, robot person. But that when I see somebody not write down my order and it's like a table of 5 or 6 of us, then I'm kind of like going, all right, you're on call right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. That's a good one. I'm not a fan of that, especially if I got like specialties to my order. I want it a certain way.
Can I please substitute or can I add, this, that, or the other? And so I'm testing you though. But if you bring it out and serve it all well, I'm like, okay, we're good.
You're right. You're right. Question for the Tolos. What is the weirdest thing that gets you angry? Ask this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. Got answers like people that say dumb stuff on the radio. Gets this man angry.
I'm just trying to have an opinion.
Let's see what else. When people sit too close to me in situations where there's a lot of space.
Oh. Yeah. That ran into me Saturday night at Spittles, and I need like readers or something. So when you get close, it like starts to hurt my eyes from that blurry feeling. So I'm like trying to take extra steps back. It was getting a little crowded. Good attendance there at that Spittle party.
Yeah, it was.
I apologize.
Will Chambers, close talking.
Yeah, he's gonna get real close to you.
Will
hey,
get up
what's going on?
Hey. Will get up on your toes.
Hey,
he
what's going
literally
on?
will stand on your toes.
You trying to kiss me right
to you.
now?
Yeah. Like, why can I feel the prickles on your beard, bro?
You need to get off on the bourbon, damn it.
Yeah, what's going on? There was a dude that got real close to me while I was on the Stairmaster the other day at the gym.